To the greatest of my surprise, I saw my name on the list of persons wanted in connection with this heinous crime. It is a shock to me because I have no hands in such things. I don't believe in anything that has got to do with truncating the lives of human beings. I am not in any way, shape, or form connected to this. Let it be stated clearly here that I haven't been able, even as a monarch, I haven't been able to access the kingdom till date. I got my staff of office on the 16th of November, 2023. Now, prior to getting my staff of office, it's been turbulent. The government is sufficiently aware of my position. And I'm really, really very surprised and taken aback that my name as a monarch of the kingdom will appear in a list of wanted persons. I have no hands in killings. I have no hands in encouraging anybody to kill anybody. It is against my philosophy as a human being and my faith as a Catholic. It is against it. This is a serious crime against humanity. And I think they need to look at the appropriate places. They need to do a thorough investigation to know all those who have committed this and bring them to book. And bring them there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Mama Epis. After the world. Yeah. This is my brother, the owner of United Airlines. I'm flying Epis to show solidarity and love to our brother. Distinguished. This is distinguished. This is Anambra, Edo. Both are vying for governorship. Nigeria. And they're seated together calmly here. It can only happen in airfields. Discussing waters are rising. Yeah, of course. Anambra, Edo, and then some ambition. I'm Bayelsa. I can't. Well done, sir. Infinity Bank is here to collect all the money. I'm not sure they will not lose one cover. Honorable Minister, I see you, sir. I see you. All right. So, and our beautiful.
We're about to take let me take the ticker. Yeah. We will take the ticker.
It's a full flight, actually.
Yes,
that I'm thankful for the opportunity to perhaps explain it so that the idiots who have continued to assume that I have broken my word would be clear. I said if he won the presidency, I'll leave Nigeria on exile. So let me clear that up. For him to have won, the people would have had to have voted for him. We didn't vote for him. He stole the presidency. Yakubu and INEC sold him the presidency. The presidency is not an expression of the people's will. It is an expression of the debauchery of INEC and the height of our judicial corruption. He did not win the presidency. If I had left, I would have been sanitizing and deodorizing a skunk. If nothing else, I rise and fall by my word. And when I said that I would live on exile if this man won, it was so that people will know that I do not believe Nigerians to be depraved enough to be possessed of the idiocy to vote somebody like him into power. And they did not. Anybody who prefers to delude themselves can continue to delude themselves, but Tinubu knows, INEC knows, the judiciary knows, and so do a lot of Nigerians, that Tinubu did not win the presidency. He stole it. So I'm not leaving because he did not win. It's that simple. That I'm still here is in rebuke of him. It actually cost me a lot more to stay here. It's not just the multiple level of danger that I face on a daily basis by remaining in Nigeria. Because if they will be planning my murder 3 years ago when they were not in power, one of his goons in Lagos State was the one sat at the head of the plot to kill me. They are the ones in power now. Ordinarily, I should run now. But I'm here. I am here because he did not win. He knows it. And every man and his dog in Lagos State knows it. He was beaten resoundingly in Lagos on the 25th of February. He couldn't even make 15% in Lagos. Segun Agbaje, the INEC commissioner in Lagos State, cannot produce the form EC8A for Lagos State up till today. I was the person who was charged by the Obi legal team to collect the election material from INEC. He could not, up until today, INEC in Lagos State cannot give us the form EC8A, which is the polling unit level result. Because they know he lost. He lost woefully. He was thoroughly rejected across the length and breadth of the state that he has held hostage. For 24 years as at that time, he lost. So how much more the other parts of Nigeria? Let them continue fooling themselves. He has snatched it, grabbed it, but he can't run with it. And that's why we are all in the mess that we are in today. So yeah, if he had won, if Nigerians had been foolish enough to have voted for him, I would have left. It wouldn't be because of him. It would be out of protest that I could be stuck with such evil people who would have found the grace to vote for somebody like him. But as I have said, they did not vote for him. They rejected him. He has forced himself on us. And we can't do much about that. But I'm not going to legitimize his stealing by leaving. He didn't win.
Doesn't mention abortion or gay marriage, but it goes on and on about forgiving debt, liberating the poor, and healing the sick. Christian nationalists like to say this is a Christian nation. Not only is that historically inaccurate, not only is that theologically blasphemous, but it's also just not true. Look around us. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would forgive student debt. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would guarantee health care to every single person. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would love all of our LGBTQ neighbors. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would make sure every child in this state and in this country was housed, fed, clothed, educated, and insured. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would never make it a Christian nation, because we know the table of fellowship is open to everybody, including our Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, and atheist neighbors. Jesus could have started a Christian theocracy, but love would never do that. The closest thing we have to the kingdom of heaven is a multiracial, multicultural democracy where power is truly shared among all people, something that's yet to exist in human history.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time, and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubo.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Okay, welcome to the show. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. It's Saturday, the 30th of March, 2024. We're coming to you live here from New York City. We thank you. We hope it's wonderful where you are. Tomorrow is Easter, so a lot of our people are home getting ready for the Easter holiday. And hopefully all our people all over the world are joining in one way or the other. I know that in America, we don't pay much attention to Easter. I don't know what Jesus did to them, but we will talk about that. This is a special edition of Have Your Say 247. This is a show where you have the opportunity to air your view on issues in the news. And as always, there are so many issues. We want to talk a little bit about the miracles. There have been so many since Chris Oyakhilome, Pastor Oyakhilome said he performed 50 miracles where he raised people who were dead to come back to life in 1 year. So there have been several questions and issues about pastors and things they claim. In Senegal, we saw the election last Sunday of a young 44-year-old who will become the president of the country. We want to look at how they conducted the election and make a comparison to Nigeria, what happened in Nigeria. Also, Labour Party last, I think yesterday, day before yesterday, I think they had their convention, national convention, and the presidential candidate for the party, Peter Obi, did not attend. He explained why he did not. So we're going to talk about that. In international news, we have a crypto guy. What's his name? Bank. Oh, I forgot his name. I'll remember. He was jailed. The guy that owned FTX. He was tried in America and jailed for 25 years. So we want to talk about what does that mean for those of you who trade crypto and are in that world. What does that mean? Is it a safe place to invest your money, considering what is also going on in Nigeria with Binance? I think the person I was talking about is Sam Bankman-Fried. Also, we want to touch on a guest we had on 90 Minutes Africa a few weeks ago, Fisayo. He was a journalist. He was declared wanted by the Nigerian police. We had this series of people who are being arrested, detained. There was one person called Ijele. He was arrested because a pastor just wrote a complaint about him, and the police picked him up. We also have the very big black man or something, very dark man, black man or something. This I don't know their names. They come up every time, new people. But he was arrested too because somebody complained. So we want to talk about that in terms of the justice system in Nigeria. Should anybody just write a letter and give to the police and pick up somebody? All right. That's what I have for now. And of course, we'll talk about Easter in general. Well, we want to bring in our people to join this conversation. And if you want to join us, please click on the link. You can also turn on your camera if you are in the studio so that we can bring you in. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. On the comment section, you're already active. Thank you so much. I have low energy. Somebody said I have low energy. Yeah, it's been a very busy week for me, but we'll pick it up. I haven't eaten breakfast, if you want to know. But thank you so much for caring, and we'll get on with the show. All right, my system is not playing the intro music to the full, but welcome to the show. Ikolala, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see all of you again.
All right. Master, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening.
All right. And also we have Man of Prestige. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
From Canada, we have Olumide.
Thank you, Rudolph.
And from California, we have Mazi Prince. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, Kolala, Man of Prestige, Maska, and Olumide. You're early today.
Good evening,
the matter the hot our body.
Thank you, Doctor.
And,
good morning. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, nice to see you. And Mr. James, welcome to the show. Mr. James, welcome to the show. Yeah, it's been a while we saw you, James, but thank you for joining us today. Let's start by seeing if there's anything I missed. Probably there will be, because I haven't checked the news today. But let's see. Ikolola, is there any major news I missed on the topic?
Yes, I think you missed something about what's his name, Erisco, and
oh yeah, it should be on my yeah.
And the lady is fighting. Yes, it's on yeah. So I think you should have
yeah,
people can share their views and let's know what exactly is happening with it.
It's on the flyer. Yeah, we will talk about that because CNN actually published a news story out of that. And when I got to class on Thursday, my students wanted to know, what did she do we had to pull up her tweet that made them to go and arrest her. And people were horrified that in Nigeria, if you send a review of any product, you could be arrested for that review. They couldn't believe it. But anyway, yeah, we will talk about that. Thank you, Kalola. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be. Yeah, I think you pretty much covered everything that I can see. I just want to put a 2 cents to that in regard to my hometown, Imo State. The governor, Hope Uzodinma, aka Hope, Uzodinma. He has proclaimed last week or so that they are building a power plant that is going to be as twice as the one of it's going to be as twice as the one in Abia State. So let's hope and see what's going to happen to that outcome. And one more thing, the Imo State Airport, which is probably the third best airport in the southeast, but on traffic-wise is the busiest in the southeast because of the location. Aba and between Aba and Owerri, and some other areas surrounding it which doesn't have an airport. So it's the busiest airport or the most, in the southeast. But anyway, he said that he's gonna upgrade it to an international level because work is underway right now. That one he didn't give a date, but the one that baffled me the most, I hope it's true, but is about the power generation. That he promised is going to be ready by April. So I don't know when he started it that he can come out in the open and proclaim that it's going to be ready in April, and it's going to be as twice as that. I mean, he has the resources. Maybe it's a good thing. OT has revitalized the southeast if that actually happened. But actually, he has done that. But let's see what Hope was at the man. It's just the timing. He didn't say he's building. He says it's going to be ready. So that's why I'm kind of skeptical. Of course, anything from his mouth is unbelievable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mascot, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. I think you captured a lot, but I've said before, I think your show is skewed towards more political issues. I would want to see more of economic issues discussed. Yes, as a journalist, you should see what's happening, but you have a responsibility to also set the agenda for.
Yeah, we lost you, Mascot. We can't hear you anymore. Mascot, can you speak? We can't hear you. All right, maybe you can leave and join again and see if the connection will be better. But thank you so much for pointing that out. We several times when we put up topics about economy, and most of our panelists are not very enthusiastic about that. So we tend to move towards politics. I understand. I agree with you. We should expand. Even sports, sometimes I want us to talk about what's going on there, even though personally I don't follow much. But it's important that we expand it. Today I wanted to talk about Bobrisky, but I wasn't sure how. That's part of that expansion of the topic, but I wasn't sure how that would fly. But you're right. We should see, make sure we cover other things. All right. While we wait for him to come back, let's go to Olumide. Did I skip somebody? As a Prince.
Of course you skip. Of course you did.
As a Prince,
or probably I've become invisible. Maybe I've become invisible. That's well for me. Masker, I love what he said. But I was itching so hard since he's from Kaduna. I wanted to ask him, the tailor that prepared the kids' clothing, was it AI that they used in preparing those clothes? Because that was so fast. Within 24 hours, it was all ready, all suited, and all that stuff. If they can produce like that, then that means we need to be exporting. We need to do some export some of those clothes, and it will be a great revenue. For me, what I was following this week is I followed the Baltimore bridge collapse. I also followed the one that kind of like was so stunning to me, and I'm still, for the past 48 hours, I'm still reading, trying to do more research on it, is that of PDD. That is mind-boggling, no matter what it is. Things that I know now is mind-boggling, and I don't know if it's possible for us to discuss it, because it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that
All
this
right.
kind of things happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that PDD. It's an important story. Thank you.
Yeah.
Olumide.
Rudolph, thank you. Good day to everyone. So I think you missed the fact that so Rudolph, once in a while, I think when you talk about issues, we need to also be doing follow up on those issues. Like the one man of prestige just pointed out now, follow up on. It's not just enough for us to say that somebody created or has finished a project, electricity. We need to know a couple of weeks, months down the line, is it working or is it not working? So we need to know if it's truly working, or is it just a way for these people to just kind of throw it out in the air so that they can kind of, people can think they are working while they are not working. Example is when we talked about a couple of months ago about Babagana Zulum starting a car assembly plant in Borno State. A lot of people were praising him here. Oh, good, it's working, is that. And I still remember Ngozi talking last week saying, oh, it's working, one of the governors working. So I've looked it up online now to do a follow-up, to see whether truly it's happening so that I can come again and do my own praise after the fact. But I don't see anything. The only one I see online is Innocent Motors. So maybe people living in Borno or people living back home, like Masca, can educate us. When did the factory start assembling those cars? What brand of car is it? How many jobs have they created? And for how long have they started doing that? You see the way they scam people? They scam their people of the money that they get every month. And also I think you missed doing a follow-up or pointing the fact that what happened with the Kaduna kidnap. This is what we call a high stake government propagated fraud on the people of not just Kaduna but on Nigerians as a whole. It was a disgrace that I've never seen anywhere in the world where such matters are handled the way it is handled. And Nigerians will pat them on the back and give them I hope Masca is not one of those Nigerians who do that. Who give them a pat on the back without critically analyzing such issues, So I think you missed that part. They scammed a well-organized government scamming of the people of the country as a whole. Because these monies that were paid out are resources of the country. And you have a president that opened his eyes to allow that to happen. Oh, geez, it's just unfortunate. I think you missed adding that part. And then the Borno car assembly plant. Is it working? How many jobs have they created? What brand of cars are they assembling? Did Babagana Zulum, has he then defrauded the people again of the billions of naira they've used in establishing their car assembly plants? Where all of us on this platform on that day were clapping, oh, the guy is working. He's the only one working. He's a potential president. He's a this, he's a that. I didn't forget that day. That's my own piece, Rudolph.
Olumide, when you say all of you, no, I wasn't involved. I've never said anything good about the Zulum, so just
All right, thank you, Olumide, for reminding us of this. It's very important that we do follow up. It's not just us, even the media in Nigeria, like that follow up kind of policy. Who brought in Imo State? I think it was a man of prestige talking about the following up with what Imo State governor is talking about. Remember that it's the same governor that said he will give 4,000 jobs to Imo youth in the UK or Europe, and we know that he was just talking BS, that he won't do that. So it's difficult. It's difficult to take those kind of people any seriously when they talk about things. So anyway, well, we need to follow.
Yeah, I think the issue I have with him is just the impunity of proclamation that he just made. I mean, he just had the impunity, to come and state such a very, what I consider to be false, and that may not happen. It's just the way Nigerian people behave, I mean, how many times you going to sell false narrative and people still going to even think that's possible? Yeah, that was my main reason of bringing the subject. It just goes to show about how Nigerian people behave. Their own mindset.
Was this in the news?
Didn't see the CV before the election about what Rudolph just said? Yeah, that's my
prestige. Man of prestige. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ikola. What do you want to say?
Was this in the news? Because I can't see it anywhere.
All right, I don't know. Probably he found it somewhere. All right, let's keep going now. We'll get back to that. Ndubisi.
Thank you, Rudolph. I don't know whether you followed Bayo Nanuga's interview on one of the radio stations in Abuja, Nigerian Info, and 1.5 FM, where he was asked several questions about the government and basically on economic areas, and he was churning out, I don't know, I believe falsehood about how the economy is doing well. So he was talking about how the economy was doing well and all that. So I don't know if anybody saw that or anybody who follow Nigerian radio stations. That was last week, Wednesday, on that should be around 4 p.m. or so, Nigerian time. So all is said there, we are all, of course, the usual propaganda. Even when they talked about the fuel price, the cost of living and all that, they said Nigerians should take it easy, that government is doing well. So that is one. Then one more thing I want to point out that may be interesting to some who are lovers of music is about a new revelation about Marvin Gaye, late Marvin Gaye, one of the best in R&B. Some previously unknown music he produced while in Belgium, in a place called Ostend in Belgium. We are recently announced by the family lawyer of that particular family where he stayed. So they said it has so many good songs there that if they are released eventually, it will be a great hit. But there are some legal matters surrounding it because the family because there was a time he lived in Belgium for about a year or two before he returned to US. That should be around 1982 before his death on April 1st, 1984. Of course, I don't know if you guys know, he was shot by his dad following an argument. So they say those music contains so many tracks that has not been released before. Said he left it with that family and said it is theirs. They can do whatever they want to do with it. But that the Belgian law allows that you can keep anything you got after 30 years. If nobody comes for you can keep it as your own. But it doesn't include intellectual property, which this one is one of. So the two families, two lawyers representing his two of his three kids are aware of that. So I don't know, maybe they will go into a discussion with that family or the lawyer of that particular family. It's on BBC. If you go on BBC, you will see this. It's a lengthy talk, but they say they are very sweet songs. So I think that would be a good thing if everything is done properly and a company is engaged to put it together and release. Just want to put that across. Thank you.
Wow, that's good news. I'm a fan of Marvin Gaye, and
I am too.
I'll be one of those who will want to see. All right, thank you. Mr. James, how are you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Long time. Can you speak up a little bit? We don't hear you very well.
Can you hear me? My voice is not very good.
The what?
My voice is not very good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not your voice. I think it's, are you using an earpiece or computer? Can you
hear me now?
Yeah, whatever you did.
Yeah, okay. I would like us to talk about these soldiers who were buried in Abuja.
Yes.
Yes. When it's time to discuss that, I come back online to show that the Nigerian military is the most disciplined among all militaries in the world. And that is the cause of the problem.
That because they are disciplined, that's the cause of the problem.
They are disciplined.
Yeah.
Yes, they are disciplined. I'm going to cite some examples of the activities in other parts of the world, collaborate it with what happened in the Niger Delta.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I'm going to post a webpage on the private chat. Those who are interested can read it before I come back again. When we're discussing that topic, I'll come in again and give my opinion.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kando, how are you?
Good evening.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. All the way.
Nice Lagos.
Lagos is beautiful.
Okay.
Lagos is beautiful. Lots of encounters. Unfortunately, I've not really been able to go around to a lot of the places I wanted to. The primary reason for coming here was to sit around with my dad, who just had double knee surgery. So there's been a lot of back and forth to the hospital and all that. Actually, I'm supposed to be coming back on Wednesday, and I may have to actually extend my stay, maybe for another week. I'm not sure yet. I'll be able to establish that on Tuesday. But outside of that, I think I sent Dr. Damage a couple of videos just to show people, we hear people talk on the panel about, oh, we should just do this, we should just do that. And one of the things I did was to go around and say, okay, if someone does not have money, like you're broke, what is the least amount that you can buy? Just food, not even food that will belly fool you. Just so that you have something in your stomach. And the least amount I was able to find, I mean, this is not buka, this is not eatery. This is just somebody selling food on the side of the road. Was 600 naira. And it's not going to benefit anyone. With one tiny little piece of meat. I mean, like tiny.
Now, hold on. Hold on. We have a video, a video of that.
I just sent one of my brothers to go and find me the least expensive food that one can find. And the least expensive that was found is this rice and beans with a small piece of meat that costs 600 naira. In my calculation, if one is to do this twice in a day, that will be about 1,200. And over the course of a month, that will be upwards of 62,000 naira in a month to eat something like this. And again, I just wanted to give everyone an idea of what things go for, even not in the Koi or VI or anything, just in a regular neighborhood around town.
All right, that was it. And then later on, you went to a restaurant and made a video. I'm hearing. I think someone is outside. Let me show the video of food in a restaurant that he went to.
Okay, Dr. Damages. In comparison to the first video, we're actually at a local joint over here in Surulere called Amoke, and this plate of rice and 2 pieces of meat and 1 egg actually sells here for 3,300 naira. And this is actually a very popular joint. I've been here a few times. We bought meals of 5,500 naira per plate, usually consisting of meat, egg, and fried plantain. And from what I've seen, I think this place actually has a crowd of possibly over 500 customers that come here every day. So just wanted to give you another look at what 3,300 gets you in Senegal, Lagos.
You're with us, Kandu. Thank you so much. It's very important that we can visualize and get a good sense of what things go for. In Nigeria, you hear that exchange rates, for instance, 2 days ago it came down to 1,200, I think, naira to a dollar. What they did not tell us was that the euro change, we're also getting money from the government at a very low rate. That is part of why the rate of the naira and the dollar is what it is. So there are so many manipulations and so many stories that are not very straight. So it's important that we hear from people down there at home to give us real story, real-time stories of how things are going. Kandu, what else did you find out?
Yeah, while I was out in Mushi area today, I bought two, halfway decent tuber of yams for 5,500.
One or two?
What else? Two for 5. Halfway decent size. But my problem and my challenge, which I've actually had to discuss even with my own dad, is that you see so many people that are earning 30,000 naira a month. And as in the example of the least amount of prepared food that I could find, for 600, if you do that even 15 days in a month, your salary is eating up. So I'm wondering, how are people supposed to actually make it? Yeah, there are a lot of people that, there are people that make 50 and 100,000. Even my own dad's household staff, I've had to tell everybody that don't tell my papa, because if you tell my papa, well, I go there. But I'm increasing everybody's salary by 100% because these people cannot survive on what they're getting paid. So that is what bothers me, not the guys that I can go to a canteen or go to wherever and go and spend 90,000 naira on a bottle of wine. Like I told the guy over the weekend, previous weekend, I said, you give me that 90,000. I have people I can feed with that 90,000. I don't need a bottle of wine. What is he going to do for me? So again, this is not about trying to be Jesus of Lagos, but I'm truly troubled by what I see.
Thank you so much. About that yam, I know I don't want you to show us the yam, but do you think that one of them will be enough to feed someone like Olumide, as a Prince and Man of Prestige one meal? I just want to have a sense of how big the size of the yam is. And looking at Olumide and Man of Prestige, do you think that?
Well, we don't even have to use those people as examples. I think, was it a week ago or so, on a Saturday or on a Sunday, we had my dad, myself, household staff.
Is that referring to me?
No, hold on, Man of Prestige. Go ahead, Kandu.
So we had those people and a few, a couple of people that showed up, and we had like 2.5
tubers with like half a dozen eggs. I mean, half a crate eggs. You know, so without utilizing Mr. Olumide that is eating very well as an example. But again, obviously, even the Bible says you will always have the poor amongst you. I get that. But I am really scared for the average person, you know.
So one last thing. I don't know how long you're staying with us. How do they see people like us who are outside the country and the way we see things? Do they think that we have no idea what's going on? What is their perception? How do they treat you in terms of your view on what's going on in Nigeria?
I think it's not even an issue of perception, because I've been on the panel here, especially in the back, and you hear people talk about, oh, Nigerians should just do this, Nigerians should just do that. Yes, there are things that people on the ground can do. I have sat down with a few people and put together some sort of small business thing for them that will actually make them more money than what they're making in their 30,000, 40,000 a year. I've sat down with 4 people now that, okay, I'm buying you 10 layers that will be laying eggs. We're not going to use pre-produced feeds. We're going to use corn that I've showed them the way to grow the corn so that they can use it to feed the chicken. But again, you're talking about 10 layers costing somewhere around 8,000. So 80,000 for 10 layers. How much is that in dollars? But that can literally change somebody's life. You know, and those are the things that I am personally interested in. I'm not bothered about those who have private jets. I don't care about those people. You know, so what I'm able to do, you know, is to reach out to those that I can reach, those that within, you know, within means, easily within means, where you can put them towards something. And I'm not just giving somebody money. I'm asking for detailed accounting, and I'm checking with everybody every week. How is it going? What have we done? What are we doing? So that's, I think, is what it's going to take. Yeah, the naira has appreciated, but like I've said on this panel many times, it's called the dead cat bounce. That thing is still going further down.
All right, Kandu, thank you so much for that update. We'll come back to you. Alaba, we're just going through and checking what story, any major story we missed.
Yeah. Greetings, everybody. Greetings to all the panelists. It's nice to see Masca in the daytime. I thought Masca was the whole of the night, or the bat of the night. Greetings to you, Masca. Nice to see you early in the morning. Well, that's our morning. Rudolph, I was thinking that the story you might have missed is the issue of the First Lady donating 1 billion or 90 billion, and none of our journalists seems to have a follow-up on whose money is she donating. Is she the taxpayers' money she's donating, or is it the constituted office of a First Lady money? Nobody, no, educated Nigerians just never ask the tough questions. Just, you know, First Lady donating, was it 1 billion or 90 billion, whatever? Whose money? Taxpayers' money? Our own private money?
Hold on, Alaba. Where did she donate it? When?
This week. It's one of the major headlines from this week that came out from Nigeria.
That's interesting. What event was that?
You know, I don't pay particular attention to the details, but I flashed through the headline. If you Google it, you'll see it will pop up. It's there somewhere. Okay. I think it's 90 billion or 1 billion. I don't know whether those are their propaganda too. I think it was on Monday. I don't know, but the question is not whether she donates or not, or whose money is she donating. These are the key questions. That's how you run a country. Secondly, Obi seems to have talked to his supporters yesterday. I didn't really get the crux of what he's saying in the Labour Party crisis, but I also noticed that most Nigerians that were throwing questions at him were more like worshiping him literally. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Your Ex. I'm like, damn, Nigerians, what is wrong with us? Ask this man some tough question, for God's sake. What's all this? I love you, I admire you, you're Jesus, you're Mary, you're Muhammad, we bow down. It was appalling, I swear to God. It was, for me though, I didn't get the cross. I didn't even know what the major headline from his comment was regarding his party. Is he leaving the Labour Party? Is he still in? Is he still starting a movement? My advice to him would be to just start a consciousness movement, which is what we need now before we start talking about parties. Secondly, another headline that came out this week that I think you might have missed is the issue of Nigeria subsidizing pilgrimage to Mecca. I find that very disturbing. If it's constitutionally authorized to subsidize pilgrimage, are they going to subsidize for Christians? Are they going to subsidize also for traditionalists? Do we have this in our constitution? Why do we keep doing it years after years, subsidizing pilgrimage? You know, these are the things that are tearing the country apart. We should be subsidizing education, not pilgrimage, for God's sake. Pick your own God. We're a secular state, but if you're living with your Sharia or whatever, but I don't know. That came out also this week. And the last time I checked, I was lucky to have mingled with some Nigerians who are elite. And my discovery is that they live in a bubble. I mean, those who are close to the corridor of power. You know, I do have some very close to me. I wouldn't lie to you. I mingle with them. That's why you weren't able to see me much on your show last 2 weeks or 3 weeks because I was busy hosting. But the conclusion is that, man, the rich do not cry in Nigeria. They live in a bubble.
Okay, maybe when we get to you.
To me, yeah. Then the last thing I think you might have missed is that the criminals are still in charge, and none of us is talking about how do we hold them accountable. That's the key. When you get to me, we'll talk more about that. But those three headlines, you know, First Lady donating, Obi's comment, and subsidizing pilgrimage, I think we should look into.
All right, thank you. KJ.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And I must say that you have tuned up your Dr. Damages, channel to something else. So, well, I don't know where they'll start looking for you very soon, but the last one I watched was quite a good takeaway. So keep it up. Thank you, sir.
Right.
I think you have captured every other thing. Apart from the fact that the army now revealed that they have been able to the National Financial Intelligence Commission or thereabout, or whatever they call themselves, unravel those sponsoring IPOB and ESM around the 22 countries of the world. After that, it's a bit out of the ordinary. That's in the news. And then they
did they mention their names?
Yeah, they didn't mention the names of the people, but they mentioned the countries they seem to have been operating from, and about how much they have in their war chest.
How much? About
$150,000 or thereabouts. And I think that's a bit. If they did any work at all, that's not true. They're probably for one man. Anyway, the other story that also made round is the fact that a traditional ruler from the Okuma community gave his own account of who he was told that he was one of those wanted, but he has never even been in the community for a long time, and since 2023 has not been there. So he was surprised that his name was found as those whose name were wanted. And then the response of the elder from River State over Wike's constant barraging River State. I think also that's very important for the Nigerian people. If more people are able to sit up that way and talk about things going on, maybe, just maybe, there'll be peace in the River State. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Chim.
Dr. Domeji, before Chim, KJ, you forgot your Trump, almost crying in court. You forgot about it. And now he's going after Liz Cheney. He shouldn't belittle himself. If he wants to be a president, he should act like one and stop acting like a baby. Thank you.
I'm sure that please, I'm not sure that Dr. Damages want to put Trump as a topic today. So when he wants to put it, he will let us know.
All right, maybe we'll start with Trump anyway when we end this. Go ahead, Chim.
Yeah, so thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel. First of all, I want to say, can do. That was a beautiful, what do I call that now? Expose, or something you did. I think I like. It gave me, in fact, I almost shed tears while you were talking, and then Dr. Rudolph was now showing the videos you had made of your experiences. It gives context because I've been listening to a lot of commentaries, especially from some religious people, and I also saw the comment by Allen Onyema on that if you earn 200,000 naira in Nigeria, how you fare better than somebody in the US or somewhere else who earns approximately about $2,000. And I laughed when I saw that. And you see, why what you did can do is beautiful. It gives context that, you see, so when some of us come here and we, for a better use of word, let me use a negative one, they accuse us, lament and cry. They make it look like we're trying to paint Nigeria in back. My parents are back home in Nigeria, by the way. I have 2 younger siblings back home in Nigeria. So, while the economy is generally bad everywhere in the world, but I know that in other places where there is better planning, the government is putting on proper incentives to cushion some of those inflationary issues that we're experiencing globally. Nobody is happy. I'm not happy that I have to send $10 to someone, and then $10 becomes a huge amount of money to the person. It's quite painful, but I'm happy you shared that. My only 2 news item that I felt would have been necessary, I don't know if we've dealt with it, so please pardon me, is the escape of the Binance officials. It was just this past week, right? So I don't know if, have we dealt with it? Am I behind schedule?
Yeah, that's interesting because I thought it was in the news on Sunday when I did the news for 90 minutes. So I thought we dealt with it, but I don't think we did on Have Your Say. So
okay,
that's a good point.
Yeah, so for me, why that is a big issue, and I noticed we had people who were using American experiences to compare and say, after all, no big deal. You can't escape. I'm trying to imagine one high-profile person in the US custody or UK or Australia who just escaped.
Like Hush Puppy.
Yes. How would you? Hush Puppy is still in prison. It's still. How would you escape from prison? So I think that's one topic at some point, because it goes down to show. I have my own conspiracy on what happened, so I will hold it for now. But it's painful to see, as much as we may have our different views on whether it was even legally right to hold the man in the first place, but you held him, and then you are telling me he escaped from DSS grip. Not only did he escape from DSS, he made his way to the airport somewhere, wherever the airport was. He got on a flight. He bought a ticket. When did he buy the ticket? Got on a flight and then vanished. I mean, it doesn't add up. So that's one item. I think maybe in the course of time, we may be able to, if we don't have too many things on our plate already. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Maska. Maska, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Masker. Your audio is not there. I'm so sorry. I really want to hear from you, because you give us a unique perspective to some of these issues. So I think we can start by, let's get clear issues that we have touched before. So one is the release of the kidnapped kids, school children that were released. There were so many questions about how did they end up in Zamfara. Somebody mentioned that they sold clothes for them or something. I didn't notice that. But the issues out of that, did they pay ransom? Who paid? And then maybe the Binance, join it together. So let's use that as the first topic. What happened with Binance executive that escaped? How did that happen? The kidnapped kids. There were issues about the numbers. The governor said 137. When they were kidnapped, we had 280 people. So what happened to the rest? There's some Nigeria, you can never get anything straight. I don't know if people cannot count. I don't understand. But let me start with you, Ikolola. So we have two topics we are handling together. The escape of the Binance executive from Nigeria and the release of the hostages, the children that were kidnapped from their school. So what is your take on how things turned out?
Thank you once again, Dr. Damages. In the case of the children that was taken, we had 280 students were taken. And before you know it, we have 137 returning. And 137 becomes all the children that was taken hostage have been returned. So, but what I had was that some of them, there was a ransom paid. There was a ransom paid because someone kidnaps children for a reason. It was a planned kidnap. And they took armored vehicles to this place. And these people suddenly, all of a change of heart, decided you should come and take the children. It doesn't make sense. And there was no operation. There was no military operation being narrated. So I think that is an unbelievable story. And in the case of Binance, I don't really understand why they are holding Binance in the first place. Because for me, I understand that for your money to appreciate, you must increase your product such that it becomes your money becomes valuable. So how they attributed all their problems to just one company, I don't get it. But to then tell us that the man escaped after he was held, it's just a sign of unseriousness. Both stories are just a good sign of unseriousness on the part of the government of the day. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Man of Prestige is not there. Let's go to Mazi Prince.
So pretty much, I have, asked so many questions about the kidnapped kids, and the clear cut to it is even if they tell you they did not pay ransom, they are liars. I don't know if you are aware that 313 terrorists are to be released. I don't know if you know about that. So that's a part of negotiation that they will release those people. And they coming back, the military coming to tell us, that they were being asked to release them because the court said so, that they didn't have evidences. Wow, interesting. It's just so bizarre that somebody like Ubasani will come with a straight face and say, that it's now that they were 138, but then one of the teachers were killed. One of the teachers died out of medical whatever he said complication, and then came up with one of the boys and said that's the man's son and all that kind of a thing. You see, the one that taught me most was after about 2-3 days. They said, "Oh, the kids are ready to be united with their family." Do they know what it takes to go through trauma and come out of it? Especially that little boy that saw his father die. It's true. And then, how come that they went all the way from Kaduna to Zamfara? Hey, did they use the black aeroplane, which is did they give them the witch's broom to fly? Those kids, I don't believe them. All those things are all formulated. Even if it's true that it happened, they paid ransom and the people are making their money. If you go on TikTok, you see the bandits, they were showing the money. They were displaying the money. And they were laughing about it. I don't believe the government. Nothing they say that I believe. They're all liars. They lie every day. That's their new name. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Master Prince. Olumide.
Hey, did you forget about me, Doctor?
Olumide, hold on again.
Yeah. I just want to get me some tea. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we're speaking about the kidnappers being released. I mean, I was watching Arise News, I think I was more alarmed, apart from the abracadabra they're playing on off. We know how our government, operates. I mean, the interview that he gave, he seemed to be like he was offended by some of the questions. Very simple.
Who gave?
Huh?
Who gave the interview? The governor
the governor of Kaduna.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an Arise News, I mean, he seemed offended for simple question they're asking him. Did you pay ransom? And he was vehemently against, like, you don't have to ask me that kind of question. You should be concerned that the kids has been released. I mean, it's a simple question. And I mean, he cannot contradict himself or something like that. Initially, he said you need to go and ask the military. Then later on, he said the military has done their job, there's nothing to ask about. I mean, we have to ask, you pay ransom. I mean, we're not idiots. You pay ransom. I mean, are you going to tell me that these people have been demanding billions of naira, and all of a sudden they're going to change their mind and say, okay, you'll come and get them. We don't want any more money. How? I mean, they just take us to be a fool. I mean, I don't know who will believe all that fallacy they try to paint to us every time. I mean, I was even more now, like I stated earlier. The arrogance and the impunity that he portrayed. You don't have to ask me a question. You should be concerned that the kids has been released, and that should be your main concern. I mean, like those kids are his. The way he portrayed it, that he has done a noble job. You need to commend Tinubu. I mean, everything they have to act like they worship their master. I mean, Tinubu is ordinary person like me. What does he have to be so? So everything about Nigeria is so annoying. I mean, we know they pay ransom. I can bet my money. I mean, Tinubu, of course, as the president, he's going to say that. I'm not saying he shouldn't say that we don't pay ransom. Yeah, that's expected of government. Even I thought they do it here. I said we don't pay ransom. I don't know if they pay ransom, which is, which I don't think they pay ransom is in, over here. But it's just very common that they pay ransom. And another thing about it, I think somebody said about the clothes, the kids were wearing. I mean, who was the tailor? I mean, within a minute or an hour, they show everybody has the same uniform. Come on now, you can tell that all this has already been planned. They already giving them the condition that they're going to release them, and and this is how much we want, and something like that. And the number is another thing. The discrepancies that accomplish the number. I mean, initially it was 200 and something. Now we have 130. And you ask the governor, why is there any kind of contradiction? He took an offense to that question. If he knew about it, initially when this first happened, this is how he knows, that these people are lying. When it first happened, he never come out and say that it was 130 something. Then he blaming the media for lying about the whole thing that happened. That they should have get the number right. But it's of now that you're coming out with the right number. Are you playing something? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit.
With thousands of people abducted every year and held for ransom. In fact, so pervasive is this criminal enterprise that, according to one security report, more than 4,500 people have been kidnapped since President Tinubu took office in May last year. Sometimes there are several mass abductions in one day in the same part of the country, mostly the northwest region. Many are killed. The government's strategy doesn't seem to be working, and it looks as if no one cares. And each day, bandits take more people and demand a ransom. It's become an easy way, or perhaps the only way, to make money. But at the weekend, a bright spark in an otherwise dark world, as the government announced that nearly 300 school children abducted from the town of Kuriga in Kaduna State have been released. So, in a region that's dealing with overlapping waves of insecurity and violence, with bandits and jihadists in their midst, how did the authorities manage to get the kidnappers to take their guns away from the victims' heads? How did the government get a grip on this particular security issue?
A lot of people have been spending a lot of time coming with permutations on how these children were released, what happened. For us in Kaduna, what is more important is the safety of our children. We're happy they're here with us. That is more important. And I want us to please continue to support our armed forces and the entire security agencies in our own country. They are doing extremely well.
Governor Uba Sani, the governor of Kaduna State, joins me now on the line from the capital, Kaduna. Governor, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I know it's been a very busy day for you. I mean, you are a bit late, let's face it, but you're here. And that's the important thing. But I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And congratulations, a very auspicious day, securing the release of these children. Do we know the condition that they're in after 17 or 18 days in captivity?
Thank you very much, my brother Charles. First, we have to give glory to God for the safe return of our children back home. They were in captivity precisely for 16 days. And of course, I have to start by thanking Almighty Allah. I also have to appreciate our President Bola Tinubu, who from the beginning of this incident, since when the abduction happened, until they were released, he was with me all the time on phone, discussing with me, and he shared the pains and worried with us, and he showed a lot of leadership. I also have to thank the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Badu, as well as the service chiefs and other security agencies, the police, as well as the DSS. So for me, we are happy today because since yesterday I was with the children, and today the military under the able leadership of GOC, War Mechanized Division General Saraso, handed over the children to me officially this afternoon. As we are speaking, the children in high spirit. We have been discussing with them. The families are also happy. Everyone is happy. Sadly, we lost one person. That is Malam Abubakar, who is the head teacher. He couldn't make it. He was sick and he died in captivity. But the 137 children abducted, they all returned back home safely. For us, we're happy, and the families are also happy.
Well, thank you for setting that out for us, Governor. And I suppose a question that's very pertinent and on the minds of many people is, were they rescued by security forces or were they released by their abductors?
I think this question should go to the security agencies, particularly the For me, the most important thing, Mr. Charles, is as a governor, the most important thing for me is the protection of lives and properties and dignity of the people of Kaduna State. So when the incident happened, I rushed to the service chiefs, the NSA, the President of Nigeria, and everyone that can help. Today, I am happy that they have returned back safely. I didn't want to ask anybody question. I even cautioned a lot of people that were asking the question because you need to see the families, you need to see the children, you need to see how happy they are. For me, that is more important. As a governor, honestly speaking, yesterday I was asking someone that asked me a similar question. Look, if my child is abducted, if he's released, I won't bother anyone asking question how he's released. The most important thing is that he's back home safely. And this truth.
Stop. Can you guys see the people that govern Nigeria? I'm horrified. So it's not important to him what happened. How do you prevent the next one? I didn't watch this. And just so you know, so for those who follow the media, Charles is one of the most respected anchor in Nigeria. So when they can't stand small people or people they consider rascals, they go to Charles. So for Charles to annoy them with simple questions like what happened, and this is, people are not prepared to govern. People are not prepared for democracy. They have no idea what their responsibility is. You can't be a governor and a question will irritate you or you don't ask questions.
You're saying they're not prepared to govern as if these are people who seem to know what to do. These are people who have made up their mind that things must be negative. The status quo benefits them. So when you say they're not prepared to govern, you're giving them a room, you're giving them an excuse. So let's call it what it is. These are criminals that have come to power and have decided to milk the system to the best of their ability.
It's not even that he asked the question and they didn't give an answer, but that he didn't bother. It wasn't important. Yeah, go ahead. Alaba, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that question, I don't mean to, they asked him, how were the kids released? Were they paid? You are the governor, the head of security for your state. And he said that question should be directed to security agency. What a moron. You're right, Rudolph. Do these people really know their function? You are the head of security for your state. And they asked you, how were the children released? And you said that question should be directed to the head of security. I was baffled. I was like, these are, I don't even know what word to use. I don't want to emphasize what. We have morons ruling us.
All right, hold on, guys. I just want to, let's see what he will say. I want to see when he answered the question about whether ransom was paid.
Children, I must tell you, even after this interview, I will be with them. Even before the interview, why I'm late is because I've been with them. Most of them are really, all of them are really happy. They are really in high spirits. They are eager to go back home. But like I told them, we will not allow them to go home right now because I have to ensure that they have social therapy. We have psychologists. We have doctors looking after them. We have to look after them. It's our responsibility. So I'm excited. I've been with them since yesterday. They're so happy. So that is the reason why even when they were released, I was very, very worried when a lot of people that were talking when they were in captivity. When they were released, I thought everyone should be happy. Mr. Charles, I was expecting everyone to be jubilating like the parents. But unfortunately, a lot of people came with permutation. How were they released? Was there any gun battle? Was there any battle between the military and the bandits? For us in Kaduna, what's more important? Our children are back home. I didn't ask so much question because I was eager to receive them from the GOC or Mechanized Division, who has been extremely very helpful to us. And I want to thank him again.
Well, obviously, Nigerians share your excitement and your happiness, Governor. But also, as I'm sure you well know, a post-mortem is absolutely essential in order to learn lessons from this incident. And if there was a gun battle, that would have been a traumatic experience for the children who were released. That would form part of their therapy, and we would learn lessons from it, wouldn't we?
Mr. Charles, as I'm speaking with you, honestly speaking, in the next 15 minutes, I'll be with the children. They're all excited. They are waiting for me. They will not be happy to hear me wasting time actually talking about whether they were going battle or anything when they are released. They need to see them. You will agree with me. They are extremely happy. And of course, as you ask me a question, I will also find out. Okay? So give me time to find out. But as far as I'm concerned, as of today, I know they were released, and of course I believe in our armed forces.
Rudolph, don't traumatize me, please.
And I believe it.
No
ransom was paid, so we should thank God. That was exactly the
Doctor, he don't do. Doctor, he don't do. He don't do. He don't do.
Priority.
All right. So I'm horrified. I knew I not that I wasn't aware that we have terrible people, but I didn't know it's to this level.
When I say I was traumatized listening to, I'm not joking. No, that guy, his comment, his interview was traumatizing me.
Can I say something, Doctor?
Go ahead, KJ.
I'm laughing. You see, these are experiences we have seen first hands. Okay, hand is on ground, face to face. All right. You see, when people come here and they say the Nigerian journalists don't ask questions, it's because when the guy who asks you too much question, I give an example. One of the foremost journalists in Nigeria who was asking the tough questions was Benga Aruruba in something nations on AIC. Okay, they fought until they removed him from that program. It was a 10 o'clock program every day. Okay, and now what going back to what we are witnessing now, let nobody be surprised. This is the caliber of people that are running the nation. This is the caliber of people. They don't want you to ask them questions, because if you ask questions, you are an opposition person. You are coming from the other party. You are the one who don't want Nigeria to progress. You are asking, why do you ask the other negative question? Why not just celebrate what is good? These children that are looking like if they are lost, they are all excited. These children that their legs are all swollen, they are all excited. These children that have cuts on their legs, they are all excited. These ones that you can see that they are okay. Let's even play back a little bit. Which time did they have to make the costume for the children? The costume they are wearing. Okay, so it must be that this is a well planned.
No. Let's KJ, let's leave that one. If for instance they decided to go and buy something for them, and they go to the market, any market, and say this is the size. There are children who are in primary school. You can pick clothes, the same color. Let's leave that. The issue is
Doctor is the kidnappers. It's the kidnappers that sold the clothes for them. It's the kidnappers take good care of the kids. It's the kidnappers.
Yes.
Wait. That's minor. That's minor. Let's look at the fact. What is the governor going to hang out with the kids for? I was with them. I'm going back to hang out with them. What are you doing with them? Are you a doctor? Why is that important?
Rudolph.
Yeah.
I in my entire life, a gun has been pulled at me twice. All of those times were back home in Nigeria. The first one, I was going to work early in the morning with my wife. Then I didn't have a vehicle, and fortunately I worked in a company that had staff employee boss that takes us to work and brings us back home. Very comfortable one. And we had a time when the bus comes to my own bus stop, so I walk down there just at about, say, maybe give it a 5 minutes walk, so that by the time I get there the bus is there, because I'm not the only one it picks. And while we're walking down, somebody on a bike, 2 people on a bike, stopped us in the middle of the dark because the road didn't have street lights, and pulled a gun at me. Took my bag, took my wife's bag. We had, fortunately, my wallet with my credit cards and everything was in my breast pocket of my jacket. That's the only thing that saved us, because everything they took from my wife, she took everything. She worked for a bank. I remember, why I'm telling you these stories, I remember the trauma I went through within that period. I tried myself as a strong man. You won't believe it. Anything darkness within that period frightened me. The moment I hear a bike, I got frightened until gradually it waned off. I had to leave that neighborhood. I didn't renew my rent and moved out of that neighborhood. So imagine if, as a grown man, I was already 30-something, I could go through that kind of trauma. What do you think about these little kids? Even if it is a joke, maybe we know some people are saying that is a conspiracy, that they were intentionally taken to make money. Whatever the situation, you are traumatizing children. And a governor doesn't seem to understand that implication. He's busy telling us what I refer to as Bobo Yaya. He's bold enough to come on international TV, as it were, because Arise is international. The viewership of Arise is beyond the shores of the country. And look at the kind of, you don't care to do a post-mortem. You don't care to know how did these kids, what led to them being kidnapped in the first place? How did they get released? Military men, please, what happened? So that we know how to begin to mitigate and then make sure it doesn't happen again. So are you surprised we keep having kidnapping of children? It has become a way of making money. I was joking with an elderly friend here, and I said to him, when we were talking about the Binance one, which I'll come back to later, and we were discussing how possible, and the man was shaking his head, and I said, sir, you are the one doing good boy. Me and you are the one doing good boy. Our countrymen are cashing out. They are finding ways of making money. And if they are making that money, you and I are busy here doing logic, discussing finesse. My brother, let me just leave it at that. That governor traumatized me this morning with all the comments he made. I was looking at it and I was shaking. Because look at the kind of inhuman concepts he has in his head. But let me just leave that for until we go around, please.
All right.
It's annoying.
Man of Prestige, so you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not done. I know you truncated my time, but thank you for giving me, the remaining of my time. Yeah, I appreciate you playing that video to vindicate my narrative, while I was so annoyed about, about that interview. It just goes to show you what we have in Nigeria, that it's going to take a lot to bring that country to, to sanity level. Nigeria is just such, I don't even know what to, use to criticize, what we have in Nigeria. But anyway, let me pivot and talk about it and the Binance situation, just one comment. So this guy was able to, according to what they said, he was, they granted him the permission to go to Ramadan. And one of the security or whatever, escorted him. From there, he disappeared. Not just disappear and walk to the airport with a different name. There's a passport already, because I think he has 2 passports. One of them, I forgot, I think Saudi Arabia, and one other passport. I know he has 2. No, one of them was
Kenya.
Yeah, he had a Kenya passport, right? So he just disappeared. But according to what we gathered, they said there was a private plane waiting for him at the airport. So it's not just that he disappeared and board the airplane with just a different name or whatever. So everything was prearranged. Did the government? I don't know, because everything that government said is a half baked. I don't believe anything that come out of that country. It's a shame, that do happen, because they lied all the time, all propaganda to deceive us. So we don't know where we're gonna go, and it's a shame to Nigeria, country. So that's why they are playing all these schools. It's a shame to what's going on in that country. But Dr. Tamid, can I incorporate my narrative to Onyama story, or just wait later? Because I have a strong opinion about that.
Yeah, wait. We talk about that later.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince.
So we're talking about the Binance, right?
And the kids that were released.
I've spoken about the kids.
Oh, okay. Then
yeah,
you have to go to somebody else.
Okay.
I'm worried about time. All right.
Yeah. So thank you, Rodolph. So I'm gonna say Nigeria is just a big joke. The Binance issue, I would say that, see, for me, I think what really played out, my own theory is this, that maybe some Western country, maybe US, England, or maybe Europe or UK put pressure on the Nigerian government to release that guy. Because if you look at the exchanges of what was going on from the headquarters of Binance in US, the executives in US were not going to play ball with the Nigerian government, saying that the man was innocent and that they weren't going to play ball with Nigeria, whether they liked it or not. They can do whatever they want to do. So they must have been putting pressure through the US government for that guy to be released. And Nigeria, being a country that does not follow the rule of law, they do just from the backward. They put themselves in a bind because they don't have any proof that they committed any crime. You are saying that they should release the names of the people, blah, blah, blah. You don't have any proof. You understand? If you had proof, you go see what happened. If you look at what happened in the US, they went to court, they got a judgment. Nobody was jailed. They fined them for breaking financial rules, for accepting fraudulent money or what do they call it now? Money that you get money, you use money, you get money illegally to use it in legal business.
Money laundering.
Money laundering, exactly. For breaking their financial fair play rules, and they fined them $4 billion. The head of that company is even a Canadian, is a Chinese Canadian. And nobody went to jail. And then you are threatening them with jail. You arrested the guy that is just representing the head office in US here. If you really wanted to arrest anybody, you could have arrested your Nigerian citizens that are senior executive in that company. If you are serious, you just kidnapped innocent people and you held them. It's just to kind of minimize the embarrassment they've caused to themselves. What they did was illegal. You just kidnap these people and help put them. If you have anything against them, charge them to court. Get a judgment. Prove it. I'm from the outside. I'm even thinking I'm from that country and I'm embarrassed at what happened. That a law enforcement or even a government, as a matter of fact, will go through that kind of our dear leader process. It's so embarrassing. I mean, I looked at that whole scenario and I'm like, I'm just embarrassed for that country. And then the Kaduna kidnap. See, is this one country? Look at this issue, North South. Is this one country? Look at the way we think. And then when we tell them that the minimal effort to reset this madness is to allow a free and fair election. There are reasonable people in the North who want to come and use their resources to utilize it to the benefit of the people. Not people who rig themselves into power. People who want their Northern people to be truly educated. They want to use their resources to the benefit for the world to see. Not people who come in to rig themselves. This guy is a protege of El-Rufai. Can you see what is happening? Can you see what they are doing? And they think that we people watching, we are all fools. They've taken Nigerians for a ride. Just go there and tell them some stories. Nothing will happen because they own the resources. They own the government agencies. They own the government institutions. Let me give you a story about institutions working. Over 10 years ago, I think that thing happened to me in 2012. About 12 years ago, I was living in an apartment in Toronto, and my first son was it was just about about two a year plus almost 2 years old. And then this guy went to the veranda. We were living on the 6th floor. We were living on the veranda. He was playing in the veranda, and I was in the sitting room. And the young kid is able to open the veranda door, the balcony door, what we call balcony, and go there himself. He's able to unlock it. I didn't even know when I was watching TV. I didn't know when this guy went into the balcony, the veranda. And before About half an hour later, I heard a knock on my door. And I opened the door. Could you guys guess? It was the cops. And the cops told me, and when I went to open the door, the young man left the veranda, came with me to see who was at the door. And it was the cops, 2 cops on my door, saying that they got a call from some random person. They won't reveal to you. They got a call from some random person that my kid was playing around in the veranda and it was at risk. Oh, and I said, no, that I was with him, that they were mistaken. So I started kind of trying to mellow down the whole thing. You know, after a couple of talking and back and forth, they left. Did you know these guys, they went to report the incident to the Children's Aid Society? Those of you in Canada, you will know the Children's Aid Society. It is an institution that, institutions that by itself, they reported because they really didn't have any evidence except what the person who saw the kid playing in the veranda, I don't know if it was a neighbor, I don't know if it was a passerby watching from downstairs, told them. And then that same day, the Children's Aid Society was in my house. They were asking questions, or they were doing their job just to make sure the child was safe and we weren't putting the child at risk. From that moment, I began to enter prayer and fasting. When my wife came back from work, oh my God, are they going to take my child from me? I was so scared. These guys followed me for up to 6 months before they left me. Because there was no real proof, you understand? There were no pictures, there was no real proof. That was how I was left off the hook. You understand? So these are institutions this is how institutions, they work independently. There's no, if you try and go and make calls and say, please, somebody help me, that is when you even get into deeper trouble. Because you have to allow them to do their job independently. Those are institutions that work. When we say institutions will work, you let them do their work independently, let them investigate the issue, don't interfere, don't balance checks and in the UK, I'm sure you have them. And these are laws that have been made. They were made for their citizens. So whether you come from outside, you have to obey those laws, whether you like it or not. They didn't have you in mind when they made those laws. When we say we should make laws that work for us, you understand? That is what happens when you rig election, when people force themselves on the people. But Nigeria is a mob state. That's what I'm going to say. To just round up, Rudolph, Nigeria is a mob state. The reason why I say that is because those people that we want out of government, it won't be easy to take them out because they control the law enforcement agents, and these law enforcement agents they don't work independently. They don't work. It's not just about Senate being independent, judiciary being independent. All our institutions should work independent. That is how you get an institution that serves the people. If they're not independent, they've hijacked these institutions, and if there's no attrition, the way things are right now, I don't think there's a way out. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you, Olomide. Just so you know, I'm not sure what the statute of limitation is in Canada.
I think it's passed. I think after a couple of years, they closed the case.
Okay,
especially after I left the city.
Don't deceive yourself, Olumide. They're still coming after you.
No. I know. Wait. They have to file. I'm not afraid of sharing. You understand? They have to file.
They might come tomorrow and say,
and thankfully, my kids they're all grown up now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They say, what college is that guy in now? And we want the guy to come. Even though he's
I'm not even afraid of, but then, oh my, enter prayer and fasting, All
right. Can I quickly add something, Dr. Rudolph? You see, I think we get disappointed with these people because we have high expectation of them. Look, when you understand that you are dealing with certified criminals, he doesn't look like he doesn't know what he's saying. He said a psychology has been invited, a doctor has been invited, so he knows that those questions he's being asked are credible questions. but because he is a criminal himself, he doesn't want to say anything that will indict him. You know,
What,
so we should get that issue.
see, what we're even saying is that in a sensible society, the police seeing that kind of stuff. See, the police, they see a lot of people displaying online, making innocuous statements. Don't be surprised that there are bodies that may be looking into it without you.
Breaking news. Your police are criminals themselves.
That's what we're saying. They're not independent.
All right, guys, let's move on. Let's move on to other people. Alaba, you're next.
Okay, yeah, guys, 4,500 4,500 have been kidnapped since Tinubu took office. This is a country that arrests journalists, arrests critics, arrests patriots, and lock them up, but they release terrorists. The truth is that Nigeria is a gangster's paradise, and the criminals are in charge. You know this, you know peace. We have to come to terms with that fact. All these terminologies that we use for these people, governor, honorable, your excellency, your this, is just pouring perfume on a pig. It's still a pig. Kidnappers, the topic, kidnappers release of children and Binance escape. When you live in a gangster's paradise whereby the environment literally turns you into a criminal, it is easy for the Binance executive to take a flight out from a maximum prison, because the guy guiding them also needs money, and he has been conditioned to receive that money. So everybody down the line is corrupt, from the governor down to the guy wearing uniform. So that doesn't surprise me. I don't know why it surprises any of you, any of these things. The children being released, it looks like a business transaction. When a governor, the head of security, was asked how were they released, he said, you have to direct that question to security agent. For God's sake, you are the head of the security agent in your state. It's either we have morons or stupid or non-entities. Some people don't like to hear these words, then you're abusing them. No, it's the truth. We are in trouble. The country is in trouble. Nothing surprises me, and I'm not shocked. We are a system whereby we are compromised with evil. We cooperate with evil for the sake of survival with evil. Now, it relies on us, those of us who have a podium. We have a role to play in this madness, or else it will continue. If you have a voice, you have a role. If you have a conscience, you have a role. If you're human, you have a role. If you're alive, you have a role. The worst is not the evil that we are seeing every day and talking about, and the mad governor that we are talking about. The worst is the silence, which is why I believe most of you come here to discuss. Silence of this is the worst, so we have to keep talking. Now, there are some people who are benefiting from all this madness. We need to address them. Today, they might be close to the corridors of power and have the umbrella of protection, but power is transit, and they won't be in charge for long. 10 kings and 10 kingdoms owns this world. The very thing that the reign of injustice that is beating down those children, that is beating down those journalists being arrested, or all the critics, that is beating down on these children being kidnapped, will one day touch Nigerians who are benefiting now and are not speaking out. So it is behoves on them to start speaking out. Those who have a podium, if you're a priest, a pastor, a journalist, a professional, a doctor, you just got to address this madness. Benefiting now, they have to think about their children. You might benefit now, but this pain, this reign of Kashmir, I like to call it the reign of Kashmir from Game of Thrones, would beat you one day if you're quiet about this madness. Today, you're close to the corridors of power, but that won't be forever. If you care for your children, I'm talking to all Nigerians now, you care for your children and your children's children, you need to start talking if you have a voice. If you have a podium, you need to stand on that podium and use it. If you have social media, you need to be on that social media and start talking. The system has to fall. We have to crush it. No system can stand forever, and no system is insolvable. All this submission to the, oh, we just don't know what to do, and let others fight it. Let Obi fight it. Let Mayegun fight it. Let Nnamdi fight it. No, everybody got to be on board. I mean, it's a corrupt system. I'm not surprised the man escaped. They bribed somebody. Who bribed somebody? The person who's supposed to guide him probably took him to the airport. That's a fact, because he has to survive. And the governor, who doesn't want to answer a question on how the children were released, probably knows those who kidnapped the children and he paid them. This is how bad what we are dealing with. So if you have a podium, please talk. Use your podium. If you have a voice, please talk. If you have a conscience, please talk. If you're human, some people have lost their humanity. They're not talking. And if you're alive while you're still breathe, please talk. If you care, some people don't have children, but if you care for your generation and the next generation, don't just let it be about yourself. We have to break down this system. That's all I got to see on that one.
Okay, thank you, Alaba. Thank you so much. Chim.
Yeah, thank you. So just to buttress my own point, I'll give us a little story, true life story. I was flying from Lagos to Abuja to do an assignment for the company I work for once. This was between 2011 and 2012. Usually my assignments are in the course of the week. I fly in there, do the assignment and come back. But because of the nature of the launch we had, it ran into the weekend. So I went there. I traveled to Abuja on a Friday to work Saturday, rest Sunday, and go to Ilorin from Abuja by road on Monday to continue the assignment. And seated in the aircraft with me, next to me, was a white guy, a British. And I was sitting before him. He had a window seat, so I sat. When he walked in, he removed his bowler hat, put it inside the compartment, went to the washroom, came back, and I excused him and he went in. I had no intention of engaging him in a conversation. Absolutely no intention. I wanted to mind my business. And then, because the man is a chatty type, the next thing he tapped me and said, so what is a young, handsome man going to Abuja to do on a weekend? No. He said, why is the flight so full from Lagos to Abuja on a Friday? Usually supposed to be the reverse, should be the case. Flights are full from Abuja back to Lagos. But so I told him, I said, I can speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else. He said, so what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to do a so-and-so assignment for so-and-so company. He said, oh, I know your CEO. And my CEO was Briton too, like him. He said, oh, okay, fine. Then we started talking. This man won't let me rest. Just continued engaging me. To cut the long story short, in the course of the conversation, he put his hand in his pocket and brought out a Nigerian passport and waved it at me. I said, are you Nigerian? He said, you can get a passport in Nigeria if you find your way. I said, oh, interesting. So have you taken up our citizenship? He said, I'm not going to tell you that, but I just want to let you know that I can get a passport in this country. So then at that point, I said, okay, since you want to be smart and intelligent with me, now I will engage you in a conversation. So I started probing him. He now tells me that he was going for a party at Nikon Nuga Hilton. At that party, David Mark, then Senate President, was going to be there. He mentioned top people. And there was a guy who was the CEO of Union Bank. I'm trying to remember his name. Then he mentioned his name. Then this guy told me that all the bunkering and all the crisis happening in the Niger Delta was being instigated because the military boys and some top Nigerian politicians were making money from it. I'm not telling you, he told me. Anyway, we landed, and then he started asking me, what are your plans in the future? And I said, oh, I didn't want, so I told him a few things. He said, well, let me advise you. If you have your way out of Nigeria, go. I will advise you. I'm not kidding. We landed. I had an official vehicle. I asked him, how are you making your way into town? He said he was going to take a taxi. So at this point, I became more curious because he had stirred my curiosity to know who he was. So I said, okay, do you mind if I give you a ride into town? He said, oh, not a problem. So my driver came. We hopped into the vehicle, and I told my driver, Nakon Nuga Hilton, go drop him off first and take me to my own hotel. So we went, and the man brought out his card and gave me and said, I'm inviting you for this party that is happening this evening. Like I told you, the Senate president will be here. So and so people. Are you going to promise me you'll be there? I said, well, sir, I have a few relatives. I want to. I excused myself. I would have wanted to go for that party, but I decided I wouldn't go. Now, I got back to Lagos and I called him and I kept in touch. And he invited me to his house in Victoria Island. I went to his house. Sorry, in Ikoyi. I went to his house. He had a Nigerian wife that was young enough to be my age mate. This is an old man in his 70s. And we talked. Then he started proposing me to be a front for a top politician. What I'm telling you is a true life story. So when I realized where he was going, he was profiling me from the aircraft. If I had gone for that party, he would have introduced me to those big shots. And then he was trying to get me to be a front to manage oil. I turned it down. Later on, somebody now in my office, who I told, said, he knows the guy. Why didn't I accept? I said, accept to do what? That you know what this guy is trying to get me to do? That I will mortgage my life forever. That as much as I might need money and all those things, I can't do this kind of thing. Now, I gave you that profile before going into Binance. My own little theory about the Binance guy is that the Binance guy, it was not the man who took him to the mosque that freed him. The Binance guy was freed from the very top of the people who held him. It was a deal. They let him go. Whatever it is, might not know the details, but they let him go. This thing has been happening. It happened to Charles Taylor in Nigeria. Charles Taylor was living in exile in Calabar when Obasanjo went to the US for a meeting. And the American government said they would not meet with him unless he handed over to them Charles Taylor. And we know how that happened. Phone call was made from there to tell Charles Taylor he was free, and he should be on the run, that America was coming for him. While the man was busy running towards Mambila Plateau from Calabar going to Adamawa State, the American government sent someone to go and arrest him. This is what happened. I'm not making up stories, unless you didn't know about it. So the point I want to make is that the Nigerian government is a criminal enterprise. When we say these things here, people make it look like we're just making bogus statements. There are too many things I've been involved in that sometimes I laugh when I come here and I listen to people say things. This thing was convenient for them to look for a way to free him. How do you leave Nigeria? You leave DSS. Nnamdi Kanu has not left DSS. He's still in DSS. This guy left DSS, got to Nigerian airport, passed through Nigerian security forces at the airport, had a flight ticket, whether it is a private jet waiting for him or whatever the situation, got in and left Nigeria. And then suddenly DSS said the man has escaped. Please, can you kindly explain that to all of us who are foolish? Because we're all foolish people. Because we are not foolish people. Or if they don't think we're foolish people, they won't be playing this kind of games with us. So it's all obvious. In the first instance, they had no reason to arrest the man. Binance has no operations in Nigeria. I keep telling people, they don't have an operations in Nigeria. Those guys only saw that, because they have customers in Nigeria that were making a lot of money for them, and all of a sudden the government was blocking them. They came down to negotiate, okay, how do we now legalize this thing? Since we have customers here, and we can see that since you block them, we're not able to make the kind of business transaction we're making. Let's come and legalize this. That was why the man flew into Nigeria. And then you arrested him. When he came, they came to talk this business, which the government would have taken advantage of. But unfortunately, because we have leadership that doesn't think, they threw the guys into prison. And when they realized they really didn't have much to hold him for, they began to look for a soft landing for themselves, a face-saving approach. Free him and then scream the guy has escaped. This is not the first time we disgrace ourselves as a people. It's a big shame. It's a big shame. Hush puppies in the US, like you said, Rudolph. He hasn't escaped, whether it is CIA or FBI detention center. How do you escape DSS detention center? Please explain it to me. I don't know. Because I need to learn so that in case they arrest me, then I can look for a way to flee myself. You understand? So I just think, well, I don't go back into making comments about the Kaduna children. People have already exhausted it. I don't think I disagree with what anybody has said. I just think our people, we need clear-headed people to lead our system. Our system is bleeding because we have terrible people appearing at this, in strategic positions and making very silly policies, just putting all of us at shame. So it's painful. I don't know what else to add to, but if you ask me, that guy was not freed by one Korofo DSS official who took him to prison, who took him to go and pray. No, please don't buy that. That guy was freed. I don't want to, overcommit myself by saying something. He was free from the apex level of decision making of the security. That's where they freed him from. All the other thing was just for one fine boy to do one little using. That's what happened. But I gave you those stories to tell you how people are conscripted every day into the criminal system called Nigeria. I've come close to it several times, but out of conscience, like I said, I don't have the boldness to do some of the things people do. I turned it down and walked away. That is how Nigeria operates.
Wow. Jim, thank you so much for sharing that story. I stopped listening to you after you told how you chickened out, because this is where you should have been today, but because you chickened out.
Yeah. Hey, Mama Epis, left to the world. Yeah. This is my brother, the owner of United Airlines, and the flying Epis to show solidarity and love to our brother. Distinguished. This is distinguished. This is Anambra, Edo. Both are vying for governorship. Nigeria. And are seated together calmly here. It can only happen in airfields. Discussing matters arise. Yeah, of course. Anambra, Edo, and then some ambition. And Bayelsa. I can't. Well done, sir. And Fidelity Bank is here to collect all the money. I'm not sure they will not lose one cover. Honorable Minister, I see you, sir. I see you. All right. So, and our beautiful.
We're about to take let me take the ticker. Yeah. We will take the ticker.
It's a full flight, actually.
Yes,
All right. So you get a chance only once in life. Chim, you had a chance to be with this. With that group, you decided to be with our group lamenting every Saturday. Welcome and all the best. Don't say that God did not try for you.
I have my peace of mind. At least I go to bed at night and I sleep well.
God tried for you. Don't say that God did not. All right, Paul, you're next.
Hey, Doctor, I just pity for Chim so much. Look at Chim at 31. Look at gray hair all over his face and then for that thing. You see opportunity to chop life inside life, you refuse.
With the white game, why will I imagine me take your place? With the white game, why will I imagine me take your place?
Yeah, I don't understand. Don't worry, Chim. Chim, don't worry. I will see you in Canada come June. We have that type of celebration come June. I'll be there. I'll be in your province. I mean, Calgary come June. That kind of groove. So, Doctor, let me just. I think, like Chim said, that I don't want to talk about the children. I think they've said everything, but all our life, some of the ways we try to do things, it's all about stories. So let me just make my own type of story. If not, I think everybody has said the whole thing. You understand? We are not missing anything. It's so laughable. I can remember many years when Obasanjo used to do this presidential media chat when people talk. One man asked Obasanjo, he said, there is a very super jumbo vessel that come and take oil and leave. And all his life in this place, he has never seen a ship that come to take vessel without registration number. Every ship has their own registration number like aircraft. You see board, you see the IMO, International Maritime Organization, you see the ship number. This ship will come, take vessel, take oil, and leave with no registration. Deep sea, you understand? Somewhere along the line, they put the registration for people not to track this thing. And the guy asked this question, Obasanjo just say, off your mic. So it made me remember Akpabio. When Akpabio say, off your mic, you understand? This is a story that had happened before. Obasanjo tell the chief, off your mic. The chief say, I'm not offing my mic. When we thief one small one to take cook food for my children, you say that we they thief the oil. Who they thief the oil that they put in vessel? The vessel will come to our water. This vessel did not come and they put it in the armpit and come like cocaine. Big jumbo vessel will take oil with no registration number. Obasanjo say, off your mic. Obasanjo tell them, say, off the mic. That's how they off that mic. And he repeat himself with Akpabio. So when you see this Ubasani and the things that he's saying, you see the arrogancy. Doctor, you see, we that grew up in the South, they make mockery of us a lot. You see the Yoruba people brag a lot. Oh, Delta Warri people, we brag a lot. Oh, Igbo man spray money, they brag a lot. But I that work in the airport, doctor, you will be so shocked. You see Hausa people when they say Ranka Dede. We have pickpockets inside airports that pickpockets. Where somebody will greet and allow the Ranka Dede will carry that his purse and give to him. Before you know, you don't even know that it's just a pickpocket, the whiskey is old thing. These are the mentality we all have. This big manism. You see the way he's trying to talk to Charles and every other thing. You see that who is this bagger? Because to him, he felt when he finished that interview, they'll send token to him. You understand? So if I will send token to you, or I will send token to your chairman, who is this bagger to talk to me like that, to ask me this kind of question? You are not supposed to ask that kind of question and every other thing. These are questions that is good for opposition, not for me that is ruling. The farm is in my backyard. As at this time, you are not supposed to ask this type of question. And it's laughable. That's the type of people we are. Like I said jokingly, maybe it's the kidnappers that sold those clothes for those children. They take good care of those kids. You know, maybe it's the kidnapper. Look at El-Rufai that we say El-Rufai did very, very well, Look at the school that El-Rufai left for the incoming government, but El-Rufai did very well as a governor. That is the type of people we are. So, doctor, I don't know how I can explain it that you will understand. I think she helped me very well when it comes to this Binance situation. See, doctor, many years working in the airport, till today, I still have friends who hear those things. It is easy for you to just lie to somebody, convince you, and say, oh, that's the governor coming, I'll come in 1 minute. Those days we work in the airport. That's the governor coming, I'm coming, I'm the one that will receive his flight. Give me 5-10 minutes just to brag for girls or anything, maybe friend. I'm coming, let me go receive the aircraft. Sometimes it may just be a pastor that is coming to the airport, the kind of convoy these people will carry. They break every protocol. These guys will sit down, they'll pick them straight to their aircraft. If their aircraft, immigration will go greet them. Sure, sir. Greet and everything. They say, how many people, sir? Oh, 7 people. They give them 7 passports. Then they stamp their passport. That's how they leave. You understand? They break every rules. Nearly all these big men that they say they are well connected, they break every rules in the airport. I work in the airport. There is a badge to carry. It's called ODC. We also have that badge here in America. Yeah, every airport, we have that badge. Doctor, if I mistakenly travel with my badge, I'm in Jersey right now. If I mistakenly travel from Phoenix, Arizona with my badge to Jersey and I discover midway, I will report myself as I'm landing. And if I escape it, I'll probably pull that badge in post office. I'll ship it back to my house. I will not take that badge and travel back. Because if they catch me, I'm going to jail. Because with that badge, I can pass so many places that you don't have access to. You understand? I can't use that badge. That is how serious it is. But when you see somebody, now we're talking about we that is working in the airport, and when you see us in the airport, this badge have so many colors. You understand? The colors differentiate place that you have access to and place that you don't have access to. If you don't have access to that place, you mistakenly, you go press that door. Maybe when you stay at the airport, you see emergency, you mistakenly, you press that door, you stay there, you call, oh, it's just mistake and everything. You stay there, the camera is watching you, you stay there, they'll clear you, they say you can go. Just by default, if you are not on duty, by default, maybe you get carried away, you just want to use the short route and everything, only for you to remember, oh, already logged out before I want to pass through this. But you stop there, you make a call. Because we all know the consequence. We all know that this thing can cost me my job for 6 months. They will take my badge. It will affect me. But you see, Nigeria, they break these rules at random. People just do anything that they like. Musician will come, this one just in the name of money and everything. We will help them break the rules. And we can't run a this way. So I think James just said everything. This thing is completely arranged. The Binance issue that we're talking about is 100% arranged. We break every rules. We break every rules. If not, if we don't break rules, there is camera everywhere. You can use the camera. You can track this guy. You can track his steps and everything. But nothing. As at this time that they are talking, nobody is telling you, oh, what airport, what aircraft, what is the registration of the aircraft? Why this, why that? Did they do that due diligence? Did they do this? Did they do that? Why? Nobody is asking any question. You might carry multiple passports for all you care. But what about your fingerprint? Do you understand when you land on the other side? So even though the person even escape, if you know on time, if you report the other side that you will still land, at least you can still put a call through. They can still do something. But this is Nigeria. I don't know what to say. Doctor, that's just my take. It's so laughable.
Thank you, Paul. Sim.
Hello. Good. What is the time, sir? Good afternoon, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody.
PM is short of words today. He's confused. He doesn't know what to say.
I'll be honest with you. I think I will only say one thing and then pass give to another. Give other people a chance. The idea of kidnapping is a franchise in Nigeria. So if you haven't gotten your own franchise, it's up to you. Kidnapping is a franchise. And what do you need to establish your own, maybe to do your own establishment? You need just a school bus, go into one school, load the kids and go away and then announce. That's all. It's really a shame. To be honest with you, I think part of what we should be discussing here is the way forward. Because all this news is irritating, terribly irritating to me. It's irritating. If we can't be able to maintain peace in Delta, we slaughter people in the plateau, then the kids, we take them, bring them back, demand money. I mean, Nigeria, look. I think if really we are serious, the way forward is, how many people really want to be part of this mess? Please, that is it, because there's no solution. There's nothing somebody's going to tell me. This has been on. I mean, who gave how many thousands since Tinubu came to power? I've forgotten who gave that number. People kidnapped. What is the meaning of all this? Chibok girls, Dapchi girls, school in this Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. Dami went there. 25 local governments in Niger State. 12 are under ISIS flag. Is that what we be hearing? Oh boy, I think. Look, I don't know if all this. Next week, the same thing. I can bet with anybody. Within 2 weeks or highest 1 month, there will be another kidnapping somewhere. I mean, this is a franchise. Nobody's doing anything. Excuse me, please. KJ, take over. I don't need all this. I can't be wasting saliva all the time. KJ, take over.
Okay, good to see you, CM and Mr. James. I just like CM. I don't have anything to say because I have said this before. When I first came to this platform, I was looked as an anti-Nigerian person. But this is the same thing I was talking about. It was like those of us who have come here to run down Nigeria. No, we are talking about a system that have surrendered itself, a government that have surrendered its sovereignty to a set of criminals. Okay? It's only in Nigeria that they will tell you, oh, we're increasing the price of fuel because of the smuggling going on across the border. Okay? They tell you there's this cabal. So those cabals are much stronger than the government itself, than the people of Nigeria. It's only here that we change the color of the naira because some people, some cabals have the naira in their house and they won't bring it out. So the system doesn't know who they are. And so it's only in Nigeria too that somebody can, kidnappers can demand 100 million naira and they'll be given cash and they will carry it successfully. And nobody will see them because they are witches. I mean, they are ghosts. They are all ghosts, So, and they will kidnap hundreds of people and they will all trek through the forest and nobody will see them. The place where they will be too difficult for the army to get in. The terrain is so difficult, they can't get in there. But they can go to Okwama and Okuloba and all those other places within minutes and take over and do as they want. Gentlemen. In fact, Rudolph, I want to call your attention. Did you read the news? The police actually caught the chief of that kingdom and handed to the army. Did you read it?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah. They took the man and handed to the army. And I'm like, okay, so the army has a court now. The army, they have their own system now. I don't understand. And so when
No, KJ, the man surrendered himself to the police.
no, the police said they caught him and handed to the army.
Okay.
Okay. Now, how do we go from here? Just like CM said, give it 2 weeks, 3 weeks max. They will strike again. The beggars will strike again. And we will all have to cough out the money and give them again. Once I was discussing a forum many like 4 years ago before I had incidents that chased me out of the place. I said these people are amassing money that they are going to use to put up a final resistance against all of us. And they said, no, okay, what you're saying is too much. Okay, oh boy, this one is too much. But look at it. So the people who are holding these children decided to release them because they now had a change of mind. One malam preached to them, or one pastor preached to them, and they now say, oh, we have now received Jesus Christ as our personal Lord and Savior. Children, go. Your sins are forgiven. And that of your children or that of your parents. Come on, who are you deceiving? These people are need to make money, to make money, to live a life. And until you take care of them. I remember, well, let me not go there. But one was had an interview with an ambassador whose country have been so dealt with in this terrorism thing. And he said, you see, these terrorists, they don't understand any language apart force. You must match them with force. If you do not, they will continue. Just like, see, I'm not disappointed. I'm only laughing because, you see, I laugh because we foresaw it coming. It's not surprising to any Nigerian, and it will still repeat again and again and again and again. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's hear from James, Mr. James.
Dr. Please, before Mr. James, when KJ said something about go and sin no more, it just reminded me of something, some news. You know, there are some bishops in Nigeria that are now tearing their Bibles. They said that they don't know that whatever it is. I will send you the video. I'll send you the video.
All right, thank you. James, go ahead.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit better now.
Yeah, the situation in the country, exactly what South Africans are going through. But they are state capture. They call state capture. Jacob Zuma, others, Sheikh, is it those Indians, family, the way operating is way operating in Nigeria. In the case of South Africa, they are addressing their squarely with judicial system. Spare nobody. In the Republic of South Africa, it is easier for a riffraff to get loose, and they just overlook the henchmen in the society. Somebody like Masekela Mandela, wife of former of Mandela, when she misbehaved, they caught her to fly out of parliament and not happen. That is their system. So we have in Nigeria now is a capture which we are willing to address. That's one point. The other point is this, issue of the military in Nigeria. On a number of occasions, I've heard people saying that the Nigerian military is very
Mr. James, I would have loved to hear this thing that you want to say, but your network is bouncing. It's kind of shaking.
James, we are having difficulties here.
Yeah. I really wanted to hear that, but your network is really bad.
In and out. So when we miss a word, we won't get the gist of what you just said in one sentence.
I'm sorry. I'll come back again. I'll come again.
Okay. Try and come back again. This one is better than the last time. All right. Forefathers.
Thank you, Rudolph, and greetings, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, it's regarding the kidnap people. I think I kind of, I feel like the way CM feels about these things, it's almost as if it's becoming repetitive, and I think it's best one starts leaning forward and try to change things for the better. And from what I've seen, these people, I'm still a little bit surprised how some of the so-called leaders are so naive, and the way they think is just unbelievable. I don't know. I shared a link in the backstage regarding the picture that's in the hall where the children were sitting. First of all, they came and they cut all the children's hair when they got them back, as if the hair is the reason why they were kidnapped. And then you look at the hall. What I saw there, it tells you the problem of Nigeria that I've been complaining about. The list of governors of Kaduna State, they listed until they carried on listing to the Europeans. They had about 4 different governors, European governors. When you get your independence, you start counting from there, not behaving as if you are governed by Europeans. This is what I've been saying here, that these our leaders see us as an extension of the British Empire. They don't see themselves as independent people. Hence why he can come out and say, oh, we don't have to worry about how they got out, and let's not ask questions. It's like, how can you think like that? How do you even think like that? Other than you are expecting some other person, the overlords that handed over to you, to take care of that business for you. Because no man, somebody will come and rob their house. You'll be like, don't ask questions, and go to sleep with his children in that house and feel safe. No real man would do that, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, what's going to happen next tomorrow. Like Doctor, you said that how can you not ask questions, because you don't know how it's going to happen again. We don't take ourselves seriously. We as our people, our own people, we don't take ourselves seriously. Our government coming out last week saying people should be buying locally made goods, as if that's not something you are supposed to know in the first place. You are supposed to slap tariff on things that Nigerians can manufacture. All those things are common sense things, but I don't know what these people are. I don't understand it, because they must know. They must. The ones at the tippy top, let's say the political class, the 5% at the top, they must be aware of what they need to do, but choose not to do it. And I've always said that when I go on other channels, we have to let them know we know what they are doing. This thing that we pretend as if we don't know the game they are playing. They are playing games with us. These people, we have to call them out for what they are truly doing. Look at what the Senegalese president said. Because anybody that is telling the truth, that's how they will sound. Because they know what is going on in the countries.
What did he say?
He said that the French should not meddle in their country. He included the British.
That's not the Senegal president. People mistake that.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Who was that? Is that his mentor?
No.
Yeah,
that was his
somehow
mentor.
the guy who gave him the opportunity to run.
Okay, that was his mentor.
That's Sonko. Sonko is the one making that statement.
He should have been the president, really, to be fair.
No, he was
jailed.
running.
Yeah, banned. Yeah. He was banned from running for president. So that statement he made, the current president is supposed to be his mentor. If I'm to echo, the current president is supposed to be his mentor. So I would like to think the current president also has similar point of view. The point is that they believe that these foreigners are not benevolent actors. They are not helping us. And not just them, to be fair. It's not the foreigners' fault. It's our own leaders that subscribe to it. He went on to describe how they indoctrinate them into that mindset, that way of thinking. How is it that we've had independence for 60 years? You don't see America, listing the king of England as their ruler, listing the people that were governing the states when the British were there in their government house.
But forefathers
belong to the museum.
Hold on. When did the British govern Kaduna? I don't understand. Who was the governor of Kaduna?
You tell me, because from the list he had on the wall, he had governors of Kaduna. Then
there are white people.
A lot of British people. Yeah. So there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's somebody that looked like Lord Lugard there too.
Hold on, Chim. Explain to me. Was there any?
Okay, so I think forefathers is not. I know what forefathers is saying. So you know that if you go to the Kaduna used to be Northern Regional seat of power. So what forefathers is saying, the premiers, they were not called governors there, of the Northern Regional, because it's Kaduna, you still have their photographs up until 1960. Then you have Ahmadu Bello. Then when we started having states, you now start having the military administrators and then the governors in that order. So he's saying that why do we still have all those colonial men sitting on the wall? If I'm correct, forefathers.
Yeah, they are supposed to be in the museum. They are history. We are
the government
dispensation is different.
See, the government house is called Lugard House. How does that sound? No. The state house. That's what it's called.
Yes, I agree with you.
Lugard House.
Yes.
Yeah, the one in Imo State. The one in Imo State is called what? The one in Imo State.
Douglas House.
They say it's Douglas. I don't know who's Douglas. I don't know where the Douglas came from. No. That of Lugard I know, but Douglas, I don't know whether it's Douglas Acholon or I don't know. I don't know about that. But it's called Douglas House. Then Enugu is Lion Building because of the symbol. I don't know. Lugard is really it's irritating to remember Lugard House. That is what they call it in Kaduna. The government house says Lugard House.
They don't see it as a shameful episode. They see it as, oh yeah, you know how grooming, you know how they call grooming here in the West, they say pedophiles groom children. It's like these people have been so groomed, they don't even understand. They've got Stockholm syndrome. They don't understand that is a negative thing that just happened to us, that we are supposed to shed all those things, and maybe you take some positive things and move on and put all those in the museum. The Americans today, you don't see them doing, if anything, they turn everything. Whenever you mention the British crown, the Americans, in terms of their revolutionary spirit, it comes out. They'll be like, no, we don't want that kind of kingship here. All that stuff. That's what we fought the war against. You don't see that, but because we never, to be fair, Americans fought for their independence. We didn't. So the people, those ruling class that sold our people as slaves, they groomed them to take over the country, and this is how they still remain. And that mentality, we have to start challenging it, because that is at the core of our problem. Anybody that says it's because we are not educated, we are very educated. I was here on the panel last week when somebody came on and told me on this panel, I think it was something. He said his wife has got 7 degrees. I was like, Jesus Christ, what is that? So many degrees. Nigerians are so educated. It's like we are educating ourselves, thinking that that's what's going to get us out of the problem we are in, when we are just supposed to just take control of our own affairs. We are not in control of it. We can't even change our country name. We are calling this in Lord Lugard the building of governors, and you see them, they still have colonial people as part of their rulers, and as if it's normal. How your children will grow up seeing those things on TV today. When they call on TV, like on TVC News, and they'll be talking about colonial masters. It's like it's only in Nigeria I hear those terms. I don't hear those terms in the UK, America. You don't hear those sort of language at all. Nigerians, we are still bottled up in those mentality because our leaders, we have not dislodged their thinking. And the people that are in the diaspora, from what I got, I didn't even know that we're up to 20 million in the diaspora. If we have this type of numbers, we have to start waking the people up at home and calling out the leaders for what they are doing. And what, for me, in terms of solution, I believe that we should go up after one thing at a time. You know, if you look at how Nnamdi Kanu was able to change minds in Nigeria, he went after one issue and banged on about it repeatedly. And I recommended that all the channels go after one thing. If you are going after security, you go after security. If you are going after colonial mentality, go after it. And you bang it on so that the politicians hear what you are saying. And because it's not only the politicians that are going to hear it, the people are going to hear it too. When the people hear it, they'll be thinking, what is my councillor doing? The councillor will be saying, what's my governor doing? The governor will be saying, what's my assembly member doing? What's the Senate doing? What's the president doing? They will start watching each other and they will start recognizing when you are seeing people that are betraying you. When that governor came out and said, don't ask questions, people will be like, how dare you? How can you tell us not to ask questions? You know that who should ask the questions? Because people don't understand the boundaries that you expect to have as a nation. Hence, when he says that kind of stuff, if you say that stuff in the US, they'll be like, what? You're telling us not to ask who just bombed and took our children. Our children. They take your children away and you don't want to ask questions at all. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know what kind of leadership you have. Like I said, Nigeria is not a very hard problem to solve. We just have to get our act together. One of the things we were discussing just last week was about capital punishment. I believe that it's going to be essential now. I'm convinced Nigeria will need capital punishment because all the other nations, they went through that stage. Because you have to go through that stage for people with integrity to have space to flourish. Because right now, if you have integrity in Nigeria, you will not survive and you will not succeed. Because you are busy trying to do things the hard way, doing all the right things, while the other ones will be taking shortcuts and getting rich. And they will be emerging, and they might even do something to stop you because they will like, stop that nonsense. You are just ruining pouring sand in our garage. So stop that kind of stuff. So you need to deal harshly with the ones that are rule breakers. Hence, you have to deter them, and to deter them, you need a form of capital punishment to do that, so that it creates space for the ones that are doing the right thing to emerge. If in the UK now they used to have capital punishment, in America they used to, as a matter of fact, some parts they still have it. Most nations have to go through that stage. How did Nigeria move from an undeveloped, crime-ridden, insecure state, weak state, to no capital punishment? How do we do that?
Forefathers, we have capital punishment in Nigeria.
But they are not enforcing it.
Yeah, they just not. They still kill some, but they don't. So let's go to. I want to hear from.
Sorry, is it not because of the UN recommendation that we should do capital punishment? That's why we're not enforcing it.
Forefathers, they're not enforcing it because if you're the president and your wife commits a crime, and capital punishment has to be applied, then you will require to sanction that your wife be executed. So once you can't do that, then you can't do that. That's the point.
What I got from it, sorry, Dr. Damiji, what I got from it was that they said it was something that the UN recommended that we do away with capital punishment, just like encouraging women to go to school and stuff like that. That is part of the reason why they feel like if they carry out any capital punishment, the UN is going to be frowning on them. Maybe the West will even sanction us.
No,
we know.
It's not that. I think Falana was the one that said it on this on 90 Minutes Africa that we don't have governors who are willing to sign the death sentence. The judges have done their part. They are on death row, but governors are afraid of signing because
Doctor, that's the pastor called Chris King that is sentenced during Tinubu's time. Tinubu refused because it's almost about election time. Then Tinubu finished, Fashola refused because they understand that they're going to lose all the Igbo people's votes. Even when this guy, 99% of the people that he punished are all Igbos. You understand? But they still feel that if a Yoruba governor signs his death warrant, it's going to affect them. So this sentiment with tribe, region, and not just being sincere with the rule of law.
No, but that's not why those things are not happening. That's not why.
Oh, that's not why.
That's not why. I just want to say to you people, it is a function of, I don't know, maybe Show will help me with the Yoruba word. See, when somebody knows it's going to be my turn, why do I want to change a policy that I will enjoy from tomorrow? It's the same way when it comes to capital punishment. A lot of our leaders are afraid that if they sign those kinds of law, If tomorrow they are at fault, they too will go in for it. So they would rather not sign it.
I find that hard because all these elites, they are hardly. How many times have you ever seen an elite?
Capital punishment. I'm just telling you, for a governor to stand up to say he is the one putting his pen to sign for you for debt. They just feel this. They are staying from religious path and tribal with politics. That's what I'm telling you. You understand? Oh, I don't want to be the man who sign it as from religion angle. Then from tribe, in the name of you're going to hit the politics. Like it happened, that King Gone, you understand, that CPA pastor, he's still dead today, still in the dungeons in today. How many governors are passed through in Lagos State? They all refuse. And they keep interviewing them about it, you understand, but they dodge it.
Yeah, Paul, in every state, there are people on death row in Nigeria. The governors are not signing it. The reason may be partly maybe religious, but what people think is responsible is really that on their own, they feel that what these people did to deserve to get this death penalty, they have done it more than 10 times. They themselves.
Okay.
So they
they've got conscience now. I don't subscribe to that. Something I would go deeper. I would try to dig into this. I think there's something more going on here because those people don't feel sorry when people are dying for election and all the rest. So
what I'm saying is
yes, Rudolph hit the point. Parliament said on national TV, the governors are not willing to sign it. It's not as if it's not on their table. It's on that table. They're refusing to sign it. That's just it. It has nothing else attached to it. It's not politics. It's nothing. And truly, just like we have explained, there maybe because they are also afraid that if tomorrow they are in that situation and I'm the one there, I may sign their own and they'll go.
But wait, KJ and Chin, the only thing you can accuse governors, most of them, is corruption. And there's no death penalty for that.
No, that's not true.
They are not. No. Okay. The only crime we have trials of former governors. They never faced anything that would lead to death penalty. So I don't think it's that they're afraid of their own time. I think it's a question of them knowing that look, these people who stole a phone. You see, look at the cases. Somebody will commit something minor, and they give the person death penalty. Meanwhile, people who commit serious offenses are left out there.
But that's the point I'm making. But let's not belabor it. Just let's move on. But the point I'm making is that, see, the people are afraid of pointing fingers because the remaining 5 is returning back to them. How do I sign a law that tomorrow, if my son or my wife is now caught in the same web, that law will catch my family member? People think far. Nigerians think very far.
The law is already there.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear Righteous Man show, and then there are still new people who are in the backstage who want to win. So, Righteous Man, you and then show.
Yeah. Good evening to everyone and happy Easter celebration. I've just been enjoying all of you, having your good time, spending 10 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes. You guys are really trying. That's the Nigeria we're talking about. And when it comes to another person, hey, you don't take that. But all of you we just kept quiet. Me and the other man, we just kept quiet. They watch you guys as if we came to listen to. But it's okay. Happy Easter.
Okay, Righteous Man, you start with 233. 233. I will count your time.
That native doctor bell where you the ring, you know go walk where I did. Okay, back to the issue.
Righteous Man, you didn't get the memo that your president was sharing his birthday rice yesterday, and you didn't even tell us he was sharing his rice. And didn't you get it?
I am happy that the incident that happened in US, the coincidence, didn't affect anybody that I know, and I'm very happy that all of us are here today. But it's quite unfortunate that those few individuals lost their life. May their soul rest in peace. Just like it happened in Port Harcourt today, a family were going home to celebrate Easter. The man lost his life, his wife, and 5 kids. About 7. The entire family was just closed, just about 3 hours ago. Unfortunate things happen, and just a pity, because of bad road and positioning of trucks on the road. That's has closed a whole family, a whole generation. The man, his wife, and 5 kids just gone. So anyway, happy Easter to every one of you. We are preaching Jesus crucified and resurrected at this time. And there will always be trouble in the world, and we can't forget a man who paid the price that we may be reconciled to our Creator. And we're in the season and the period of, trying to live the life he lived, at least if not 100% to a certain degree, to prove that we believe in his death and resurrection. Back home here in Nigeria today, the little place I belong to that we worship God, we embark on free medical treatment, spending close to 5 million, free medical treatment to every human being, whether you're a Muslim, a pagan, a Christian, whatever is your faith, just come and receive free medication, free food, clothing, shoes. I will send the pictures to Damages and look at it. It's a little church, but we try to do the little we know we can do to affect lives, because looking at these politicians, they have sold their souls and they are not ready to do what is right. So we that claim that we know what is good, we should try as much as possible also to do what is right. And I was so happy today when I saw old woman, the hair is full of, that woman should be about 80 something years, getting clothes and rice and free medication. Tears were just gushing out from her eyes. I was just praising God. I say, Father, thank you. Even if this is all that we can achieve within this period, I mean, somebody is going home happy, somebody is going home blessed. This is not the season to begin to analyze the sins of people. This is the season to preach Christ to the world. Preach Christ crucified, Christ resurrected. This is not the time to think self. This is the time to think, what can I do to affect the life of others? And that is also what I want to urge the members of this platform today. What can you do to put smiles in the face of men and women who are dying of hunger, sickness, who have no place to stay, who have lost everything in life? What can you do? That's your brother that is in the village in Nigeria dying. Nobody is caring for him or her. What can you do to help? That your neighbor, that's your platform member that is not seen for a long time. Can you, from one way or the other, get the phone number of him or her and put a phone across to him or her and find out what is actually happening to him or her? That is leadership, and that is Christ crucified. He came to die for others, not for himself, that you and I may be better. So I wish every one of you happy celebration as we dwell in the political situation and condition of Nigeria. Let us not forget that 2,000 years plus ago, a man gave up his life for the sake of humanity. God bless you.
All right, thank you.
Righteous man, you didn't talk about Hamas.
No. Pause, stop that. Sure, you're next. Ikolola, you go ahead.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, Sho, for taking your time. I was about to give some other people space because Dr. Damage said there are people waiting. But I want to make a submission, and so something I think we should dwell on and see. I would like you to talk about it, although I have to leave for some reason. Now, one thing I find so strange in the Nigerian case is not that our leaders are corrupt. Most leaders have always been corrupt. When you get to the seat of power, it corrupts you. But one thing you find with most leaders that their nation works is the fact that they self-introspect and self-correct. And this is what Socrates said is the life that is worth living. Not that you are corrupt, but the fact that you can self-introspect and self-correct. Now, if we look at every other nation, Nigeria wasn't worse than the Americas in the 1600s. America was ruled by gangsters. Nigeria wasn't worse than the UK in some years back. And now you could see one thing that I look at Senegal. The man self-corrected. He wanted the third term. He wanted to rule for as long as he can. But when his people fought against him, he decided, at least even if he's leaving, he would give them a free and fair election. Such that when the new president went in, he thanked him. Because nothing stops Sal from making sure that his candidate wins. Something the Obasanjo that wants to look like a saint today couldn't do. Something like the open teeth man they call Mr. Integrity couldn't do. So you really wonder, yes, our people, our leaders are corrupt, but are they so evil to the point that they cannot even self-introspect, to the point that, well, I've done all these bad things. What am I living with? Such that in the future, things gets better. But they rather ensure that their legacy of evil and misappropriation stays as long as it can. With all the money they make, with all the affluence they have, this is what worries me. This is where the Nigerian leader really disturbs me, because it then comes to the fact that, like forefathers was trying to say, they're educated. I don't think a man that is educated to feed himself rather than work for the society is the greatest illiterate. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have. That's selfishness. So I just want us to look into that when you come to that, and I'll listen at the background so I could give some other people a chance. Please, thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you. Before Show speaks, let me introduce Show very well with this 1-minute video, and then he can.
Leader is bad, fine. Wait until it's time to renew his mandate and say no. But don't condemn your country. Don't curse Nigeria. It's a beautiful land of prosperity. I just have a full belly of rice, my man. So before I overly digest it, I want to say thank you once again.
I just have a full belly of my mind. Chicago State University, what did they do to us? All right, sure.
Doctor, when it's time to go hospital, we are not prosperous enough to have hospital. We'll go to France.
Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening, panelists and the chat gang. Salute to you guys and everyone else watching. We have just about 500 watching. It's fluctuating. You know, when that senator said Nigeria, you remember that guy a few years ago? You know, the numbers are fluctuating. 490, 500, but we have about 60 likes. So please, if you're watching, you're here for a reason, and you've stayed to this long. We've been on for a while. You can see 2 hours 44 minutes. I've only just joined. Please like the broadcast. Click on the thumbs up. It doesn't cost you anything. Even if you're Nigerian, they turn off the data at night and they turn it on in the morning. It's something I just realized that you do. Not that your data is on and you're watching. Click on the like button, okay? It won't cost extra data. Thank you very much. This video that you played, I saw the video as well. It's quite interesting to see the president talk about having a belly full of rice, moi moi, and everything else. Some people will say that's a bit insensitive in a country where people are hungry, and the president is saying, it's belly full. Not that we think he should go hungry, but some people would go that deep and say that's a bit insensitive. But That's by the by. I came in because you're discussing the children that were kidnapped and released. Now, the numbers are not even, the math is not mathing, as the youngins will say. The math is not mathing, because when they kidnapped the kids, it was a different number. All of a sudden, they are back now. The number is less. And when we talk about this sort of things, okay, so there are no deterrents for kidnappers. There's no deterrent. If anyone can tell me the deterrent for being a kidnapper in Nigeria, I would like to know. What do you think the government, and not just this present government, so before the Tinubu, minions would jump online and start whatever. It's not just Tinubu government. The one before that, what was the deterrent to kidnapping, banditry? How have you discouraged them from doing so? I mean, the last one, that was one, they kidnapped 16 people and they were asking for 40 trillion. Do we pay you in cash? Is it a transfer? What currency are we talking? Where do we drop this? The Nigeria budget that they are padding and not padding is 25 to 28 trillion. You want 40 trillion. The confidence. And you have people speaking up for these terrorists that should be locked up in the deepest of dungeons. People like Sheikh Gumi always coming out with full chest. Oh, let's speak to them. Oh, let's treat them with kid glove. Oh, they are frustrated. Who is not frustrated? Do you know how much many of us send up to Nigeria every? My salary hasn't gone up. My daily rate hasn't gone up. But I have to send more money for my, for those who I look after in Nigeria to maintain the same lifestyle. So it's affecting me one way or the other, and it's affecting many of the people on the platform that have to look after people back home. Some friends from secondary school who are not even your relatives. You're looking after 45-year-old men and their children that you've never met. So when you have people like Sheikh Gumi speaking up for them, and you have, they just passed Minister for Comms, Adebayo Shitu, recently saying that we should look after these people. We should encourage them. So what plans do you have for the law-abiding Nigerians who haven't taken up arms and started kidnapping people? What plans do you have for them? When was the last time Adebayo Shitu spoke? He was the Minister for Communication. So when was the last time he communicated to Nigerians regarding the law-abiding ones who have not taken to terrorism and to crime? But you're telling us that we should give them bright future. So basically, you're saying that if you're Nigerian and things are not working out, go become a kidnapper. And that is the quickest route to get the attention of the government. You say that under my government, I will lock you up. I don't care. I will break rules for your sake. You're worth it. What? This has to stop. What nonsense. These people have the boldness, always coming out to speak for the terrorists. Oh, this is the reason why they are doing it. That's the reason why they are doing it. How? Why? So the ones that are law-abiding, that get paid 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, that the take-home cannot even take them home. Who is speaking for them? There's no deterrent. And you would have more and more bandits. It would no longer become a thing of the Fulanis, like we like to say. It will become something that people from the South will start doing. Because if they keep saying that, once you do it, you would get former ministers, current ministers, some sheikh whose father has, a very colorful reputation, he himself has that sort of reputation, will speak up for you. What's worse, they will release you into the Nigerian military, and you get the topmost Nigerian military men say, lay down your arms and you can become Nigeria's president. This is madness. It's that there's no two ways of describing. It is madness that we keep speaking of for terrorists, people that should be, oh God. So, so in terms of releasing the children, I think CM said it. It's not going to stop. This won't be the last. I'm not a prophet of doom, but if people are saying that is the route or route, for those of you in America, that's the route to get the attention of the government. More people will take up arms and start kidnapping their own people. The unfortunate thing is these people kidnapping are going after fellow sufferers. Go after the people with our money. We don't have anything to give you. The people who've taken our commonwealth, go after them. If you want to be decent in your terrorism, leave the common man alone. And it takes me to all this. Even the people committing most of this terrorism, like this brother likes to say, what's his name again? The one that said he's not coming back, American Pansat. Like he likes to say, Muslims, they're all Muslims. It's a known fact. Most people who commit these things are Muslims. It doesn't mean all Muslims are terrorists, but majority of the terrorists we have in Nigeria are Muslims. You can't deny that fact. It's even Ramadan. I thought they would have taken a break. And let's give us 30 days break while you fast and repent of your sins. But even during Ramadan, there's no break. And you see the report that came out yesterday, the government initially tried to deny it, but there's a report. Even the Guardian newspaper reported it, that the Nigerian federal government have allocated 90 billion naira to subsidize Hajj, pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia, to stone Satan, when all the Satans that we need to stone are in our government houses. You're going to Saudi to stone something, to stone Satan, Shaitan. Not Eshu. Eshu is different, because that's one of the things that colonialism did. Eshu is a deity. It's nothing to do with Shaitan. They're different, people. You're going to Saudi, we're wasting money. The federal government cannot find 5 billion. They are delaying it, they are postponing it to educate our children. 5 billion. It's become drama, up and down, up and down. Oh, today is there, tomorrow is not there. It's like carrot and sticks. Oh, we give you 5 billion, keep chasing it. Then they'll move the dates, the goalpost. But there's 90 billion to sponsor people to Hajj. And when it comes to the ones on my side as well, they will go to Jerusalem and they come back and they put JP behind their names. Fools. Jerusalem pilgrimage. Who cares? If you can afford it, by all means, please go. Even in Islam, that out of the pillars of Islam, I know that much. That going to Mecca is the one that is not compulsory. If you can afford it, go. That's what it says. But in a country where students are sitting on the floor in the classrooms, I see states, Gombe State, they've approved 2.1 billion. Kano State, 1.4 billion. You see all these states who will say they are poor. And when people say Nigeria is poor, we don't have money. Even Shenkuti was saying the other day, we're a poor country, we have potential to be rich. I hear you. But in this poverty, look at the way we're spending. I keep saying it. It's like somebody who's borrowing money to buy Gucci belts. That's what Nigeria is to me. Or you buy Gucci on Klarna. If you have Klarna in America, I don't know if it's a worldwide thing. It's like buying Gucci with Klarna and you pay over 3 months. That's what Nigeria is. Why are you sending people on pilgrimage? If you say it now, some people will tell you, I've seen it in this comment section, it's reduced. They're starting to disappear. They used to tell me, oh, so this 2.1 billion, how does this solve the problem of Nigeria? In the grand scheme of things, in the total scheme of things, 2.1 billion, 90 billion is small. The NHS budget is 200 million times our number. I hear you. But the little that we've borrowed, can we spend it with sense? And stop sponsoring pilgrimage to Jerusalem and Mecca. Can we please be reasonable? And this is one of the reasons why a Peter Obi presidency will have been better than what we have. You won't take this to Peter Obi to sign, because you know that he won't sign it. He's not a perfect man, far from it. But you can't go to Peter Obi and say, come and sign 90 billion. We want to send people to Mecca. And
we will impeach him if he doesn't sign it. Why?
Then the Nigerian people can now pitch their tent. People like electricity will now have a stronger voice to say, okay, you can now see that our lawmakers impeached our president because he refused to waste money. But with Tinubu, he told us that the budget that they were alleged to have passed, he said, we don't understand the mathematics, the arithmetic. That's what Tinubu said. He said this with these people. With the senators, lawmakers, he said, I'm with them. You guys don't understand how it works. It reminds me of some preachers of the gospel who will tell you, you can't read the Bible with your carnal mind. Why did Jesus come if I still don't understand it? I can't understand it. Only you can interpret it to me. Why did Jesus come? The whole point is to remove the intermediary so that we can have access to the Father directly, or at least through Jesus. But some preachers will tell you, the Bible, you can't read it like that. I have to read it and interpret it to you. It's what Tinubu is saying. We don't understand arithmetics. When people are going line by line through this budget and saying, you said you're going to do borehole, each one is going to cost $125,000. Somebody in Kenya is building a borehole for $5,000. What arithmetic do I need to understand? Do I need to understand? If you're going to make a profit of $120,000 on one project, the project has to cost like 50 million. Then you can say, okay, 120,000. Okay, we should shove it. But the project itself is 5,000, and you're making profit of 120. And this is what we're dealing with. And when we talk about it, they'll say, oh, some people will say, you just complain. You don't see anything positive. You come and tell us the positive every weekend. Some of us are, proudly, I have chosen my own battle. The ills and the evils of Nigeria is what I want to keep exposing. Because don't assume that everybody knows about these things. So my own job regardless of who is president, is to come and tell the people, amplify it and say, this is going wrong, this is going wrong, this is going wrong. What you do
So sorry, let me behave like the Blackstone. I have one question for you. If you say you understand this thing, what is the meaning, since you say you understand this spiritual thing, what is the meaning of Gandusa, Indaboski, Baose?
Even him, when they slapped him, when they were going to tear down his building, when they slapped him, he was quiet. All those powers disappeared. They decided to forget. I never taught you the I've not used this power. I like him. I like him. He entertains me.
Sure. The only problem I have with you, and I'm going to express it like this.
Leave my president alone. So I just want to implore the people who think we shouldn't talk about the problems of Nigeria. I understand where some of you sit. You want to discuss solutions, and that's a fantastic thing to do. I think it's something to be applauded. I appreciate those of you who have the brain, the thinking capacity to profile solutions, to come up. You're like, think tanks. You can profile solutions. I have never claimed to have the solutions. The day I have solutions, I won't come here. I'm going to run for office. Forget you. I'll have solutions. I'll not come and sit down with you on the platform. No. I'm going to run for office to fix it. So
we're ready to sponsor you. We're ready to sponsor you whenever you're ready.
And the day I have the solution, I'll come and meet you people. Don't worry. But for now, I just want to keep talking about the problems. You understand? That's what I want to do. So when you see my face, it's either you mute it, you turn it off, and when I'm gone, then you come back and listen to whatever you want to listen to. We have to keep exposing the ills of Nigeria. Until things get better, it will never be perfect. Until it gets better, where the lawmakers will be afraid, the governors will be afraid to even say they are approving 90 billion naira to sponsor people to add for 1 year. And the money you want to borrow, our university and polytechnic and the technical school, all of them combined in Nigeria is 5 billion. And that's proven to be a problem. You can't even release it. So these are the things we need to discuss. Some of us will keep discussing it until things get better. So we'll discuss it. Those of you who have solutions or want to think about it, we will bring the problem to you. You would go think about it. And, hand in hand, we'll work together and we make Nigeria slightly better than it is, because our people have no business suffering the way they are suffering. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Sho. We're going to move away from these topics and go to some other topics. But before then, I saw this headline. Bello El-Rufai, the son of, what's his name? What's his first name? El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, was saying this to the current governor. He said, "You are an incompetent governor who always sleeps in Abuja." So when I saw that, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't the interview that Bello watched and was disappointed at the governor that made him to say something like that. There must be something else that made him to say that. So I went down and I saw a story where the governor, this current governor, Obasani, said, "I inherited 85 billion naira, $587 million debts. I can't pay salaries now." So because he had the audacity to say that he inherited this amount of debts and he cannot pay Kaduna State workers, the son of former governor now came out to say, "You are an incompetent governor who always sleeps in Abuja." So that's how you understand Nigeria when you read stories about, when you hear things from sources or people you don't expect that from, because this guy was their handpicked candidate and they smuggled him in as the governor. And when we're talking about his competence and the fact that he could say these things, and what people should do, the fact is that they know that they don't need the votes of the people to be where they are. So they are not going to be alarmed. They don't expect the people to be mad, even if it's in a state where you have people like if you go to Kaduna, I don't even know how it is. I know that there used to be the new Nigerian newspaper in Kaduna. I don't know if there are independent newspapers in most states in Nigeria. And when you don't have any newspaper, you don't have any radio station that is competent enough to challenge any of these things that the governors of these states are doing, there's no voice. And they don't care, most of them don't care about what the Lagos, Abuja press or online press are really saying about them. Locally, they don't have anybody challenging them. So they just don't come to Lagos or they don't go to Abuja, they don't show up in the national media. And that's it. And they continue to do whatever, like the one in Abia State for a long time, the one that was there for 8 years. He could say anything he wanted to say, and nobody could challenge him. All right, let's hear from a few more people, and then we move on to different topics. So thank you so much. Exero, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, hi.
I came prepared to talk about some issues, then you just switch it up again, as usual.
What issue? You can talk about any. We're talking about kidnapping. We're just rounding up on.
Yes, exactly. I was trying to, because I for my own analysis, I think the kidnapping issue has become more like the new SPV. That's what I think, because it cannot be happening randomly. You know, every now and then they kidnap like 200 people. 200 people is not easy. 150 people is not easy to convey from one point to the other if it's not an arranged, you know, crime. And so I think the government is aware of this, and there's some you know, some parts of this government that is using this as the new SPV so that they can just claim that they paid this to kidnappers, paid this to kidnappers. How many times will people kidnap students, for that matter, children, and they don't even care if they are, you know, these are children, you know, so they don't care. That's my analysis about that. I'm going to the video you played about the president saying we should love this country, we should stop. It's still, you know, sometimes like, okay, we should not be talking bad about the country, but when you come to the public like this and preach that, we should love this country, we should care about this country, and then tomorrow you go out and demolish people's businesses. So it's kind of, who are you fooling? You know, today you say, love this country, and yeah, we love it. And when we put our money, dig our money into the soil of the country, you come and demolish it within 2 hours, and people will start again. You know, so it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And this is a president we are trying to, we don't know if we should accept him or we should keep fighting his validation, you know. So I don't know. I think somewhere deep down, Tinubu knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's a master of the kind of politics that's going on today. The country has never been this divided. Buhari started it, Tinubu continued it. You know, tomorrow you just hear some funny news just comes up and you'll be like, what? Are we not seeing the last of the funny things happening in this country? You know, so we don't know where we stand. We don't know where we stand. If we should accept it, you have to show us something that can say, okay, right now we cannot say, okay, this guy is corrupt, but he did this. We cannot say he did this or he did that. Nothing. And then again, he makes promises. I don't know. The last promise he made was that if he doesn't fix electricity, we should not vote him. And we know he cannot fix it. Why are you telling us things you cannot do? So, I mean, it's the same old situation. For me, I think this country is still being run by the military. And the military have no faith in any government to pay them well. So they are paying themselves. That's what I think. In every state, you can see the Okwama, that's one battalion's chop. So they are trying to fix their chop there. If you see Rivers, there's another team. That's how they have shared the country. So every democratic dispensation is, as long as you allow them to chop their own chop, you are free to do your own thing. That's how we can have somebody like Tinubu now. How else can we have a person like Tinubu emerge? So, and that is why we cannot fight, because you fight, they blow up your head with something. You can't fight the military. In every country that there is a revolution, go and look. It is the people and the military fighting the forces against. But when you see that the military has been washed down, watered down, and infiltrated, and then the people who are being made leaders of the military are from some sections where you cannot, if there's any sign of antagonism, they will put it down immediately and it will continue. In this country, you don't say the truth. A lot of people are just being politically correct, but this is the truth. Why do we have the military the way it is? Why is the military all of a sudden so soft? We used to be the best. Why are we so soft? And why do we have this kind of quack leadership in the military? I can't trust anybody in the 3 tiers, Navy, Air Force, and so Army. they still, they've not proven to us that they are not involved. There should be a connection between the soldiers and the citizens to rescue a country, a nation. But there is no link. This one is the opposite. Nigeria is the only country where the military does not stand with the citizens. It's the only country. And that is why our own revolution will take so long. How do you do it? How do you do it? And I wanted to ask Righteous Man, because he made mention of the Easter period. So I wanted him to clarify which Jesus he's talking about, because, I mean, from my own perspective, a lot of revelations and analysis have shown that the Jesus we have is the true Jesus was and that even Russians have proven it, that is a black man. So which one of the Jesus is it? The one with the blue eyes, the white guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, or is it the authentic one? And then why the Bible has not been revised, even when the medical profession where we go and seek health, they review almost every year. And the internet world is revised and reviewed, and we come up with better, analysis and better apps every year. But the Bible remains the same old story, and I should believe what a white man wrote. To me, I think we should come down to start respecting our ancestors. I believe my own God is somebody brown, because there's no way. Then if the Jesus is that same Jesus we are seeing everywhere in Nigerian churches, then let's just accept that the white man is the master. Because there's no way we should be different races and then we have the same Jesus, the same God.
Exero, stop, don't go there.
Okay.
Not a day before Easter. Don't go there.
It's shaking the table. Don't shake that table.
Well, which one do you believe in, Rudolph? Because I'm questioning a lot of things about religion, but that'll be a topic for another day.
See Rudolph trying to be an advocate. Imagine.
You're not alone.
I don't know what Ezra. Why are you going, by the way? You are not accepted.
No, okay. You know what? Let's go around on this and then we'll come to Jesus, because we can as well talk about it. I'm ready. Tomorrow is Easter. If we can convince few people to turn their back, that would be a good achievement today. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Easter to every one of us that we're able to be alive today in the land of the living. What we're talking about Nigeria? Listen, it is the price of grab it, steal it, kill it, run with it. That is the price all of us are paying. It's a government that is establishing propaganda and conspiracies. They don't have anything to offer Nigeria, so it's just everyday news story. It's everyday new line of story, everyday new line of propaganda, everyday new line of conspiracies. Is a Nigerian case is almost beyond every sincere Nigerian. Because these people that are there, I don't know what Nigerian case is. I mean, people are sick and tired of Nigerian case, right? The president. The people that were said that they killed the soldiers in Okwama, he ran and gave them national honor, give them money, give them this, give them that, without investigation, without knowing the cause and the problems and who are involved. What if at the end of the day you discover that some of the soldiers were involved, they did what they did this? What are you going to do with that national honor that you have given? Because they don't have anything in their plate. They don't have anything they can give to Nigerians. He run to go and give them national honor, run to build house, run to give them this, give them that. Because they are looking for news on the pages of Nigerian newspapers. There is no single investigation yet. Journalists cannot go in. Police cannot go into the place that this had happened.
and you rush and give national honor. No investigation, no panel, no nothing. And we're talking about only the soldiers who were killed. What of the civilians that they killed, that are still killing, that they cannot get food? They don't have access to go anywhere. The military has taken over the job of the police. And this is the country you think that is going to survive? You know, all this shenanigan that this present government is doing, is it the way we're going to survive? Because the national honor, this is why some Nigerians don't want to take it. We should have known what happened. We should have known the cause of the killing of the soldiers. We should have known the beginning and the genesis and the end of the killing before you can confer national honor. You compensated the children and the family of the slain soldiers. What of the innocent civilians that were killed? They went and erased the complete village. And those people are not human beings. They are human beings also. So they are the people that are supposed to be buried like nobody's children. And he went and give national honor. This is Nigeria for you. They don't have anything. They don't have anything to offer. They're just propaganda in every they send their tout everywhere in the whole social media to go and begin to bring fake news and conspiracies and propaganda everywhere in order to make headlines. That's not where we are today, my brothers. We have to be honest with ourselves. This government is confused. They don't know what they are doing. The Beyonce man who ran away from this government, from Nigeria, you want to tell me that sort of the presidency, they don't know how the man left this country? Is it what you want me to believe you? With all the whole security that they said they have. And this man walked away from Nigeria. That is the country we are talking about. These people, it's me and you that they're just using us to play ping pong. They're using Nigerians to play ping pong anyhow they want, right? And at the end of the day, they will continue to tell you stories and stories, and at the end of the day, nothing. Look at the governor of Kaduna State, what he did with the kidnapping. That is the man who is elected by the people. That is the governor of a state in Nigeria. All of you live in a developed world, bigger countries. The island where I live, the governor, there is a small island, but the governor, I think he would never do something like this. But that's governor of Kaduna State. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's confused. They've used kidnapping now as business. Because all these things are story. These are the things that the government, they want news every day because they have lost touch with reality. They have lost touch with Nigeria. And the same people they say they want to rule. That's the point. Why your president of the Senate said he's going to use 190 million to do a borehole. Is it not in the same country that people are doing borehole with 5 million and 6 million, but his own is going to be 190 million? That's Nigeria. The people you voted for, they were all there. They shared the money. This is that country. Common borehole. And when they do one borehole, they go to they invite all the whole television around the world. And the Nigerian citizens, they will be clapping that they build the road, that they put borehole, that they build a common hospital without paracetamol. They build the road after 3 months, there is rain, everything is washed off. If you cannot do it, why are you in government? The money that you are using to do that is not your money. It's the money that belongs to all of us. You are given an assignment to do a work. I am working right now as I am talking. I am given an assignment. And if I don't do that assignment, I'm fired from this office. Who fired these people that are using us to play pumping in Nigeria? This is the problem. Borehole. Nobody's questioning, nobody's talking, nobody's asking questions. There has never been any consequences of anything against anybody. What of the names of the people that they said they released about people who are into whatever this is? What has this government? They don't know the people that are doing this. They know. They are part of the system. They are part of the system. So all I'm trying to tell you is that everything Nigeria is going through today is as a result of grab it, steal it, kill it, run with it. You know, that is the price all of us are paying. But I believe that a time shall come when Nigerians, if they want, they decide to take over their country, right? So anybody who is trying to tell me, you know, there are certain questions when you ask as a Nigerian, all of us are Nigerians, we know what is going on, right? The governor of Anambra State, they built the road after 2 months, right? Even before this thing came into limelight, the commissioner of works in Anambra State and the director of engineering, were they supposed to still be there? They're supposed to be fired. But you see, they are coming out. Soludo mobilized everything, heaven and earth, to begin to defend it. And tomorrow people will clap hands. When you go to commission one road in one place, everybody will clap hands. Hey! God help all of us.
All right. Thank you, Ike. And just for your information, for those in New Jersey area, on April 14th, P2B will be in New Jersey on what is called Appreciation Town Hall, a conversation with P2B. He promised that during this trip, that's the one that will happen during this trip, he will be on this show for the 90 Minutes Africa.
Hey, thank you, Rudolph.
So we will bring that to you. So we have an idea of the date, but we don't have an idea. It might not be on a Sunday because I see that this program starts at 2 p.m. On Sunday. That's April 14th. So we'll see. I'll let you know when we agree. Maybe we'll move it to Saturday, depending on what day he comes in. Also in April, we have Aisha Yusufu is coming on the show, I think on the 21st of April.
Dr. Rudolph, I booked my spot. Now. I booked my spot. I'm on that show. Not when you go and keep me in the backyard and leave me there.
Sorry, Rudolph, 1 second, please. Sister Ngozi, it's been a long time. How are you?
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Odema. Odema side.
We thank God. You can see if I'm not good, I will not be with Rudolph and my brothers and sisters here today. Thank God for life for today. At least I'm not in Nigeria. I'm feeling cold. That's why Nigeria. The whole Labour Party members are decamping to PDP. Oh yeah, Nigerian politics. Everybody.
Some of us are Yoruba.
Wale, sorry. Sorry.
Don't worry. I'll go and learn the language so that when everybody is talking, I'll be able to like communicate.
Sorry, no wahala.
Okay, all right, let's hear from Wale and then we change gears. James, if James can hear us. Okay, go ahead, Wale.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I greet everyone. Without going through all the problems we all know, I think, honestly, whenever I think about Nigeria, I always think I'm at fault. Jim, you're at fault. Dr. Damages, every single one of us, including the lady among us, we are all faulty. And I'll tell you the reason why. My uncle was one of those inconclusive election. Did I tell my uncle that, uncle, this inconclusive whatever you did is going to affect every one of us because they gave him $1 million and he decided to do whatever he did. Now you see how we're all part of it, one way or the other. And until we change our mindset and we all say, you know what does it even profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Either, they gave me, I don't know, how many billions that can spend for the next 120 years. What kind of life am I going to live in that 120 years? Whereas someone cannot feed. The gentleman that spoke earlier on that was in Lagos said something that, buy 10 layers for someone. Don't give them fish all the time. Teach them how to fish. So things like that is what I think, if anybody in the position of power could do and think that, can I sleep in 2 rooms at the same time? If the answer is no, take it easy. I want to buy a yacht. I want to drive SUV. I want to do this. Come on. I will not even learn from death. The CEO, the Access Bank man that died the other day, doesn't even not telling us that, who knows, in the next 30 minutes, am I going to be alive? Or the money in my bank, are they going to bury it with me? So why can't I live and let others live? And until we start, doing what we are doing, and that's why I always come, either I'm at the background or I put my voice through here. Like, we need to set ourselves inward. If I go to church tomorrow, if a pastor is preaching about prosperity to me, I'll be like, am I actually poor? I should be grateful for the life I have. Okay, let's look at Jesus that, crucified. How old? 33 years. I never heard that the man had the biggest mansion or palace during era. He didn't even have a donkey. But today, we're all celebrating Jesus. So what kind of Jesus?
Well, hold on. People just say things, That time a donkey is like in a city of today. So don't think that donkey
could have had millions of them.
Because
if the man wants, he could have had millions of them.
Because he had a farm. Why do you say that easily that he could have had that? Why?
Because Dr. Rob, I know, don't get me into this theology thing, honestly.
We're going there next.
40 days, 49. Okay, if you want to take me there, I'll take you. 40 days, 49, when they went to the mountain to go and pray, Satan came and said, turn this stone to bread now. You know the man. Come on. Why are you starving yourself and hungry? And the man said, you know what? Man is more than bread and all this. Get off me. Is it not the same man that turned 5 loaves of bread for thousands to eat? 5 fishes turn water to wine. He has the power. He could have done it. But he chose not to, because he doesn't live for the world only, but to, turn men to fishers.
Anyway. Thank you. Stand by,
so
because
let me finish, because I know you're going to cut me off.
No.
You're going to cut me. I know you very well. Let me just give me 1 minute. Okay. Now, Mr. Chim, welcome back, and all the panel. The thing
I didn't go anywhere.
You went after the football. You disappeared. Anyway, welcome back. And what I was going to say, honestly, on all honesty, let's have humanity. Let's always, anywhere we are, if we can touch life positively, if we see any evil, let's speak against it. If it's your family, even the Bible says, if it's your eyes that are going to make you sin, remove it. So if in as much we can say to our family members that, no, I'm going to live right, your conscience will tell you when you're about to do the evil thing. But because we always, as human beings, there's always a way we want to kind of shift to that area. But we can do it. We can do it. Even in the Bible, people that will be poor. You can't, but at least to live,
well,
I don't know how to say it. I rest my case.
It would have been helpful if you gave us the name of your uncle that collected money from.
Have you not been listening to Nigerian news? Those ones that did the inconclusive in Osun State.
What's his name? Well, what's his
damages? There are many.
No, there
are many.
The one
off the mic. There are many off the mic.
All right, thank you. You don't want to do
Thank you. Thank you. Off the mic.
All right, James, go ahead.
There are many. we need to speak the truth
We'll
to them.
start with you. You know, if you say it now.
You start with me, yeah. That's why I'm living my life here. My family know that. They said they take Nigeria to swear for me. I say yes, because that's the only country I have. I'm an economic immigrant.
Thank you, Wale.
Do I look like Mama Charlie's son? No. I know my local government where I come from. That condition make crayfish bend.
Thank you, Wale.
So until that our culture, that our belief, we are very hospitable people. Look at us now. None of us have met before. We haven't even seen each other. But that Nigerian or that who we are bring us together. We can relate. It's the leaders that are separate that is causing all this. And how can we fight these leaders?
Thank you.
Until you and I said, Uncle, you are House of Assembly. You are taking all this money. The local government or schools that all these children are supposed to go to, you use it to send your own child to Harvard University. How much is your salary? But we are not saying that we are jubilating.
Well, thank you. Let me say this. I know we're joking here, but the way the media works, okay, well, like this is important to hear. When you see stories revealed about corruption in Nigeria, people reveal that to the media. So if we're serious and in line with what you're saying, if anybody is serious about making a change, that's one thing you can do. If you know somebody, family, it doesn't have to be a family member. Even if it's family member, you have that responsibility. The media cannot do magic. If the story does not get to them, they won't publish it. And if it's not being published, we don't have.
Sorry, Dr. David, but saying that though, human beings are so complicated. Even, okay, I'll use my own family as an example. You know, when I'm talking about Nigeria, very passionate, they just look at me like, is this guy's okay? And I keep saying to them that if the country we are living now, tomorrow, Putin decide to put bomb and they start to fight like Ukraine, where would you run to? They say, oh, I will run to Nigeria. The Nigeria that you didn't even. So it makes you think that these people, and that's why I said, I free 100 slaves. I could have freed more if only they know they are slaves.
Wale, you didn't say it. Somebody said it.
I didn't say it. I quoted, sorry, plagiarism, reference. Somebody said it, but I quoted it. That's what I mean. Like,
good.
So, but people don't even know that they are slaves. That's the problem. You want to rescue them, they will tell you, they will just turn you to like Moses. Who asked you to come and rescue us from Egypt now? Why don't you just leave us with Pharaoh? Let's continue our slavery there.
All right. Thank you, Wale. Let's move on. No question. You want him to talk? No.
Out of what you said, Rudolph, I want because you asked Wale about he should, the only way to fight corruption is to name them, right?
Mm-hmm.
My question to you, the ones that we have been naming, Nigeria and the world know that they are corrupt and they are still corrupt and they are still corrupted. What has happened to them?
That's a good question, but our job stops at naming. If you're in the media, your job is to publish it. It's left for people, the people of Nigeria, to react. But because they are not reacting doesn't mean you stop, because you continue to do your job until they get to a critical mass. Now let me tell you this, seriously. We haven't gotten to a critical mass. How many people are watching us here? Check all the platforms on social media. How many people watch this? Do you know, and I've said this on this platform, Reverend James, Pastor James, one guy, James, I don't know his first name. He gets 100 and something thousand people every day, Nigerians, Africans watching him. No, all the African programs on all the platforms are not up to that number. P2B yesterday was on a platform on Space. There were about 6,000 people watching. Well, Reverend James gets 150,000 every night. So the Nigerians are there. They are not watching. We've not gotten the critical mass. When you get the critical mass, and people will then react. But it's not because they are not yet there. You will stop doing the job. It's like saying you are a radio host and you close down the radio station because nobody's listening to you. Anyway, so
thank you.
Let's go to James. James.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think the line is better now.
Yeah.
Right. I was saying something about the discipline of alleged, the assumed discipline of members of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Whenever I discuss with people, what they always tell me is, oh, our forces are doing well when they are sent abroad on peacekeeping missions. And a lot of they have been trashed, they've been vomiting. Now, on December 24th, 1979, a Nigerian lieutenant colonel called Alfred Gum was sentenced to, I think, 10 years imprisonment by a Jerusalem magistrate in Israel. He was a member of the Nigerian peacekeeping force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. He was caught red-handed selling weapons to Palestinians. Nobody is mentioning it. In Congo, 1962 crisis of Lumumba and his people, a prominent Nigerian who, for certain important reasons, I would not like to mention his name, also did the same thing. In fact, he stole something, and he was caught red-handed. It was Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe who used his influence to rescue him. The same Nigerian soldiers in the north, they are conniving with terrorists to do what they are not expected to do. Nobody is mentioning anything about it. I still remember the death of Delegewa. There was a man they called Alozie Ogugwaja also, who referred to them as pepper soup generals. They are expected to do, to be professional, but for reasons best known to them, they've been misbehaving all along. And now the misbehavior is what they took to Niger Delta that caused this problem that is there. They've lied to you and me that they went there on a peacekeeping mission. That's when they were killed. Now, you were going to make peace between the Urhobos and the Chekiris. On that peace team, those soldiers going to make peace, no indigene of these two tribes was among them. So what kind of peace are you going to make? What do you understand about the customs and traditions of the people, land ownership, even the Boundaries Commission? The governor of the state was not aware, but the local government officials was not aware. You went there to make what form of peace? Now a problem has erupted, and people are only listening to the military side of the story. Nobody is listening to what the indigenes are saying. They are saying they went there to make peace and they were killed. So who killed them in the first place? What led to the killing? The man who has got to make peace, is that the sort of man an African should, open fire on? Nobody is thinking about all these things. The root cause of the whole problem is crude oil. Behind the scene, people have started naming names. They've been mentioning names behind the scene. What the federal government must do, if they like it or not, is to set up an independent commission of inquiry on this matter in order to unearth or to reveal what the military has been into in that region. In the military of today, all top military officers are struggling so hard to be posted to the Niger Delta. If it's a war zone that you are going, why should they be struggling to be sent to a war zone? When there are other duties you can perform, you want to go and put your life on the line. There's something behind it, which the federal government seems not to be interested in revealing. Up till now, we've not been told anything about the commission of inquiry to investigate the matter. This matter must be looked into, and whosoever is culpable should be severely punished. I want to believe, though I don't have concrete empirical proofs, I want to believe that there are other things behind what has happened in those two villages in the Niger Delta. Now, the state of Nigeria, this is what the South Africans call state capture. Jacob Zuma, Shabi Sheikh, Mark Maharaj, the Gupta brothers, they connived to capture South Africa. But South Africans were able to get themselves together and cut them to size. This we are do. In Nigeria today, we know that there are some people above the law. The opposite is the case in South Africa. It is possible for a South African murderer to be released than for a top government official to be released committing the same offense. A good example is Winnie Madikizela Mandela. She misbehaved and she was caught to size, flushed out of parliament, and she never went back till she died. And so many other eminent South Africans, even Jacob Zuma, the former president and vice president, and the regional leader among the people of Zulu, what's called KwaZulu, that is in Zulu land. These are top-ranking South Africans who, they were able to cut them to size. This is why, what's his name? Socrates said that if people get the government they deserve. Now, see what happened in the Niger Delta. A traditional ruler has been roped in. He came out on his own. I know nothing about what happened there. There's no need declaring me wanted. Instead, they bundled him on the plane and flew him to Abuja. Now, the Nigerian military men have been killed in Niger State, Sokoto State, virtually all the states of the north. How many emirs have they taken to Abuja for questioning? Nobody is. So, you see, the issue is this. If we are not ready to organize a country properly, we should call it a day. We should be thinking of post-Nigerian republics. There's no need for us to slide into anarchy like Sudan or what have you, or Eritrea breaking away from Ethiopia after thousands of people have been killed for nothing. The earlier we make up our mind on how to govern the country, I think the better it is for us, because from the look of things, we seem not to know what we are doing. And to sum it all, in the Christian Bible, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 32, I think it's Apostle Paul who wrote it, I can't remember. He said, let us eat and drink today, for tomorrow we shall die. That is what is happening to Nigeria. The Bible also said that the world is passing away, and so are its desires. He that doeth the will of God remains forever. Nigeria is passing away, and so are its desires. It's only those who prepare for tomorrow that will live forever. If not, we shall all perish. The earlier we start thinking of post-Nigerian republics, the better it is for us all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James, for that contribution. I think I got a message that the Pope is speaking. Somebody wrote that the Pope is speaking that she has to go. I just couldn't. So just in case you were waiting for the Pope, he's beginning his night vigil. Africans. Okay, so let's go to Africa. Let's go to people in Nigeria. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, gentlemen. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Whatever it is they are celebrating. I don't know what they are celebrating. I can't relate.
Here we celebrate egg. Is it, what do we do now? Egg and yeah.
And Bonnie.
I have Bonnie, yeah. I don't know how they came in. So
last year by this time I was in church. I enjoyed the vigil a lot.
Let me be the
calming.
Let me to the background, please.
Okay. Right,
this year I'm just angry.
You lost your religion.
No, I've not lost it. I just got busy with Nigeria. And they're showing me shaggy. So I'm struggling for my life. I can't afford to be at a video now. I'd rather be somewhere looking at people dancing and enjoying their life.
You be alone. Umeje actually went to a nightclub. So if Pastor Prophet Odumeje can go to nightclub to dance.
I would have gone. I should go. I would have loved to go out, but my friends that are mobile, none of them want to go out today. Because if I go out now, coming home would be a problem. So I can't afford to stay out. Or they will find body parts of my enemies outside.
So how are things in Enugu? The governor of, I see that the governor of Abia State, of course, we know Oti is advertising what he's doing. Soludo just started advertising what he's doing. Is the governor of Enugu under pressure to do the same thing?
I'm going to be very careful because I'm beginning to get a lot of enemies by talking about Mba. Apparently, we are supposed to like him and laud his work, but I feel he's doing too much at the same time and ending up with no results, at least yet. His vuvuzelas will tell you that he's doing work, he's laying groundworks. But it's been over a year. Even if now waiting they lie under the ground, we're not supposed to they see something. It's been over a year that he started laying groundworks. Yet we're not seeing anything. And the other day I went to Holy Ghost. I don't know what they are digging. Somebody told me they are putting that is for the water issue, the same water issue that he went to commission that Enugu now has water, but they are still laying pipes. If I talk now, they will say I don't like the man. But what he's doing does not make sense. Somebody was saying the other day that we went from Enugu State is in the hands of God to social media governor. It's like almost as if we went from frying pan to fire. At least with Buruburu, he used to do billboard almost at every junction. You see Buruburu's billboard, and he will write on top Enugu State in the. He will write that Enugu State is in the hands of God. The man abdicated responsibility of Enugu around. His billboard was everywhere. This time around, Mbas billboard is not everywhere. But it's all about social media. And they will let you speak. If you speak, they'll come for you. They will say you're against the government, that you are not seeing anything good in it. But to his credit, I have one thing to give him credit. And we used to be, I don't know where we started having very dark streets in the night, especially along the major roads. Yeah, fixed it. The last time I went up, but I was coming back from Unity Park in the night. I didn't feel so scared. The light was on. Anybody that knows Enugu knows Presidential Road is one of the very popular connecting roads. Presidential Road now has street lights. If there's anything he's doing, me, I'm not seeing it. Before people they will come and start dragging me, I say I'm not seeing it. If he's doing it, he should show workings. Abia State is showing workings. Even Professor is now trying to show workings, even though those in Onisha are just waiting for him to get to the pool so that they will show him who is the boss. But generally, I don't even know where to start weighing in. I don't know whether to start from Pastor Chris and his 50 people that he raised from the dead that we don't have their names, or we should start with the young man that became president in Senegal while his mates in Nigeria are struggling to be SSSA.
So hold on, Gozika. We haven't gotten to some of these stories. So we only talked about, that's why we're switching now. We're going to Chris Oyakhilome and the miracle. And we are going to tie it to Easter because some people here already mentioned Jesus starting the miracle thing, and Chris took it up to a new level. So we're going to talk about that and what it means for us as Africans in a serious conversation, really, because when you believe in miracles the way we do, you tend to think that some powers from somewhere else will solve the problems that humans are going to solve. So let's tie them all up in a conversation about Easter, about miracles, about Edebo. And even our own friend Odumeje just to announce that he was the one that brought down the Naira. I think I have the video. That
is the only man.
Brought down the dollar. And I think that miracle is more powerful than raising the dead because this had impact on a lot of people, except that the price of things are not down in Nigeria, despite the fact that Naira gained value, because that's something that nobody's talking about a lot, in the sense that you expect that if Naira, since we started talking about this exchange rate, it moved from 1,600 to now, I think now it's about 1,200. But I haven't heard that the price of food items went down. And so we asked Kando. Yeah, okay, good. Let me show you this video because
when I'm saying powers, I am not making it, I am not a joker. God will all my miracles. I standing before this altar, tell you that I will use power to stop dollar. I will start in dollar to bring down dollar down with Abito Check, and I perform it. No pastor try that kind. No pastor say that kind thing. I will still bring down the dollar and I will still handle the presidential seat of Nigeria. I have never said anything without perfected it. Google about my miracle.
All right, that's Indaboski performing his miracle, bringing down the dollar.
see.
People go to that church. You guys are shaking your head. Yeah.
Rudolph, sorry, Joseka, just a quick one. Is that guy a white guy? The guy standing next to, is that a white guy from that guy from New York or New Jersey?
I don't know. Standing beside him, I don't even look at people around.
But there's a white guy. Anyway, I'll come back.
No,
There's a white.
Doctor, that white guy is from Calgary, Canada. No, don't mind him. Don't mind him.
Nigerians, we don't do that kind of. That guy must be from New Jersey or New York. But I'll leave that for now. I will come back to that.
He's from New York. He's from New York. Near the house of Dr. Rudolph.
So Ngozi can finish up. Let's go to Kando. Yeah.
So on a lighter note, somebody said Odumeje is the only man of God that is allowed to deceive us, that we like it. That is nobody's business if he's deceiving us. So that's on a lighter note. So I let me let me see if I can touch on all of them and tie them up like you said. On Easter and miracles, it's no longer news that when it comes to religion, not spirituality, because to me, I draw a very fine line between spirituality and religion. As a teenager, I used to say this and people do not believe me. As a teenager, I was very spirikoko. I was a proper spirikoko teenager. I don't know at what point I started questioning a lot of things by reading. The more I read, the more I had questions, and the more the questions went unanswered, the more dissatisfied I became with organized religion. I stuck so long with the church, the Catholic Church, because to me, they were the most organized. And I liked that they had hierarchy. You couldn't just do anything. So I stuck that long with them just for the mere fact that they were very organized, not because I believed in everything they were doing or saying. So when it comes to religion, it still pains me that people cannot draw a line between the spiritual aspect of it and the organizational doctrine aspect of it. This is where we get it wrong. Like, we mix it up so easily. People go to church without even knowing what the Bible says. All they know is what their pastor says. So long as their man of God says it, that is it. You will see if this thing that Oyakhilome claimed about raising 50 people from the dead, you would, if you brought the people that were shouting hallelujah, praise the Lord, amen, it is done, when he said that thing, and you started countering what he said with quotes from the Bible, they will turn against you. They will turn against you. You become the enemy. You become a heretic. You become everything wrong. Meanwhile, you're trying to disprove a statement their pastor made using the only word that is allowed, the Bible. But they will come after you. And it is sad. This whole, and that is why I do not blame people who say they are no longer religious. I don't. And when it comes to celebrations like Easter, like this, I think it's more ceremony. I think it's more like a holiday these days. Yes, Easter has become more like everybody's a time for family to come. I don't think it's used to, back in the day, celebrations like Christmas, Easter used to hold a lot of religious meaning. But these days, I see it as mere holidays, or at least I see it like that. I think people are beginning to approach it from a holiday angle. It's a time for families to spend time together. The reason for the season does not exist anymore for most people. It is just a time to be off work, spend time with family. And I like that approach better. Instead of the whole, somebody said everybody should go check the spelling of his reason and not come and be spelling nonsense on Easter morning. I think we have gradually moved away from that point. And I wish that the same way we have gradually moved away from attaching religious meanings to these holidays, is the same way we'll graduate to drawing a fine line. I am looking forward to the day when Nigerians will be able to say, okay, this is what my church teaches, but this is what the Bible says. And because I'm a Christian and the basics of and the foundation of Christianity is the Bible, I'm going to stick with the Bible and not what my church says. I'm really hoping we get to that point. That is when we will stop hearing things like I raised 50 people from the dead. If you ask him to name one person that he raised from the dead now, everywhere go bust. everywhere go bust. And I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Kando and Eagles Air. So Kando.
Yeah, good evening again. If there is no hell, have to be created for some people. For someone to come on and say that he raised 50 people from the dead, in order to do exactly what, I don't even understand. Even this Jesus said, they said he was only on earth for 33 years. So why are you raising people to come and raising them up to come and do what? Well, me, I don't listen to any fools. God understand things that are going on around me. I don't stop people from going to whatever religious thing that they believe. My belief system is that God is my father. I don't need to go to an uncle to go and talk to my father. If I need to talk to God, I go to him himself. But this is not just a Nigerian thing. I know people with 2 master degrees that follow this Chris everywhere in the United States. They will travel from state to state to go and hear this man talk. So it's not just about being a PhD holder or having whatever school knowledge you want to talk about. I just cannot understand the mindset that these people have. So my own, I don't follow nobody. I believe in humanity. I used to actually preach the word inside Molue back in the days in Lagos. So I know this book well.
Wow.
So nobody can come and waylay me to come and tell me, this foolishness.
Wow.
Right. So I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not even remotely close to perfect. But yeah, so I don't know. Those who they follow me, then they follow. I come around for 5.8 billion years. So even if you live to be 130, it's so insignificant in the bigger scheme of things. So good luck. Where's the one where the stuff that Jesus raised? Where in there now? So make them raise you, raise other people, you will still die. Just a waste of time.
That's a good point. For those who did not see the video, this is the video.
So me, I'm here. I'm enjoying Nigeria. Even my cheek don't fat, sir. You don't fat too much.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I thought you'd done Kando. Okay. Thank you so much, Kando. Let's hear, for those, some people may not have heard the video because people think people are making it up. Let's hear the man speak.
In the last 1 year, we've had more than 50 people raised from the dead. More than 50 people raised from the dead within the last 1 year. More than 50 people. How do you explain such things? Both old and young. How do you explain them? In various countries, how can you explain? What will you use to explain them? Including the ones that happen inside the hospital to the amazement of doctors and nurses. How do you explain? Maybe we bribed them in hell or in heaven to come back. Sometimes they say we bribe people, but maybe we bribed the dead to come back to life. Won't that be wonderful? La Cross Ojamani.
Yes. Whatever he said, the last thing he said, whatever it means, we don't know. But once once you want to get people to get off your case, you just say something that they won't understand. All right, Chim, you've been shaking your head. Before I go to Eagles Air, I see you and Henry. Chim has something to tell us. No, maybe there is a pastor here. I think there's a pastor. Oh, Ike is gone. Ike used to preach, but let's hear from Chim. Chim is assistant pastor. Chim, go ahead. What are we missing?
All right, I'm not an assistant pastor. Point of correction. My name is Chim. So that's what I am, and that is what I'm a child of God too. I mean, Rudolph, you know my views on some of these things. You at least you know a foundation of my views. I'm not here to defend anybody. I will start by saying Christianity is not a white man's religion. We need to understand that it's not a white man's religion. And then two, for us to have an authentic, there must always be a fake. Or sorry, for us to have a fake, it means there's always an authentic rather. So there's always this correct thing, and then there's the wrong thing. And there's a saying that goes to say that when purpose of a thing is not known, abuse becomes inevitable. And if people are abusing governance in Nigeria, people are abusing the essence of governance, people are abusing the essence of politics, people are abusing the essence of even having charity institutions and organizations, there's literally nothing that is not abused in our country called Nigeria. So I don't think when it comes to Christianity, that there will be no abuse. Now, the man who supposedly people are, taking Christianity after didn't found Christianity. He only came to, liberate humanity and to teach people the right way to do things. And then, of course, his followers started being called Christians and all that. But the point I want to make is this: this person had powers to do extremely incredible things, but he didn't do it. He didn't heal everybody. He didn't feed everybody. He didn't do miracles. There were even times he did miracles and he told people not to say it. Please keep it quiet. Do you understand? So when you begin to see people go on a showman show, it should tell you that these people are not representative of the person supposedly they claim to. I have a cliche. This is my cliche that I wear. I say people create problem for God. That's why I said, my views on some of these things. So the point I want to make is this. Don't be carried away by, Kandu said something that I agree with. Open this Bible, read it for yourself, try and know God yourself. That you're a Christian doesn't mean you will not be in poverty. Christianity has nothing to do with prosperity. If Christianity was all about prosperity, the apostles, those who supposedly were close to Christ, would have been multi-billionaires. They were not. Many of them died horrible deaths. The Apostle Paul, that people quote a lot today, talked about how he was shipwrecked, how he went hungry, how even the Jesus was a carpenter in human form. He was taking care of himself. Do you understand? And the times, if you go and look at the times he performed some supposed miracles that we see some of these men take over, go and see in the context in which he performed miracles. He didn't perform miracles to satisfy his stomach, to showcase himself. You will see where he said he had compassion on somebody and then he will use a miracle to solve the person's problem. Even if we go down memory lane before him, the Jews living even Egypt, going through the Red Sea, I tell people, the Bible says that as soon as they got into the so-called promised land, miracles ceased. So miracles are supposed to be things when you call, for instance, if a plane is trying to crash and some miraculous way the pilot is able to maneuver it and it doesn't, people don't die. That's a miracle. It could be that for whatever reason, God just says, today I will not allow these people to perish. But it doesn't mean the people who perished earlier were any less Christians or that they were sinners. Because even Jesus Christ, when his disciples were asking him, there's a man who was born blind. Was it because of his sin? And he told them, he said, no, this guy wasn't born blind because of his sin. He was born blind because God that's the way he was brought into this world. But then he healed him. And then another time people were claiming some righteousness. He told them, see, hey, guys, stop this rubbish you're doing. The people who died in Siloam, that the wall fell on, and they died in Siloam, do you think they were any more unrighteous than you? You think because all of them died, that makes all of them were bad? Because today you hear people say, oh, God forbid, it's not sickness, not your portion. What do you mean by sickness is not your portion?
If you have a condition, health condition, you've not been feeding yourself very well, you've not been eating the right diet, and then a sickness comes to you, it's not because you sinned. You've just been careless with your life. You might still go to heaven, supposedly, but you will be sick on earth. So these things have nothing. I just think that, let's not let some of these people make us say things. I'm going to end here. And I'm not putting it accurately. So David, we all know, sinned against God by going to marry another man's wife, went to flirt with another man's wife, and did what was wrong. Eventually, when he was being accosted with his sin, there was something the prophet who talked to him, brother, said, because you have given occasion to the enemies of God to blaspheme him. What does that mean? A lot of these ministers are giving occasion for people to blaspheme the word of God. I'm being bold and saying it. Because of this, they will bear their consequences, but people who are also blaspheming will also bear their consequences. So the point I want to make is I'm not carried away by any of these people. There are times I'm in need and I have to go borrow money from other people. There are times I'm in need, I have to go do other things. There are times I have abundance and I have to give. Life is not a perfect life. So some of these people, for me, I enjoy Odumeje. You know why I enjoy him? He's comic relief for me. I enjoy him. I share his videos. When I see all those when he says, I have this, I have that. I laugh and I share with my friends and laugh. He's my comic relief these days. But I also know that the man, I'm surprised to see people sit under him claiming they came to hear the word of God. And I wonder what these people came to hear, which is why I was asking you, is that guy from New Jersey or is he from New York? Because the point I'm trying to make, this is how somebody, a white person left the UK, came to where, what's that man that was controversial that we were discussing the other time?
Synagogue.
Left that place, came and carried pan on his head and her head and was building synagogue. And then later on, when she felt she was in the fence, now comes out to come and tell us bullshit. Listen, my brother, when people have refused to study the Bible for themselves and know the word of God, anything will with them. They will tell them miracle is happening there, they will run. The Bible said it. Tell them, oh, Jesus Christ is in Agege. There used to be a Jesus of that place in Maryland, Jesus of Oyimbo. If you all remember, I grew up in Lagos, Jesus of Oyimbo. Where has he gone today? So I don't understand. People don't seem to understand history. Bible is both spiritual and historical. When you follow the footprints of these things, you save yourself stress. I don't run to anybody. I don't run to any church. I go to church. I hear the word of God. If the minister says anything that is very controversial, but I go and check the word of God does not tally with it, if I have the courage to go and speak to him, I go speak to him and tell him, brotherly, the thing you just spoke now, man, where did you get it from? If I feel this person is not going to listen to me, I just dust my feet and I walk away and I won't go back to that environment because I'm very careful about my faith. So I just want to put it out there that people should just be careful. Don't be carried away by any man. It doesn't matter. Don't make a papa of anyone because the scripture tells you, call nobody father. But the Nigerian Christian likes to look for, like you said, yeah, sorry, then I'm going to end here. You said, how many people are watching this program, which is supposed to be educational? Not many. But they will run to go and see one miraculous person and we'll have 8 million people watching it. It just tells you the level of our citizenry. We refuse to elevate ourselves properly. And it's a carryover from our religious beliefs too. We had some kind of religious beliefs. We took it over. We didn't change. We just carried a few things over and mixed it up and continued in our foolishness. That's just the point I want to make. I hold no fault for anybody, but I would say God is real. That's just where I'll end it.
Thank you, Chim. KJ.
Okay, I want before I say anything, I'm going to ask if you want to go in line or I should just go ahead and make my comment. Because
go ahead and make a comment because I don't know when we're coming back to you.
All right, great. You see, I'll start this way. Christianity and vis-a-vis the Bible, it's like you, Professor, going to school. You start from primary school, you go to a secondary school, you go to the university, and even after that, you do your second degree and third degree, and you're probably now made a professor. In the things of God, there are levels. Let nobody deceive you. I worked, okay, I'm going to give this away for free. I worked with the Christian Broadcasting Network for 17 years. Christian Broadcasting Network International, the 7 Club. I recorded testimonies for 17 years. I recorded different testimonies of people who God has done one thing or the other, who miracles have worked in their life. If they are not real, I'm sure that I will have stumbled over one or two that are not. But what I want to say, what the emphasis I want to lay is this. When you come into understanding God with a layman's understanding, the Bible says this way, what men do not understand, they disdain. They make a mockery of what they don't understand. In the understanding of the scripture, and I preach the Bible, I preach, I don't want to call names, but I preach. There are levels that you are open to as you continuously to engage in the things of God. God opens up to you, depending on how much time you spend doing that. Some people have spent more time sitting in one place, praying and seeking for that higher knowledge and understanding. The way God responds to them is different from how it will respond to you and I, who take 5 minutes to say, God, thank you for waking me up this morning. I give you glory as I'm going, protect me. Obviously, that prayer is answered. But you cannot operate at the same level of somebody who have taken 1 month, sitting in one place and seeking the face of his creator. You guys can never operate at the same level. Okay, so now, that being said, when you begin to go into the things of God, he opens up. It's like an onions. In fact, those who wrote some commentary in the Bible say it's a 49 layer of understanding the word of God. 49. Sometimes you're dealing with somebody who just at the beginning, the very. One time here, I gave an interpretation of what it means to be a son. And I said it has 5 levels of sonship in the things of God. That 5 levels, some of us are where we call napios, a child. You are still feeding on milk. You have no ability to handle bones, the hard things. Okay? And so God will not give you bone because when he knows that you are just a baby in the things of God. Having said that, and I don't want to go into it because like I said, unless you give me time, there's so much to talk about in it. Now, people like Chris Oyakhilome, and I'm not one of his fans, okay? But I won't come to criticize him because I didn't give him the job. God says, I give the job and I criticize those that are not doing my work. It's not in my place to judge him. What I will do, just like Jim have said, is protect my own heart, my understanding. And some people started from the Catholic Church. I started from the Catholic Church. And I love the Catholic, just like Ngozi said, I love the ceremonies. Okay? But I had to seek the truth for myself. I had to go out and say, okay, God, this is the situation. This is what I've read. This is what I read. This is what I hear. This is what I hear. What is the truth in this? And it began to open up to me. I didn't say to the world. Now, remember, and I want to say this, put it ahead. The word of God, the Bible is the word of God. But remember that men brought that word. They edited the word of God. I'll give you one example. There's a word in the Bible called the church. In the original translation, there's no church. Church is just mentioned in 2 places. But now, King James took out the word church. Put in the word church and removed the word ecclesia, which means the government of God, the government of God. Okay? And ecclesia is like a parliament where you meet to make laws. In other words, we are supposed to be called to the people who make the laws that govern the earth. But that was removed. And the word church was put in place so that it reduces the power and the authority of you as a believer, of being able to sit down in your locality and say, okay, forefather is the leader of this community, but it's not doing what we want. 5 of us, can't me, can't KJ, Chim, and Paul come together and let us change the atmosphere and direct what he should do. We can do that. The God of heaven gave us that authority as his followers to be able to decide what happened on earth. But the powers were reduced, and men changed some words. And just like now, if you're looking at the Bible, the new translation they're making, they're carefully removing the word homosexuality. They're removing the word like gay and lesbian. They're removing those words. They're changing with some other things so that our children growing up, if they don't have the older translation, will not understand that these things were not originally in the Bible. Now, if I want to buy Bible, what do? I go back to as old as the Bible is, that's what I try to buy. I try not to buy the new ones that are being printed now. I go back as 76, 70, and even beyond, because they have closer to what the original translation was. Now, in the case of Nigeria, and let's also not forget, when situations break down, the only hope, the only thing that keeps you going is hope. And who are the people selling the hope? It's the church. The church is selling hope. That's the commodity it has. If the church is not in place selling this hope that gives the ordinary man the knowledge that, look, tomorrow you can still make it. You can be alive tomorrow, and tomorrow will be a better day. Do you think we'll have a nation right now? Because we'll have come to a point where we'll be eating each other. But if every Sunday they go to what we term, calling it now, Sunday tonic, you go to Sunday and your pastor tells you, you know what, yes, yesterday you did it, but it can be better tomorrow. Let us hope for tomorrow. That is what is keeping Nigeria. That's what's keeping us where we are. Now, what we do not do as preachers of the word, or what we have not been able to translate, is to be able to give the people the power to say, you know what, you have the physical power to go out, and the people you are put in place, they are not doing well, you can take them out. That is what we are not doing, because we say again, all authority is put by God. Now, all authority is put by God. It also depends on how you interpret it as a believer and at what level that you are operating. Now, coming back to the topic that brought us to this point, is Easter a Christian celebration? No. Ishtar is a god, is a pagan god. Okay? And just like we said earlier on, that has nothing to do with egg, has nothing to do with bunny. Okay? Even if you check the Christian, the Roman, the Israeli calendar at the time of the death of Christ, it doesn't really fit into now that we're talking about it. But did the event happen? Yes, it did happen. Was it weakness of people? Yes, it was weakness of people. What brought us earlier on is the guy the guy whose fingers are well manicured with blue eyes and well arranged hair. Is it the Jesus we are praying about? No, because that guy was never there. Remember, Jim said something. His father was a carpenter. He was a carpenter. Carpenters of those days have muscles. They have muscles. That's why the Roman soldiers looked at him and said, "Hey, these two guys can't carry their cross, but you can carry your cross. Look at your muscle." Okay? They told me, you can carry your cross. They didn't get anybody to help him carry his cross. Okay? The other two thieves they were helped to carry their cross. So what am I trying to say in essence? He wasn't that guy that they're showing us. He wasn't that well manicured fingers they're showing us. He was not an Oyibo guy with long hair with blue eyes. No, he was a black guy. And if you want to check the reference, you can go to the place where he described him, his skin and his everything. It's in the Bible. He described who Jesus looked like. So what am I trying to say in essence? Some things have been mixed up, and some people are telling us the people who are in Jerusalem now are the real Jews. Well, that's a discussion for another day. But all I'm trying to say in essence is this. If you decide to search for the truth of who God is, he will open himself up to you. Has a man been able to raise 50 people, and if the 50 people are going to change the world? No. God chose to do the things he wants to do. He doesn't have, you see, there's something the church didn't teach us. That is that God is sovereign. He has the authority to do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't need to take permission from me to do it. Okay? Because of his sovereignty, he can do anything. He can still even fold his hands and wait for the bridge in Baltimore to collapse and fall down. That is his prerogative. And nobody can ask him, why are you allowing that to do? Does it mean he's not a good God? It doesn't mean that. So, in other words, in conclusion, all I'm saying that sometimes we don't understand totally, absolutely. If this man say he has raised 50 people from the dead, we praise God. That means that the kingdom of God is expanding. If he has not raised 50 people from the dead, and he says he raised 50 people from the dead, let us leave him to the God who has called him. You see, you know what? Those of us who read the Bible, when Samson, the father of Gideon, when the people came the next day to kill Gideon, and the Gideon father asked him, why do you want to kill Gideon? He said, didn't you see that he destroyed the shrine of that? So he said, is that not a God? It's a God. And you say he destroyed the shrine. I said, so leave him now. If Diana is a God, he will kill him before tomorrow morning. If he's not a God, So you will have been able to discover. So why do you want to be the one to execute the judgment against the God that Gideon has gone to destroy? That is the thing I will say here. God of heaven is able to judge for him. He is a God. And do you guide the ancestors? You don't guide them. They do what they want to do. So if this is true, it is to the glory of God. If it's not true, God himself is able to guard himself. Okay? You don't guard a big masquerade. You don't guard him. He guides himself. Okay? Finally, look, let's take time to understand. Let's not run with. You see, in these days of social media, a lot of things fly out of handle. Especially when it has to do with your faith and God and where you will be after this place, is a lot. Search and find out for yourself. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is already complicated, the conversation. I will pose some questions for Chim and KJ to think about while we go to other people. From what you guys said, I think KJ, you were the one that said the guy that we're seeing on the pictures, that's not Jesus, the guy with blue blonde. So I wonder, for me, an outsider in this discussion, I always wonder, why is that acceptable to you? Why is it okay that you know that this is not Jesus, but in the pictures, in your church at home, the statue they mode, you see that you know it's not right and you accept it, it's okay for you? Does it mean that you don't know the implication that a different ethnic group took basically assumed that they are the ones who produced the Son of God and put it out there? Does it mean that you don't know the implication of what it does to you as somebody, as a black person? That's a question. Now for Chim, you talked about blasphemy, that these people are leading us to, these bad pastors are leading us to, some people to blasphemous statements. So the question is, what is the punishment for blasphemy? I know that in the past, we used to, people forget this, that the Christians used to do exactly what the Muslims are doing now. What is the current punishment for blasphemy? KJ, this is something that other people will comment on it. KJ, you talked about a good God, that God is always good. We don't question him. If he decides to bring down the bridge and kill 20 people, that's okay. He's God. Nobody should question him. Leave it to God. If a pastor, you talked about someone like Chris Oyakhilome, if he actually raised the dead, that's good. We praise God. If he didn't, we leave it for God. Okay? Do you think that doesn't have impact on how we actually behave in our other lives? So, for instance, if Tinubu is doing whatever he's doing, okay, well, let's leave it to him. It's up to God to deal with him. And why is God leaving him? Why will God leave Chris Oyakhilome if Chris did not raise people from the dead? God left him to be saying this and confusing people like me. You guys are strong in your faith, confusing people like me and other people who know nothing, and we keep going crazy. Why is God leaving? God is responsible for our confusion in that case. But anyway, think about it. Let's go to Eagles Air. Eagles Air, welcome to the show. I'll come back to you guys quickly. Eagles Air, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning from India.
Yeah, I know you're in India. Do they go to church in India?
Yeah, India do go to church. Yeah, there's a lot of Christians in India here.
Okay. So to me, is tomorrow a holiday? Is tomorrow a holiday, or is it just a regular day?
Yeah, we are already in Sunday. This is 2 o'clock a.m. now. So we are already on Sunday. It's 2 o'clock a.m.
So on Monday, do you have a holiday on Monday?
India is where they used to play their own cards. So their own holiday is started from some bank of work on Saturday, but on Sunday there are general holidays. But on Monday, people will start going their business, because Indian nation itself is not basically based on Christianity. They are majority Hindus.
So there's no holiday tomorrow. That's what I want to say.
On Sunday there will be holidays on Sunday, but from Monday
you work on Sunday normally. Do you go to work on Sunday in India?
India do go to work also. Even school, some school, if there is a holidays that will take about like Thursday and Friday, on Sunday they will go to class.
So typical
Even
Sunday, you
Saturday.
go to class.
Yes, even Saturday and Sunday go to class, but occasionally, not regularly.
No, hold on. Okay,
Depend.
let's
Yeah,
hold on. Ego said, hold on. Teach us something now. We don't know. I don't know. Maybe
yeah.
you can-
That's
So,
what I'm
so
trying to
on
bring up
7
right
days of
now.
the week, 7 days of the week, what days do you have off if you're a teacher in India or you are a teacher?
Sundays,
Only
Saturday and
Sundays,
Sundays.
Saturdays and Sundays.
Yes.
Okay, so it's like Nigeria.
But there is a scenario. They study Saturday and Sunday. For instance, last week they celebrated a celebration called Holy Day. That one they used to pour paint colors on their body. They used to call it Holy Day, and because of that day was on the Wednesday, other Wednesday, on Wednesday. So after the celebration, they have 2 days of holidays. So because of that 2 days holidays, bank don't used to work every Saturday, last Saturday of the month. In India, bank don't used to work, but they work on this Saturday to cover the holidays that we are staying in.
Okay.
Also, school study on Saturday because of the holidays, 2-day holidays they have.
Thank you,
So
Black.
that's the way their program is. Now, before I continue, there's something I want to say.
Hold on. Let me just make it clear for our viewers. All I wanted to find out from you is that tomorrow, which is Easter
Sunday.
Monday, I'm talking about
Easter
already
Sunday.
Sunday where you are.
Yeah.
But on Monday, which is Easter Monday, there is no
Yeah.
holiday in India. That's all I want to confirm.
No holiday for them except the school, the authority or the school decide, say, okay, let Monday be a holiday, the school study on Tuesday. Depending on them, like my children now, they are already closed and they're going to open on 8th of April.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Tim, what do you want to say? Hold on.
I just wanted to, on this holiday thing, I don't live in India, but I have Indian friends. So I guess...
Let somebody speak. I want to go now, please. Let me speak 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes.
Henry, I'm not...
Henry, stop, please.
Yes, nobody's fighting you, I beg, because... for instance, if you've lived in the UAE or any of the Arab nations, you know that their holidays, their typical non-holiday holidays, as in, you know what I mean by non-holiday holiday, like if it's in a Western world, Saturdays and Sundays are usually sit-at-home days. So what I meant, so you find out that in an Arab nation, it is usually Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Sunday becomes like the Monday, which, like, Sunday becomes what is Monday in the US. But when they have a holiday that falls outside of those 2 days, it depends. They can choose to readjust. Now, Hindu is not a global thing, so I guess there will be some fluidity, which is what he's explaining, that if there is a holiday that falls in, they want to make up for productivity by making sure that what would have been a sit-at-home rest day, Saturday, Sunday, people will go to work. I think that's what he's trying to explain.
All right.
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
So, what I'm trying to say in effect is that it's a very pity thing that when it comes to a forum or social media, you see a group of people sitting together. What are they discussing in terms of religion? They talk about Christian and Christian and Christian and Christian. I've never seen a platform where they're discussing about Islamists. Trying to talk somebody down, trying to talk about Imam and all the rest of them. They always respect their religion. And here in India, they have about 35 million gods, and everybody respects each other. Nobody talks bad on each other. Nobody disrespects each other. But when it comes to Nigeria, especially Easterners, or let me say South, they are good in using all these things as a story and a mock. Let me tell you one thing. Whatever you believe, work for you. Whatever you choose to believe on it strongly. Don't use because you believe on the traditional and you came to condemn each other. No. You based on your own, focus on your own. That's how India does. I went to a shop one day to buy just a company. I want to buy some stock that place. When I went to that place, money I want to use to pay them fell down, and I matched on the money. The Indian man said, no. I should not match this man. I said, why? He said, this is a God. I respect you. I said, why do you call it a God? He said, this provides for me. This take care of me. This make me who I am today. That's where his faith lies. And I have no right to have any dispute with you. I have no right to do any argument with you. Because that's where his faith lies. But it's unfortunately that most of us in the South always make mockery of Christians. Why is this so? It's because of the kind of way that we handle our religion. Because of the way people that we are looking onto, pastors, bishop, pope, the way they behave in the house of God, bring the mockery into the house of God. Now, they have forgotten to follow the direction which God has given to them, which Jesus has given to them, and begin to follow their own way of living. What do I mean by way of living? You know, sometimes one have too much problem in this religion of a thing. Somebody will open a church and begin to create his own doctrine. And without following the doctrine of Christ, because of their following their own doctrine, they create a lot of problem in Christianity. But I want us to understand something, because based on whatever thing you're saying, you need to be careful over what you're saying, because you're talking about things of spirit. Despite that we are physical. The book of Galatians chapter 6 verse 7 says, do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. That whatever a man sows, so shall he reap. If you sow in the flesh, you shall reap of the flesh. If you sow in the spirit, you shall reap of the spirit.
So,
that is word of God for you.
So thank you, Iguse. Let me. I'm sorry to stop you because I wanted to reframe the question a little bit, just for other people who are going to weigh in, and maybe they will also have something. So, were you expecting the Bible not to say that thing you quoted now? You know, were you thinking that the people that put it together will decide not to put that in? Just like they said in Islam too. The reason why if you do certain things about the Quran, they want to punish you. That's part of it. Every religion will have to have something to make sure that the people who believe in that religion will not go out of line. But you are making it now. You are talking. You know how this thing started? It was Righteous Man that actually came on here and basically put out a preaching that we should, today we should talk about Jesus and we should preach, without thinking that there are people who are not Christians. I'm not saying it's not. He's Xavier say he said it, but to him he thinks it's okay for everybody. That's what we should be doing. But what about people who do not believe? So when you quote that line now, when you quoted that line and you make it apply to, it's applying to me. If I don't believe, you think it should apply to me, that I should not mock God, because whatever I'm doing, you think I'm mocking God, it should apply to me, and I will be dealt with. How does that make you feel that your own religion, you are transplanting? It's the same thing we complain about Islam. When they say somebody did something, this is against Islam, you shouldn't do that, you are going to be punished. But you are not a Muslim. So you are trying to use that to talk to people who may not be Christians, and you want them to abide by that. Anyway, I'll give you 2 more minutes.
Not 2 more minutes, I already take my time. But I will try my possible best. I want you to understand something in this place. Whether you like it or not, there is a supreme being. That supreme being is God. No matter how you look at it, let me tell you something. If you read the book of Daniel, the Bible said that Daniel is near down towards his one day, opposite west. Opposite east, where sun is coming down to, and be praying 3 times in a day. That is Daniel facing the sun and be praying. But if you look at the Igbo tradition, the Igbo tradition say that I worship some people say they worship the God of sun. But in all these things, they're giving alleged or attribute to the God, supreme being. Whether you're traditionalist or not, there is a supreme being, there is a God. So no matter whatever thing you do, like for instance, traditional people say that I worship the Chukwu Okike Obioma. The same Chukwu Okike Obioma we are talking about, we are still talking about God in a different direction, in a different understanding, but still we are talking about the same God. But depending on how you want to worship your God and communicate with your God, and nothing more. If you talk about Islamists, they will tell you that yes, I'm worshiping God, but they have Muhammad behind him. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Now, I want you to understand this and get it in mind. Among all the gods that we are talking about it the whole earth today, it's only Jesus that is recorded that he died and resurrected again. And there's evidence about it. And people knows about it. They stand about it.
All right, thank you.
There's no other. I know you're good to cut me, and
Yeah,
there's no problem. When I want to tell you something,
you know where I stopped?
continue the way you want to do it.
Hold on. You know where I stopped? When you said whether you like it or not. That was where I stopped. Because I will never say that to anybody, whether you like it or not. There is a supreme being. You can say that you believe there is a supreme being. You can't say whether I like it or not. It has nothing to do with me and you, what you believe. And that's the language we use in our push for religion and what we believe in. But all right. So Ego said, I accept. I appreciate your contribution. Let's quickly go to Henry because he has to go, and I've been getting his message. He's about to kill me. Henry, go ahead.
And Doctor, please, I have to go too. I have just 21%. So please, if Henry finish, please.
Should I drop?
No, Henry, go ahead. When you finish, my phone is just 21%. I'm using my phone. I travel. I'm not in my house.
Charge your phone. Are you in Nigeria?
All right,
Henry, I'm not in my house. My phone is getting hot. It's doing overheating.
No pause.
I'm in America. Look, I have a charger, but it's doing overheating. I'm in New Jersey.
All right, Henry, go ahead.
Not in my house.
As I was saying, we're talking about this Chris who said raise debt more than 50 people. Do we have to raise the dead people? Do we have to? Why you don't change things that is going on in the country? And what is so alarming, some so-called educated people sitting down listening to this trash. I'm ashamed. You know, some of you will not like what I'm saying because you people are already like somebody who's drinking alcohol. Just like the same people don't believe, you believe what your church tell you. You were worshiping all this, your script, your images with long blonde hair, blue eyes, long nose in your churches, in Catholic churches. They have it everywhere. None of you who are educated yet won't speak to your pastors or speak to your father. This is wrong. I challenged my pastor here in Germany. Here. I asked him why they don't allow women to conduct mass. He told me it's a Catholic tradition. That very day I stopped going to church. Yes, till they change their tradition, I start going to the church. You see, this religion fitting. We carry this Christian religion within and Muslim religion within. We Nigerians carry it more than the people who brought it to us. We worship our God in a different way before the European came and bring this name Christianity, and the Arab people bring Islam. We are living well. When they came to Benin, the colonial master came to Benin, they saw the way things are organized. They have street lights. They have everything. Go and read your history. God was hearing our prayers then. God gave us power to take control of all living and non-living things. Why we have to go to church every Sunday, Wednesday, Tuesday, instead of people are going to their job, making noise, praying, fasting, yet things are going worse in that country. In Germany, I never see any of government officials say, we pray, may God give us good life, good government. Never. They don't do that. They believe in God inside them. They believe in God, but they don't use it they don't put this God on their business, on their job. But most of your government and your military, God, we pray to God to. Why are you mocking God? People sit there and listen to this trash, this garbage. What that the Jeho, your so-called prophet, or your imam talking, and you know it's wrong. It's a lie. It's a lie from pit of hell. Go and read your scripture properly. You see, it's so alarming. I'm so ashamed that it's only Nigeria. We pray for miracle. We pray for this. We do fasting, and things are getting worse. I will not think. Why you not wake up and think about it? You so-called who are so-called Christians here, who are pastors here, who read the Bible more than me reading it. I've read the Bible, I understand the scripture. Don't come and try to bamboozle people here. Nigerians to wake up from their slumber. Till they stop going to churches and hold their pastors and their imam accountable for not speaking against what is going in that country. Nigeria will not move forward. But when people will not accept what I'm saying, but it's just the fact. The same country we stay, we still live in that country. The pastors are living good, the children are living good, and you as a member are suffering. Why not search yourself and say, are we doing the right thing? Are the Nigerians doing the right thing? Why not stop? Say 1 year we're not going to church no more, we're not going to mosques no more, we stay home and pray. Protest to make sure these so-called imams and pastors and the GO speak about the poverty that's going in that country. If not, all you people just do here is talk and preach your so-called Bible and whatever. There is God. And I was born, there is God. And I read, there is God. Fine. And I believe in God. Don't quote me wrong. But I don't believe in all these so-called buildings you call your church. What do you know by church? What do you understand by church? Those who are learning here, you know what is church all about. It's not about this building you build there. Stop mocking God. Or this is your miracle. Stop it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Do it. Do the right things. That's the miracle. Nonsense.
Thank you, Henry. We appreciate you. Where is Eagle's Air? There was something I wanted to, pass across to him. But anyway, he's not. He's here. Eagle's
No, he's out.
He's out. Okay.
Why not give Mr. Paul the chance?
Okay. Thank you. So, Doctor, let me even go back to this Christianity again. I know I've said it in your show some 2 years ago, but let's go back. I know they said without Christ you can't make heaven. Good. From my name, something tells every one of us that I'm Christian. I was born in a Christian home. So without Christ, so people who don't believe in Christ will make heaven. Now let's use this word now today. We have 8 billion people. Let's look at the population of Indian as the highest population in the world. What is the percentage of Christian? It's under 5%. China, followed by India. What is the population of Christian? It's less than 0.2%. China, they're serving God and they're suffering. The government is punishing those people that claim to be Christian. What is the population? It's 0.2%, less than. Now, let's cut across. In Europe, where we say we even have more of the Christianity, it is not even 50-50. In Europe, as we are talking, maybe where we'll see more of Christians, maybe the South America, Central America, maybe partly North America, then Africa. And this part of the world are the least population. So if we talk about this Christianity today, if we want to put a score to it, then let's put it this way. Let's say devil is winning God. If we want to put it that way. And every other thing. But I don't believe devil is winning God. But I believe we can serve God in a different way. Because it's about love. And love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the supreme being. That is what Christ preached. Any other thing falls short of it. Though we understand Christ said he didn't come to condemn. So which means the Bible is there, sacrosanct. We can pick wherever place we want to pick it. Then when people talk all these things that say silence the Bible, don't question. Good and better. But Peter questioned Paul so many times. Questioned every spirit. He challenged Paul. He called Paul hypocrite. You understand? When you eat from people who did not circumcise, he questioned. These are disciples. These are supposed to be our role model. What is our constitution?
It's the other way around. Paul called Peter hypocrite, not Peter calling Paul hypocrite.
Sorry. Paul called. Sorry. Thank you, my brother. Now, this is our Bible. This is our constitution. These things are there. If you don't want to question, I think it's fine. It's okay. But I think it's also there if I choose to question. When David cheats, saw the woman taking shower, when David cheats, what did I think I'm forgetting my Bible now. What did Samuel say? He said, I give you your father's wives. And never that. If you want more wife, why don't you ask? Today, as Christianity today, some people condemn 2 wives. Even when it's there in the Bible. But when some of us say some of these things, people shout at us because Christ said it. and every other thing. But Christ who said it.
Paul, you just want marry 2 wives. Make me talk to.
My brother, I'll not be bastard. I don't want to be a bastard child like my father. You know? But Paul who said all these things, Christ who said these things, Christ didn't marry. Christ didn't test it. Even when 2 women were running after Christ, you understand? Mary and Martha. Oh, I was washing, I was cooking, I was doing everything. This other one just busy sit down here with you and everything. These are the things that Christ saw and see the problem. And Christ advised. But Christ advised because he's a bachelor. He didn't venture into that route. You understand? The spirit being is there, but there is the man and there is the spirit man. If I went to university for 7 years to study medicine and maybe I joined court, they kick me out. It's only certificate I didn't carry. At least I have basic knowledge. There is the man and there is the spirit man. We all understand these things. So sometimes when some of us see some people are going very contrary to some of the things we do, we don't just shut up and say, don't question, don't do anything. When it's clear, when people want to give this type of miracle, let's face Pastor Chris Oyakhilome. He used to be my pastor before I moved from Oyakhilome to Daystar Center, Samadeyemi. You know, when people say all these things, the last time I checked, we still have mortuary in Nigeria. Why don't people just go there? The last time I checked, why is it that I've seen countless miracles in this same church? You understand? And every time we see these people come from Sudan, these people come from Cambodia, these people come from countries that it become opportunity for me to know the country name. It's like me living in America, I don't even know some state name. Not until they do miracle for some of these, oh, there's a state called Wyoming. I never knew. You know, it's just like that. You know, so when you see things like that, and you said we should just keep our mouth shut, don't do anything. I don't think that's how it works. It affects the way we also study in Nigeria. When we find ourselves in the West, when study become interaction, we ask questions, we do. It becomes more advantage to every one of us. We all learn, like they say, you live, you learn. So we can't just keep our mouth shut and say, no, don't question this, don't question that. I don't think, to some extent, it works like that. I understand the part where my brother KJ talk about faith. Let's talk about faith. I went to a faith church. You understand? The Bible make mention of faith. We all understand the so-called, if a man says you have faith, show me your faith by your work. You understand? James 2:18, Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ, he who strengthens us. We all know all these things. The Lord is my strength. You know, we all know all those things. But the way people are going with these things today, it is completely obvious. Now let's look these things. Let's ask questions. If we don't ask questions, we don't do anything. That's why it's bringing up more charlatans. People are continuously abusing these things because some of us keep silent. Some of us don't do anything. I can tell you, and I say it all the time, these people literally kill my mom. They literally kill my mom. I send money to my mom and everything. They give my mom olive oil that we use here for low cholesterol to be taken and everything. They take all the woman's money. When the woman couldn't even go to the church, they bring the church to the house. And everything. They demonize people. You understand? They make people confide on them. People call them Lord and everything. The type of plate my mom will use to serve pastor, my mom will not use that for my father. Maybe my father, elder brother come to the house. That's when my mom will remember to be good yawo, good wife. They should go bring those plates under bed. This is how it is. But they worship these men. So let's learn to balance some of these things. These things are just so irrational. You understand? Go to the mortuary. I want to see where they heal people, and we know these people. How come in our church we have 20,000 people in our church? We don't get miracle for the people we know every day. But the people they get these miracles, we never knew them. I went to Christ Embassy.
All right,
thank you. I'll be watching from the other side. Thank you.
When we get to KJ was videoing a church. Maybe he caught a miracle in action, and he will help us understand that. Let me go to, there's somebody, okay, James, I think you're next. James, go ahead.
Yes, please, let me start this way. Assuming, let's say my friend, Mr. Chin, lied against me and made me face a firing squad, in order for him to possess my second wife. And along the line, he repented. And because he repented, we both met in heaven. How can we relate well when we get there? Because he made me face a firing squad just to possess my wife. And having possessed her, he was able to make it to heaven.
I hope the wife is. I hope the woman is fine, Sha. If the woman has to be a fine woman, first of all.
Okay, never mind. When we get to heaven, how can we relate well? These are issues that sometimes bothers me. Anyway, the issue is that I'm of the firm belief that there is no God. God does not exist. It's a product of human imagination. And my stay in the state of Israel hardened my disbelief in the existence, the existence of God. If I had not lived in that country, maybe I would be dealing, I wouldn't have been able to make up my mind rigidly. Because all the holy places, so-called holy places in Israel, Garden of Gethsemane, where the cock crow, where Peter denied Christ, where lost wife turned to anthill and what have you, they have no empirical proof that these places are genuine. This is something I discovered while I was there. And all the sinners of the world, they are assembled in the state of Israel. All the, what fella we call, all the bad things happened in the state of Israel. Anyway, that is that. Now, the issue is this. When we are talking of religion, we always talk about the imported religions. We don't concentrate on local religions. We need to be very critical in analyzing this issue of religion, because let us assume that God exists. God cannot exist only for the white people or for Europeans or what have you, and does not exist for Africans. If God created man, which of course is not true, if God created man in his own image, whatever it is, the way he created the white man, the green man, the yellow man, that is exactly how he created the Africans. So why should we abandon African religion and accept the white man's religion? If the Europeans had not come to West Africa, we would not have known anything about the white man's religion. Although it's not the Europeans who first brought Christianity to Africa. Ethiopia was Christianized centuries before Europeans got to West Africa. So that is that. Now, it's a pity Africans were not writing. So most of their traditional beliefs, customs and traditions were not documented. So we rely on religions that have got documentary proof, like Christianity, Judaism, and what have you. Now, I have read the Bible reasonably well. Let me put it that way. It's one of the most illogical books I've ever come across. Works of literature, the Bible. When most Christians are jammed, they will tell you, no, you need the understanding of God to believe or to understand what is happening in the Bible. And to make matters worse, those who composed the Bible, they were very intelligent men. That is why they inserted a place like Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1, where they defined faith. Acceptance without believing. Acceptance without seeing. You accept what you see, what you are told without seeing it. If they tell you that God has got two heads, so be it. So that is how it is. So we have to be critical. When you analyze the Bible critically, you discover that it's just a piece of literature. For example, they said God is almighty. It means he has all the powers. He created the whole world in 6 days. But on the 7th day, he rested. So it means he was exhausted. What happened is almightiness. So these are issues, and there are so many contradictions, as I always tell people, in the Bible. There's a particular, two books in the Bible. If you give me time, I will check the particular books in the Bible. One author plagiarized the other. If according to 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, God inspired people to write the Bible for the benefit of man. Why should two independent authors in different ages write identical chapters in the Bible? So anyway, we need to be very critical, and our educational system is defective. That's one thing again. When I was in Nigeria, I remember vividly, it's only the southern universities that were offering courses in philosophy. No Northern University of my time, I don't know of now, was offering any course in philosophy. Philosophy degrees. They were not awarding philosophy degrees in Northern universities. It was only in the South they were awarding these degrees. And this could be one of the reasons why the North are so much, should I say, more attached to, very attached to their religion than most of us in the South. So, I mean, God does not exist. If God does not exist, then how did we come about? These are things we should investigate, the nature and causes of all things. At the beginning of last century, for example, talk of brain surgery, people will laugh at you. It's not possible. Heart transplant is not possible. But reasonable men sat down to find out how these things could be done. And today, they do it in virtually all the continents of the world. So we should keep this idea of God aside, because in conclusion, the fear of God is the death of wisdom.
All right, thank you, James. This conversation is wonderful. I know it's uncomfortable for most people, but I think Africans need to have these conversations. For instance, I wanted to talk to Eagles Air because when he was talking, a lot of things were flashing through my mind. The issue about the history of the writing of the Bible, most people have not read how the Bible came about, but they quote the Bible as if it's authority that cannot be questioned. If you know how it was written, you will be careful when you are quoting what's in there. And then the stories, he said something that I think most people tend to agree or believe in, which is that the idea of someone dying and resurrecting was something that was uniquely about Jesus. But during that period, there were so many stories in India about people dying and resurrecting from death. So it wasn't a new thing. It wasn't something that is brand new. And this idea of when you quote the Bible, it's always important also for people to know. For those of us, we were brought up in the church, we know the Bible. I did Bible knowledge. I got A in Bible knowledge. But there are people who do not know. Just think about it. To them, you quote it and you make it look like it applies to you. But it's like a different language for many people. I've told the story about somebody buying a Bible for me when they thought I didn't know anything about the Bible. But this is the way to think about expanding this conversation. Righteous one, calm down. You are the one that started this. Exoro.
It seems like you forgot me now. So I didn't know how to.
No, I did not forget you. You also started it. I want you to stand by. I will come back to you. Let's go to Man of Prestige and then go that way. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't really like to dive into religions. I don't really read that Bible that much. I'll be very honest. The only time I read the Bible was when I go to church, and the pastor, would put advice in the church, say go to this chapter. Then I just turn on my phone, it used to be Bible before, or iPad before, so I read the verse, so I'm not too much versed in that area. But I'm a Christian. I do go to church. Of course, I'm going to church tomorrow. My wife has to compare me whether I like it or not. But anyway, having said that, I'm just going to make a little bit of statement. Then I'm going to use the rest of my time to bring the news for you. I mean, all these pastors in Nigeria, I think what they are doing, is like a double dealing, which otherwise known as misinformation. And to me, that amounts to blasphemy, because they're deceiving people by, how are you going to raise people from dead and all that kind of mess, just like an institutional corruption. So that's the way I see it. Like I said, I'm not going to dive into that Bible stuff, but something I wanted to talk about. I don't even know you know what's going on. When you come to Nigeria, there's always politics for everything going on. Right now, we have what they call a regional politicization, whereby the northern media are asking to zone the coaching role. There's a vacancy in Nigerian, coaching role, the able. So the northerners, this just started yesterday. they argue for them to zone the coaching road to the north. Yeah, I'm serious. This is maybe it just something that break yesterday. They said they should have it because we had about 12 indigenous coach apart from the white people, from Nigeria. 12, most of them are almost all of them are from the south. The coaching role, you have to get that job by merit. It can't just be zoning everything like you zone politics. So that's what they are dictating right now. So I just want to bring that attention. Yeah. So they want that coaching road to zone to them.
All right. Thank you, man of God.
Yeah.
Alaba, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Nice to be back. And thank you, Rudolph, for putting me in the back for so long. Anyway, I want to address you guys in 3 parts. First part is I missed out on that conversation on the death penalty. I was listening in the background, but I think all of you got the approach wrong. The issue is not that we don't have a death penalty or we don't have laws. The issue is that our death penalty only applies to the poor, like every other law we have. I think all of you got it wrong. And until we start getting things right, it won't be a solution. You see, just like in apartheid has rights of the white superior to the rights of the black. The same way, Nigeria has rights of the rich and powerful superior to the rights of the poor. So that's the issue. When each of educated people come and argue from the wrong angle, it takes us far away from the solution.
Alaba, hold on. You said everybody got it wrong, and I was expecting you to explain to us why they don't enforce it.
Because the rich are in charge and they only enforce what favors them.
But the rich are not being sentenced to death. It's the poor.
Exactly. Why would I sentence my own crew to death?
No, wait. Why are they not enforcing the sentences that the judges are pronouncing? That's the question.
No, they are forcing it. They're killing the poor people. They're sentencing them to death.
They are not executing them. That's the issue.
You mean they've stopped executing? From the days of Obasanjo of killing armed robbers, the law has always been centered on the poor.
Yeah, that's not the
issue. They killed armed robbers, but they will not kill. They did kill a few senior officers.
The issue we debated was that Falana said that governors are no longer signing death sentences to be carried out.
I think that has to just be pure political. That's my answer. Okay, pure political. Governors, when they make decisions, they just want to, political reasons. That's all.
Okay,
but
you
favor them in their next campaign. That's that. It got nothing to do with our status quo.
Some people
but our status quo really is that the war is the rich against the poor. Every law in Nigeria.
Okay, so
that is against the rich is not enforced. Anyway, moving on. The second thing is that on the religion.
Alaba, wait, I want to acknowledge that the first statement you made was wrong.
I know the one that took it.
You said that we all got it wrong, but you were raising a debate that we didn't. The debate we had was simple.
No, I was listening in the background. You all were saying that either we don't have a death penalty or it's not being enforced. That's what we were all. And I think the core root of it is that we don't. It's partial. The rich have their way, the poor don't. If you commit a crime today and you kill someone in Nigeria and you're poor, they will execute you. I can guarantee that. If you're rich, you will get away with it.
No. Okay. So let me tell you this. This is from my school days.
Okay.
We took Bible knowledge and they asked us. We prepared. We thought that we asked us to write about Jesus, Jesus Christ. No, I think we were preparing. The way they give you things to read and you think this is what they will ask us. So they asked us to, we were preparing that they will ask us about John the Baptist, but they asked us about Jesus Christ. And one of my classmates wrote that, this is what he wrote to the teacher. Who am I to write about Jesus Christ? I would prefer to write about John the Baptist. So I think you came here with an idea of what you want to say. You ignored our debate. Our debate was not about, and you went to a different topic. Our debate was that they are passing these death sentences. They're not carrying it out. And why are they not doing it? Why are the governors not.
But it started with forefathers saying we need death penalty.
Yeah, we
and then
dismiss
it gravitated to
Alaba, we know
what
that
you are saying.
forefathers doesn't know any. You know, he knows.
I know he doesn't know anything. I agree with
very
you.
little about Nigeria. He just he has no idea. I have witnessed the execution of somebody as a kid in my hometown. They brought a criminal to the village, and everybody around. We all ran to the field to watch them shoot the guy. Forefather doesn't know anything. Forget about it.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Okay, now to the issue at hand, the issue of religion. Okay, I'm going to go at that issue. Oh, first of all, before I start, note that you just took 10 minutes out of my time, so I'm getting my time back. I'm going to approach the issue two ways. One, general, small history of this so-called Christianity or religion we were talking about. And two, I'm going to direct my comment directly to the so-called Christians. Okay, let's start. The white man came, gave us the Bible, took our land. While they took our land, they showed us part of their religion, which they did well. They built schools, they did a few good things, did a lot of bad things also. And then we took over. Oh my God, everything we touch, we perverse. We perverse strongly. So we took over from them, this religion they gave to us, and then starts the level of perversion. I started seeing the perversion of religion in Nigeria when I was in secondary, when I was in FSS, back then, Victoria Island. There was a church in Victoria Island, one pastor, Adekoya or something, you know, it was like a yeast infection, this Pentecostal movement that infected Nigeria. They built a golden calf for themselves, and instead of worshiping God for the gospel of salvation that the whites gave to them, they now twist it around based on our poverty need to the gospel of prosperity. And from there, it's been down the drain for Nigeria and Nigerians. And it has affected our politics. It has affected our life. It has affected everything. That's why we are on a street. You see 10 churches, but no single moral person among them. That's being said. Then the issue now is to direct my attack on Eagle Ear, Righteous Man, and James. James, as an atheist, came here to argue against God. James, I'll be honest with you. You won't win that argument. You can't argue on someone else's belief. I'll tell you why. Because based on my grandmother's saying, Mami, Toba Soro in shop, my grandmother talks when I was with her, she would tell me that it is only God that knows who is worshiping him. That's one. Two, my grandmother would also say that that means we black, we take madness with religion. Two key factor. And the third thing she always says is that those of you who go under them to pray for you, when she says them, she's talking about those pastors. He said the only thing you will get is that they will give you a chalice of poison. They will give you a chalice of poison. So these fake pastors, like the one who drank tea with God, and the other one who wants to break the record of raising people even more than Jesus, 50, while Jesus raised only 1 or 2 from what I know, including himself. This guy who wants to break the record, these fake people are not the problem. The problem are the followers. And now that's where my third part of my speech now goes, which is to all you Christians who are out there. They're good Christians. If you're good Christians, stay good. Keep doing what you're doing. You understand? If you're fake, this next message is for you. And that's my last part. And that's going to take about 5 minutes. I hope Rudolph won't interrupt me. If you don't start. It's not, who is ringing that? Who is that? Hallelujah.
We don't have that kind of time.
Okay, let me just hit the nail on the head. The problem with the followership is that they love to be entertained. They love, if something sounds good. No. Before I start that, the problem is that religion sometimes doesn't change people. It doesn't reform people. It attenuates what's already in them. So if darkness is already in them, that religion will bring the darkness bigger. It will make it brighter. You're not better or brighter. You will now see, this person is really the devil's reincarnate. That's what people do. And people gravitate towards only what feels right to them, what feels good. And that's why the Bible always warns you about fake pastors and the things of the world. You understand? It means that people are generally just emotionally inclined to base their reality on how they feel instead of the truth. That's natural. And that's why in religion, it's not about what a man that picks up a microphone and claims to speak on behalf of God tells you. It's about you. Have you dropped your own senses? Have you done your own research? For example, you go to the store, you want to buy a fruit, you check it, you see if the fruit is rotten or not. Why then can't people, because they're too lazy, do the same for these men that stand on the pulpit and pray and talk on behalf of God? They're too lazy because they like what the guy is saying. The guy is promising them money. I have a cousin who changed his name from a local Urobo name to Richie because he wants to be rich. I hope he's hearing me. You understand? These are people are inclined to want to do what favors them. So they drop the truth, even if the truth hits them. So they like the truth being mixed a little bit. And that's why I said my conversation goes to what is the church? What is happening to the church? There are preachers and prophets in the pulpit, profiting of prophecy that profits the follower nothing. There's no correction, no rebuke, no call to repentance, just a new house, more blessing, more reasons not to submit to the will of God. And you wonder why the country is the way it is. Jesus is their prescription, but nobody follows Christ. There's no repentance. They hide behind their spiritual song or speaking in tongues. And these their pastors who have cutting balls over their grave for. They continue to fool the masses because the masses themselves have failed to use the brain that God himself gave them. They failed. And that is why Apostle Paul, before my bell ring, that's why no wonder those who are unbelievers don't want to join the religion. Nobody wants to. Because Apostle Paul in himself said that you cannot preach or say the word of God by embedding it with sweet human talk. That the call to repentance or the will to follow God comes straight from just speaking the truth. I'm not quoting it exactly as Paul said. I'm trying to see if I can remember the exact word, the way Paul said it. And all these things are in the Bible. You will see fake precept, you will see right one. And about the Bible, not everything stated in the Bible is a fact. There are errors in the Bible. Yes, I can say it. Christians might want to prosecute me, but this is the truth. If you look at the Gospel of John, the 4 Gospels, if you go and look at the genealogy of Christ, when I did genealogy, that is where Christ came from, from David to this, you will see in the genealogy of Christ that in each of the Gospel, it differs. Even though historically what is stated in the Bible is true, there are some minute errors there. It doesn't diminish your Christianity as a Christian, but people who likes to quote the Bible as their authority needs to know this in their head and needs, like Rudolph said, they need to know the history of Christianity in itself and how the Bible came to be. If they don't know all these things, they don't, like I said, anything Nigerian touch, they just destroy. It's just, I don't know, there's a state of perversion with everything we touch,
Alaba, thank you so much. I will go to X0 and Forefathers, and then I'll come back to Righteous Man. And then I will now have KJ and Chim respond to some of the questions I posed. But before
Dr. Rudolph, sorry. Dr. Rudolph, please,
Hold on.
Please.
Before we do that,
Dr. Rudolph, what you are enjoying there, I'm not enjoying it. They seize my life, you will package me. And if they do that again, maybe for you to take me in now, we take another 2 hours. So if you don't want to give me the privilege, over 2 hours,
I'll come to you after when I finish what I'm saying. Alaba, the only thing I question in what what you said was this idea of us. All of us, a lot of people did that here today, saying that people should do their own study, pick up the orange and look at it and make sure that it's good before they buy it. And thinking that people have the capacity to do that. Remember,
Can I get the remote?
The Catholic Church only a few years ago allowed people to start picking up the Bible. And you are talking about, I checked, when you were talking, I was thinking, how many people have a university degree in Nigeria? I don't even know. What's the percentage of the population? I checked, 7% of Nigerians have university. Up to 7%, yeah, that's what I saw. So think about it. There are a lot of people with university degrees that we argue that will shock you when they talk.
Rudolph, is that really correct? 7%?
I think it's less than
that. Yeah, but it's the idea that matters the most. Let's move on.
The idea, it's just, yeah. So what I'm saying, if you can trust someone with a university degree to be able to have critical assessment of issues, discussion, conversation, so why do you expect that the other, whatever percentage, the number, will be able to, on their own, say, question what their pastors are saying?
You're right. You're right on that one. So, it doesn't take education to know that. It doesn't take education to know that a pastor who's telling you he's drinking tea with God is lying. It doesn't take education for you to know that a pastor who said he raises 50 people is lying. It doesn't take education for you to know that a pastor who only focuses on miracles of people you can't identify or prove is lying. These things doesn't take education. It just takes basic common sense. And most people don't want to have it because of their own selfish need and greed. They like the lies. They feed on it. That's what they want. They want miracles themselves. That's the truth. It's not about that difference in education.
I'm not saying education is the answer, but I'm just saying that
yeah, I agree with you. A lot of people are being fooled, but as they hear us now, as people come to the truth, they too need to listen and discard their own slave mentality. They need to discard it because they know the truth is the truth. Huh?
Yeah.
If I may add in without offending righteous man who will say that I've jumped the queue. So I'm conscious of that. But if I may just add in on this thing, you seem to always want to give a pass to the average Nigerian. There is still street smart. My Igbo brothers, and Igbos are well educated, but I know where they always call us traders. My Igbo brother, who is a trader, you won't cheat him. You're not going to come and fleece him with any intelligent argument on his business. He won't give grounds to you. So why is that my same Igbo brother unable to, when it comes to issues like this, hush and think through it? The same Bible we're arguing about actually answers exactly what we're talking about when it references the Berean Christians and says that the so-called almighty apostle Paul that in scripture is revered in Christendom for his works in Christendom, that when Apostle Paul himself will preach to the Bereans, these Bereans will go back, open that scripture and check through it to be sure that what Paul was telling them was correct. Perhaps Paul, in his emotional state, may have said certain things emotionally. Go read your Bible, read newer interpretation for those of us who like newer interpretations. So that's why I keep saying I will never give anybody a pass who decides to follow Odumeje.
Yeah, and also to add to Chim, I don't mean to cut you off, to add to Chim, talking from my own family alone, the people with PhDs are the most moronic ones when it comes to religion. The most moronic ones.
Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Please. No, hold on.
I wanted to tell you something.
Righteous man, please go ahead.
There's a reason why I need to speak before righteous man, because he wants to counter what I said. So let him counter me after I finish so that you counter everything.
All right. That's a good point.
Yes. Because I started this discussion after you said something about Jesus. So I know you want to come and destroy me. So let me start my own so that we'll listen to you last. You know what I want to say is this. If you listen carefully to what I said, why is Jesus Christ blue eyes and blonde hair? And if you look at most of the churches in Nigeria, you find that 99% of them have this. And we are not analytical enough to ask the question, but Chineke where this person come from? is not a member of our race. You know, it's a critical question. I'm not saying don't go to church or do it, because I believe there is always we can say there's a manifestation of God.
So why are we seeing that guy now?
Why are we seeing all these people? Where's Rudolph? They don't attack this station. So in every ethnic group, there's a manifestation of God or a supreme being. So a lot of people might call him whatever name they choose to. But my belief is we should trace back and try to see where the manipulation started and try to, you know, get our stories right. If we don't get our stories right, and we cannot pass what we have now to the next generation, it's filled with, it's too filthy. It's not pure. And there's so many denominations inside this Christianity. Who is telling the truth? So we have to find out the truth about ourselves. I know yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you. If you go to the history of the church, all these things that exist now existed way back then.
Yes.
But the church has a way of dealing with them. The moment they find you that you are deviating from the basic, they will flay you alive. Do you know what it means to flay a human being alive? They will peel your skin while you're still breathing.
But the one in Africa is too obvious.
Yeah, it's freedom now. It's freedom, even freedom for the crazy.
Yes.
You can't do nothing about it.
You are black and you're praying to a white God, and nothing is telling you reason. And we have found a situation that even our leaders, the ones we elected, tell us God will help us. Why did we elect you? Finally, why did God give you a brain if he knows that you are still going to come back to him to solve every problem? Do you mean that God has to build borehole for you? After you pay tax, you will now be begging God. You be begging God. You know how destroyed we all are? When I was in Nigeria, before I crossed the main road, you know how many signs of the cross I did? We were destroyed. We are all destroyed. And
that's on you. I never did.
Please, bro.
That's on you.
See, this is why there's a reason why if somebody is still living in Nigeria, I don't dare argue Christianity or religion with them, because they're still surrounded. Everybody around them is like the guard. They cannot break free. So I don't even discuss with them. You need some kind of outside travel to see those people who actually came to preach to us, to see them in their natural habitat and how they treat you, to realize that, okay, there's a problem back home. We need to go and retrace our footsteps and start writing our stories. The story of Jesus, like in conclusion, the story of Jesus was a story written then by some people who had access to the media. Like in those days, they were the ones being listened to. That's why they were able to preach these words out. You today, are you writing your stories? There are so many Jesuses in every ethnic group. You are not writing. We are not preserving our history. But tomorrow will come out. And the worst thing is when you tell people, why is this man white with blue eyes? They will quote Bible sections. Those are the kind of people I don't like to argue with, because they will destroy you more.
All right.
Sorry, let me just say something. You see, the argument is being dragged. We don't have a meeting point.
Exactly.
We're just throwing everything everywhere. So
they're going there. I don't understand anymore.
All
right. No, the argument started.
Can we change the subject? You've been on this subject for a long time.
We're going to remove Man of Prestige because he wants to change the subject. Let's bring people who want to weigh in on the subject.
Me, I haven't weighed in.
I know. So righteous man.
I want to talk.
Righteous man wants to speak. After that,
yes.
Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
I am not in this platform today to argue with anybody about his thought. I can never do that.
Okay, but
my interest.
Go home.
Let us take you out and get somebody else who wants to argue with
us. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is my right to decide how I should think, reason,
Of course.
and what I should say. The last speaker was saying that I was coming for him because he said Jesus has blood. It doesn't concern me. If he like, let him be white American, let him be black American. It does not affect my life. It does not contribute in my thought and my belief. So whichever picture you are picturing him to be, whatever your thoughts are towards him has nothing to do with me. Now, this is my reasoning. This is my thought. And nobody can take it away from me. And if you want to impose your thought on me because you think you are wiser, or you feel you are more educated, or you have traveled wider than me, or you have read books that I have not read, then it means you are not fair in your thought. Because you can't impose your thought on me. Likewise, I cannot impose my own thought on you. So we hold individual views, and we should respect those individual views. That is why white man is campaigning for gay, lesbians. That is their right for a woman to marry woman, a man to marry man. And you have not raised it as a topic in this place for us to debate whether the white men, what they are saying is right, whether it's African culture or tradition. We've not debated that here. Anyway, when I came to this program, the first time I spoke on this program today, what I said was this. Today, I said, I wish people, everybody on the panel, I said, I wish you happy Easter celebration. Then I went further to say, in our local church today, we did free medical services and then caring for the less privileged. Then I also enjoyed people that this is what Christ died for. I never imposed it on anybody. I just shared our Christian activities of today, which I never superimpose on anybody or wish that I'm saying it to convince you for you to be a Christian. I said, well, if Christ preached love and he died to reconcile man to God, you don't need to believe it, but that's my belief. I said, okay, how far in our little doings, how have we carried this love to other people? How do we care about our next neighbor, our brothers in the village? How do we care about the people in this panel that never show up in a month, 2 months, 3 months? Do we try to get their phone numbers and find out what is happening to them? That was just the message I said. And I never wish anybody to join me to celebrate Christmas or Jesus Christ. But I deserve the right to have my say. Now, coming to the scripture, this is what the scripture said. The scripture never asks anybody that if you do not believe in Jesus, you will die immediately or you will die later. But this is what the scripture says. In Psalm chapter 14, verse 1, it says, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vain. There is no one who does good. The Lord looks down from heaven on all mankind to see if there is any, if there are any who understand, any who seek God. It's not superimposing. The scripture is not saying everybody should seek for God. It says it's looking for if there is any. So it's a personal thing. If you are convinced there is God, fine. If you say there is no God, fine. It does not change if he exists or he does not exist. And let us not begin to create enmity within ourselves here because of we believe, we don't believe, we impose. If you argue till tomorrow, let's assume you argue and fight that there is no God, and tomorrow there is God. What have you gained?
Sorry, but I didn't say that.
So, no, not you. I am just making a general statement. I'm making a general statement. So hold on, Dr. Rudolph. People spoke here 15 minutes. I was timing it. And it looks as if there are some individuals you pick The moment they speak 5 minutes, you want to terminate their time, which is not fair. I hold a
I
very
don't get time. I'll
respect,
soon go.
and you should be able to
Righteous
also
man,
give
stop
the
using
same right
self-pity to
to other
extend
people.
your time. Stop using
Okay?
self-pity to extend your time. It won't work.
How?
Dr. Dameji, I'm on my
How?
way. I'm not coming. I just have
How?
something to say. I'll leave.
Rudolph,
The moment they want to
whether
stop you, you start quoting that other people, that's using self-pity, victimization purpose. You're not a victim here. You're righteous man.
listen, you spoke more than 25 minutes. I was timing you.
All right,
That's
And
a lie.
we have to
those
go.
who live in the glass house does not throw stone. You
Dr.
that
Dameji, I just have something to say. I'll leave. I don't get.
for interjecting. When you were speaking, I was not interjecting. There was nobody that presented here any case that I interjected. I quietly was listening to any of you.
Yeah, because you.
So I don't know when it is my own time, you will not allow me to express my view. Especially Rudolph. Rudolph, I'm not happy with you, honestly speaking.
All right.
I'm not happy with you.
Thank you, Righteous Man. I want you to go back and watch what you said the first time you came, and that was what triggered this debate. We are going to talk about 90 billion for for people going to Mecca and other things, but you changed the conversation. So thank you for this changing conversation. We're going to go to forefathers now, and then we go down. Ovie,
Forefather, you do your time for me. I beg. I no can't stay. I just want to say something and I leave.
Okay, go ahead then. After you, but I wouldn't be allowed to speak again for the next 2 hours. It's been more than 2 hours I spoke last. I spoke only once.
We have people at the back end who are waiting for, so that's why I'm rushing so that we can get to them.
No, I'm not staying. Actually, I just want to say something. Then I leave.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, you can take me to the back end so that I can be listening. So that other people can come.
All right, go ahead, Ovie. I just want to
nice I come cigar lounge to smoke Cuba so that we'll be in the spirit. Now, earlier on, I was supposed to comment about how we love our problem. That's why we always talk about it. But anytime I say something like that, people always talk, oh, now get big, now know they think, what's the solution? What's the solution? And that disturbs me a lot because is it that the issue is so deep that we can't even see the solution, even in our complaints? Our problem is pretty much at this point is institutional. It's reputational. We know that. That's why we have so much confidence and clarity talking about them every day. But there's solution, even in those complaints, we don't see. But now, that aside, I've always used one example here, talking about solution. That if I fuck up, excuse my speaking in tongue, or Rudolph misbehave, you guys don't need consultation before we take action. Matter of fact, some people stop listening to me because I support Konkoso. But still, we need that same energy. You go to ask that somebody that me and you agree that these are the problem that stole our grandparents' destiny, our parents' destiny, our destiny, our children's destiny, our grandparents' destiny. Then you are asking me what is the solution to that person or that thing. It's either something is wrong with us, or we are lazy, as Buhari said. Because I refuse to believe that we are this stupid. If I go face misbehave today and instantly everybody will find solution to my misbehavior, why you can't ask me the solution to somebody that me and you agree with are the problem, that these people are the problem, this way they are doing are the problem? You are still asking me what is the solution. So what is wrong? So is it that we are so much in love with our problem that even look at it that even these are complaints that these people actually have a problem? Is that we make a decision to actually take care of it? Or we just deceive ourselves, they go like that? Because they are happy. When I mean they will not know who are they talk. The idea they are stupid, they are incompetent is ridiculous. These people are making way for themselves and their family. But of course, what is the solution? Now you think back. Now you know they think. Like, are you kidding me? Like, after everything, we will go back and listen to how we did insult and argue against ourselves. If we channel 1% of this energy against this same institution, the conversation will be different.
All right.
But na small shit, but that's why they talk like this. Oh, what be the solution? Now you dey think pass. Now you get big brain pass. For pastor to sit there and articulate himself that
So
Sunni are the
where is
problem.
all of this coming
So
from,
he
please?
cannot articulate that the solution to
What's going on?
the Sunni people.
I'm lost.
That we cannot do that anymore. That's start questioning me. So, what do you think? What do you smoke? What do you smoke? I smoke it, but I this cigar lunch. I want smoke again. If I don't need the solution, they ask me. But if I fuck up today, if I misbehave today, when I go treat my fuck up without seeking for this solution, I'll ask anybody what is my solution. Not take care
Okay,
of me instantly.
Village Atlantic Pigeon. Village Atlantic Pigeon. You don't change your name again, Ovie. I tire for
That's
you.
another plan. See, I'm a businessman.
Oh, okay.
I
You will support Kwangoso. You just mentioned them now. You say we don't agree until look. We have not. Listen.
Hold on. See, I'm not like to they argue. But people are still punishing me for supporting Kwangoso. Why can't you punish the people who stole your destiny like the way you are punishing me? That's the solution. I don't change my name. Hold on. I say I won't go. I don't come stay. I'm not changing my name. Village Athletic PG is another platform that I run. I'm an athlete, so I'm a platform with that too.
Ovie, we're discussing Chris Oyakhilome and miracles and Easter. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm confused.
You just wasted your time giving him your time.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
On a more serious note,
it's not serious anymore. We appreciate you.
Our solution is in our complaint. Listen to yourself. You can see the solution.
Okay, I get answer for you. When you reach my turn, make you hear
I'm not asking anybody answer. I
go answer you.
When you elite. I know be una problem. Answer una elite. I am not your problem. And I want to smoke it, but I know be una problem at all. Answer una elite. Now una problem with that.
Okay, hold on. You said our problem. The solution is in our complaint. So this Chris Oyakhilome, what is the solution in our complaint? Give us that, because you have this.
What did he do wrong? What did Oyakhilome do wrong? I don't know what he did do. What did he do wrong?
All right. Thank you so much. He raised 50 people who died and they came back to life, and we wanted to know whether he could raise more, because more people are dying in the country. So what is our problem? What don't we get?
At least he raised 50. Let Dr. Damage raise 2. Let Ovie raise 1. Let Pastor get 10 units. Let everybody contribute one way or the other. Stop complaining. Do something.
Okay, you don't need a script for your comedy. Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Obviously we know he didn't raise anybody from the dead. That is obvious. God knows that if he had that kind of power, we will not be where we are right now. The idea that people, this, let's say Judeo-Christian, whatever, the Middle Eastern religion that we have all signed up to. Remember, the Northerners have it and the Southerners have it too. We seem to have signed up to foreign religions to govern our lives, and hence the way we perceive the world is also altered by it. I don't subscribe to the idea that it's a good thing for us, especially the way we practice it. We practice everything in such a terrible way, really. Everything we copy it to weaken ourselves. We don't copy it to strengthen ourselves. And it's a very, very negative way to look at the world. The way I look at it is that these religions anyway, what I fault them seriously for is that they made us in a way that we forsake the real world that we are in now, with all the mystery and all that it entails, and tell us that there is something that comes after now that we should aim for, that nobody has been and nobody knows whether it's there for real. I don't know. I'm not trying to be flippant or insulting to religions. I'm just doing, a thought experiment here. That if you believe in anything that you don't have any evidence for, that's basically speculation. And if somebody comes and sells you stuff based on speculation, it's a con. And I don't understand how people believe in something like that. This world itself is mysterious enough for you to be marveled instead of worrying about something you don't even know about. That is a con, really. You really have something marvelous in your hand, and you are aiming for something you don't have a clue about.
That is, you can't even make it up. It's like somebody having a ram that they are going to use to feed their family, and somebody tell him that, you know what, there's a unicorn out there that you can get. You've never seen a unicorn before. He just described it for you, and you believed it, and then you leave your flock and your family hungry. And that is what our people seem to have done. And our original religion wasn't like that. Our ancestral religion doesn't say forsake this world for the next one. That is not how it was. The creationist, the original creationist myth wasn't about this. And many of these religions, they tell you that they are the ones coming to correct the mistakes people have made. They are the ones that actually corrupted it even further. And if you look at religion is about, for me anyway, I believe that to understand this world is religious. And an example of it, most religions are tied to the ability to understand this world, which is, in a way, in the West right now, they separated it into science. There is a reason why these Europeans arrived in America, because they understood science. They were able to predict the eclipse, and they used it to convince the people of their superiority, of understanding the spirit, the will of God. And it tells you the source of religious power. It's actually studying the true world, and which, for me, the true world is the very fingerprint of God itself. And how somebody can tell you that you are living in a miraculous world, you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going to, and everything that within the world is so crazy and miraculous, and somebody tells you something else you don't know about, is the one that you should believe in. I don't know, man. I try to understand. I'm a Nigerian, and I like to think that I've trained myself to understand when I'm getting conned, and that one seems like a con to me. And our people have bought it hook, line, and sinker, that even when the people that brought it to them have moved on from it, at the time they were bringing it to us, they were moving on from it. They were creating philosophers that are arguing against all these things that we believe in, and telling you that no, this doesn't make sense. You cannot forsake the true world. Like Nietzsche, he doesn't believe that you should forsake the world that you are in and believe in something after life. You know, there was one quote that he said, when man invented hell, he has found his heaven on earth, because he can endure all torment on earth, contemplating the punishment of his tormentors in heaven or in another world. Because in other words, we are willing to suffer because of something we don't know. That is really weird. And for me, I really think that if you want to practice religion, you go back to the way our ancestors practiced it before. Some of the things, even they too got corrupted. They started doing human sacrifice and all those things. It wasn't necessary. You didn't have to do those. Because at the essence of the power of religion is understanding the world. This is why Ogun and all these things is tied to a certain discipline in science. And there is a reason why the people have come so far, because they actually are reading the actual creation of God. And for me, I believe that there is this confusion that people have that this world is not spiritual. I don't get it. What is most mysterious than this world that you are living in? Is the greatest mystery of all time. So what is more mysterious? You don't know what else you are describing. It doesn't exist. You just believe it. And I don't understand how we can unlock this thing, but I believe that going back to our own traditional beliefs, that doesn't underestimate the mystery of this world and actually ties it to an extent to understanding this world. And we have to do our own job to understand the world we are in, because I believe that is the whole essence. Like a child grows up to understand what the parent is doing, we need to try to understand what our creator wants from us. And to understand it, you need to look. Just like a child studies their parents. And Oyibo did it so well. Within 300 years, look at what they've accomplished. Look at what they've accomplished. And they did it because they removed superstition. In other words, things that cannot be verified, things that are speculation, things that are not repeatable. You can't tell me you raised somebody yesterday, then when they ask you to come and raise somebody today, you can't raise the person from the dead. How is that true knowledge? That is fake. If it's not repeatable, it's false. If it's not something that you can predict beforehand, it's false. You have to have concrete evidence of what you are saying, because that is the only true world that you live in. Anything else is speculation. And how can you come into this world, such a mysterious place, and you sacrifice most of your life based on speculation? I don't know, man. People really have to ask themselves serious questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know James has a lot of fans who are reminding me that he's been raising his hand. But this is what I think we're going to do. James, I'll give you 1 minute. I'll give Olumide to speak, and then I'll let KJ and Chim to respond because we've gone too far. We may even forget what they are responding to. And the new people can then weigh in. So, James, 1 minute because I heard you.
Thank you. Please, I want to find out something. In Igbo land, is there any town or settlement called Mafia?
No.
It does not exist.
No, no.
So I'm asking this question because there's need for us to understand.
No, there is no mafia. There is no mafia.
Where is that?
In Imo State, there is no mafia.
I have 1 minute. I have 1 minute.
Okay.
Now, I'm raising this point because of the power of literature. This is why writers should be well respected because they are men of intelligence and they reason deeply, critically. Those who wrote the religious books we are using today, they were just literary men who used their brains to compose what they think will be of use to society. If, let's say, 4,000 years from now, archaeologists start looking for the city of Umuofia in Igbo land, do not be surprised that they will dig the whole of Igbo land in search of that city called Umuofia that never existed.
That's a lie. There is Umuofia in Imo State, very close to Owerri. No, you're already building your argument. No, sorry, sir. With all due respect, don't be offended. You're building your argument on something false. You're already concluding. So we need to correct that.
Let him finish now, Chim. Let him finish.
No, but there is Umuofia. He's saying that
there is Umuofia in the
All right. Thank you so much. We meet tomorrow. Good night.
All right. Thank you, James. All right. Calm down, guys. I have never heard that there is Umuofia, but I will search for it.
There is Umuofia.
Okay. It's not impossible. Yeah.
No, Google it right now. You will see it.
Okay. So I said, how did I say that? Olumide will go next, and then KJ and Chim.
Okay, thank you. So I think everybody, I've watched everybody for a while now. Everybody seems to have a point. The atheist, the Christian, the Muslim. I'm personally, I'm a Christian, and I believe in Christ, in the Bible, but nobody's going to pull the wool over my eyes. That's just the truth. On a lighter mood, let me tell you guys a joke. I remember when I was, a couple of years ago, the church that I used to go to here in the city where I live, it's a Nigerian church, a popular denomination. The guy, on some of the Sundays, I will go to work. Some of us will go to work. And then the pastor said one day in the service, you know what? I just hope you guys can find a job, that God will provide you jobs that will not require you not to come to church on Sundays. You understand? And everybody was saying, hey, man. I was like, oh my God. Hey, me, I don't do that one. I'll go pay my bill. So, the funny thing was when the pastor's son-in-law eventually came over to join them, and deal with his daughter, because they got married back home and they had to file visa for him to come. And this guy was going to work on Sundays, and I was like, is it not the same pastor that was praying that may God provide you jobs that will not make you go to work on Sundays? I'm like, geez. Why him for no go work, making no go work Sunday now? And the guy just got a job, a job. He just got a job in the city. He just started. Tell them you are not going to come to work on Sunday.
That is preaching.
Your hair go see me. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not going to overly blame the people. Even in this part of our world, we know churches that are hoodwinking their members just for the money. But they have like I always say, the system, the institution You understand? Once, see, it is not everybody will go to church. They'll have a large congregation. It takes one or two people to blow their cover, to report to the institutions that oversee or that are responsible for investigating these people. When they look into it and they find that preacher culpable or that imam, they will face the full weight of the law. But in Nigeria, they are getting away with it because our institutions are broken and these guys are taking advantage and they are frolicking with politicians. So it's a good synergy, it's a good combination. So I'm not going to overly blame the members of the Congress because in this part of this world we have it. You understand? So it's all sides that holds the blame. You have a right to find out for yourself. I mean, like I'm going to differ from KJ in the sense that you can't say leave the man and allow God to judge him when clearly this guy is scamming people. You can't say speak out. This guy is scamming people. You understand? Stealing money, preventing people from going. In this part of the world, you can't. No pastor can try that nonsense and tell people not to go to church, to hospitals, to see the doctor, or to that pastor will be held liable, like what Paul was saying. You can't do that. You understand? When we come to this part of the world, we know better, we see better. That there are so many things that have happened back home that has gone wrong because all our institutions have failed. You understand? And then you say, fine, churches are selling hope. They sold this hope to the extent that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they were children of slave ancestors, and they fought for a better tomorrow for the black people using their religion. And we are talking about people who are supposed to be indigenous people of the lands of Nigeria, selling false hope to people. You understand? Selling false hope. Let me tell you, even science, like to Nigeria's credit, science recognizes the fact that if you as a healthcare practitioner, just finally, as a healthcare practitioner, there are instances where some celebrities that are known to be involved in drug dependence, drug addicts, then they say they changed. After so many years, that some of them changed their ways. They say, oh, they found, the way the media will report it or the world will report it, they found religion. Maybe that person, if you dig deep, that person became a born again. That person, so we call it cognitive behavioral therapy. That cognitive behavioral therapy is part of is an umbrella of therapy where they find that not just drugs or medication, but there's proof that there are certain ways of life or religion, or maybe some of them became a Buddhist monk, some of them became imam, they found Islam. That way of life was able to keep them off that path of drug dependence that was destroying their life. So there's evidence. You understand? I believe in miracles. I believe that God can do the extraordinary. But don't come and fake it or don't come and scam me.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Thank you so much. We're running out of time. So let me give opportunities to KJ, you respond, and then Chim will respond, and then we give Pansat, Ed, and Flagship. We close this topic.
Okay, I hope I'm able to remember your question.
You want me to remind you?
If you can, that will help me.
I don't know which is yours and which is Chim, but it's something about God.
I can help you, KJ. He says you should tell him. He says the guy portrayed as Jesus. Why is it acceptable?
Yeah, to you, knowing that.
Thank you. I'll go from there. I just circle back a little bit to what my dear brother had just said. See, the church. Okay, let me use the appropriate word that's supposed to be in the Bible. The ecclesia, which is the ruling body of Christ, is not a perfect body. It is
KJ, like you lost the essence of
hold on now. You see this
let me just summarize the essence of my
No, Lumide, no, it's not answering to you. It's answering.
I don't care whether the church, if you break the law, face the law. I don't care whether.
Rudolph, please, can you clarify your question?
Oh,
is
okay.
it the physical essence of this person called Christ?
No. The image we have.
Now, I'm
Okay,
going
KJ,
there.
go ahead. I would like to also answer that question.
I'm going there. Now, the church, okay, that's the generic word we use now in the first place. It's an ecclesia. It's not perfect. That's why it says, it's with wrinkles. And the Bible that we believe as Christians says that when Christ comes, those wrinkles and all that, this is will have been taken up. The church is like a hospital. It does not have perfect men, including the people leading it. Look, Tunde Bakari once said, and I'm quoting him because I want you to know that it's not coming from me. He said, at the 100% of your anointing as a man of God, you are still 100% human being. You are prone to every mistake any person can make. It does not mean because you are leading a congregation, so you are now a spiritual being higher than any other person. In other words, you are not infallible. You can make mistakes. You can go contrary to what the word of God has spoken. Listen, the Christ we follow said that the devil have left the world. It is operating within our space, the church. It is a deceiver. It comes like it pretends to be an angel of light, but it's not. So when people, you see, one of the things I do when I'm trying to counsel people, some of them who come and say, and we met in the church, look at how he's behaving. No, when you go to church, you are not coming to meet a perfect individuals working in a perfect setting. You are coming to meet the same kind of, dysfunctional people you are meeting in the street. So, brother, please don't come and think that the pastor, the priest, this is perfect. No, they have the same feelings.
I don't freaking care. You break the law, you face the law.
Oh, come on, man.
I don't freaking care.
They have the same feelings. They have the same emotion. Okay? But listen, let us go a little bit deeper. You see, and like that's why I said to you, Rudolph, this time is even too short for us to explain this thing. Some of us, we know how far I've gone with this thing. Okay? They live in three beings. You have the body, the spirit, and the soul. Okay? Man is a body. You have a soul. You operate in the spirit. So all of this come together to form who is a man. And at the end of your stay here, your spirit goes back to the creator, the one who created it. And people come here, like somebody said, he doesn't believe in God. Okay, let's take a little teeny bit of this thing before I go to the question of the blue-eyed little guy. Now, you say God does not exist. Let us take one small creation of man, paint. The paint we all have in our house. Is it a man that put it together? Did a man put things together to get that paint? If the man can put it together to get that paint, why didn't the paint itself come together to form itself so that we can just pick it and put together? Now,
KJ, I think we are derailing. The argument is not whether we can prove existence or non-existence of
excuse
God.
me, now leave me to answer my
That's
question.
not the argument. The argument on fake pastors doing fake miracles.
No, a lot of things have been discussed. Just allow me, please. I'm rounding up, and I'll let you have your say. Now, the thing is, oh God, come on, these guys, man, I don't know. You guys can just even give somebody an opportunity to talk. I've been sitting here quietly. I never interrupted anybody, and now I'm trying to.
KJ, go ahead. It's out. Go ahead.
He has broken my thoughts. Now, let me come back to this. Let me come back to what I'm trying to say. Okay? Let me go to circle to your question. If I remember that, I come back. If not, that means that God doesn't want me to talk about it. Now, we do not believe. One of the things that let me, and I'm not saying this, I would do respect to anybody who's a Catholic here. I have nothing against your faith. But I am saying that when I said looking into the things that the Bible speaks about images, about the looks of the one we call Christ, it didn't match up with what was written or what I see. Now, because I'm also somebody who is a student of the history of the evolution of Christianity, I know that certain time in life, a certain man called Constantine, which is a discussion for another day, came in and brought a lot of changes. And a certain guy decided to draw this man, okay, that we now, portray as the Jesus and his mother. When we discovered this, we told ourselves that this cannot match the description of Jesus in the Bible. So we took away. And now if you come, you said that we have it in our house. No, I don't have any of such picture in my house. Okay? And I tell you the truth, whenever I think of Jesus, I see him as myself, a black man, handsome, well-fed, looking good. Now, I do not want to portray that picture that we see because I know that it's totally far from what we are seeing. However, just like we said, concerning the Chris Oyakhilome and all that, you see, because I'm someone who have involved myself in recording testimonies, I'm not talking about writing it, meeting with people who were involved in such acts, talking to them and listening and writing and videoing what transpired, and even doing what is called docudrama in it. I know that there is existence of miracle. I'll give one example because in the course of my recording miracles for 17 years and above, I recorded 3 different life and death stories. One is a young girl that was raised, and for purpose of privacy, I won't call her name, but I can go ahead and give you her name behind, so you can check her out and verify. One is a young girl from Benin during the days of Archbishop Benson Idahosa. She fell out from the 3-story building and splashed all her brain on the quota. Okay? The mother picked her up and everything. They tried to pack whatever they can pack and put back in her brain and took her to the hospital, and she was calling Benson Idahosa that her daughter must not die. Of course, somebody whose brain is already out. Is there anything there? Anyway, the great bishop went straight to the hospital and laid his hand on her and said, "You are not going to die, madam. Don't worry yourself. This is what it is. Okay, it's taken care of." He prayed and left. Today, I didn't do the testimony when she fell from I did the testimony when she had become an adult living in Nigeria till this moment. I can give you her number if you want to follow up. Secondly, there is a woman, by one evangelist, Cyprian, okay, and she lived in Cotonou, Republic of Benin. She died 3 days, and they have put her in a coffin. They are going to bury her when the sun came. And in the process of praying, just simple prayer, he didn't pray that he wanted the mother to wake up. The coffin started to shake. They had to open it. The village ran away because they say it's not their custom that once somebody is put in the coffin, it should be opened. But in this case, he said, no, this one, the coffin is shaking. So he opened it himself. And lo and behold, the mother came back to life. That's the second story. And this, what I'm saying, I have pictures of them, so I'm not playing you babadash. All right. The third one was a small boy who's, I think, about 7 years old. Yeah. All right. He had high fever and died. Okay. This same particular evangelist went there and prayed, and and he was revived. Now, are there miracles? Yes. Are there fake people who fake it? Yes. Are there people who use it to make money? Yes. But are they real people who walk the work of God? Yes. Are you able to? The problem we had with NBC and Nigerian Broadcasting Commission was that they said you have to prove scientifically that miracles, when you have to prove from point A to no. Those things are miraculous. That is why it has no scientific proof that this is what it is. But God can step in the affairs of men and change situations around. What am I saying about Chris Oyakhilome? I'm not one of those who follow him. But what I'm saying in essence is that if he says I raised 50 people and from this thing, well be it. Okay? But if you ask me what the question should have been is, can these men of God who are doing so many wonderful things in Nigeria turn around the situation of the country, economically and otherwise? But tell you the truth, if you are thinking that it's going to be a church where when you go there, everything is perfect, it's never going to be until Christ comes. If you are thinking of a movement that is going to be without scandal or without anything, like we are living on earth. And we are prone to
Nobody
anything.
is asking for a perfect church, KJ. Don't scam people. That's what we are saying. Stop scamming.
All right. KJ, thank you. Just before we move to Chim, I want to clarify. You, the lady, the young girl that fell down, splashed the brain on the floor. You videoed it. Is that what you're saying, or you were there, or which? What? Just want
Yes.
to.
Years later, when she had become a woman.
No, during the incident where
No, I wasn't. I mean, I was a young man at the time.
Oh, okay. Then forget about it. Forget about it. I just wanted to know.
But if you want, I can give you her name.
No. There's no need. There's no need.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to say, the other part of my question that you didn't answer is, do you realize that you're in the media, or you know about the media, the impact of the media on how people see themselves, how they perceive their role in the world, that the image of a God that you worship is an image that you don't even believe is true. And you may be smart enough that you don't have it at home, but I know that all the houses I go to, when I go home, I see that in their almanac and everything. People grow up looking at this, and when they go to church, in the windows of churches everywhere, that's an image. It's the same thing with the concept of beauty, the way Africans see beauty. Now, most Africans will point at someone who's light-skinned as a beautiful person, because the media, they've sold that to us over the years. So I'm saying, the question I asked you is, are you not worried that this image, even if it's not in your home, is wrong? You believe it's not the right image, that people are embracing it.
Yeah.
In the church that you go to every day, you look up to that and you pray to Jesus. And you know the implication. The people, you know the history of that image, how it was.
Yes.
Yeah. So
now, listen, like I said earlier, Dr. Rudolph, the time we have is not enough for us to explain these things.
No, don't have to explain it.
Because you need a systematic breakdown of these processes. But I will tell you something. This image we have been seeing is still existing before I was born.
Yeah.
And it's been everywhere. And like I said, a particular sector of the Christianity have this image as their relics. Now, I'm being careful not to come against this thing, because you see, you must have respect for everybody's whatever the person believes. Until God brings you to a point where you can see beyond what you are seeing, there's no need to mess up people's mind. If, for instance, I give an example, the church itself is all about mindset. If you believe Chris Oyakhilome is a man of God, you will always be able to receive what he preaches and be healed from what he says. But if I have a contrary, and I have a lot of this thing, like I said, I worked with churches for over 17 years. So there are many things I know that I probably not bring to the public. Why would I bring it to the public? Because in the public, you have people who are still going there, who that is where they have their hope hinged on. And then I do not have answers to that, their hope. And then I will not come and say, you know what, Rudolph is this way. Do you know that yesterday I saw Rudolph jumping out of the hotel window with a woman? And this same Rudolph is going to preach for them on the next Sunday. What have I done to that person? I didn't give him hope. I didn't give him the next level. I will just destroy even the little he's trying to build. So in working with God, what I've realized that you allow the person, if he's truly seeking to understand and to know God, the Berean Christian, which is what Chim quoted earlier on, they went back. If you are searching for the truth in God, when you finish being told what they have told you, you go back and carry your own Bible and search through it. And search through it and to know if what they are telling you is true. The ministration, the word of God says that the Spirit of God is inside of you. The truth is in you. If you hear this,
Rodolph, I'm going to allow others weigh in ahead of me to see what other people.
Please.
My fear, Rudolph, is just that.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
Listen, and again, Rudolph, some people are mistaken. I see the comment section and I laugh. They are mistaken. I don't think I said here I was when the house was alive. I was maybe 6 or 7 or less than 10 years.
All right.
Okay. I'm tired of sitting down.
Okay, let's move. The point I wanted, the last thing I will say before I go to Chim now is that I forgot that because of Olumide. Go ahead, Chim. Go ahead.
Sorry, on a lighter note, Rudolph, I don't know why you decided to do what you've just done now. You put forefathers in between me and you, Are you saying forefathers is Jesus? And then are the thieves on the cross?
At least I'm on the right. You're on the
No,
left.
I'm the one who made heaven. You're not the one who made heaven. I'm the one on the
Oh,
other side.
who made heaven? Is it the person?
It's me. I'm the one.
You're the thief.
Okay. All right. This is interesting. So before I go into the topic, number one, on the issue of Mr. James, I was only trying to correct something for those who think I've chased Mr. James away. Mr. James, please, I didn't chase you away. Then secondly, there is a no morphia. Whether it is spelled with an I-A or with an A straightforward, there is a place called
Chim, you are wrong on this.
Let me finish, please.
There is no Umuofia in Imo State.
Finish. There is an Umuofia in Imo State. It's just a difference on spelling. Now, secondly, Chinua Achebe is an intelligent man. He wouldn't just make up something. He would have picked something from somewhere, but knowing fully well the kind of person he is, because of intellectual property and all those things, he would change the way he writes it. That's, of course, go read his books. You see how creative the guy is. So there is a place like that in Imo State. And even that other spelling, if we check for that, there will be somewhere in Anambra State where it is. Because that is, it's an Anambra man. I want to leave that. I don't want to waste time on that.
Don't. Because let me say something, okay? When that came up, this is how my brain works. When that came up, all my reading of Achebe and everything I know about Achebe and things like that, I didn't know that there's a place called Umuofia. But I didn't say that it's wrong. I told myself I would check, and I checked, okay? But it's something I know before checking. You know how he named that book, that town, Umuofia? It was an opposite of where he went to school. He went to school in Umuahia, okay?
Yes, it's an opposite of my school.
Oh, I didn't know you were Umuahia. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so he went to school in Umuahia. So he decided that, okay, what do I call the town where I'm setting this story? Instead of saying Umuahia, he said Umuahia.
Umuahia.
You know.
Yes.
So whether the spelling is right or wrong, I wanted to call Kendibe, who is an expert on things all apart, and he would be able to tell us more. I will let you know maybe next time.
But the Umuofia without an I, there is an exists somewhere. But let's go
and that is Umuofa. Umuofa, not Umuofia. Umuofa in Imo State.
All right. So going into, you asked me to talk about the consequences of blasphemy. All right. So there is a consequence for blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, which the Bible talks about. The Bible does not contextually talk about blasphemy as a sin for which you should be stoned to death. Now, to buttress my point, in the scripture, in the Old Testament, some people did something against Elijah, and Elisha got angry and rained down fire from heaven, and it consumed them. There's been an argument whether what Elisha did is right or wrong. I don't have the answer.
Elijah, not sure. Elijah.
Sorry?
Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah. And so I don't have the theological answer as to whether what he did was right or wrong. Now, further down the line, Christ was trying to cross from one city to another city, and the people of that city said they would not give him the right of passage. And two of his blood-headed disciples said, Master, should we rain down fire from heaven like Elijah did because of these people's insolence? And the man turned around to them and said, I don't understand the kind of spirit you people have. I have come to save lives. I have not come to destroy lives. And he condemned them for that behavior. So why I've taken this point is that Christianity is not a supposed faith that is into, if you insult my Jesus, then I must carry arms against you. So anything you see that happened in the days of the Crusaders, that's not Jesus Christ and the Spirit of Christ and the Spirit of what God was trying to do. That was men in their own overzealousness doing whatever they wanted to do in the name of Christ. Jesus Christ is not against, if you reject me, therefore in this world, then my Suppose followers should go against you and force you in a type of jihad to follow me at all costs. No, he's not into that. Because if he was into that, he wouldn't die. If he was into that, he wouldn't allow himself to be caught, crucified, beaten, and hung on the cross. He wouldn't do that. But because that going to the cross was the essence of why he came, Jesus Christ did not come to do miracles. Jesus Christ came because of the sin issue that we humans inherited from Adam. Now, listen, I respect everybody's views on religion, whether you're Hindu, whether you're Krishna, whatever, it is your choice. The beauty of living in the Western world, which we often ascribe, I've heard cliches from several people say Christianity is a foreign religion. You know, I laugh at this ignorance. Christianity has nothing to do with the Caucasian, aka white man. He also got into it the way every other race has gotten into it. The only thing is that when he got into it, knowing the kind of people they are, they carried it further than any other group of people and made it their own, which is why today everybody says the white man brought Christianity to us. The white man didn't bring Christianity to us. So that people need to go and educate themselves. I can't help you on that. If you don't know that by now, we've discussed that here several times. Incidentally, I cannot help you. So I will now dovetail into a little bit of the issue, the other issue, bigger issues, which is, you said, this Jesus Christ of having a blue eye. I also got born into this world to see people putting that hairy guy, you know, because my Bible tells me that Christ had my kind of hair. He had a woolly hair. He didn't have a stretched hair. If you read your Bible, it will tell you he had a woolly hair. He didn't have a stretched hair. And from history, knowing full well that he was a Jew, because he was a man that existed. The real Jews, where are they in the world? They are in the Middle East. What do we call Middle Easterners in terms of skin? They're the people we call brown people. Isn't that? Is that not? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Mr. Dr. Damages? When you're talking about the people from the Arab world, we call them brown people. Shouldn't that tell anybody who is educated enough that if Christ, if we're going to ascribe complexities and complexions to him, that the guy is closer to you and I than he is to Donald Trump? Shouldn't that tell anybody who is? Why do people continue to mouth and say things when they don't want to sit down and read? Or even if you're not reading, just be logical enough to say, okay, Israel, Middle East, original Middle Easterners, who are they? Orientals, sorry, Arab and Middle Easterners. What's their complexion? Brown people. Why can't you see that? How many brown people do you see with long hair? Do you see their men? Apart from when they, when they decide to stretch it intentionally, do you see them with long, stretchy hair? So if the white man, in trying to tell his own story, since we Africans refuse to tell our own story, decided to project Jesus Christ to look like himself, why do you have a problem with that? Has anybody asked you not to go and project Jesus Christ to look like you? Come and take my photograph, hang it in your church, and say this is Jesus. I'm okay with that, if that would make you happy. Because I ascribe to Ojuku's late Chief. When Ojuku was given the title of Eze Igbo from Ndenri, if you remember, it caused a lot of controversy. And then in one of the convocations at the University of Lagos, pressmen asked the late Sam Mbakwe about it. And Sam Mbakwe said, I come from Etitiobo. And in Etitiobo, we have an Eze. Ojuku does not come from Etitiobo. He comes from Nnewi. But you know what? Ojuku is not the Eze of my community. But if Ojuku answering Eze Igbo makes Ojuku happy, let him go ahead and answer Eze Igbo. So the moral of what I'm going to is this. The white man, in trying to associate with his Jesus, has painted the Jesus to look like him, to look springed, stretched hair. Why have you not decided to write your own story? These guys write their story. Write it, whether right or wrong, twist it the way they want. Why do you always have a problem with it? And that is where people begin to talk about whether Christianity is an acceptable faith to them or not. Listen, nobody's going to force anybody to go into Christianity. Certainly not me. the man who supposedly is the architect of it, did not force anyone to follow him. If anything, he told his disciples, if you go to any city and you preach the gospel of the good news of Christ, and the person accepts it, your blessings stay upon them. If the person chooses not to accept it, dust your feet. He didn't tell them like some other person, and I will try to be politically correct in this instance, said, if you tell people to follow me and they refuse, carry a spear, carry a dagger, and force them until their blood and whatever, if they don't do, then let them shed their blood. This one did not say so. He said, if they refuse to, dust your feet and walk away. I will also leave that matter there. I'm not going to overstretch it. I'm going to end by simply saying, when it comes to, because I know where all of this thing started from. I will quote 2 Timothy chapter 4, 3-4 for all of us to read. It says, for a time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itchy ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. What is happening today is that the typical Nigerian loves sensation. He loves sensation in politics. He loves sensation in social life. He loves sensation in religion. It drives our people. And we love those kinds of things. And the scripture has told that a time will come. This is not only for the Black Africa. It's a global thing. It's a global thing. It just so happens that predominantly right now, in our own country and in our own continent, we have a lot of people who are over-embracing and are choosing not to rationalize and look at things critically before they embrace them. Nothing stops you when somebody preaches something. I've been here on this platform to tell you guys about being in the church and something was going on, and I said, this is becoming outrageous. I won't stand up for this man. But the man redeemed himself and corrected it and said this was wrong. So I said, okay, I respect him more. I won't go into that story. I've relayed it here severally. So the point I'm simply making is this. Nobody is forcing anybody. That's why, like I jokingly told you earlier, actually, is that man from New York or from New Jersey? Because nobody forced him to fly over to Odumeje's church to go and be doing the kind of things he's doing. Tomorrow he will carry a frying pan on his head and say he's building citadel for Odumeje. People will choose to do what they want to do. It's like the MAGA thing and Democrats. Everybody is taking sides. But there are people who are sitting there and saying, I just want to be an American. Vote the right candidate, do the right thing. If the Democrats bring up a good candidate, I support him and vote him if he's making sense. If a Republican comes up and is making sense, I do the same thing. But there are also diehard people who are in the Democratic Party. So you find the diehard people also who are in the Republican Party. That's the same way you find diehard people when it comes to religion. No matter what you tell them, they will go any extreme. These people are not only Christians, they're not only Muslims, you also find them in the traditional African faith. So the point I'm going to end there to say is this. Listen, everybody know God for thyself. I refuse to give any human being a pass. I constantly say it here. Anybody can say, why am I blaming the average Nigerian? Oh, the media is responsible. When the media projects anything, I don't belong to any brand. You won't see me wear any brand and say, oh, Mercedes-Benz. If it's not a Mercedes-Benz, I won't drive a car. That's not true. I will drive a car based on what I want to drive, what it suits to provide for me. Mercedes-Benz is not going to give me any endorsement for riding their car and being too loyal to them. So I owe nobody anything. I owe no allegiance to any brand, to anybody. I owe my allegiance to God, to the word of God. As is there. When I sin, I go to God in prayer and say, oh, I just made a mistake. I'm sorry. So I don't owe it to any pastor. I don't owe it to any priest. I don't owe it to anybody. So that's just the point I want to make. So anybody can go about doing anything. Whether he raised 50,000 people, 50 million people, I'm not defending him. It's up to him. It's up to him and his God. If he's lying, he will face the consequences when the time comes. And the Nigerian state is also allowed, if they feel they want to go against him, to say, what you're saying, come and come and confirm it. It's up to the states to do that if they want to do that. But for me, I'm not moved and fazed by all those things.
All right, thank you. We have so many people who are waiting in back end to speak, and we have people here on the stage. So I want to at least give people who are yet to say anything a chance to speak, because it's not fair. But just for you to think about, KJ, you talked about it's not your responsibility to change that image. It's been there before you were born. But remember, Martin Luther came out and said, look, what the church has been doing is not good. We have to change things. Someone has to change it. If we Africans are looking at this picture in our continent and we know it's wrong picture and we know it's damaging to us, and we say, oh, it's okay, someone got
to damage. Are you going to everybody's living room to take away the images from
No. I have a fictional novel I'm writing where I took it. They woke up and they didn't say it, and they turned their brain upside down. I will do that in fiction. That's all I can do. But hold on. I'm not finished. Chim, you talked about that Christianity is not a foreign religion. Is Toyota a foreign car in America?
So when I said Christianity, I can take that back.
Okay.
When I said it's not, when I hear people say a foreign religion,
okay.
Last I checked,
I think what she wanted to say was it's not a white man's religion.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what I said. Not a white man's religion, not a Caucasian's religion.
Okay.
So, but again, to contextualize it, I'm at liberty to come from Africa where we worship in a certain way, and I prefer to worship in that other one.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so if that is fair enough, I shouldn't be gagged and bound that I must follow Fela's way.
Of course.
Or that I must follow Ezearo's way. There's nothing stops me from. I don't have to do that.
Oh, Shingo. Okay, good. All right, let's go to Pansat, and we remember. Just so you remember, we have Pansat, Ed, Flagship, Kene, Pastor, Electricity. We have so many people. So please, I will give everybody 4 minutes. I will time people now because
it's interesting how the clocks come out when it's my turn to speak. And I'm watching you trying to
all right, go ahead.
But anyway, let me go to my point now. Rudolph, I'm actually this time seriously going to ask for extra time because you've dealt with it. Hold on.
Maybe when we go around. You can
go around, okay? Because
if you want,
I have one more. I want one more proposal now, because you've touched on a lot of things here, right? You remember a lot of people respect you, including myself. So you've touched on a lot of serious issues. So you're going to have to let's hash it out today. I'm actually proposing that you give up your moderation and be a part of the debate. I want to debate you, mano a mano. You in particular, if you could give somebody to moderate and then you be
that's
a part of the debate.
That's a very good idea. Let me just.
I will be the moderator on the day, please. I don't mind.
We'll do that another day because you're seeing me now. I'm not eating breakfast today.
Man shall not live by bread alone. Leave breakfast. Let's have a debate for the Lord. But anyway, let me go to my point.
Yeah.
Rudolph, today is a very special day for Christians, for humanity. All right.
Yeah.
So I would say that come with high and holy hymning, chant our Lord's triumphant might. Not one gloomy cloud is dimming. That bright, glorious morning light bringing over the purple east, symbol of our Easter feast. Christ is risen. Often on this platform, you play the role. What we know, what we call it in Christianity is Antichrist. Antichrist can just be said somebody who's against the Lord, right? The Lord Jesus Christ. And you do it here a lot. And you have an upper hand because you got your clock. You could time people out. And you snip in all manner of stuff. And it's not fair. I believe that he puts those of us who are using apologetics, trying to defend Christ. But we do not have that ability you have, which is to employ polemics, right? Now, whether you believe in the Lord or not, if you're atheist, you believe in something. Because there are a lot of words that are being attributed just to Christians. For example, faith. What is faith? For us, faith, as small as a mustard seed, if you could do what the Lord said, you can move mountain, right? But faith is nothing but you believe in something. For example, you want to go to work tomorrow, you believe you're going to work tomorrow, it's Monday. You have faith because you believe strongly that you're going to work tomorrow. So there's no human being who doesn't have faith? Every human being have faith. If your wife is gone, you have faith that she's going to come back. Because if you don't believe that, you're going to get in the car and start looking for her right away because you know she went to the market. But you have faith that she's coming back. So don't be trying to denigrate people who have trust in the Lord or in the Bible, belief, confidence, convictions, credence, mere reliance. That's what Christianity is all about. We have faith in the Lord, in the Bible. Now, the instruments that we are equipped with as human beings, right? We could only see up to, 30 nanometers, I think, for a human being, up to 75. I can be corrected on that. I'll check it out later on. But you cannot see an infrared. You never attempted to do that. Or ultraviolet rays. So you cannot say you looked everywhere because you can't even see. You don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't know. You cannot see anything. So there's no point to come on a platform talking about what a pastor did or he didn't do. It may be allegorical. It may be a metaphor. He says, look, I've raised people. Look, a lot of us in Nigeria are dead unless they hear the word of God and know and come alive and have some class, have some respect for yourself and your fellow human beings. So you could go to Nigeria and raise 220 million people from the dead. And it'd be a noble thing to do, and we should try it. So when you come now, we have many religions. I know a lot of people are lined up here to speak, and this is not organized. I want an organized debate because there are a few things that we're talking about at the same time. It's a convoluted, complicated, complex, intricate, impenetrable, serpentine, labyrinth discussion. It's something that needs to be passed. How many? Let me know when I have 2 minutes left.
5 minutes.
How many minutes do I have left?
5 gone.
Okay, how many do I have left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you being kind. This time I see you have a good reason to hurry yourself. But your topic is a big one. So a lot of Nigerians need to be raised from the dead, like the pastor did with just 50. We need 220 million people raised from the dead. They have no class. Now the Greeks, even millennia before Christ came, maybe a couple of millennia before Christ came, they were using reason. That's the only thing they did. And they gave us a law just from reasoning alone, not science. They were able to give us democracy, for example. The Greeks, they did, not the Romans. So there are a lot of things that we need to talk about. When it comes to the size of this universe, first of all, scientists agree that it's, infinite. It's big. So we are in a speck of dust. Even on this galaxy itself is small because you have trillions and millions of galaxies. Now, many billions and trillions of stars make one galaxy, right? And then it's expanding at faster than the speed of light. Now, the speed of light is a constant. We know what it is. It's the fastest thing anything can go. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. And Christ is the light. So let me just end it here by saying, but did you promise we're gonna have another go around where we're gonna have a debate?
We'll talk about this. Yeah.
Okay, so let me end it by saying the following to humanity itself. We humans. It's not about Muslim, Christian. There's only one faith. What is the difference between us? Well, there are many differences between Islam and Christianity. I'm not going to go into that and knock them, right? Number one, they're copycat. The Christianity came first, right? The Lord Jesus Christ. It's true that no man had ever seen God. So no man has ever seen God. That is a true, you could look that up on John 1:18. No man has seen God at any time. So I would spare Muslims a little beating, which they deserve. But I'm going to say that this is Easter. Is a very big day for us. It's bigger than Christmas. This is the day the Lord rose up from the dead. And I'll be damned if anybody's going to come here Antichrist and all, knocking the Lord. Give us a little respect. Today is a very important day for all humanity. This is the day the Lord defeated death.
All
It's a
right.
joyous day. So we thank
you.
God for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pastor Pansat. All right. Ed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, let me start from saying I agree with Mr. Pansat on the issue of today being our holy day. We should at least get some slack because it just seems like it's kind of open season for Christian every time we're for Christians whenever we're on this platform, and I don't think any other faith gets the same kind of treatment. But having said that, I would not want to come here to act the victim. We're here to defend.
And they accept it, not that just bash, but also accept it.
Exactly.
And negotiate it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you don't do that to any other faith. If you are trying to be as liberal as you should be, what you're doing to Christians is not necessarily fair. But let's get to the questions of today. I think for the most part, Chim, Ferreira, they've kind of and KJ, and to some extent, Mr. Bansat's kind of answered most of the questions that are given, especially on the issue of this imagery thing. It just keeps coming. And, it's like a boogeyman that people who detest Christianity always go to whenever they want to argue their case. And to me, it's very puerile and pedantic. Because even the Bible, which is the constitution, the doctrinal document of Christianity, actually answers that question for you. For example, in Exodus 20, when the 10 Commandments, which is really a synopsis of the Judaistic commandments, of course, we know that Christianity draws from Judaism a lot. The synopsis of that, the second commandment that was given was that you shall not make an image of anybody, of God, like in the heavens, in the earth below, in the sea. So the idea of imagery is even contrary to the Christian doctrine. So we should not be talking about a white Jesus, a black Jesus, because the Bible itself forbids that. And then if you say that's Judaism, when we come to the Christian parts of the Bible, or at least the parts that was written after the advent of Christianity, Paul talks about know we no man after the flesh. What that simply means is that we don't deal with people on the basis of their race, their color. And the next statement that follows was that we knew Jesus Christ like that, as in when he was in the world, because Paul was a Jew. His point was that we are relating with Jesus Christ on the basis of who he was physically, but we do not do that again. And then the Bible, I mean, a lot of these things it's just a distraction. But let me leave that aside. Chim talked about the fact that Africans already had some sort of contact with Christianity, even before some of these Caucasian nations. The second Christian nation ever was Ethiopia, right? So why always, use the basis of how the Caucasians delivered Christianity to us as a general kind of characterization of the faith? Another point, I mean, again, one of the reasons why I don't come here a lot is because I know there are people who always would, say the things that I would like to say. For example, Chim, Ferreira. But the reason why I came today was just to correct it. I mean, to just say, let me not use the word correct because I'm not that smart. So when Chim said something about Jesus Christ having a woolen hair, I think what's that scripture actually said his hair was white as wool, right? So it's really a reflection on the color of his hair, on the color of his hair at that point, not really on the texture, because that same is a synonym was also used to describe was also used when it said, "Do your sin was as red as scarlet, it shall be as white, as snow, and then though it be as crimson, shall be as white as wool." right? So it's a caloric kind of contrast it's trying to make. And then Ferrer also said something about the genealogy of Jesus being different. So I wanted to make the point that if you look at Matthew, he was trying to trace the genealogy of Jesus through his adopted father, who's Joseph, right? And that traces back to King David. But then when Luke was giving his accounts, he gave it through Mary, who's the mother. Again, these two synoptic gospels were written to two different audiences. So Matthew was writing to a Jewish audience, right? Whereas Luke was writing to a Gentile audience. Luke himself, I think he himself was a Gentile. So that's the basis for the difference in that genealogy. It's not really an inconsistency on the part of the Bible. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say.
All right.
Can I speak on the issue of miracles and all of that stuff?
Yeah, in 2 minutes. Just
okay. I wanted to also speak to what Olumide said about if whatever is happening in Nigeria was happening here, they would be investigated. It's true to an extent, but we also know that there are also con men who masquerade as Christian preachers in America, and some of them have been investigated and they've been let go, right? So but it's just also, I mean, again, I do not judge a Christian preacher on the basis of whether the law catches up with them or not. I judge them by their fruits. I don't even judge you by whether you say by your miracles and all of that. It's by your fruits that we shall know them. Does what they say align with the scripture? And that's what the Bible advises us to do.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Let's go to the flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good afternoon to you and to every member of the panel. I hope we're all having a good weekend and had a good week. In the spirit of the season, I would like to say that this weekend, for those of us who are believers of the gospel of Christ and who believe in God, this weekend is a time that we remember the greatest gift that God gave to mankind, which is the gift of his son, Christ. In exchange for our helpless selves, he laid his life down so that we can be reconnected back to God again. So I would like to say that, please, in your own little ways, make out time this weekend to do something good for someone out there in whatever way you can. Make them happy, help them, give to them. It doesn't have to be money only. It doesn't have to be material goods. You can put a smile on someone's face. If you have money to spare, do the same this period. I know you've been doing it before, but in commemoration of the greatest gift that God gave to us, let us please in turn be nice to one another this weekend and beyond. That will help to put smiles in the faces of those of us everywhere around the world, most especially to our people back home in Nigeria. With reference to the conversation we've been having, I joined the show about an hour ago. Rudolph, please, am I allowed to reference or to suggest books?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So with reference to the church or religion, as it is, this is what I have to say. I read two books some 2 decades plus ago. And I would like to reference them and suggest them as well. The Bad Popes by E.R. Chandler, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, and 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. If you have time, maybe you have read those before, but if you have time, go back and reread them again. It will perhaps give you a good understanding on the concept of the modern day religion that we have and the system and how it is set up. If you do that, perhaps it will help explain a whole lot and reduce the level of argument that we have with reference to how our modern day preachers and imams conduct themselves and the practices that they are involved in. So I really don't like to argue or debate the modern day church concept. It's seriously been hijacked and turned the other way around. So when I listen to them, I listen with a pinch of salt, and I take out what really matters to me that will benefit me and also help me to be good to the guy next door or the next person on the street. I tend to pay less attention to semantics and all the gymnastics and all of that good stuff that they try to portray out there of themselves. It is sad to say that modern day religion has been turned around to a point where the pastors or preachers who are meant to be servants are now being served, and the people that they are supposed to serve are living in abject poverty and penury. So please, look out for the good of yourself first, and then those around you. And when you talk religion, whichever side you belong, let the focus be on being good to not only yourself or those close to you, but those far away from you. If we do this, I think we would have a lot less to worry about in our world today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, the flagship. When you were speaking, something was going on in my head. I was listening to you, the words you're saying, and I was thinking, this is exactly what our politicians think about when they look at Nigeria. A lot of politicians today in Nigeria, you know what they think about? You said, take out, when you look at the what's going on in the church, take out what is relevant to you, look out for the good of self and those around you. Our politicians, some people we thought that we are sending to Abuja, to a capital of our states and local government, to fix things. They are basically going there, looking at what is good for them, what they can take out from the structure. They don't believe in Nigeria. They don't believe in fixing that place. They are basically saying, what can I do for my kids? Send them abroad, get the money from the states, use it to send them abroad. I'm bringing it back to people who are Christians, who believe, who are seeing things that are wrong in the church, who are saying, what can we do? We can't fix this. It's been there before us. We know it's wrong. I think everybody here can agree that the idea of an image of God, of Son of God, being wrong, we can all agree that it has impact on people who are following. We might be smart enough to say it doesn't matter to us, but there are a lot of our families, our friends, who have never had any of these things we're talking about. There are people I know that I went to primary school with, secondary school with, that didn't go further, who we did not know that the Bible did not drop from heaven. They did not know that some people wrote it, that some people decided what books to put in there, what books to take out. These are things that we assume because we know it. All of us here, we know it, I'm assuming. But there are people at home who thought that this thing fell from heaven, and they believe everything that the pastor is telling them, So what we owe them as our responsibility. Martin Luther was a member of the clergy, a priest in Germany, and he looked at the church and said, look, this is criminal. This cannot be going on. We can't be doing this. We need to change things. And he led that change. He didn't say, oh, well, this they've been doing an indulgence before I was born. We should let that continue. They've been doing this before I was born. We should let that continue. He said, no, we have to change it. All right. Kenneth,
But Rudolph, that's not the angle you came from. Thank you. Sorry, Kenneth. That's not the angle you came from if you had come from this Martin Luther angle or concept, perhaps, yes, I agree with you. But that's not the angle you came from. So
the answers I'm hearing, remember that. And, remember, this topic was not on our topic today. So it's not like we wanted to discuss this. It was just incidental.
So, Dr. Damages, have you started the timing? Please remember to reverse it, please. Thank you.
All right.
So I actually signed in because of a righteous man. Fortunately, he has left. And Shim. Honestly, what you guys did to Mr. James was very, very wrong. I will equate that to mob censorship. That's very, very wrong. We have a rules of engagement here. I believe that if anyone is saying something, whether good or bad, whether you like what he's saying or you dislike, or whether if he's annoying you with his speech, I think it's always good that we give that person a chance to land first, right? Instead of interjecting to kind of cut him off from what he intended saying. And I think that actually provoked or maybe weakened Mr. James. And obviously, everybody could see here that he left minutes after that, right? And unfortunately, for whomever that believed that Mr. James was on the wrong, he was actually right. There was nothing like Umofia in anywhere in Igbo land. Nothing like Umofia. But there is a place called Omo Ofa. This has nothing to do with homophones or whatever. They have different spelling, they have different pronunciation, different sound, and different meaning. There is nothing like Omo Ofia. We have Omo Ofa. That is it. Now, this is the situation here. Talking about religion, just like the flagship said it, sometimes I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of talking about it. Last time here, I was telling you guys that I'm a born again. Some of you would think that born again being carrying Bible up and down. Born again means, my own type of born again means stop mumuing myself, if there is anything like mumuing, right? Stop carrying Bible, preaching what I don't even understand. That is what I mean by being born again. There is one claim that they have been touting up and down, that one pastor, I've forgotten his name, from Bini, one old man that has been that introduced these transactory GOs in Nigeria.
Idahosa, are you talking
Idahosa, one Bishop Idahosa raised his mother from there. I was like, who witnessed it? Can we see the video at least, right? But we all know that videos can be, doctored, right? What is going on today? What we are seeing today has been ongoing since Adams. Just that the invention of technology, like all these smart cameras, right, is exposing them. We had one father LL or father that he has been going around. He was going around everywhere in Nigeria, always on convoy with his luxurious buses, scamming people, using that money to invest, build schools, build expensive schools, build estate everywhere. Now he has retired and he's enjoying his money, right? We had one Papa Gio coming here to tell us that he has been drinking tea, or he drank tea with his our Lord Jesus or God. I don't even know which one he was talking about, right? This has been ongoing. Just that smartphone is exposing them. We are now beginning to see the true meaning of scammers. If you are looking for, I was on the comment section telling you guys that it's not about just Christianity. Religions of all kinds, be it Christianity, Islam, traditional, Buddhism, all of them are all fake. Nothing good is coming out from all these things. They are all fictitious way of life, right? So if anyone is coming here to tell us that for you to meet God, you must pass through Jesus, you must know Jesus Christ, or for you to know God, Allah or God, you must pass through Muhammad, I think something is wrong with them. I always pray that God should help these people to be born again, because they are not really born again. They are still beclouded with lies and deceit from whomever that formed that religion. In Christianity, Joe, I don't want to go to Christianity. I love to balance it because as bad as Christianity, Islam is equally very, very bad. They told you that for you to actually read and understand the Bible, you are talking to a professor that have read books, written books, but for him to read and understand Bible, he has to be under the influence of the Holy Spirit, right? Spirit. Somebody wrote it in the comment section that alcohol is also a spirit, right? So for you to actually understand the Bible, you must be under the influence of a spirit, whether alcohol or the other spirit, I don't know. However, I have known that for some of those people that wrote the Bible were under the influence of spirit, and that could be alcohol or drug or whichever one, because I don't want to go deep into that. Maybe anytime that we want to really discuss about Bible, I may prove my point. But this is it. Please, let us learn to allow us to speak without interjecting, because you actually stopped Mr. James from speaking, and that was the only reason why I called him. Sorry, I forgot something. Believers Love World, the one that raised 50 people, right? From there, Pastor Chris Oyakhilome. Back then, when I was in college, I started attending his church at some point, Believers Love World, right? And we were taught how to speak in tongues. They actually teach you how to speak in tongues. So meaning that you don't actually speak in tongues under the influence of whatever spirit that captured you. You were actually taught to speak in tongues. And that was the last day I stopped going to that church.
Which girl did you find? Were you chasing to the place?
Thank you. Shim, I forgot.
I know you were chasing a girl to that place. That's what you did.
If you're actually, back then, if you're actually going after this thing, you know, if you discover that she go to that church, follow her to that church, you're done. You're game, you know, you've completed your game, you know. But that was it. Thank you.
Thank Rudolph, can you please let me go? I have something I have to do.
Okay, before you go, let me just say this. After Pansat spoke, he did something I don't know if anybody noticed. He tried to defend Chris Oyakhilome by making us feel that what we had him say wasn't what he meant. Did anybody notice that? And that's what we see all the time when we are trying to have honest conversation. Either they say that we shouldn't have it because it doesn't concern us, or that that we don't have the mental ability to understand what somebody is telling us or what is written. So it's important to bear that in mind. Okay, I'll say just 2 minutes because we have.
No, I'm getting my 4 minutes, 5 minutes. No, I'm leaving. I can't use 2 minutes. So
you wait.
The last speaker has spoken with what Jim have said.
There are 3 people here who have spoken. John Bosco, the boys, and
Alaba. You have.
Okay, I'll take the 6 minutes. I'll just take the 6 minutes. Let's move on. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, let's start with what will Jesus do? A few people have come here and argued that because this is the Easter period, we should be soft on Christianity. I disagree. A few people have come here and argued that the church is not a perfect house. I disagree. A few people have argued, a lot of arguments, most of which I disagree, which is why I need my 6 minutes. What will Jesus do? This is the Easter period, the most memorable period for Christians. If there are no time for us to separate the shaft from the wheat, this is the time. Christianity has been hijacked by charlatans, fake people. This is the time to call them out. People who are drinking tea with Jesus and people who are raising dead, trying to break the record against Christ. But what will Jesus do? And those atheists among us that have come here, last speaker, and other few atheists, I don't know, who have born again, as they call themselves, religion is a personal belief. You can't come here and criticize other people's belief. Let them hold on to their belief. Just speak your truth. Speak your own truth. It don't matter, you know, if your truth appeals to them, they'll join you. If my truth appeals to you, you'll join me. That's the way it should be. Everybody should have the right to that. Don't try to, and then people who are trying to prove God or people who are trying to disprove God, like forefather evidence. Evidence doesn't prove God, forefather. You need to know that. And evidence cannot disprove God either. So let's try and minimize the argument. Somebody recommended a few books. Was that Flagship or somebody? I can't remember. A few books I would recommend for those who are interested, if they want to read anything by C.S. Lewis, A Grief So Sudden, or any of his books. Read C.S. Mere Christianity is the most popular one. Read it. And another one called Judas, My Brother, very old book. I had to find old book. You can read. Now, yeah, the Bible have historical fact. Yes, they were influenced by people under an influence of the Spirit. But if people believe what the Bible is written, they don't believe it because a man is writing. Actually, they believe it because a man of authority they trust has written it. That's why they believe it. Now, for example, your dad could go to the farm and a tree falls in the farm, and he comes home and tell you that a tree fell in the farm. You will believe him because he's a man of authority. He's your man you respect. This is how these things go sometimes. And I think this is what these pastors are taking advantage of. So each of us should be very cognizant of our argument. So my own argument basically is that it goes two ways. One, to the people that are following, and then to the pastors themselves who are fake. When will we stop buying preachers that are expired? Let me tell you when. If you, as a person, don't study to show yourself approved, it makes sense for you to approve of any and every fool that preaches heresy, sprinkled with a little truth. You see, the might sound, the preaching these days, the preaching a sound preaching doesn't seem to matter anymore, as long as they can preach good, right? Handing, gripping the microphone, screaming into the crowd, breathing all hard in between every word, like they're having a heart attack. Organists and drummers already in position to play the soundtrack that we want to call worship. But listen to what Apostle Paul himself said. He said that his preaching was plain and void of clever and persuasive words, so that listeners' faith will not be based on human wisdom, but in the power of God. As a matter of fact, some of these fake pastors are sheep with ravenous wolves with evil eyes, and these are the time we need to speak against them. They're skinning the faith of the saints with their teeth. You can't blame them, though. You play the person who refused to make a discernment because they have let their own discernment cease. You see, the pastor will say, they speak cars, and you jump up and say, I receive. They say, I speak healing, and you jump up and say, I receive. The pastor will come back and say, but what does God say? What would Jesus do? God say, I want holiness. Nobody's jumping up to grab that. God is saying silence to these fake people, fake pastors. It's crazy how the highest praises is only sent up when our flesh is getting pleased. What happened to our flesh getting weak? What happened to sincerely falling down on our knees and asking God to show us the part of us that needs healing? No, we'll rather throw up our hands and puke out unknown tongues without an interpreter to even tell us what spiritual door those tongues broke through from. The fact is, most unbelievers can't even see the truth anymore. They're just like Stevie Wonder staring at the result of a lie detector. Because without order in the church, the blind will stay bound and confused. And as long as the church continue to act like this, those with spiritual blindfold are choking the death out of their souls and will never be able to see God, because the one being exalted are these fake pastors. But no one thing, God will not be fooled. This is from a poem by Jackie Hill. This reading
I was going to ask you if you're reading a poem. That was too poetic.
It's a poem by Jackie Hill. You know, what has happened to us, church? This is the time to talk about it, this period of Easter. Rudolph is right. You know, we're putting this poster. The poster was drawn of the Christ they put around was drawn by Michelangelo. It was a drawing by Michelangelo. There is no biblical historical fact of the picture of Christ The only thing we had close to a picture of Christ was when that lady put her clothes on his face when he was carrying the cross to Golgotha. You know, there's no visible picture of Christ, and Christ is brown skin. He's a Jew. He's not white like the Caucasian, because the Caucasians took the religion and make politics out of it. And with their racist belief, they have to change everything. They didn't just do that with Christ's picture. They did that with the worship of the sun. That's how Christmas came to be. Christmas was the day the pagans worshiped the sun. So in order to convert pagans, they turned Christmas to be the day Christ was born. A lot of people need to go back into books and read history. The history of mankind is this history of Christianity. But a lot of people don't know these things. So they come here, they think the Bible fell from heaven. They quote the Bible as an ultimate authority. They quote this. There's holy tradition and there is the Bible. Some people have kept record that are not that the masses are not privy to. Even after the Reformation, making the Bible available to everyone, look at the mess we are in now. Everybody have their own interpretation. You know, all these things have existed before. They're not new. That's all I have to say. And we need to, because the atheists, say your belief. Don't try and disprove other people's belief. Christians, be a good Christian. You know, Muslim, be a good Muslim. You know, if you cannot love your brother, how can you love God you don't see? That's evidence for you, forefather.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Alaba. Let's hear from electricity. Pastor Andrew.
Yeah. Let us all close our eyes and pray. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah.
Oh, I should.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's close our eyes and pray. Rudolph will pray for us.
If you want to pray, pray, but don't.
No, I'm only joking, for crying out loud. I think there's something wrong with this. Let me. I think it's much better now. I've heard good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical locations. And I've heard everybody's argument, and particularly those. What time? How many minutes are you giving me?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. So you reduce Pastor was 12 minutes. You are giving me 4 minutes.
It was 6, and I increased it to 7, and then.
So are you practicing fairness or unfairness?
This is media. Media is not fair.
Okay.
In the media.
All right. No problem. Now, everyone has spoken about everything, but particularly those who reference to books to read. And if you look at the banners on the platform there, I've often said that the Bible should be seen as should be treated literally as it is. And the issue of image, I don't think that should be an argument for anyone, because it's clearly stated that thou shalt not have any other bow down to any image. So that is not open for argument, and it won't stop people from having image if they want to. But for those who believe in it, should not have image. That's number one. Number two, the Bible is there for people to dispute if they want to dispute about it. Just like any other book, just like the book Flagship mentioned, Ferreira mentioned, even Rudolph, you're a writer. You're right. I can criticize your book. So the Bible is there for people to criticize if they want to criticize. But the point is this: if you're criticizing something, point out exactly what you are criticizing so that we can reference. That's what we call reference. What exactly are you criticizing in the Bible? Whether it's written by some spirit up there, or it's written by men? What exactly in it are you criticizing? If I bring up the Constitution, I will point to you what I don't like in the Constitution, what I criticize in the Constitution. So what exactly are we criticizing about it? So if you could point a scripture out, if you can pick up, it's a book, for crying out loud. Let's get it clear. It's a book. So could somebody just point out exactly what they find wrong or faulty in a chapter or a book and this and that? Then we can now discuss it and say, okay, this is wrong. This is right. This is what it means. This is not what it means. Rudolph, you said something also important, the way we dismiss things. Let's take this in the church, let's take this and let's leave this. This one doesn't matter. Everything matters. I've said it here before. On 2 occasions, I've been asked to leave a church because I challenged the pastor, not openly, in private. And I ask questions that what you are talking here in a Bible study, not in a, what you are referencing, what you are saying here, it's not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible. And you are misleading people. You are putting their salvation at risk. I mean, the recent one was Suleiman, in terms of when he was referencing to what Paul said. And everybody jumped at it. Even Kumuyi corrected him. So people will say what they want to say. If I take your book, Rudolph, I bring it here, I will rubbish it. It's up to people to believe it. It's up to people not to believe it. So it's a book. If somebody can just point out, Paul in James chapter 1 verse, James chapter 1 verse, the book of James, I beg your pardon, chapter 1 verse 27 tells us exactly what pure religion is. He said it's to visit the fatherless and the widows and to keep, Rudolph, let me ask you a question. Is it a good thing to visit the fatherless? I'm asking you a question, Rudolph. Is it a good thing to visit the fatherless and to care for the widows?
Yeah, I think so. Everything there.
No, Rudolph. Don't use the word think so. Listen.
I don't know why. You know the world I live in now. The first thing when you said this, I thought fatherless. Where are they in America? I don't know.
Okay.
Why would I visit a widow? I don't know. But whatever. If it's happy for you, if it makes you happy, go ahead.
No, Rudolph.
I don't know any widow to visit. I don't know any fatherless here. I don't care.
I understand. You may not know.
You know what? You made me to remember something. Hold on now. You made me to. Let me now play a video for you guys because there's something that is more important than in this conversation than what you are referring to. Let me play that. Hopefully it's here. Just a minute. Okay. It's just 1 minute, but it's important. Play this. It's more important than visiting widows and
abortion or gay marriage, but it goes on and on about forgiving debt, liberating the poor, and healing the sick. Christian nationalists like to say this is a Christian nation. Not only is that historically inaccurate, not only is that theologically blasphemous, but it's also just not true. Look around us. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would forgive student debt. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would guarantee health care to every single person. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would love all of our LGBTQ neighbors. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would make sure every child in this state and in this country was housed, fed, clothed, educated, and insured. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would never make it a Christian nation because we know the table of fellowship is open to everybody, including our Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, and atheist neighbors. Jesus could have started a Christian theocracy, but love would never do that. The closest thing we have to the kingdom of heaven is a multiracial, multicultural democracy where power is truly shared among all people, something that's yet to exist in human history.
All right, so I put it in the context of how I understand the world now. So if you tell me, how do I show that I care about people? I'm not thinking about widows. I'm not thinking about fatherless people. Those are in the past. I'm thinking about how do we help majority of people in our society. So you have to expand the interpretation. What that guy did there was to say,
who is the guy, please?
I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I want to know. I want to know.
I don't know. If I know, I will tell you. I don't know. But what I saw he did there was that he took that part of the Bible where they said, take care of the, you guys know the Bible more than me. There's a quote that he used. He expanded it to talk about what we should do in today's world if we are following that part where Jesus said, when you take care, when you fed the poor, you did this. When you did this, when you clothed somebody, you guys know what is there. So that's how I see the world today, and that's how I think it's a better way to interpret than going back to say maybe that period they were using well, they were getting water from the well. Now we don't get water from the well. You don't tell me, do you help a woman get water from the well? It doesn't matter to me. Today's world and what we're dealing with, that's what the guy is talking about. That if we're truly Christians, that's what we should be doing. We should be pushing the government to say, why is it that there are people in the subway who are sleeping there? These are veterans. Why is it that we can't deal with that? We, the richest country in the world, whatever country you are in the Western society, why is it that there are poor people who are hungry in America, in Alabama, in New York City, in all the poor neighborhoods, and we are Christians? Why? These are the questions. And I agree with that guy. And that's what I think you should be doing.
Rudolph, after everybody has spoken, I have a response to that fellow.
Rudolph,
there's a
maybe
word
you're
called
trying to evade.
Utopia.
Maybe you're trying to evade my question.
What is your question?
My question to you is, just as the guy said, it's a good thing to do if it's a Christian nation, but it's not a Christian nation. But I'm asking you, I picked a scripture from the Bible. I stated earlier, if you have issue with the Bible, point it out exactly. Just if I read your book and I have issue with it, I'm going to point it out. I just point out one thing to you. Do you agree with that? I'm not saying what the guy said. The video, to me, you're trying to evade my. Do you agree with it?
I say yeah.
Good. So when you are, you see, I disagree with Pansat a lot, but Pansat says something, directed something at you in person.
Where?
And I think you should go back and listen to it. He said something about you.
Okay,
take it. I don't know. Just I can't remember. I was listening, but take it with a pinch of salt. When you listen to it again, it's very important. So my point is, if you're going to people, professors, writers, they write books, and people challenge what they write, lawyers and everything, and that is what the Bible is there for. Challenge it.
Electricity. Hold on. Are you saying that you don't know issues in the Bible? Can you just say that you don't know any issue? Do we need somebody to now sit down with you? That's not the topic for today. But do you mean that you want people to start telling you now this verse and this part of the Bible? Is that what you want to discuss?
Rudolph, that is the essence of it. That is for you to know those who, hold on. For you to be able to point out false teachings and false doctrines, you have to pinpoint everything out. That is just it.
Let's just say this is media, okay? We are talking about this guy, Chris Oyakhilome, saying that he raised 50 people from the dead. You want us to go and discuss philosophy of the Bible?
No. Listen, Jesus Christ, let me say, the Bible says that there will be false prophets and false teachers. So if he raised the dead, there has to be evidence of that. It's not something I will now take. In Matthew 24:4, he said, take heed that no man deceive you. So it's there. It's clearly written there. So for me to now say, Oyakhilome raised, I think in Matthew 24, he gave the apostles instruction, raise the dead, heal the sick. Freely you have given, freely you have received, freely give. So it's there. So it's up to you and I to now say, okay, this thing is not correct. What this man is preaching is not right. Oftentimes, you have called out people here when they make a statement that is not correct. And you say, okay, do you have evidence of that statement to back up that statement or that allegation you are making in the integrity of this platform? So if we're going to challenge anything or criticize, which I don't forbid anybody to challenge or criticize, kindly state exactly what. I'm not bothered about Chris raising 50 this thing, because
why are you not bothered?
Why should I? Because it is
are
clearly.
Are you not seeing the implication of that?
Listen, there is worse implication than what Chris did. Let me tell you something.
What is worse than that?
Oh, you've not listened to
we have
preaching.
more people now.
I know. I will stop it. I will stop it.
Do you follow what Suleiman said recently about the teachings of Paul?
No, I don't care. But what I'm saying is, when you say that you raise people who are dead, I'm concerned. I'm not concerned about what Suleiman is saying.
Why should you be concerned?
Don't follow everything anybody.
Why should, if I come to you that I raise the dead, why should you be concerned? I don't understand.
Because there are implications, and I can tell you some of them.
What is it? Okay, so if I come now, Rudolph, hold on.
Yeah,
if genuinely, I come now and I say I raise the dead, what is your concern? Can you highlight your concern for me, please?
No, okay. I wouldn't even believe you are saying what you're saying makes sense. But for Oyakhilome, he said 50. So what I'm worried about is this. I have some old people at home, and they read that Oyakhilome raised 50 people. Okay, some of them may start thinking about, how do I get to Lagos? How do I get to Oyakhilome? And drop their medication. I'm concerned about real life implications of this. Okay. And that creates this environment where we live in, and we keep talking about politics every day. And the reason why we do that is that there are people who believe that somebody from somewhere will heal the country. It's not their responsibility.
That is not possible. I don't share that belief. I'm telling you the truth.
You see how this is connected to what?
I don't share that belief.
I know.
Okay?
I'm not talking about you. Do you see how it's connected to what Oyakhilome is?
I am not disputing the fact that anything fake has a consequential effect on people's faith. I'm not gonna disagree with that.
So I want to become the moderator now. Please, let's go.
Have I finished? I've not. Rudolph kept interjecting me and took all my time.
You questioned me, and you.
So can I go back to my time, please?
That's why I said you should just say what you want to say, not question people. Interrogate them. Just 1 more minute. We have to go to John Bosco. I hope I'm saying John Bosco.
John Bosco. So please, if I'm not, we have to. Like, I can tell you, I've lost count of the amount of times I've read the Bible. I've lost count. And I keep telling people that, listen, if you want to challenge it, you are open to challenge. Jesus Christ was challenged. The way Donald Trump is busy selling Bible at $63 right now in America. So challenge anything you want to challenge, but have a basis of challenging things. That is just where I stand on. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate you. Let's go to John Bosco.
John Bosco.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Bosco. This is my first time of joining this chat. I've been following Rudolph. Rudolph, you are my next neighbor from Nobi. I'm from Uke. Oh. They don't know that you are. They don't know that you are spirit. You are from a spirit town in Idemili. So, thank you. I'm living in Spain here, and I just want to give a little bit because we are too religious, Nigerians especially. Here in Spain, they have their Catholic Church as a state religion, but that doesn't mean that everyone goes to church or that the state goes to church. What I mean, state by the president and the other parastatals. But what they do here is that when you go to church, every 500 meters there's a church here. And when you go to this church, it's only elderly people are in this church this time. The young ones, they don't go to church only on the day of baptism or the day of communion. And they don't recognize any other religion like Pentecostal. They don't recognize that as a state religion. Coming to our Nigeria, we've been witnessing many miracles from Ede, from Mbaka, from Vermont, or from, and we don't have proof of those miracles. Bakare did his own miracle, TB Joshua, and with those people having stickers as their God, not only Jesus Christ, Caucasian Jesus Christ as their God. There's people having TB Joshua as their God also with their sticker. When you place the sticker on your door, no thief will come near your door. All those things are God in image, if you understand Bible very well. But let's forget about that. What we are celebrating today is not Easter. Remember that Christ did not die today. He died in Psalm 14. If you can go back to the history, it's just that the Catholic Church made today as their day to celebrate Easter. I don't know why some people say that they are Pentecostal, they don't believe in Catholic, but they go back again to celebrate today as the day Christ died. Today is not the exact day that Christ died. It was in another date. It is in Psalm 14. So, but the Catholic Church made today to celebrate as the Easter day, just like Sundays and Christmas, which is not the day the Christ was born. So, and we argue too much about if we dedicate much time we have to argue about our well-being of Nigerians, I think it would have been better for us to debate more on religion, because we forget that we have traditionalists too, but we forget those ones in Nigeria. The traditionalists, they don't exist, only Christian and Muslim. That is why the state would map out 90 billion naira for pilgrimage to Saudi. And they've not mapped any amount for people, for those traditionalists to visit maybe South Africa or Zimbabwe. So when you go there, there's injustice in that aspect also. So, and I don't want to take much of your time. I just want to say that you are doing well. That I'll send my greetings from your brother too. I live with two here, so carry go. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Wow.
We live in the same place. I live in Canary Island.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. I just want to point out that part of the 91 billion is also for Christians going to Jerusalem. So I'll wait for Wole.
And traditionalists, they don't have their own.
Yeah, people like us, they are not thinking about it.
I know. That's why I said that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the voice.
Thank you.
After the voice, I'll take my leave and go and eat breakfast. The voice, go ahead.
My people, I greet you, all of you well.
Yeah.
I'm a very, very controversial person, and I just want to quickly give a summary about my past. I want to greet my lovely brother, forefathers, electricity. Those are people I know. I left Nigeria in 1996 as a pastor, ordained by Benson Idahosa. I had gone through all the men of God, the so-called the GOs of today's Pentecostal charismatic Christian setup. In my younger years, at the age of 16, 17, I was already part-time, full-time ministry until even in the midst of my studies, when I was studying mechanical engineering at Yaba College of Technology in Lagos, I was more or less in full-time ministry. I dedicated myself to the study of the Bible, and I don't think there's anybody on this board that has read the Bible as much as I have done. And I'm not saying this in pride, because I dedicated myself to the reading of the scriptures. I got 1987. I still have a copy of the book behind me in my library here. Strong Exhaustive Concordance in Hebrew and Greek. I wanted to know the root of everything. When I got to Germany, because I'm going to summarize a lot of things, but I'm going to say one bottom line. Nigerians, we are in trouble. We are in big, big trouble. Because it was when I got to Germany, I started understanding to the extent of which my brain had been destroyed by Christianity, and the brains of Nigerians have been destroyed by Christianity. But then in my research, I started researching to know. You see, I went on to study history, Germanistic, and theology in Germany here. And one of the students I met looked at me. He's one of my best friends, Victor, a German. He said, "You Africans, you are parasites. You are like parasites for the whole world. There's nothing that you have contributed to civilization whatsoever. You have just been a pain in the neck." And if you look at it in retrospect, he was not more or less like telling the truth, because telling lies, because I had no knowledge of African history. And because of the fact that I had no knowledge of African history, besides what I know at home, what I studied at St. Finbar's College, Akoka, in social studies, history, and all the stuff that we know at home. And we're talking about back in the 70s, 80s, we had more knowledge of the history than the present generation today. So I now started researching. And I thank the Almighty. I always say the Almighty Chukwu Okike Abiyama, or I will say Olodumare Olorun. I will never put that name God in my mouth, because if Nigerians know what God means and the origin of God, you will never call God in your life. You will never call God in your life. I did this on purpose because I have probably the oldest Bibles an African can have. You can see that they are different from your King James. This is 17th century. This is from the 16th century, and this is from the 18th century. They are different from the Bibles that you have. That is Martin Luther. I can even open it so that you can see, but I think it's going to be for another day because I do not want to take your time. For as long as Nigerians do not know who they are and who our ancestors are, you continue to talk all the kind of nonsense some of you have been saying, and I will say clearly, nonsense. This is a book that was written by a German professor. But Achim, you can shake your head. I'm going to knock out a lot of things that you guys are saying. I hope you guys can read this.
Can you take back that word? Nobody is chatting nonsense. With all due respect, please.
Just a minute.
With all due respect, you don't speak to people like that. They're talking nonsense. What do you mean? If you've lost your faith,
what I'm saying,
your funeral. If you lost your faith, that is your problem. You don't come and insult people here,
I'm
please.
saying that
Thank
it's
you.
nonsense because I see it as nonsense. Okay. Now, this book says ancient kingdoms of West Africa, African-centered, Canaanite, Israelite perspectives. We can go into the Genesis chapter 1 and go throughout the Revelations, and I can prove to every person represent that it's all Nigerian histories that have been put in that book, the so-called Holy Bible. I know I'm going to get on the nerves of a lot of people because of the fact that it's only ignorant people like the guy called Tony that will say things like that. I have had to deal with a lot of people like that. No, bro, I'm a straight shooter. You see, let me tell you something. If we cannot express ourselves based on truth, and the thing is that I live in the country, if I should ask every member present today, who colonized us? None of you can answer the question rightly. You will say England. Why? Because we were taught that England colonized us. And it was one of the biggest and the rudest awakening of all time that I had to experience, that the reason why our histories are hidden in thousands of basements in Germany is because it was the Germans that colonized us. The Germans are the same people in England. My dear brother was saying, brother Ed was saying, talking about the Middle East. Do the people know that the Middle East was created in the 19th century and not too long ago? Go on Google. You're shaking your head. Go on Google and see and see for yourself. Historians are speaking. The Middle East was created in the 19th century, and the Igbo oral history and the Yoruba oral history, they are all intact and accurate. The Igbo said they were in Egypt, and we had evidence, historical documentation to prove that the people that migrated from the place that was carved out in Berlin, in this same country I'm living in 1884, were the same people that built Atlantis, that is somewhere in Ile-Ife. When Atlantis sunk down, you see, people laugh. That is why I say people laugh in their ignorance and don't know what we're talking about. But go and read the works of Sanchoniato, who is the oldest Phoenician historian. I would say to Nigerians, the easiest way out is, you all know who Lord Lugard is, or was, sorry. And Lord Lugard had a wife, Lady Flora Shaw. She wrote a book called Tropical Dependency. I dare every Nigerian to read that book. You can download that book on the internet in PDF. Tropical Dependency. It tells you of the peoples who are in Nigeria. Now, if you go to Genesis chapter 2, because we are supposed to talk about Pastor Oyakhilome, who I can speak about in volumes, because I experienced Oyakhilome back in the days when a brother was talking about Believers Love Word. I was part of those people who went to Benin back in the days when Believers Love Word was under the under the leadership of Oyakhilome. That was where he started what later became the Christ Embassy. Now, the reason why I'm speaking with this vigor and also with anger is because of the fact that our people do not know the histories of our ancestors, and there is a lot of accuracy in our oral histories. But because of the fact that our oral histories have been demonized and they have been called fetish and they have been called all kinds of names, I keep asking Nigerians, are we blind to see the biggest evidence that our forefathers left us in ancient Egypt? And that is the face of the Sphinx. And the face of the Sphinx is what you can find all over the South and nowhere else on this earth. I repeat again, nowhere else on this earth can you find that face. Besides that, when the Germans and the Greeks and the Romans came, how many of us know that the Romans and the Greeks were in Nigeria, so-called Nigeria? They cleaned out the whole nation. What Nigerians do not know is that the river Niger, and I will go to Genesis chapter 2. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, there are 4 rivers that were mentioned. In fact, it talked about it is amazing how these Oyinbo people have destroyed us, bringing our histories back into our face as a slap on our face. If you read Genesis chapter 2, and I'm not going to talk too long because I know Dr. Damages has to go, but I do not have the Bible right in front of me, even though wait a minute, I think I should have it online. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, yes, there is something very interesting I found out, because like I said, from Genesis chapter 1 to Revelations and even into the Apocrypha, I can show Nigerians their history. He says in Genesis chapter 2, please pardon me. He says, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the earth, of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward. Now, you see, you all hear that word, that saying Middle East. Now, I used to think, you see, that critical thinkers are born. They are not, they do not study themselves to become one. And I believe I'm born a critical thinker. Now, it talks about Middle East. And I heard an African American who talked about where is the middle of what East. Then I now started thinking, because I speak perfect German and I speak all dialects of German. That was the reason, that was how I was able to find Nigerian histories that are hidden in Germany. Our histories are hidden here. And I know brother Electricity knows that I've been saying this because we've been having conversations over this topic for some time, but I've not been able to create time because of my work schedule. Now, in German, it says Nahe Osten. Nahe Osten means Near East. And I started thinking and brainstorming. If you say Near East, then where is the East? Because what they have told us, like my dear brother Ed thinks, the Oriental story, everybody thinks is the story of the Middle East. It is the story of our ancestors, my people. My parents were in the basement of Humboldt University because I was born in Germany in 1967. My parents were in the basement of Humboldt University with 5 students, 2 Igbo brothers and 3 Yoruba men. And they said when they got into the basement, which was one of thousands all over Germany, they broke down in tears because they could see with their own eyes that did these people destroy us to this extent. What people do not know about that the whole story of the Bible, I'm going to break it down. The Igbo history, you heard that the garden was planted in the East. I believe with all my heart that life started in the East according to the Sumerian text, which is Igbo text. And they will never say it is Igbo text, but thanks to Professor Acholonu, who of blessed memory, Professor Acholonu was the one that broke the camel when she started bringing out things that she researched on. Now, if you read the book Tropical Dependency, you find out that even our people were telling the colonial masters who they were. They were able to retrace their history and say, we are the ones who are the Phoenicians. We are the ones who are Yakoba, and Yakoba means Israel. So when the Igbo man says it's Israel today, he's touching on that ancient history of the past, but Israel never existed. Israel never existed. There was no evidence of slavery in the whole of Egypt. And in fact, the ancient history, and I know forefathers knows what I'm talking about, ancient history of ancient history of Africans, especially ancient Egyptians, are still on the stone tens of thousands of years long before the Bible was written. It was out of the ancient histories of our people that the Bible was written, out of the Babylonian text, the Sumerian text, which are called the Igbo text, and the Phoenician text, which is the Yoruba text. Now look at how the river Niger and the river Benue conjoin. I do have historical proof to show that river Niger is Euphrates and river Benue is Tigris. These rivers were duplicated in the so-called Middle East. All the nations that we see in the Middle East were created. They were created. They were created there to duplicate what we have here. And that's what you read in the allegory in Psalm 83, that the confederates that came together, that Israel shall be no more. Israel was supposed to be that representative of us. I do also have from the writings of Sancho Niato that the same people who built Atlantis, because my brothers are shaking their heads, I have the books where Atlantis is in Nigeria. Sorry, brother.
Thank you so much. You know, I think I've met you on this platform once, I believe, and it's the same way I felt that time. I'm feeling the same way today, which is that I think we should talk. I just sent you my private number on the chat, on the private chat. Let's talk on WhatsApp. I think we need to talk, and then I think I should bring you on and have you talk about these things. You mentioned Acholono, who I know, and some of her studies and some of the things she was talking about when she was still here. So I think we should give you a time that you should have enough time to
my brother. Thank you.
Explain some of the things you've discovered. I believe that every idea out there, anybody who has any idea should be able to air the idea, and we should be able to question their ideas. And I think yours is one of those that we should find time to look into. So let's.
May I just drop this last sentence?
Okay.
If our people would just trust the fact that it is impossible for those who brought great destruction upon us to come and show us the way unto salvation. It is impossible. I'm done.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, please, you did not, there's something I forgot to tell you about the journalists they abducted in Nigeria and released. I think it's very, very important to talk about that, because we are going back to olden days of Abacha and Babangida. Thank you very much.
Yeah, forefathers will handle that. Yeah. Electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, just 2 minutes. Mr. Wally, thanks very much for that. This is not time for question, but when you come on, I will question you in respect to your arguments and the strong concordance you're talking about. I will also question you on it. But I would like to point this out respectfully, sir. You can make your point. We all can make our point without having to I don't want to use the word, I don't think you insult, but to not to dismiss people. This is have your say. And you can disagree with people.
I apologize.
Please, because I know you. That's why I'm saying this, because next time when you come on and the people you've insulted will not want to listen to you, I will just say, you know what, I can't really. Even though if you have fact you want to say, they'll just say no. They don't want to listen to you. I strongly believe in that. So,
all right.
I just said I should put that across. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chimbi, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. So, first of all, I want to say that apart from the early stages of the program today, where we had some level of coherence, I'm not against anybody discussing faith, religion. You know, I hear people say things like, when it comes to politics, religion, and something else, and can't remember what it is, that they try to stay away from those conversations because they are controversial. They are controversial because of the way modern day learning has gone, especially with the issues around political correctness. I don't think there's any subject matter where we cannot, judge over. I have no forbidding levels when it comes to having a conversation. And in having those conversations, I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me. But there must be that ability to ventilate and express ourselves. So I would like maybe as a going forward, because when you were asking at the early stages of today's program for people to bring issues, let's try and have 1 or 2 or 3 topical issues we want to discuss whenever we have your say, and stick to it. Because sometimes these things start dovetailing into areas where we can no longer manage. If I ask you now, for me now, apart from when we talked about the first 2 topics or first topic, when it comes to this one now, there has been no crystallization. I haven't been convinced. Nobody has. I'm also not sure if I've convinced anybody. But like I said, it's not necessarily about convincing anybody. It's about living with something substantial to go and chew over. That's the whole idea of coming here to learn. We're not just only here to bash Tinubu and talk about all the ills in Nigeria, but when it comes to something like this today, like this religious issue we had, there should be something I will go home that will make me want to become, do more research or whatever. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't. And then lastly, to Wale, although it's been addressed, I'm open to listening to people. But to be honest with you, this guy, electricity took those words off my mouth. I was going to just shut down. And there's nothing you would have said again that I would have listened to, because as far as I'm concerned, you just came in here and threw a bomb. And that bomb, not necessarily a bomb in terms of intellectual giveaway that you had to give, but you just came and abused us and said we're all talking rubbish. So in other words, I spent how many hours with Dr. Rudolph talking rubbish, and Dr. Rudolph himself was talking rubbish all through today. So I don't think that's nice. I don't think that's nice. But your apologies thrown out, well taken, but I just needed to reinforce it.
All right, thank you, Chin. It's been a wonderful day. Can
I ask a question, please?
Just because
sorry, please.
It's you. Anybody else?
Thank you for. So my question is this: I always get these, this whole idea of our people not knowing their history, and that we are the true people of the Bible, or it's this kind of there's these people that we were that that we do not know about, and then maybe our colonizers, or I'm sorry, forefathers, what's the word you prefer that I use?
Colonial mentality or something.
Okay.
Please, Edie, please, I would like to say good night, because it's almost 12 o'clock at midnight here. So I would like to say good night to everyone. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So and that our stories were repackaged to us. We're the original Hebrews. We're the original. The Bible was written about us. Does it mean that as Black people, or more specifically as Africans, we are incapable of actually transmitting our history across generations? Because this is not, of course, you can say, they taught us different things, but we, at least for most of us, they took some of us away to the Americas and other parts of the world. And yes, we could make the argument that those people, because of their surrounding, they were able to forget their history. But does it mean that as Black people, because that's what Wale, with all due respect, is insinuating, that we are incapable of transmitting our history? That's what he's saying.
All right. No, don't answer that. Nobody answers. Thank you so much.
It's a question.
Let me hold on. Let me just say my last thing. I want to first apologize to Shola and Tone. I won't be here to listen to you guys. But I appreciate everybody that joined. Tomorrow is Easter. I will go to church for the first time in a year. I go to church only on Easter. So which goes to what we're discussing. And there won't be 90 Minutes Africa for tomorrow. But next month, April, we have a lot of big guests who are coming in, and hopefully you guys will join. For Pansat wants a debate. We are going to give him a debate when we come back. But thank you, everybody.
We want this guy. I want to know more about this guy's ideas. That voice, Wally. When are you bringing
you'll be here. He's here still. I want to thank everybody on the comment section, everybody that joined us, and everybody in the panel, the flagship Ed, Chim, Forefathers, X0, Tone, The Voice, and Electricity. Thank you, guys. Paul, I can see you. And Maska, Jagun is in the back end. Loco P. I have to go. That's what it means.
And I think it's Jagun's birthday, so you might want to wish him.
How did I miss that? I didn't know. Jagun. Okay, let me take out one. Let me see who can I take out who is not useful here. Jagun, happy birthday to you. I didn't know that. You didn't tell me, and we speak all the time.
Yes, so I do have a birthday, as I wasn't found in the dust heap. As much as many people.
And it's today.
As much as many. No, it was actually yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
The 29th. Yes.
Happy birthday, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I greet you. We haven't seen you in a long while, Chim. It's good to see everybody.
Yeah.
A wonderful conversation.
It was my birthday yesterday, like yours. So.
Are you in Aries as well?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is it true?
A man of power, therefore.
Happy birthday, Chim. Happy birthday, Jagun.
Thank you, guys. Happy birthday.
Excellent. I want to quickly, before you run, Rudolph, thank you for this again. I really want to commend the last speaker, Wale. You've done extremely well. Because you see, we have this whole thing on such a poor paradigm in terms of who we are as a people, what our faith is, and the position we find ourselves in the planet. If you read and understand the Bible very well, it didn't say that the Jews are going to be on the top of the world running things, which they are doing in many ways. It says a lot about the Jews in terms of their demise, and that's what it speaks about. And whilst we have all this power within us, and we know we have this power, we are perplexed as to how we are not able to exert our power, bringing us out of our mire. And a lot of it is down to what we've learned. And what we've learned all needs to be unlearned in the real terms. If you are not doing any research on this matter of faith, the dynamics of the world, and where our beginnings are, then we are immediately failing. I spoke to my mother about Lent. And I sent her one Yoruba pastor who was telling us that he said he has a problem if there is something that we are celebrating through faith, yet it's not written in the Bible. So things like Christmas, which have no mention in the Bible, Easter has no mention in the Bible, Lent has no mention in the Bible, yet we, with our dogmatic idiocy, enter into all these realms happily. All we're doing is following the Oyinbo pagan edict. If we understand any history at all of the matter of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, if we have any understanding, if we read at all, it shows itself glaringly that it's an ill route. It's not a route to anywhere. Lastly, I just want to end on this before Rudolph goes. This period that we're in at the moment, we call it Easter. Has anybody ever wondered where the word Easter comes from? Because words tell us a lot. And I don't think we're paying attention. We're just being dogmatic. Now, and we're being dogmatic on whose behalf, I wonder. But now, let me just underline that Easter is actually the word Ishtar. If you look up what Ishtar means, then you'll have a great understanding of where it is exactly we are in the world today. We're in the time of Ishtar. let me just give you an understanding. Ishtar is a very old deity, and she rides on many principles. One of her foremost principles that she rides upon is what they call fertility. Now, when we understand that the way we take Easter as the glorious resurrection of Jesus the Christ, as is known in this world, that has nothing to do with Easter eggs. Imagine what goes around in this time called Easter. Easter eggs, what's that about? Why should we be bringing Easter eggs at the time of Christ's resurrection? What's the significance? What's the correlation? Nobody asks these questions. Everyone just walking on happily ever after, talking nonsense. Tone, listening is a very good idea, especially at your time of life, because the gentleman that was speaking, that you said that he shouldn't say that we're talking nonsense. He's a great degree older than you. He has a great degree more experience than you, and definitely more study within this realm. But yet you saw it fit to have umbrage with him. I can't understand it. Let me finish. I'm saying to you, Ishtar is the god of fertility and sexuality. That was the whole significance of Easter egg in terms of fertility. How rabbits breed. They breed very quickly. So that was one of her paradigms. The other is that because of her power in sexuality, she used to take men as beneath her, which is to say that she would change a man's sexuality almost to be much more feminine. This is where we get the complication of transgenderism. If you read these things, you will be able to look at this world in a much clearer paradigm. I'll end it there. Thank you very much for your good wishes.
All right, thank you, Jagun, and I wish everybody merry, happy Easter, and I'll see you guys.
Jagun, please stay. Don't go.
Next week. Thank you.
When is the debate, Rudolph? When is the debate?
I'll call you. We'll talk about that. See you guys.
And tell Jagun to keep his own Easter. Let's keep our own, right? Do your own Easter, and we do our own. We're Christians.
We know that you people are mainly Catholic, so you're already gone. Mentally, you're already gone. There's nothing left to save you.
Thank you. Who is next?
You are next.
Am I can't possibly.
Can we follow a rotation, please?
Because Stone hasn't said anything. I think it's Stone's turn.
Me too. I've not said okay.
Yeah, it's Stone's turn. It's Stone's turn.
Tone, you are muted.
Tone, you are muted. You can go ahead, Tone.
Tone, you can you yield to your senior brother, and then I'll go after that. Would you yield to your senior brother, me, so I could speak, and then I will leave after that. So you guys could talk about girls.
Okay, go on. As long as you don't take too much time.
We can talk about girls.
Yeah, I'm only gonna take one or 2 minutes and then yield back to Tone. It's been a very nice discussion.
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And there are a lot of people here who have a lot of knowledge, particularly Jagun and then Wole. It's gonna be quite an interesting thing. The flagship team, virtually everybody on this platform. But I don't think that they're gonna belabor what we've been talking about all day. We'll have to remember, obviously, that today is Easter. I mean, tomorrow is Easter, Sunday. So I would try to be pure. And I know our friends, Masca, their religion, they also have a celebration going on. I guess they call theirs Ramadan. And the Jews, incidentally, also have something going on. So all Abrahamic religions are celebrating. The concern that some of our people have about the negative effects of the way religion was brought to disrupt our lives, notwithstanding, those people have a point. Where it originates, lazy minds could be squabbling with all that kind of nonsense. I don't have time for that. I've said it many times on this platform, especially to forefathers when it's listening. I said, I don't involve myself with administration, God's administration. It's none of my business. The hierarchy, who is on top, who is below, how do they do it? No, what I do, it's when the Lord came here, he limited it for us to love our neighbors as ourselves. Now, he made it easy for all of us. All you have to do is to love your neighbor as thyself.
Yeah. Forefathers, all this is still 2 minutes.
Yes, it's still within 2 minutes, shockingly, but okay. It's coming. He's going to round up very soon. 30 seconds past out.
Okay, you see how it starts, right? Masker started already. I'm here preaching love that neighbor. He doesn't like that. But anyway, I'll end it there. Thanks, guys. Thank you, my brother Tone. I'll be listening. If somebody says something that is, really, really off there, I'm gonna come back.
Nice one.
Man like Pansato.
Bye-bye. Masker, good to see you, Masker. Bye-bye, all. Tone, thanks.
All right. Because of Ramadan, I will say, okay, I'll hold my peace. I won't fire.
I hope your system is working today, Masker.
Tone, your time is still there. If you want to take it.
Impressed with your entrance. It was a grand entrance, Jagun.
Okay.
Happy birthday, anyway.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, hello everybody. Hi, Masker. Nice to see you again. We've not seen you for a while. Okay. I'll try to keep within my time. A lot to be said, but I'd like to say something unapologetically. My faith, my life is hinged in Christ and nothing more. I do not believe in any hearsay or whatever historical thing you want to bring to me. If you like, bring even a book that you claim that was written in 1400. That's all. If it works for you, fine. Listen, if Pastor Oyakhilome says he has even risen 1,000 people, that's his business. It doesn't concern me. The good book, after all, the Bible says we should lay hands on the sick and we raise the dead. It's nothing. It's nothing strange within the I think there's somebody's thing that is I can hear it sounds from somebody. The Bible cites and talks about examples of people that they were raised from the dead. Even the same Bible tells us that all the accounts of what Jesus did was not even recorded. So what are we talking about here? So I'm not here to bash Christianity or to question whether Jesus is Lord, whether his skin was brown or green, or whether he was an alien. But what I know is that when I call on the name of Jesus, in my own experience, it works for me. If it doesn't work for you, now you sabi. And again, in case a lot of you don't know, and I'm addressing this to my good friend and forefathers, because I saw what he wrote earlier. We're in the last days. One day he's coming back very soon. And the spirit before the Antichrist because we keep mentioning, a lot of people, we keep mentioning Antichrist and Antichrist, but a lot of people do not understand what that means. The spirit of the Antichrist is here. There are a lot of scoffers. The good book in I think second Peter 3:3 talks about scoffers. You have also people coming with all sort of gospel, all sort of suggestions and all that. They're all rubbish and distraction. I will not fall for that. I have experienced the Lord. If you have wait, and you're going to kill my thoughts. No, wait. No. Excuse me. You're going to.
Oh, Father, please just let it move, please.
My dear brother Wale, I do apologize that the way I came at you, but what I was trying to let you know to realize is what electricity dealt on and all that. You just can't come here and just say that we're talking rubbish, but I understand where you're coming from. Now, one of the greatest tragedy, my brother, no insult to you, is falling out of your faith. And I will take it upon myself when I remember, I'll pray for you. You need to come back to the faith. You're falling off the faith. There's a spirit of the Antichrist that's out there, whether you believe it or not. Yeah. If you go to I think John 4:1-6 and all that, it cites about the spirit of the Antichrist. It's been released. All sort of nonsense is out there. to get your faith. And what is the Antichrist? Antichrist is for you not to believe that there is Christ, that Christ came and Christ is going to take people home, and everything the Bible stands for. That's why it's called the Antichrist. Everything the good book stands for. That is why it's called the Antichrist, and it's been released. A lot of people, I hear all sorts of nonsense. You go on the internet, people say all sort of things. Pastors that are preaching the opposite. So
Tone, I beg your pardon.
I'm not here. Can I finish, sir?
Sorry, my brother. I just want to put one question to you, if that's okay, or one position, which is to say, are we preaching to each other or are we having a discussion? Because if we're preaching, then wait.
Okay,
if we're preaching, then I can see why we might be disturbed. However,
okay,
if we're in a discussion,
wait, Jago,
nobody should be disturbed.
I'm not here to debate Christ. It's not something I'm here to debate. I'm here to affirm. I'm here to affirm. Wait. I'm here to affirm what I believe. It's very simple.
You see, everything you said that you believe, I am on the same page. Okay. You know, the name of the Father is what is strict in our minds. But how do we build our faith in a world full of lies? This is the discussion we're having. We're not trying to, nobody needs to be offended by this or that. You don't need it. What you need is that if their knowledge.
Because people do not read their Bible.
Bruh, when you read the Bible,
but this is not the
when you read the Bible, it is a deep personal thing, for real. The only thing is
wait.
All I want to say to you, sir.
Looking at the Bible, either you look at the Bible as a test, or you look at the Bible from the understanding of the Holy Spirit. So when you look at the Bible from the understanding of the Holy Spirit, it gives you another trajectory. It gives you a better understanding, a deeper understanding. But when you look at it from from a historical standpoint, and all that is a history and all that, it will not mean anything to you. You will lose.
I'm afraid I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. But sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted to put it in.
Calm down, okay? You were not doing this with Dr.
I just wanted to put it in there that we shouldn't be preaching to each other. We're of age where we've gone through this in our childhood. We know what the gospel is. The thing is, as we get older and there are more deep questions to ask and answer, we engage ourselves in the historical artifacts that are there. Because my brother,
we have to be careful. You shouldn't go too long. It's 6 minutes already now. So let's run.
I'm not preaching. I'm not preaching at anybody. If you say that Ogun is your God, it's all well and good. I'm not here to argue with anybody. What the main thing that even taking us away, because it's like we're departing away from. It's about what Pastor Oyakhilome said, that he has raised a couple of people from the dead. If he said that, why should we start debating or start calling him scammer or no scammer and all that? Listen, gone are the days I engage myself. If you say if you said that you made somebody a blind person see again, that is your wala. My thing is, my Jesus that I serve, he works for me. When I call his name, what is supposed to manifest. So if you say that Christ is not coming again, that we're all deceiving ourselves, that is science, if you say that science is what you want to believe in, that there's no God, that is fine for you.
Thank you.
Bible have said that there will be scoffers in the last days, and I believe that the spirit of the Antichrist have taken over a lot of people that they don't even know it.
Thank you. Tone, I hope you are going to be here for a while, because I'm going to be answer some questions. Please, Exero, please go ahead.
Yes, sorry.
Forefathers, can you put me in the backstage, please? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Forefather, the reason why I'm saying time is because I want it to go around so that we can learn, because I'm here to learn, and I really want to learn. Yes.
All right.
Please, I was listening to Tone while he was talking about he values Jesus Christ, and he doesn't wish to change his ideology. And I think we all grew up under that setting of valuing Jesus Christ. I also value Jesus Christ. But I think the topic here is a discussion as per how do I put it? How these things came about and how the gospel, the history was, twisted. For instance, the name is not actually Jesus. I myself, my inquisitive nature wants to know why the name was changed from Yeshua to Jesus. Is it that our mouth cannot pronounce Yeshua? I'm just trying to learn. I'm not saying we all worship God, but then I wanted to know why, again, the picture is, a white man, and not the real picture. Why? When was that changed and why? This is why we don't.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, I'm just coming. I'm coming. If I can get the time, the date, and the reasoning behind the changing of the name Yeshua to Jesus, and the real picture, because even President Putin brought out the picture of Jesus, which seemed to concur with.
That is trash, please.
Please, not even trash. If you trace back history, if you trace back through history, you find that the Jesus Christ, the original Jesus Christ, is not a white man with blue eyes. Do you argue that? Ed, do you argue that?
It's Putin a theologian.
No, hold on. Is Jesus Christ a white man with blue eyes?
We've answered this question.
No,
Please just give it a straight answer.
Clearly,
it's not.
Okay, it's not. Okay, great.
If it's not, then why are you laughing?
Can I answer more? Anybody that has two brain cells knows that Jesus is a Jew. And Jews are not white people.
Okay, good. My second
question. What do you mean Jews are not white people? Who are the people who are the people now in Israel?
Let Zero go, please. Please go ahead.
Then my other question is, do you believe that in over 90% of the churches and homes in Nigeria, they have the white Jesus with blue eyes? Do you know that? I used to have that in my home in Nigeria too. So I don't know if you know that. 95% or 99% of the homes and churches in Nigeria have the white one. So is it that listen, this is where we get it mixed up, because by the time this generation goes, the children take over. They don't even know, and these topics are not discussed. They will go with the flow.
Okay.
So
let me ask you a question.
I'm not trying to. I believe in God. Nobody is more
no
religious than me.
I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that Jesus really existed?
It's in the course of this discussion that belief begins to the table begins to shake, because now seeing how people write books and make people believe. There are so many books that have trended. I'm coming. We've seen how books are trended, and I begin to wonder, what if this thing is a fiction to make people, or it was a fiction written in those days? Things begin to my analytical mind begin to say, what if and what if? I believe there is a God. I believe there's a supreme being. At least that one is for sure. But the story that was written and that was dated like 500 centuries ago, how many centuries? 1,000 centuries ago, and then we cannot even maintain stories that are between 40 years. People cannot even tell us the true version of who was at fault during the Nigeria Biafra war. But we can really tell each other who was the real, Jesus or God of 1,000 centuries.
But you believe it when Putin tells you he's a black man, Sha?
No. I'm just using that to corroborate the fact that the Jesus we know, we have researched, is not a white man with blue eyes, and you have just accepted now.
He's not. I don't think
exactly.
I don't even think white people. I don't even think white people believe that. So I don't know why.
Yeah, but in 99% of the homes in your country, there is a white man with blue eyes. You understand?
Don't fool yourself.
Do you understand that?
Okay. Let me concede that if that's what they believe, it's wrong. It's
exactly
wrong.
In 99% of the homes, there's the Jesus Christ with blue eyes. That's what I'm saying.
I never. Okay, let me say a little bit about myself. I mean, as a very young child, there were times where you read King James Version because of the ancient nature of it. You won't even think that Jesus Christ spoke Old English, right? But the moment I started knowing at least a little bit of geography, and I knew that Jesus Christ was a Jew, I believe it probably was even a pastor that told me Jesus Christ was a Jew, so he's not a white person. But even before then, right? I mean, you know that Jesus Christ is a Jew, and Jews are from the land of Israel. At least if the white people, even with all their wait, can I land, please? Even
you
with,
can land, bro. You can, but
no,
can I
please
quickly?
let me
Can I
land.
quickly? Can I quickly squeeze this in? I beg you.
No, please,
I'm begging you.
please, Jagun. Even with all the things we accuse them of, they did not, come up with the idea of Jesus being from West Europe, for example. At least they still gave us that to say this person was a Jew, and they do not even claim that they are Jews. Because the white
You are
people,
being disingenuous, my brother.
no.
Ed, okay, I will leave it at for you. I will let you get away with that for now, because there is also Masca. See, X0, have you finished? Try to round
Okay,
up so
yeah,
Masca can speak.
let me just round up. So the point here is so that Mr. Tone doesn't feel that we're trying to win people over to the Antichrist, because I'm hearing more Antichrist statements now. There's nothing like Antichrist there. It's rather, this is what humans are supposed to do. You must analyze, research your history and the history of what you believe. No matter what, we all believe that there's a God, there's a supreme being. But yeah, we're here to discuss and learn more. And I want to really learn from this man, the voice Wally. So thank you very much. That's my point. My point is, we don't have to, we should start preaching to people to pull down the semblance of a white man, because I hear a lot of people here saying we don't have to be having these colonial masters every day, but it's in everybody's house.
Exactly. You should be very afraid, though, if that Jesus that's in the Bible is if it's for real, whether it's a black, white, brown, green person, what is more important is about the salvation of your soul, not his color. At least if you want to,
let's go. I think that is going on a bit long now.
Okay.
We have to consider
No,
that.
I just want to put that out there.
I get your point.
You have to
you can also say the reverse about other religions if they ask for
exactly. So my point is you have to leave your truth. Your truth is not a white man on the wall, but you keep putting it on the wall. What does that tell you?
Not your truth. You have to leave. You have to leave the truth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to go through so that we can tell.
You are doing well, forefather. You are doing well.
I'm done.
Thank you, X0. Masca, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are going to recognize Jagun later on with this so-called quick birthday celebration. And towards the end, we'll probably celebrate it a bit more. Masca, welcome. What do you think about the conversation so far? It must be fascinating. You are muted, though. And you are still muted. It's all right.
It's so tough. It's so tough for Masca, man. We want to hear from you.
He's been here for quite a while, though. He was in backstage.
It's not easy. And it's an ongoing thing. It's not like once or twice. So it's just that's how it is with Masca.
Yeah, Masca is going in and out. He's going in and out.
But you can hear me now.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, so I'll keep it brief. First, I have to say I'm a Muslim, and I think out of respect, I won't jump into discussing the number of people Pastor brought from the death, because whatever I say, people will take it and go to town. I would, I mean, it's okay. So I won't say anything. But what I would say is I'm really happy that I joined the program today. I don't know why, but let me say that the spirit took me to really join quite early, and I'm happy that I did. Okay.
You believe in the spirit?
Bro, I like what Masca is saying at the moment, so make it a continue.
Okay, yeah, I believe as an African, we believe in all sorts of spirits, the seen and the unseen.
Sorry, Masca, is your Gogoro spirit that you believe in?
No, Masca be strict Islam, or they do Gogoro.
No, even if it's, I know a lot about the Ogogoro effect. It's not a spiritual effect. It's very carnal. When you get yourself...
No, that's jinn. That's the jinn.
Yeah, so anyway, what I would say is that I'm happy that I joined because I found it a truly profound session. What the gentleman Wale said, I'm not going to take everything with hook, line, and sinker, but he has really turned my brain upside down. And what really turned me upside down was when he mentioned tropical dependency. I quickly Googled it, and to my shock and awe, the book jumped to my face. written by Lord Lugard's wife. And I'm slapping myself both left and right cheek that, look, as a Nigerian, Lord Lugard,
Sorry, bros, we can't hear you again. Oh.
Sorry, you see how Paul is happy. Paul is
No,
so
Paul
happy.
These are those things.
This is.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, like I said, today I'm here pushed by the Spirit, so I'm not going to give up easily anyway. So
that's good.
Okay, so I'm just saying that thank you, Wole, for bringing out the book for me. What I would do is, it will be my first assignment for April. I will try and read that book this coming April. Thank you.
Me too.
But my submission to all of us.
Oh, your audio is
muted.
Please have patience with him, please.
Of course.
You
can't hear you.
Now.
Yeah,
I think we can hear you now.
I said today, by fire or by force, you people will hear me.
It seems to be working. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so what I will appeal to all of us is that whether it is religion, whether it is culture, I think we should try as much as possible to try and expand our horizon. And I think we should not be afraid of reading books. I think that is what is keeping the black race behind. We should read book. Look, read the book. I've read more than 1,000 books. It's not all the books I agree with. There are even books that I stop halfway because I think, look, this book, by the time I finish, it will scatter my brain.
Audio gone again.
Like the trials of Brother Jero.
Mm-hmm. Okay, your audio is gone again. Yep.
Matka, we are not hearing you.
We can't hear you. The audio is about to win. All right, the audio is submitted. All right. I think we got your point anyway. And if whenever you want to come in again, I'll be more generous because you didn't get your full say. Paul, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I think Masca. Let me just take from the place of Masca.
Sorry, Paul. I think somebody highlighted that electricity had his hand up. I don't know whether it's past now electricity or you still want to interject quickly.
No, I won't be long. Paul, if you don't mind, please.
Okay, just going to cost you $5.99 cash.
Good one.
Everything Masca says taken on board except one thing that blacks we don't read. That I disagree with that because we read. Maybe the book you want people to read, they've not read it. We do read, and we blacks are scholars. They've expanded, do well in their field, so we do read. The only thing I see is that how do we translate this reading into good governance and to change our society and our mindset? I left here, I went to shower in the bathroom. It came upon me to ask Mr. Wale a question. If then I'll leave the floor for him. Mr. Wale, I'm going to ask you a question based on your reference to the Strong Concordance Greek and Hebrew dictionary, and also to the scripture you quoted, Genesis chapter 2. So, hypothetically, I am now a Jew. I accept your hypothetically, I accept your argument that I'm now a Jew. You've opened my eyes. What next for me to do after accepting that I am a Jew? The black race are really Jew. So what next for me to do to change the situation back, my personal situation and the situation of the African race? Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You see,
Please give me brief because Paul is waiting.
Okay, I was just trying to relate that it is our history that was taken to create the Jewish story. You see, we need to understand something that it goes. Let me give you a good example now. We have ancient civilizations mentioned in the Bible. Now, for every Bible scholar, which I was, and I still study the Bible, there are ancient civilization. The Bible is supposed to be, is telling us that the world is over 6,000 years. Over 6,000 years from the time of creation. So we are going to the 7,000th year according to the Bible. But now we have ancient civilizations like the Egyptian civilization that is tens of thousands of years old. Assyrian civilization in the Bible, the Babylonian civilization, and of course the Jewish civilizations. All the civilizations, even the civilizations of the age of ancient Israel, is even older than the Bible itself. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense. If you listen to
you've not answered my question. I agree with all this history you me.
Where I'm going to is that you see, the Bible is allegory and symbolism. Whether we want to accept it or not, we need to understand the origin, or we need to go back to the origins.
Okay,
now,
Mr. Wale, I understand. What I'm asking you, listen to my question very well.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, hypothetically, I have accepted the history you are giving me now, because everything you mentioned, the books you reference, you miss one book out. You miss the Jake's Annotated Reference Bible, which I will recommend you go read. You missed that one. But what I'm telling you is that we want to change the trajectory of the Black nation. We want to change that. We want to change the narrative so that we can have good governance, we can have electricity, we can have good health care, we can have good roads, we can have this and that and that. How do we translate this history into these things that we're talking right now, please?
Well,
that's what I want.
I think that's a very wide bridge that you're asking him to cover. That's too much.
I think that's fair. See, we'll come back to it.
I just want to make a point. Okay.
Okay.
And this point is for electricity. I really feel that one of the things lacking on the platform, well, let me speak for myself. When I come to a platform like this, I would rather I come here to listen to and understand what point of view people are coming from. But
yeah, that's the thing, huh? Your voice is gone.
Masca must stop using Tinubu network, for crying out loud. Masca, if you are listening to this,
we need to get Starlink or something.
We need to do a for Masca.
Masca needs to change his phone.
It's probably the phone that is causing this problem.
Can I say something to you, sir?
Masca, we are going to
can we allow Paul to go ahead? Paul has been patient.
Please, let's make donation and buy Masca a good microphone, please.
Paul, please go ahead. It's 4 minutes. We've taken 4 minutes from you already.
Yeah, I think with this Masca problem that has been on for the past 2 years, Masca, you need to create a special new email address, not only phone now, new email, new everything. You understand? You need yes, plus email. Just take everything from this one. Create new one. Yeah.
Use MTN.
Okay. Okay. So sometimes when we talk about this history, sometimes they get me mad. They get me. I can't explain it because it just like the Bible will say. You understand? The things that you like, that you read, you enjoy it. The things that you don't like Masca will say, halfway, middle way, whichever way, you throw it away. So they get me confused from different people. They argue these things. But it's also good to read. My father used to challenge my mom a lot. My father would tell my mom, if you don't read about devil, you don't read about Lucifer, how can you even tackle Lucifer? Because that's the best form of military. You study the other people very well. That's how you know how to defeat them or how to defend yourself. So we need to do all these things. So I think it's good, but I don't think we need to flog ourselves too much for it. We need to fight ourselves for it. different people, the so-called execution order, AMOC, started from Egypt and moved to California. The headquarters today is in California. They also claim that they raised Christ because none of us really know the story of Christ between 12 and so-called 30. They are the one that was also tutored Christ because the Bible didn't write about that. Now, didn't that sound like another conspiracy theory? You understand? And when we argue this argument again, when we talk about this execution order, we talk about Hamok started from Egypt. So we Africans again will still claim and claim and claim. So one is claiming from this part, this one is claiming from the other part, this one is claiming from this part. I think it's a good thing. Who believe all those things? If you want to put all these things in your archive to read, I don't want to dispute it. I still believe it's a good thing. But I just think that if we want to end up from history to religion, I think at the end of the day, just for us to try as much as possible to be a better person, to love our neighbors. The people who use this same religion to trick us in Africa, to trick us in Central America, South America, to trick them and everything. They live poor. They died of malaria, but they used it to better their people back in Europe and everything. So in excess of what I'm saying is that while they were in Africa, they were in South America, they suffered, they do everything. They try to show love, they show concern, and they steal a lot. They weaponize people with this religion. They change us. They make us throw away our own so-called religion. We throw away our own. We condemn our own tremendously, which means they did a very great work. They take our strong men away. They make us throw away our own religion, our own rich culture and tradition. They make us throw away all these things. They deceive us. They don't even want us to keep our own archive, our own history. So they took a lot from us. They really took a lot from us. And the people, the foot soldiers that were doing these things, they didn't turn up to become big men. Like as we have the pastors that is deceiving us today, they become big men. You understand? They didn't deceive us while they were poor with us. They deceive us to be rich, to train their kids well. Growing up in Nigeria, our pastors' kids play drums, do all these things. Their daughters sing as choir and everything. Today, the big church, you'll be so shocked. You go to Christ Embassy, you ask somebody, how many kids Pastor Chris gets? They say, that's true, I don't know. You know why? Because they school in abroad. They never live in abroad. I have a very good friend of mine who all went to Christ Embassy back in the days. During the COVID time, when she started bringing these things, I just don't want to say anything. I said, Pastor Chris' daughter is pregnant. And she went abroad to have her kids. You understand? She actually lives in the UK. But I think she went to the US or so to have a baby. And I said, where is the Hebrew women like we used to preach? Why did she just sit at home and even have the baby? She's even going for a means of even trying to get multiple type of passports and the likes. Where is the Hebrew women? I am tired with these things. So I want to go back to what I call common sense, just basic understanding with this religious thing, how we can use it to empower ourselves, how we can use it to help ourselves. Because if we don't use it the right way, if we want to defend some of the wrongs that we've already found out, we are not helping ourselves. We are not helping ourselves. We can lay our hand in so many books. Many of us now have recommended so many books for us to read. Remember, most of the people that they trick, some of them don't even know how to read and write. Some of them can read, but they can't comprehend. Because one thing is for you to read. Another thing is for you to comprehend what you read. And when you do better comprehension, that's when you know that, okay, I don't need to argue with this man because he's older than me, but I know he's lying. You understand? This is where you can understand some of those things very well. But the comprehension, it's not there. Like I said, they give my mom olive oil, something that will be better for somebody just to say low cholesterol. You understand? And they take all her money that she used to buy pills. They take all her rent money. Pastor lived in my own father's house for 5 years, didn't pay 1 cent rent and everything. So these are the pain that we went through. So we can argue and we can use so many materials to defend ourselves. What about those people who don't even have those materials? They will continuously become that gullible, and that gullibility will still keep going on and on and on. So I think we still need to come back a little bit and apply what I call common sense. With common sense, it's just going to help us. Let's bring this thing back like these Europeans do. Let's bring it back. Let's try to tell our people, let's show our people common sense. Like I said, I went to Christ Embassy before I moved to Daystar Center, before I even left the country. Why don't you just say you want to go? Forefather, today, when we want to talk anything that we want to prove that there is no fake in it, they put timestamp to all those things. You understand? Why don't you just go to mortuary? You understand? Let's say notable people die and everything. Why don't you go to mortuary and go and raise the dead? You know, these things will just be there where you can prove it. But these things are just not there. They just tell you miracle. They tell you everything. Some young man many years ago said, I'm going to travel out of the country. You understand? And my parents keep reminding me when that young man tell me, but that same young man also said, my elder brother going to be a medical doctor. Till today is not a medical doctor. You understand? Also said my sister going to be an engineer. Till today, she's not an engineer. But till my mother died, she still remember the person who said, I'm going to travel to the West. You understand? They won't work. They take it hook, line, and sinker. The one that didn't work, they never remember to tell the person that you're a fake prophet.
Yeah, thank
you know,
you.
so it's just like that. So let's apply common sense.
Yeah, we know now if he raised 50 people, well, Jesus Christ, the whole world will be shaking right now. That is something that has never, there's no proof of that kind of stuff happening. I think it's electricity's this thing, and there are some people backstage. So let's try to be considerate of each other. Electricity, please go ahead.
You can hear me.
In Masca, you can put your camera off so that you have a better chance of your audio coming through.
All right, but if you guys can hear me, I quickly wanted to respond
to
what
go ahead,
electricity said. So just to put things in context, and I'll be very quick. I think what Wole is bringing to the fore, my understanding is very simple.
You catch you even in this no show this thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Like I said, we must do this contribution for Masca. Masca.
I really would love to hear Masca.
Hold on one second, please. Masca. I know you are not hearing us.
I can hear you. No, the thing is, I can hear you guys all the time.
How can we assist with your microphone on a more serious note?
It's not the mic. I think I have a very sound infrastructure.
It's the connection. It's the connection.
What kind of time infrastructure keep causing you these problems like this? It could be.
Father, I said you should create new email address. Start all over everything.
Fathers, Xero keeps talking about this white Jesus, but he's reinforcing it on the panel.
No, but I think he was talking. He's basically showing it to you.
Ed, I read another book by Francis Bacon. He said something. He said, we read our Bible, they say God created man in his own image and likeness. But Francis Bacon said, man created God in his own image and likeness.
You see,
and
that's why God says you should not make any image of him.
So exactly. But you know the beauty of it. You know the beauty of it. The white man, yeah, with blue hair, blue eyes and blonde hair. Man created that one, and so many men worship him.
Have you seen
you see how funny it is? Man created that. When you go to places like Edo State, the father will have his own Ogun, that is his own in a local palace. Will say he has his own juju. The father will train the kids. Each of the kids, they start training them to train their own, to start making their own small gods. You understand? And they even punish you. Say, have you bought your Ogun? You understand? Where you go do your libation, where you go do your small prayer. This is how you keep doing it and every other thing. So even when there is the general one, like in my village, we have the village juju. When there's a festival is coming, the old juju will go dance in the town juju. You understand? And every other thing. So these are the things. So when you put those things together, you just discover that now man keep putting these things, put one or two things together, put libation, do this, pray, do this, believe this is an intermediary for him to connect to his own God. You see that same thing. Now let me be a little bit controversial. You see the same thing to my Catholic forefather. Forefather, please hold on. Let me just land with this. You see the same thing with Catholic. You see a Catholic man put a rosary in his car, put a rosary in his office, put a rosary in his hand. They use it to pray. The Muslim man put his tessibule in his car, in his office, in his hand, and everything. To some extent, it's a means and intermediary. In as much as when it comes to stuff like this, we might want to argue. So this is the context that Francis Bacon is saying, man created God in his own image and likeness.
And that's
that
true.
may be like during the Moses time, but Christ come and bring faith. So there's so many things we can argue over all these things. That's why I said common sense can solve everything. Thank you.
Question, because I've seen images of a white depiction of Jesus Christ. Have you guys seen the depiction of Jesus Christ in Ethiopia? Ethiopia, which is the second Christian nation.
It still looks like Ethiopia, no? It's not
which is
that's right.
Of
that's
course, now you're making my point. Everybody is trying to make Jesus in their own image, and that's why the Bible says, "Do not make him in."
But we are the only one that didn't do it now. We see my point.
We are jealous.
They are doing better than us.
The people that did the wrong
they
thing.
are doing it better than us. Why are we always the one that are doing the rubbish one that is not giving us any advantage? Why they are all doing it and doing better than us? Why are we not copying something that actually betters us? So that's my point.
Fafada, you made a valid point. Fafada actually made a valid point. Listen, let me see if I get you right, Fafada. They said the white man gave us the Bible or religion, and they are doing better. They are practicing or applying the principles in the Bible to better themselves. But we are not applying the principles in the Bible to better ourselves. So I just came to that conclusion that if this Bible the white man is talking about is helping them to better themselves, then I think I would take it, because I believe every one of us wants improvement in life. We want to better ourselves. So I'll take it. How is it that they are the problem? Are they responsible for Akpabio giving people $30,000? Are they responsible for the road Soludo made recently, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it rained and the water washed the road? Commissioned some few days ago, and the water washed the road off. Is it their fault that we cannot get our act together? Is it their fault that we cannot get our act together and we keep blaming them every day? And most of us are here. I keep saying, if we don't like if the way we had discussed, we find them so disgusting, and we go back home and fix it. That's what I will keep arguing about. I'm not saying they are innocent, no, but we are adults, for crying out loud. We are grown-up adults. We have our sane sense. Is it Alake, the minister of yesterday in this thing, said that Nigeria has no business importing bitumen because we are the second largest country, second country that store bitumen in the country, yet we import bitumen. Whose fault is it? The white man's fault?
Yes.
The white man's fault.
Yes.
Okay. At least if the problem is because we in the South are always looking at the white Jesus, at least we should still see development in the North. If we are going to go by your hypothesis,
the same thing is happening in the North now. The same set of.
Is it a white Jesus that they also?
They may even be more acute because they subscribe to the language and everything else.
You see, so these are cultural issues. You know,
the floor is yours. You said it's the white man's fault. Go ahead.
Yes, and it goes back to what Wole is saying, because when let's take this panel for instance. Somebody comes in and convinces us that those of us wearing white shirt are of a different affinity. Those wearing blue shirt are of a different affinity. And every time an issue comes up, we are always at loggerheads simply because of the color of our cloth. This is simply what is going on. I take Wole's point. We as Black people, we need to go back and discover who truly we are. Yes, I can be a Muslim but I'm first and foremost a black man in the grand scheme of things, in the carnal affairs of the world. If I don't understand that, and I see myself first as a Muslim before a black man in Nigeria, then everything will be upside down. Because the Christians that will come from Europe will bring Christianity, and all they are looking for is what they want to gain. The Muslims will come from Saudi Arabia and come to Nigeria and try to divide us. We need to, there's this documentary by Ali Masrui, Africa of Triple Heritage. I always see that happening to us. We always first, even on this panel, if a Muslim talk, if a northerner talks, first people see him as a Muslim. And every issue, we cloud it there, but the fundamentals are always there. Our resources are taken to the same place. People are taking it away. All we talk about is religion. We need to go back. It's okay to be religious, and religious simply means just be good. That's all. But we have taken it to a different level and have forgotten who really we are. Who are our brothers? Who are our own sisters? We've forgotten all that. We first cling to the religion. We even live.
I think that's one point you made there that's quite powerful.
We need to go back to history and know that the Igbo, the Yorubas, they are not different people. Forget religion.
Yeah, I think he made one very powerful point about just be
Hi,
good.
Nigeria.
Because that point, just be good, is something that we are going to revisit, because there is this debate about whether the God finds devotion good because devotion is good, or is because good is actually what is more important. And if good is more important because God likes good, and then it means that just being good, you don't need to worship, but just being good is the most important thing. But that's a different debate that has been had since the time of the Greeks. So we'll talk about all those things later. But man, there's a lot of people here today that want to talk about this thing. There are so many backstage. Chim, please go ahead. Then we can have Shola say something.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick because I need to go pick my daughter from where she went. So I don't want to belabor the issue we've been discussing, but I'm not sure who, I think it was Electricity that mentioned, almost stole my entire thought. And thank you, Masca, for that summary. I totally agree with your line of thinking when it comes to, first of all, being human before dovetailing into all this indistinct things that, divide us, as it were, whether it is religion or ethnicity or whatever it is, or the food you eat. But you see, the thing that I've struggled with, and not just us, I even struggled with my other Black people who are not necessarily Africans in diaspora. Because you see, when we talk Africa, talk Black, we forget that we have Caribbeans on this other side, and they are predominantly all Blacks. We constantly keep, this whole white Jesus thing has continuously shown it. I keep arguing, what is the problem with this your white Jesus? For me personally, I grew up in Nigeria. I started my religious practices, as it were, for a better use of word, in Nigeria. It is in Nigeria I started learning about Christianity. But I can tell you that the moment I started understanding the word of God, as it were, even though someone has told us not to use the word God, as it were, the moment I started understanding it, I began to realize that I didn't need one white person anywhere to tell me anything. I go to a predominantly white church here. There is Redeem here. There is all sorts of Nigerian churches where I live in Calgary. I don't go to any of those places, and I have a reason. I go to this other place, first and foremost, this is where I feel I want to go and sit down and hear the word of God.
Are you sure you don't want to be closer to God?
No. Trust me.
I'm just asking. I'm just checking.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. It's a fair shot. It's a fair shot. Okay.
Go ahead.
But then let me tell you one of the reasons why when I came to Canada, I said I would not study. Like Paul, I went to Daystar in Nigeria. And there was one thing the pastor, the man who headed that place, used to say. He kept saying that even though we're in Nigeria, he was trying to create an environment that was not exactly Nigerian. Now, when he's saying that, he's not saying it's an environment where we don't wear our traditional clothes, where we don't speak our local languages. No, because we used to celebrate Nigeria's independence. Like, I can't even remember any church that celebrates Nigeria's independence like Daystar. And we'll all be decked in our traditional attires. He will tell you, come dressed like a Nigerian. But what did he mean? What he was saying was that the Nigerian society had become so dysfunctional. Things were not working. Nigerian society was known for having open gutters that you'll be seeing the filth and the stench. Nigerian society was known for things that were not quality. But he was trying to create an environment that where we're in Nigeria, but when you enter there, you ask yourself, am I also in Nigeria? I understood where he was going, where there was excellence. And that was the watchword of the church. The point I'm trying to make, and I've been trying to emphasize since we started talking about this white Jesus, I know whether it is true scripture or it is true just general history, that the Jews are brown people. I will repeat it again. They are brown people. They are not blue-eyed people. Because of intermarriage, today now, you're not going to say that Thorsten Ekong is not a Nigerian because of the complex of his skin. His father was a pure-blooded Nigerian who married a Caucasian woman and gave birth to him. So if he has any elements that makes him look Caucasian, it doesn't mean that he's no longer Nigerian. The same way I keep making this argument, when you see certain Jews today that look blue, like they are whites, let's not forget the era we live in. We're intermarrying, where people are getting exposed with all sorts of things. So you're going to have it's difficult to just have a 100% homogeneous set of people anymore. It's tough to get them. And then we've been talking Christianity, and this is for Masca, and I'm saying it in good faith, not in any derogatory manner. I worked for an Arab nation company. I worked for Etisalat. I traveled to UAE several times to do work, one thing or the other. And I used to ask myself, when I go and they carry me into that desert to go and do that, there's this thing I will carry cars to go and do, and you think the car is over. I can't remember what they call it. For those of us who have been to UAE and have gone to Dubai, you probably have gone for that particular ride in the desert. And I told people, this thing I'm paying money and I'm enjoying here in Dubai is what we have in Bauchi and Borno. Why can't we develop it in Bauchi and the Borno? But I am coming to another Muslim enclave like my Bauchi and Borno, and they have it. So the question I've always had, the Allah that Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar, these are the three Gulf most progressive states in that region, is it the same one that the people in Sokoto are worshiping? I've always asked that question. And I mean it well. I mean it with good intention. I don't mean it in any derogatory way. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Whether you carry it from the Christian perspective or you bring it from the Islamic angle, there's something fundamentally wrong with us. We need to own up our problem, solve our problem, and stop pointing fingers at these people. We live in Canada. I live in Canada, which is a First Nations people. The people I'm talking about, the Aborigines. I can say that here, but I'm not allowed to say it openly out there because it's the wrong use of. They don't want to be called that anymore. But guess what? The civilization here in Canada today, or in North America, is the white man's civilization. It's the way he wanted to design society.
Thank you.
And we've all left where we were. We don't like the civilization in Nigeria because the civilization in Nigeria is not progressive, and we've all migrated to here to enjoy this. But we come here and we are complaining about him. No. The civilization where Wale is living in Germany is a white man, the German man's idea of how he wants to create society. But Wale lives there and is enjoying it.
Jim, I beg to disagree.
I think you are completing quite a few things. And you are making it hard for yourself to be pinned down because you are moving from one issue to another, so they don't pin you down. That is Maradona. You're doing
anybody.
Go ahead.
The point I'm making, if we're going to keep an open mind for us to learn, every group of people design a civilization of their choice, of their chosen. Their forefathers designed, whether it's the banking system. In Canada here, every year, I lived in Nigeria all through until I was 40. There was no tax season in Nigeria. We don't have a tax season. In North America, they have a tax season. When the season comes, everybody goes to file their tax. It's cumbersome. I hate that season. It's just worrisome for me. Why do I have to go and be repeating all this? Which they already, and you must go through it. But that's
Chim,
part
Chim,
of the
can I
civilization.
ask you a question, Chim?
Don't ask me any question, Xero. No, I didn't ask you any.
Let's try to keep it brief so that everybody can be able to add to
Let me
it.
make my point and hand over. The point I'm
You're
making
handing over to me anyway.
Okay, so the point I'm making is this.
No, inshallah.
They design society the way they want. Argue it the way you want.
They were not held down for 400 years.
The example, this you're being rude now, honestly.
Okay,
because
sorry.
when you spoke, I wasn't rude.
Sorry.
So apart, the only people who can make an argument and say we didn't want to be part of this society are the Black Americans whose forefathers were brought to this place. But for any of us, apart from Masca, who lives abroad, you left your civilization to come and live on another man's civilization, and you are pointing fingers at them. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's hypocritical of you. Let's all go back, including me. Go build that our civilization back home in Nigeria. Design it the way we want. Those photographs there is your choice to place those photographs. They did not force you, because the Chinese and the Asian nations who were also colonized don't have those photographs hanging on the walls of their government houses. So I'm saying, when it comes to this white Jesus, I know Jesus is not a white man. My scripture tells me I should not create any image in his likeness.
So are you against the images that they are putting around?
Of course. Of course I'm against those images. I'm not a Catholic. I've never been. In fact, like I said, if you want to have a conversation without feeling why you pointing at my religion, I have stood Catholics to tell them I don't agree with this. This is not the way the Bible tells me. Don't create any image. You're supposed to serve God. God is supposed to be living inside each of us. There's no way you can design and say this is how God is. So in summary, so that I can hand over, whatever it is we want to accuse them of, and I'm not saying the Caucasian is guiltless. They've created a lot of havoc in the world. Yes, I'm one of those who says it. But guess what? They've also designed the kind of society they want. I've always asked us on this platform, if the tables were turned and forefathers becomes the Lord Lugard, and I am forefather as sent to Europe, we dominate Europe. Forefathers is in the UK as the king of Africa's representative in England, and I'm the one in Germany. And we are pillaging those societies to collect the resources like they were taking and returning to Liverpool and Co. to develop their societies. Will I bring those resources back home to be used to develop Nigeria and Abuja and Port Harcourt, or will I steal it? Will forefathers do the same thing? Because guess what? These men were stealing our resources and sending it back home to use to develop their people. Think about that for once.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, who's next?
Yeah, I don't know if I can.
I think Shola should be next.
Okay, thank you. Nice one.
Yeah, tomorrow. I want us to continue this conversation tomorrow. We are going.
Hi, everyone.
My brother,
good evening.
All right, you two, the voice. Yeah, Shola, please go ahead. I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah. Just want to say a few things concerning the topic of today. And I wanted to say something, but I get kicked out against the internet. Anyway, first of all, if you want to say something to me, and you start by giving me fake advertisement, and I come to realize that it's fake, I won't believe you. You are coming to tell me that Jesus is Jesus is the picture of Jesus, and that was another place, another picture of Jesus, and then that to me that sounds as if you are trying to defraud me. That is fraud. You want to preach something to me, come out with a thing and tell me this is who Jesus is. If you don't have the picture of Jesus, don't show me any Jesus. If you come with Jesus here, Jesus A, Jesus B, Jesus C, to me that is fraud. Anyway, that said, number two, if Pastor Chris Oyakhilome said he raised 50 dead bodies, I think problem with us in Nigeria is that we are so afraid of this pastor that we cannot criticize them. We are so afraid that we don't want to talk about them. Everybody says, no, well, if he raised 50 dead bodies, that's his business. It's not his business. It's our business. It's our business because it's in our society. It's our business because it has a lot of implication to those who are sick in our society. People will begin to think, oh, if this man can raise people from the dead, I better take my dying people to him. And then that means people who are on the verge of probably going to the hospital to get their medication or get seen by the doctor will not go. Because somebody somewhere is saying he's raising people from the dead. And we are sitting down here saying it's not my business, it's our business. Because this is an advertisement of himself. It's not about Christ. If you raise 50, 50 is a big number. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4, 50. In that Nigeria, nobody knows you. And nobody, so who can, number one, who are those people that you raised from the dead? What are their names? What's their address? Who diagnosed them? What were their diagnoses? What did they die? Who satisfied them? These are the questions you ask. Our media needs to do a lot. It's not just for somebody to just stand up and say, I raised people from the dead. You need to verify all these claims. Because when you roll out things into the public, you are calling for question. You roll it out to the public, and we're not questioning this guy. We are giving room for people from mediocrity or people like that to begin to thrive in society. We are saying that we want a good society. We want good air for our people. People say, somebody is saying raising some people dead bodies, and we think it's not our business. We have hailing people. We have people that are dying, people that need medication, need all kind of a thing, that think that is a way out. You see, the problem we have in that country is that it's not only the politicians that are problem. The pastor in that country that are problems. And the moment they wait, because the politician and the pastor, they eat together. Each of them, they have a way of putting our people into slave camps. They enslave them with the word of God. They twist the word of God. Because people don't read the Bible. People don't study the Bible on their own. They believe what the pastor tells them is that's all, and they just go by it. And it's unfortunate that unless we begin to tell our people the truth. I'm in Canada, I'm in Ottawa. That's where I live. When I left that country, I realized that I was in that cage before. When I got there, I thought this is bullshit. All they were doing there was just wasting of time. I just had people to build their empire, to build houses for them, to build their business for them. We are not practicing Christianity. All we practice there is business, business, business. And when the general vice died, he give it to his family, give it to his children. And the poverty keep going on. Who are the people that are rich? I'm sure it's the Oyakhilome and his one that is rich. Other people there, they are poor. Yeah, Oyedepo is only one that is rich. Other people that are poor. And the boy himself is rich and the children, other people are poor. And we're not talking. Problem is that we are so afraid of these people as if they are God. And I'm not afraid of any man or the person I'm afraid is God. Unless we all come and start saying the truth. It's our business because they are making people to die. People are dying and nobody cares. When they are sick, they come abroad to get treatment. They don't stay there. The poor people stay there and they be waiting for somebody who didn't raise anybody, deceiving them. They raise people from grave. Where? Where did it happen? Who verified? I put that claim. I'm a Christian. I believe in the word of God, but I don't like lying. I hate it. Say the truth. Say the truth. And put the devil to shame. I don't need anybody to convince me about Jesus Christ is Lord. I know that. But don't tell me that you raised 50 people from dead, 50 people? You are in Nigeria, 50 people? And somebody here was telling me that somebody's brain was scattered. They put it together and they went to a house. Who says that? What do you mean by that? Come and prove it. What kind of story is that? You know, tell that kind of a thing? In fact, I want you to bring that person to the air. Let's come back. Let's interview that person. We are not in that age where we just wait and just look and keep quiet. We want to see, want to verify. Your brain was scattered. I'm a medical doctor. Right? How can your brain scatter? Put together and say, I want to know that person. Bring the person to the studio. I want to see him. Let's talk that kind of story, please. I don't want to challenge us. Let us be careful. We need to start challenging these people. They are not God. We only have one God. It's Almighty God. I fear no man. I only fear God. Please, let's not begin to let these people. Let's not begin to praise them. They are human beings. And they are using us. They are using us for their purpose. They are using us for their gain. They are using us. We should wake up. Politicians, as a Nigeria, they are the one that have caged all Nigerians with the word of the Bible. They are twisting the Bible, and we're all following them. We should rise up and tell our people to rise up. They should read the Bible on their own. If you're a Christian, read your Bible. From Islam, read your Quran and follow what the Spirit of God is telling you. And not one pastor will be telling you go and bring your money, bring all that, and that gets you richer. They are controlling the environment. They are dying with the politicians. You know, we should just call spade a spade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shola.
Can I speak now?
A lot of people agree with you.
I hope you give us also enough
Yeah,
time.
you get your chance. I think Ed hasn't said anything for a while, and the
I
people
just
are
came in, Ed, I've been speaking.
No, I mean,
Ed is the man who has been speaking now. Everything
you know, I was
around
just
Ed.
interjecting.
Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to shorten the time now so that everybody will have time.
When it's my turn now.
And what are we going to do now? He has to start somewhere.
I'm going to leave.
He has to start somewhere so that everybody can
I'm going to speak and just leave.
Okay, forefathers, if you guys can hear me, I just want to do a quick pushback on what Chim said.
I'm waiting for him. I want to hear him, please.
Okay, just do a quick one. Just do a quick one so that Ed can speak, please.
Okay, I think, Chim, you have a very simplistic view of the world, or you are intentionally misrepresenting the way the world works. Nobody will sit down and allow anybody to just do what he wants. Ukraine does not want to fight war, but war has come to Ukraine. Are we suggesting that Ukraine call upon itself war? Go to Syria and see what has happened to Syria. Go to Iraq, go to Yemen. So the world doesn't work like that. We Africa, we were sitting in Africa. We didn't invite any white man. They came here. So don't give the impression that people are sitting down. We just don't. People are. No, wait, Tim. It's okay. I will land and quickly land also. Okay. The truth is that wherever you are, there is somebody who is looking into your business and trying to interfere into it. All I'm saying, we Black Africans need to understand that fact first and understand that whatever other people are telling us, let's look at it with a pinch of salt. Who is really our brother? Who is not truly our brother? Let's come together before we can even start talking of progress. As long as we don't understand that, we don't understand who we really are. People are, as I speak, interfering with people. This is the reality of life, and it will continue to be like that. You have to understand that fact that the world will not allow you to just do your business. There will be interference. Thank you.
Okay, so can I quickly respond to him, please, if you don't mind? It's not so. No,
see,
I'm
going
I would have left. I knew he was going to speak, which that's why I waited. I waited. I wanted to give him because I wanted to hear him out, and so
you are friendly to Ed, so Ed will be fine with it. It's all right.
Thank you very much for that. I must acknowledge. Thank you. So Masker, you got me wrong. Number one, when you spoke, I told you that I agreed with everything you said. Now, but irrespective of who is interfering on anybody's matter, why is it always only the Black person's matter that is being interfered in?
Because we have not yet.
Hold on now. If we go that way, we won't be able to hear each other properly. So the Black man, which I am part of,
should we let them debate it out to the end?
I defend the Black race well, and I believe I defend the Black race well. But I believe also in calling out the things we do that I feel are wrong. We constantly have this conspiracy against us, and conspiracies might be correct. And I'm not saying that people are not interfering in anybody's matter. So why is it only our own that is being interfered in, that is constantly making us not to grow? They don't interfere in the Arab man's own. The Arab man has created a beautiful Qatar that hosted World Cup. The Arab man has created a beautiful Saudi Arabia that is going to host the Olympics very soon. The Arab man has created the UAE that all of us run to holiday, and Aisha Buhari goes to live in constantly. And every time Atiku loses the election, he runs back to Dubai to go and live. Why is it always the Black man's own that is being interfered in, and the Black man has no homegrown solution to checkmate this thing? Why? Please, don't you answer me why.
You want me to answer?
No, we don't want you to answer.
No, you don't have to answer now. We can discuss
it is very tempting to go on this debate. It's just that
if he's going to answer, let me extend Chim's question, right? Okay. So, of course, we know about the ills of colonialism. We know that in some ways, the structure of the world right now still limits us in a way. We have to admit that. But I haven't acknowledged that. Is it the structure of the world that's making our senators give themselves prayers in their inboxes? Is it the colonial structure that's still around us, that's making our president and our vice president renovate their offices for monies that should be enough to at least create health centers for almost all the local governments in Nigeria. You know, sometimes we have to also accept some blame in all of this, some culpability. You know, that's where me, I have a personal problem. You know, and I still bring it back to the fact that yes, religion has its own excesses. It's like the one we're talking about today, and that goes for both Christianity and Islam. When I mean religion, I mean perverted religion has its own excesses. But then we cannot take away the fact that the fact that our religion seems to be perverse in Africa also has something to do with the way we do things. You know, this whole idea of, okay, for example, let's talk about this whole idea of, you know, having one man being bigger than the system. You know, we believe in big men in our society. And that's why our church, our pastors, for example, can think of themselves as bigger than the congregation, when the Bible clearly does not say so. Or maybe the imam can say, okay, you just gave birth, give me your child to dedicate, when maybe the Quran does not say so. So we have to like begin to think about the little nuances in our culture, in the way we think, in the way we do things, that is kind of amplifying these issues. So the main problem is not that, oh, maybe Christianity is the problem. It's actually the way we practice it, because that's the same Christianity we see when we come to the other parts of the world. Just like Chim, I've told myself I will never go to a church that's run by Nigerians.
No.
I will never do that, because it's that system that we see where it's one man, you know, always wanting to lord it over people, you know, and that's why our presidents, our governors, our senators, they feel like it's best for them to have the most beautiful houses in their village where there are huts all around them.
See, Ed, you see this statement you made. It is very, very fundamental to understanding everything. My position is very simple. I'm not saying that we Black people are not at fault. The fault is our own. But the point I'm making, where is the genesis of this problem? Where did this flaw start from?
Thank you.
It starts from, who do you think you are? Let me give a story, please.
Guys, I need to leave. I'll continue with you guys later on. If I come back,
I'm going to leave too. Thank you so much, guys. And good work for fathers. You know, I can always praise you, but you're doing a good work today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well done.
All right, so I think I would let other people talk. But
I was thinking the same thing about forefather before he took me off.
Sorry about that. Somebody had to come up.
Well, can I talk? Can I talk? Because everybody been talking except me. AJ been talking. All of them been talking.
The voice Wole hasn't said anything for a long time.
Reference to some of the comments I've made, and I want to make a
KJ, you are next. You are next.
No, I'm not next. I've been sitting here since you've been talking.
No, you just came in about the.
KJ just came in now. Why is he next? I don't understand this thing. They've just been
let him run the thing. Let him run the thing, Joe.
Let the next. Wole speak. Then like I said, we are going to start to meet it, so everybody goes around. Then we can start having, because I think if Maska and this thing Ed or Chim had gone head to head, it would have been quite fascinating to see where the whole thing settles. Because it's good to have actual debates instead of just everybody talking their own. But that said, the voice, Wole, please go ahead, and we'll try to shorten the time so that everybody can just go around and start having conversations.
Okay, you know, people have been talking about, yes, the Canada, England, Germany, how the civilizations here have been built. Unfortunately, what our people do not know, that till 1751, I repeat again, 1751, the whole world was inhabited by only Black people only. And 14 kilometers away from me here, that was where you had the first migration of the German tribes that came from the Caucasus Mountains. So when the Europeans were living on the mountains, our forefathers, our ancestors built civilizations worldwide. And when they came down from the time of Alexander the Great and Philip, his father, they went on a rampage destroying Black civilization. I was talking about long before they created Christianity out of our own spirituality. I'm going to say the bottom line. People can believe what they want to believe until the so-called Negro, until the so-called black man retraces his steps back to the path of his ancestors when they built the world without the Christian God and the Christian Jesus or the Islamic Muhammad or Allah. We will continue to have these problems that we are having today, because our development was connected to our spirituality that was given to our forefathers. That's why Europeans cannot understand or decipher how the pyramids were built, because we're talking about on top level mathematics. The Greeks learned from our people, the Romans learned from our people, and from the moment they were able to understand things like chemistry, they were able to use the same thing that we taught them and invade us. People should go and read about the invasion of the Hyksos. Who were the Hyksos? The Hyksos were known as strangers, the same people that are called the Jews today. I'm talking about the Ashkenazi Jews, the people that are in Israel. They were the ones that invaded our people after the judgment of the Most High came upon our people in ancient Egypt. That was the same people that migrated from the same place they call Nigeria today. I'm talking about based on historical documentations. They were the ones that migrated from the same place they call Nigeria today into ancient Egypt. The Hausa man was present, the Igbo man was present, the Yoruba man was present. The Yoruba was known as the Phoenician, the same face of the Sphinx that you see till today. And that's the reason why they cleaned out all our nation, especially Nigeria, into their museums, into their museum basements. And that's the reason why Africa was destroyed. Are we forgetting what the English explorers said when they first got to Benin City? Do we know how great the wall of Benin City was compared to the wall of India and the wall of China? And they were bombed.
Sorry, we have to be careful. For me, anyway, I feel like when we say stuff, sometimes we have to question some things.
Yes, you can question it, sir.
Because these timelines we are talking about, it's not a very long time ago.
It's not very long.
And for our people to completely forget, I find that quite peculiar. It will be the first time in history where people are standing on the land that they buried their own ancestors and forgot their history. It's never happened historically before, and this is
happened.
About propaganda and brainwashing.
That's why we have to be careful.
We have to understand that was the reason for the genocides in the German museum.
Can I quickly jump in?
How much genocide you give, one person just have to survive for the history to be passed on.
Yes, sir.
My brothers, can I quickly jump in so we keep communication going? I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I follow what your father just said about being careful about what we say, because the history that you're breaking down now, I follow it very well, but I do not have every aspect as you do. I have my own aspects, which will become quite different than yours, but we're reading it along the same lines. The thing is, I would just like to say that in the light of this conversation, because I've got a lot to say and I'm going to back out in a bit so everybody can speak. We do have to be careful what we say. As much as we know, or we think we know, we still have to put it in a paradigm for this platform. So there is some level of education that goes on and not enjoyment. So can I just leave it there? Thank you, guys.
Okay. Now, from the 1800s to 1897, which was the destruction of Benin Empire, it was a wave of destructions caused by the German, the English, and their cohorts that ravaged through Africa. If you look at the Asian maps of Africa, you could see on every area of Africa there were castles built. Now, the most beautiful thing is that one castle survived. One castle survived of the medieval castles that were built on Nigerian soil. It's in Kaduna, the Kajuru Castle, which one imbecile German, I call him an imbecile because how can you claim to have built a medieval castle of that nature on a hill like that in 1981 when I was in Nigeria? We knew about all the projects that were done in the 70s and the 80s in Nigeria, but it's one of the brainwashing, like my brother said, that they did with our people. There was a wave of destruction. In fact, in the German museum here, you can read that they claimed to have killed hundreds of millions of Africans, even at that time span. They killed our people so that there will not be communication of their history to the next generation. Our people were hiding their sons and daughters who had who are inhabitants of our histories in caves from these people. In fact, Germany almost wiped out the whole of Namibia from millions to 18,000 people. I'm narrowing this thing so that the next person can come in. Where I'm going to, in the other words, is until the so-called Negro retraces his steps back to the ancient past, because our ancestors are watching us. They are watching us. They are with us. And we can pray to these religions that have been imposed on us. People, you know about Crusaders, Jagun. You know about the Crusaders. Who are the Crusaders? They were the carriers of the cross of Jesus, who ravaged the whole of Africa, killing hundreds of millions of people. And they fought.
All I would say, can I ask you, where do you stand? Where do you stand today by way of faith? Do you call yourself a Christian? Are you a believer in Christ? Have you left this ideal?
I have left Christianity by the grace of Olorun.
Okay.
I'm retracing my steps back to my ancestors. And when I pray, you see, if you look at the picture of Jesus, what do you see behind his head? The sun. When do Christians worship? Sunday, the day of the sun. If you go to all the old churches in Germany, you will see the same image. And what do you see even attached with it? You see the Masonic sign in all of them. In all of them. I have taken thousands of pictures between France, Germany, and the Netherlands. You see, what people do not understand, if you read the book Egypt, The Light of the World by Gerard Massey, you will see where the whole story of Jesus was written out from. The theology of the Phoenicians, I do have it there. They were fragments. They are thousands of years older than the Bible. The Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that was where the Bible was written from the Sumerian text. Go on the internet and prove me wrong. Where was the Bible written from? From the Babylonian text, Sumerian text, and the Phoenician text. Now, if you now want to find out who these people are, they are the descendants of the people. We are the descendants of the people whose histories were stolen and put into the Bible. Into the Bible. It's all over. Nigerian history is all over the Bible. Now, lastly, part of this big conspiracy. Lastly, part of this big.
Father, can I speak and do a little pushback? Because I can speak.
Keep it brief. Yeah, I know. I know you.
One of the biggest conspiracies ever is Nigeria is in the center of the world, in the center of Africa. Where do we have Nigeria on the African map? In West Africa. Look at all Asian maps and read through historians. They will tell you that the African map has been completely drawn wrongly. Nigeria is 4 or 5 times bigger than what we see on the African map. I can say a lot of things for hours concerning the greatest conspiracy ever.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, some of it. Okay, fine. I'm not going to fight you, because if I want to fight you, there are too many areas I could have issues. But the one I agree with you on is that we have to go back to ourselves. I think I can't disagree with you on that one. Who is the biggest? I think it's Tone. I think it's is it Tone or Ferrari?
It's actually KJ, but I would like to hear Ferreira's pushback if it's going to make any sense.
Let's KJ speak now, since people vote.
So if Ferrari wants to push back and you have to have 2 minutes, I'm not going to talk about that. That's not what he said. Not my concern now. But if you want to push back on that,
I have to say a few things.
Okay, push back quickly then.
First of all, there's nothing wrong being Afrocentric. I'm all for that. Going back to our roots, I'm all for that. But when we want to push our Afrocentric argument, we have to get our timeline right. Now, you just stated, among other things, you just stated that in 17-something, the whole of Europe was occupied by Africans. I'm going to ask you, when did the slave trade?
I said till 1751.
Yeah, 1700. From what I know, because my families were once slaves, so slave trade was going on around that time, and we were in Africa. We were not in Europe. So you got to get your story straight. I'm not against.
Ferreira.
Yeah,
my brother Ferreira. You would have to understand this. You would have to understand this. In 1492, was when they kicked the Spanish and the Portuguese kicked the Moors out of Spain.
Right.
They pushed a lot of them back into Morocco. Wait. They pushed a lot of them back into Morocco, and many of them were shipped back. Wait, bro. You gotta listen. You got to listen.
Go ahead.
They pushed a lot of them out back into Morocco, and the rest they sent to West Africa. Many of them came to Nigeria. They were known as the strange people in English, but they gave it the Israeli term. These people landed in Ondo State. I am from Ondo State, and I witnessed who those people are. So when somebody puts forward that Europe had a good majority of black people in its land, you have to understand what that means, because the Moors had Spain and Portugal for 800 years. 1942, when it was pushed out, was the year that Columbus apparently reached the Americans. So you have to put your timeline right in your pushback.
Well, like I said, I'm not against being Afrocentric. I'm all for it. But
it's not about Afrocentric. It's about truth. No, forget that word. Forget that word. That word is going to spoil your figure.
Jago is not denying the truth.
Jago, let me explain. When your storyline looks like a fantasy, it doesn't help our story. We were Africans and we inhabited Africans. From what I know of the Yoruba race, we migrated from Mecca. From the Middle East.
That's not true.
Why are we always migrating from outside Africa?
You understand? So there are various versions of our story.
That story is not a true story.
We migrated from Nigeria, from where we call Nigeria today, to all parts of the world. But
where was the Garden of Eden?
No. Wait. Me personally,
from the beginning, since we're throwing timeline around.
Guys, I must say this, guys. I really enjoy this conversation in terms of what we're speaking about, but we're not having it in the right terms, I must say. And whilst we may, in our research, have come across all kinds of different things, we are not paleting it towards truth and aligning our communication. Where there may be many things to learn and we may have timelines wrong and all the rest of it, we're still not really making sense to ourselves. Where we speak about the black people and black Europe, if you want to understand black Europe, you've got to go deeper in your understanding. The Russian language, I'll put it to you like this, the Russians, they used to speak French. That was the common language in Russia. It was a gentleman by the name of I beg your pardon, I've just forgotten it. But it was a black gentleman who gave them the Russian language. That might be a shock to everybody, but if you do your correct research, you'll find out I'm telling the truth. This tells us that black people were in Europe, and they were in Europe at all kinds of levels. So that
let me get this straight. I'm going to leave that topic alone because I wanted to address SRO that has been pushing on to come on stage. Let me get this straight. I just got to push back on a story that sounds like fantasy. I'm not one of those that just buy story for the sake of Afrocentrism. Now, let me go on. Let me say the black people were in Europe.
Listen to him.
They were in Europe before the Roman Empire. They were in Europe before the British Empire. Now, straighten me out on this so I know what you're talking about.
Who are you talking about?
I'm asking you.
No, you need to be listening.
We're in Europe before the Greek Empire. They were in Europe before the Roman Empire. They were in Europe before the British Empire. Let me get that straight so I know.
No,
I know I can put you in the timeline.
No, bro, you just answer him. Just answer him. Don't give him an explanation. Because he's the one that
told me the black people controlled Europe during the British Empire. I mean, you got to get your story straight. I want to talk to X0. I don't want to drag this with him. He's read his book. I've not read his book. Maybe when I read his book, I'll be on the same page with him. Until then, I got to read his book. But I have my own book that I've read, and I stay with that for now. So that's my pushback.
Just now, it's all in German.
I want to address SRO. That's who I want to address. And talk about this religious thing we're talking about. I can't debate this issue with him because we won't get anywhere.
We don't read German, all of us
what I'm saying is that you can see the emblems. I just sent him a link on Google. When you click it, He can present it, and you will see
Google
the
is
people
not a reference for
Wait a
historical
minute.
No,
facts.
don't argue everything now. Are you going to
Okay,
argue
that's
every
why I
note?
want to talk what I want to talk. I want to talk to Xero about the picture of Christ
Talk.
he's putting out,
Nobody's
which I
stopping you.
found offensive, which I think some people will find offensive because it's like tearing the Quran or burning the Quran. Now, you have to understand the history of religion. If you don't understand the history of religion and respect people's view on their religion, that's why everybody should stay on their own lane.
Supposed to be an interjection.
No, I disagree with you, Ferreira.
On the religion issue or the historical
No,
issue?
on the issue of this is an open discussion, and in an open discussion,
It's
we
not
should
yet
be
now.
open.
Let's
Simple.
let KJ have his say, because some people will never say anything.
Would I
think
get my
after
time
KJ
back after KJ?
What you use time, Major?
Okay, fine.
No, I've not even said a word about what I
You
want.
finish your
I
time,
just
oh,
needed to
Chairman.
push back
Ferrero,
on what I
your time
don't.
is up. Oh.
because
I'm
KJ
not
doesn't
even
like
said a word. I needed to address the issue.
You've addressed it. You've had you. Let somebody else talk now.
We can get this thing to move.
Can I just say something to him, please?
X0, come on, we've seen the image now.
Yes,
X0, you're being offensive. I'm telling you, some people
No, this is
worship
not the
that
type of questioning.
God.
X0, hold on.
You got
because
to
we have
hold
we have
back
to
on
respect
that
KJ's
thing.
time. We have to
If
respect
a
KJ's
Muslim
time.
Yeah,
tells
don't
you
bring
you are
that thing
insulting
again,
the
Joe. We've
Quran,
seen it.
you
We
will
understand
respect
it, bro.
If a
Let's
Christian
allow
tells you
KJ
you're
to
being
speak
insulting,
now. Come on, man. See, KJ, sorry about that. Sometimes people get passionate and everything. Please go ahead and let us know your thoughts on these
Thank you
things.
so much. I don't want to join issues, and you know me, I don't always like to join issues. I give you the story or the facts. If you want, you take it. If you don't want, please respect my view. That's my opinion. You are entitled to yours. You see, I'm going to start from the speaker who was addressing that somebody talked about someone falling and the head flashing out and all that. And you think that is a joke to you? It sounds like a story to you? Anyway, I think at my age now, I'm too old to come and sit down and begin to tell cock and bull stories. And Archbishop Dahusa is not somebody whose story is not known around the world. I'm sure that if you go
that guy is a scam.
wow for you, this guy called Olumide.
I was ordained by Archbishop Benjamin Dahusa.
Now,
and
if
I
you
call him a scammer.
want, if you
Wait,
want,
let KJ speak, please.
the story of Benjamin Dahusa is around. These things are captured in books. I spoke to the girl, and maybe for the purpose of this, you can go research. Her name is you can pick her up in Facebook. Her name is Joy Apororo. It's there. I can give you a link right now if you want to look at it. You can talk to her and ask her if that event happened. She was 3 years old when that happened. So sometimes when people come, and because we just want to sound politically correct or be in the favor, we just jump on issues and begin to just badmouth the thing, the way we want. Your experience will not be the same thing with the other person. So that's why you need to listen. And if something you don't know and you feel it's something you want to push back on and you don't have enough information, just like Ferraro said, you have told me, I'll go do my research. That's what you just said now. What you quoted from a book I don't know, I'll go research. And that is how to be learned. Not that you put up a front and begin to act and just speak unadvisedly and think you're making sense. I don't think that is right. That's one. Secondly, you see, the things we were earlier on, I told Dr. Rudolph, you see, the problem is that discussing the issues of Christianity or religion is so wide that if we don't narrow to one particular issue we're looking for, we'll be everywhere. And at the end, we'll not be making any useful, doing justice to the topic. So let's narrow down. And what was the narrowing down? The fact that, how did we get here? Somebody had talked about the story of Easter. And we saw, okay, what is Easter and how does it affect the Christian life? Or how does it affect the life of a modern Christian? So, but now everywhere we're talking about things that don't even have to do with what we're discussing now. And so we're not able to bring, this discussion to a fold. I'm just going to say something. Listen, you may not agree with how the Bible is written. You may not even agree with the process of what you have read in the Bible. It does not mean that the other person who believes in it also don't have an experience. The person has his own experience. And there's the testimony, one of the testimonies in the Bible that is so very vast, and that is what we use as a reference point of talking about testimonies. I was blind, now I can see. There's nobody who you can tell that cannot make sense out of it. The people who have these testimonies, the people who are raised from the dead, the people who are healed from their cancer, the people who are healed from their illnesses, have this experience. Are you going to tell them that what they are experiencing is not true because you don't believe in what they believe?
But KJ, you see, the thing is,
hold on, sir. Hold on. I'll give you an opportunity to talk. So when we realize the experiences of other people just because
but KJ, see, you are conflating issues.
And it makes it difficult.
We are talking about Bible issues. We are talking about Oyakhilome. We are talking about Oyakhilome 50 miracles. You are talking about Bible issues. Nobody is contesting your Bible, okay? Or the historical facts. That's what you should believe. We are talking about Oyakhilome.
Now, wow. Even coming to the case of Chris Oyakhilome, who has said that he raised 50 people from the dead. You and I were not there. Whatever you are saying now is from your own. You are inferring. You are inferring because you are not there. If you are there and in one of these occasions and he didn't raise the dead, then you can tell us, oh, I was there and this didn't happen. But
so you cannot ask questions. So we can't ask questions.
So anybody can make any claim, KJ. Just because you are not there, you are bound to believe it.
It's serious.
Or at least bound to give it credit.
Forefather. You see,
it's serious.
Great question, forefather. Is it every book that you read in this world that you believe what the author was saying?
No, because if anybody can make a claim,
you have read that you believe what the author was saying.
No, I don't know. You don't believe what the author was saying.
Then why then?
But you are saying we should give it benefit of the doubt.
Excuse me, can I talk? Can I speak to that? Because I was the one that raised that question.
Hold on. You do not believe every book that you read since you have been reading. There's some book you read, I say this guy is talking rubbish, you throw it away. Then why does one man's testimony of what he had done become a real issue to you to now judge the body of Christ?
But you are now confirming.
Nobody judge the body of Christ.
Hold on now, Lumide. You are reaffirming the point you just made by saying.
You have been speaking since I've been.
Can we?
I want to
let's do a to and fro so that we can get. You are the one that said we should get to somewhere. You just said some people can read some books and say this thing is rubbish. The same, some people can hear somebody claim that, which is a big claim, that he raised people from the dead.
50.
And they say there is no way that is true.
Okay.
And you are saying that you give them benefit of the doubt.
Just because you read the book and you decide to throw it out, does it make that man not be an author? The person
No.
It's different. This is different. Dead bodies is different. My brother.
Judgment for truth is a
50
different
dead bodies.
See, let me tell you.
50 dead bodies.
Judgment for truth is a different thing.
It's different.
You said the brain splash. When the brain splashed and then they brought you back to you didn't see the brain splash, but you believe the person that told you.
Nobody is saying that he's not a pastor. He remains a pastor, but what he's claiming is what judgment for truth is different.
In the north, that is saying that
let me circle back a little
an innocent girl to death.
Oh, stop disrupting now. Let's try to get to somewhere. People are viewing this stuff.
Benson Dahosa. Let me circle back a little bit. There was a time Benson Dahosa was going to the US and the plane was going to have a crash. And the pilot has announced, I'm talking about Benson Dahosa's book now. I didn't cover that. And the pilot had announced that we're not sure we're going to make it to the US. And he said to them, people were shouting and everybody was praying. And he said to the plane, pilot, you may not know where you are going to, but this plane is taking me to the US, and only the US it will drop. And when he got to the US and the plane landed in the US, people were afraid of him because he was the only one who had a faith that this plane was not going to take them any other place. There are many other stories of Bessie.
Okay, I have a story. I have a story to tell you. Excuse me. I have a story to tell you. And when I was in British, hold on. Please hold on. Please, 1 second.
You have to allow me to ask some questions here. What you just said just now is still not any evidence of any divine intervention.
Thank you.
Even Thomas asked for proof. He had to touch Christ.
This happens all the time in life.
You see, you guys are making a big mistake. And you see, this is what we are discussing about the black man. We read, all of us, some of you here have probably read the God's General. And we believe what the people did. Okay, if you're a Christian, you must have read the God's General. You believe
I have spoken with Robert Leard, and he was on the list of God's General. They are all fraud, all scammers. All scammers. I've spoken with him personally. They are all scammers.
You're a writer. Now, so see, you see, me and both some of you here don't have any basis for discussion because like I said, you can only speak about spiritual things at the level you have reached. You cannot use your
In other words, you are saying you rise to a higher level of spirituality when you can't question stuff.
No. You see, what you are questioning.
KJ, the answer is yes. I don't know why you claim
The answer is yes. And KJ, hold on, forefather. KJ, let me take you back to the Bible. Thomas did not believe that Christ rose from the dead. He asked for proof. He had to touch Christ's hand with the hole in it.
You are quoting it wrongly, sir.
Oh, okay.
You are quoting it wrongly. Let me correct you. When the disciples came to meet Thomas and said, "We have seen the master," he said, "You are not serious. You are not." I want to say the right word. He said, "Until I see, I will not believe." That's what he said. Then, when he said that, Jesus appeared behind him and said, "Thomas, blessed is he who does not see but yet believe. Can you put your hand?" He didn't put his hand. He said, "My Lord and my God." That was the response because he was too afraid that even the person he's talking about has appeared. He never put his hand on it.
But Christ gave him the offer to put his hand.
Listen,
that means you can't have miracles without proof. You got to understand your own religion.
Ferrari. That was
he likes the dribble,
he had 12 disciples. That was one among the 12. One that didn't believe. One.
Because the others have already seen him. They already have their proof.
Sorry, KJ, can I help you here, KJ?
Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I think you are right because all of us here, somebody said at some point that all of us have faith. Even the scientist that invented the aeroplane, he invented the aeroplane because he believed. At that point, there was nothing substantial as aeroplane, but in his mind, in his head, he has anticipated the aeroplane. He believed in what he has believed, and it had come to pass. So I think faith, you should be bold enough to say, yes, faith is, yes, you can question things, but you have to believe. It's not about questioning. You have to believe. If you believe what the pastor has done, I think it's okay also for you to understand that some people will not believe. And I don't think this is a long argument.
I think there is KJ, let's try to be civil here. I like the way this guy just put his KJ, hold on now. No, let's do one at a time. If I talk, you talk, and let's try to get somewhere with this. What he just said just now was about reasonableness, because you can believe in, like, you can create a plane, but it's couched on some level of knowledge that you have already built up. Then you can just, because I can say I can go to the moon, or I can rule the world. That's not based on any solid foundation. So that is what people are questioning, because if you make a massive claim that you raise 50 people from the dead, that is a big claim and it needs big evidence.
No. Sorry, forefathers. That is where you are wrong. Because the man who said he can do aeroplane, people will not believe him. And it's their own, it's their own ineptitude, it's their own level. He's at a higher level. Okay?
True.
So I think that if a man...
But his belief is based on something real.
But that's the thing. Okay, I think this is an argument that will be a cyclical argument. If you believe you can raise people from the dead, I don't think we should question that person.
No, he doesn't say he believes he can raise people from the dead. He said he has raised people from the dead. There's a difference here. It's not that he believes he can raise people from the dead.
Sorry, guys. Forefather is right, Masker. I think you have to understand what he's just said is that for any claim that anybody makes, there should be sufficient evidence. That is largely because, yes, there should be. Wait, my brother. We understand that when we're talking about faith, it is sometimes difficult to prove that one has faith, or through faith, certain things can become. That is difficult to prove, and we understand that in spiritual terms. But in terms of making any claim, there should be sufficient proof. And if you cannot prove it, in this world that we like to take as being logical. We understand that there's a spiritual realm, but we try our best to live within the realities of logic as men. And if you're going to make claims in this logical world, you will have to back it up somewhat. What you believe is what you believe is fair enough. You can believe what you want.
Okay, so Jagun, I will take up from what you just said. You said that you acknowledge that we live in a logical world. That's what you said.
Correct.
But you, in your speech, you also acknowledge that there's a spiritual world.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, my point is that if anybody chooses to reside purely in a purely spiritual world, that's him. That's
There's
him.
medical diagnosis for that.
Is different,
hallucination sometimes.
Evidence is couched in the real in the real
evidence
world.
I think we are having a cyclical argument. If today you have the truth is that
It's not cyclical. Evidence is not based on cyclical stuff. Evidence is real. You have to produce evidence for whatever claim you make, whether it's in the spiritual world or in the logical world, as you stated.
Well, what it is exactly, Masca. If I can just alert you to this, Masca, please let me alert you to this. As a human being, we are men. As men, we hold a good 3 distinct categories within us. Those distinct categories are that of the mental, the physical, and the spiritual. Now, in all these aspects, there are different vibrations or variations. And of such, as men, that we know the next man has that same 3 vibrant positions within them, we deliberate upon these points. Now, most of us on this planet Earth, the spiritual realm is the one that we exercise the least. We exercise more of the physical and of the mental. This is where the whole logic system enters. When it now entertains the spiritual realm, we go into a illogical area where now the pronunciations of the spirit world are such that the level of communication through this is deep and must only be accepted within those spiritual laws that we can agree upon. This is where the variations and the difficulties come, and we have to offer ourselves this respect in this discussion.
I totally agree with your position. All I'm saying,
what I want to say is this. It's my turn, please.
Leave issue. If we question the man,
no. I think we are getting it wrong.
Let's Masca, please let's allow Shola say something.
The problem, excuse me.
I don't think I should question.
We have to. You see, the problem we are having in Nigeria is part of this, where we assume that whatever anybody says, especially spiritually, that whatever they say, they are unquestionable. We can't question them. They make claims. We believe them. What? I mean, that is part of our problem. We've been enslaved.
Excuse me. You said
when somebody make, excuse me,
wait, Shola. You said you're a doctor. Did you say that? Did I hear you well earlier? You said you're a medical doctor.
What that has to do with what I'm saying?
No, because I want to prove to you that because you want to use, that's what Jagun was just trying to say to you, that you're using the laws of the physical for the spiritual.
So please,
it's not the same, my friend.
So let him talk now.
Excuse me, Olumide, I have not
Nobody's taking your Jesus away from you. Let him talk.
Olumide, please let him talk. You get your chance to talk, Olumide. I know I've been.
I'm saying don't allow him talk, forefather.
So the problem we're having is that when a pastor says something, that's final. We can't question them.
What we are talking about? We're talking about miracles here.
Nobody is disputing, Tone. You're getting it wrong. Nobody is disputing that miracle doesn't happen. But miracle needs proof.
Listen.
Tone, we are not taking your Jesus away from you, please.
Listen, watch how you speak to me, mister. Yeah? I don't play.
You know how
just watch as you speak.
You're Olumide, man. You're terrible.
Just watch as you speak to me, okay?
Olumide, sometimes you should
Who
grow
are
up.
you, Stone? Who are you?
Your brain
Who
cannot
are
No,
you?
Olumide, your conduct is wrong,
You call
man.
yourself a doctor.
Your conduct is wrong.
I don't know why.
Keep your Jesus.
Why are you doing this now? Why are you doing
So,
this?
Keep your
so
Jesus.
I have the floor. Why interjecting me? Wait for your time, my brother. Okay?
Okay,
Respect
please go ahead.
my time. Okay? I don't come to my time when I'm talking. Right. So
Now you
once
sabi
the
Jesus.
the problem with us, we are in this mess in that country because we are defending those who are supposed to defend themselves. When they say something, we can't query them. Even I have kids, my children. When I say something that is wrong, they say, "Dad, what do you mean by this?" They query me. How come when somebody is a pastor, is he all and all? You can't query him. When somebody say he raised 50 dead bodies, honestly speaking, the media in Nigeria should have done their job. If they were in the West, they would go and ask him. They would do interrogative journalism. Who are these people? What
EFCC
is their
should have been
names?
out. DSS, all of them should be on alert.
Yes.
They will take them and join the military now, so that anytime any soldier gets shot,
When Mohbad was looking for
They all
somebody,
how can he raise
come here,
people
they
from
want
the
a
dead?
better Nigeria, and they come here pretending like they want a better country. With the country is going
blind
to
followership.
Jesus.
Listen, guys.
When did it
I
happen?
agree with Shola.
How did they die? Who satisfied them? How long ago? Somebody said somebody died 3 days. People can die 3 days, yeah, and still wake up. That's why you have to satisfy somebody dead that is dead. Not that somebody is going out.
Who's the
Yes,
doctor
we
that
need to
signed
know,
the death
verify. Now,
certificate?
that does not make me not spiritual. I'm a Nigerian, I'm spiritual. I'm also a physician. You get what I'm saying? So let me tell you an example. I have friends in Nigeria who had breast cancer, and they were told that they should not go to the hospital, that they should go to church, they'll be healed. And what happened? Stage 3 cancer, stage 4, they died. And you are telling me that I'm not saying Jesus does not heal, but I preach both. You go to the hospital and pray. A doctor should get their job done. You don't just play on intelligence. There's nothing wrong if you go to the hospital and get diagnosed and get treated. Those who claim they were healed of breast cancer, many of them, go and ask them very well. We need to interrogate them. Many of them were combining both of them. So when you are giving your testimony, tell them exactly what happened. Don't go tell them that Jesus, I went to pray and I was healed. Tell them I went for mastectomy, I had chemo, I had radiation, and I pray. Say that on the pulpit. Say exactly the way it is.
Thank you,
Don't
Shola.
try to separate everything one from the other. So what I'm trying to say is this.
We've had you, Shola. We've had you, Shola.
It's my turn now. This is going to be my hold on. Sorry.
It's my turn now.
Okay, KJ, strictly 1 minute response. Then Ferrari. Strictly 1 minute. 1 minute, strictly.
Now, Mr. Shola or whoever, let me tell you, you've made an assertion that is totally wrong. I don't want to use a negative word. Nobody in Nigeria, if you know the Nigerian church, that does not push back or ask pastors questions. Tunde Bakari is for one, who have told people many times in different denominations. If your pastor gives you a prophecy and it doesn't work, and you say you should give him money for this, if you say sow seed for maybe for a child and you don't get your child, go back and take your money. That's preached many times in many places. Go back and tell the pastor to give your money. Don't think that the society as the churches. You see, you are asking them. Why are they not asking? 1
minute is over.
Why are they not asking the pastor questions? But is the pastor running the government of Nigeria? Why is that? Why you not saying why are the people in Nigeria not asking their government question? Who they are supposed to be responsible to them, not an individual pastor. Hold on, sir.
That is your turn next. Don't worry.
Be it as it may. Okay, people ask questions. And let me tell you, don't say that. And then again, if we are talking about the work of faith, it is a work of faith. It is no pastor in Nigeria tells people not to go to hospital when they are sick. You combine it. So what you are saying is not new to anybody. You see, when I hate when Christians.
Godfathers, can I take my turn?
No, Lumide, it's not your turn, no. It's my turn.
Do not play
Thank you.
These same people who are talking are the same people who shut down the church and allowed the bars to open during the COVID-19.
You Yoruba people are disturbing the play.
Hold on.
I want Yoruba.
Ferrari, see, let's actually listen to each other.
No, X0 does not want me to talk.
X0, hold on now. Let's actually listen to each other. KJ, hold on now. Why are we so passionate about this thing like this? Let's listen to each other. This is not about fighting each other. Let's listen to each other because Ferrari, you just want to speak. Hold on now. I wanted to address it. Ferrari, you just wanted to speak. You were not even listening to what KJ was saying.
I heard everything he said.
I heard everything he said. Okay, please go ahead, Ferrari.
Okay, now people like KJ, I want to go straight to the Bible and deal with them. In the Bible, it is very clear that God gives out his gifts. His gift, first of all, let me and you agree that miracles occur. Miracles occur, and for every miracle that occurs in a true church, it is documented with evidence. Go and check the Catholic Church and find out. Before they name somebody a saint, they have sent scientists, experts, and anything before they can say somebody has done a miracle or this person should be canonized or be made a saint, because that person's okay, I know you are against all your Pentecostalism is against all this stuff. But listen, let me finish. You had your time. I didn't interrupt you. Don't let me finish.
You know that.
You guys are interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. Bottom line, yes, miracles occur, but miracles are documented. They are proved by evidence, by experts.
Are you serious?
You understand me? That's number one. Number two, let's go to your Bible. Let's go. Who is that interrupting me? Is this Olumide? Who is that? In your Bible, it is clearly stated that God gives out different gifts. The gift of discernment, the gift of understanding, the gift of healing, the gift of this, the gift of that, the gift of that. Now, when you people come here and argue on behalf of miracles without proof, you're not different from con men, from fraudsters, from criminals, from 419. You're not different from them because you're making a mockery of God. Listen, why is people interrupting me? They will not let me speak.
You are the evil person.
They will not let me speak. Why would you let me speak now? I didn't interrupt you now.
KJ, please calm down. This is not
that. Why can't KJ just be quiet so I can speak?
They are not attacking you, KJ.
It just took 5 minutes out of my time. Listen, listen.
I've never seen KJ fight for Kanu like this.
Why are they interrupting me?
Hey, KJ, calm down.
You are the con man. You are the fraudster.
I didn't call you a con man. I said anybody who argue on behalf of miracle without proof is a con man. If you're a true Christian, you will prove your miracle because that is the sign of Christianity. Christianity does not exist in vacuum.
Let's calm down now.
Why is KJ mad? Because I'm telling the truth. Right? You document it, you show evidence, you have weaknesses.
Man, you are the
That's how you establish. Oh my God, why is he doing this?
Okay, let's establish. We have to establish some. Where's Ferrari?
If I'm lying,
hold on. KJ, you are hearing me backstage. Just because he's calling out the pastor, he's not attacking your religion per se. He's saying if somebody doesn't have religion, I don't know why you're being so defensive about a pastor. Please, let's take it easy. Allow him to speak.
Okay, let me continue.
I'm attacking because he's saying when we come here and we defend what we believe in, we are common.
Can I speak?
No, he's saying
personalizing it now.
KJ, you should allow him to speak his own. Let him speak his own.
Let me speak my own. Everybody to their own. That's why everybody should stay in their lane. This is what I know as miracle. Miracle does not exist in vacuum. It has weaknesses. it has dog time, it has a timeline, it has people who other than the person that the miracle happened to, who will witness to it. Now, the current Nigerian pastor system is they just say something and expect everybody to run with it. The exact way we run our government. The governor has spoken. The bishop has spoken. The pastor has spoken. No. And none of them follows what's inside the book they claim to follow. When they started recruiting for their movement in the early 80s, this is how they start. They come to those traditional church and stand at their door and say, oh, they are not Bible-believing church. But look at them today. Where in the Bible is it that a pastor is drinking tea with God? Where is in the Bible that a pastor did more miracles than Christ? They are the ones. So these people are so fake and con, and they want to sell that cornness to us, and they are disgracing Christianity. They are disgracing God. There's no miracle. Go and do your research, or go to established churches, including the Church of England. Go Anglican Church, all those established church, and go and ask them. They document. That's why they have canons. That's why they have huge library, because they document shit. Not all this bullshit. 50 people rose from the dead and nobody, no witness, no family, nobody certified their death, nobody certified they rose. Come on. What do you think this is?
Thank you.
God cannot be fooled. God is not a fool. Stop using God's name in vain.
And in a way, one can argue that it's actually defending Christianity. KJ, don't take it personally. Who is next? I think
forefather, you've done things correctly. You put it in the right order as it was before. So before you took people out,
Olumide hasn't said anything.
It's Olumide and then myself.
2 minutes.
Okay, let me. No.
It's Olumide and then myself.
Exero, Olumide, yourself, and Tune seem to have not said anything.
Exero, you've not addressed it yet. So your own matter is still pending.
To make it faster, I need to create new rules to make it faster so that everybody will get a chance to speak very, very soon. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, within 20 minutes, everybody will say something. Let's do 2 minutes, strictly to 2 minutes, so that it can go around very quickly. Please,
I need more than 2 minutes. So
2 minutes it is. Because everybody has to speak, and I worry that a lot of people just sit here for almost 1 hour. They don't say anything. 2 hours, they don't say anything at all. It doesn't seem right.
You know,
let everybody get involved in conversation because it goes round, and you come back to you again. So
okay, 2 minutes. We did it.
Who's next?
Go ahead.
I beg you, stop that one, or we have seen it. We have seen it, my friend.
So this is the question I wanted to pose.
It's not your turn now. Let's start with Olumide.
Take that thing off the screen, Joe.
Olumide, please go ahead, Olumide.
Okay, my 2 minutes counting. So KJ, see, don't take it personal. See, we are discussing this issue when Dr. Damages raised Oyakhilome. It was very clear that he raised the issue with
Can I tell you a story? There was a guy who was a big time drug dealer, pushing mad weight. He was one of the biggest in New York City.
Somebody's running my time.
So go ahead.
It is with respect to what is happening in our own country, regardless of our religion. I'm even looking beyond Christianity. We come here, we say, we criticize the way they've used religion, weaponized religion in the north, where the imams will incite people in the north, or maybe when they will stone an innocent person, take laws into their hands and use their Quran to justify it. You can't come here and use your Bible to justify it. Is the guy breaking the laws of our land, as it seems? Yes. We are saying that the people in the church have been hypnotized. They've been brainwashed. Speak out on their behalf. This is scamming. There's no evidence for the 50 miracles. Nobody is saying that your Christianity. I'm a Christian myself. You can tell me that my Christianity is not the best religion. You can tell me that my own version of Christianity is fake, or yours is more real than my version of Christianity. Fine. Those are personal. Those are our own personal beliefs. We don't come here and force it down my throat. I'm talking to you, Tone. I mean, don't force it down my throat. keep your Jesus to yourself. I have my own Jesus too. Your own version of Jesus that you have, keep it to yourself. You understand? I have my Jesus. So if you're offended, please, I'm speaking to the general issues in our society. Are these people breaking the laws of our land?
Thank you.
The country might not be doing what they're supposed to do, you know, to look into this matter to see if they are scamming people of their money, their resources, you know, telling people not to go to hospital where they should be seeking proper help, you know.
Thank you,
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Olumide. Who is next? Is it Masca? Masca hasn't said anything at all. Okay, Jago, do your 2 minutes, then Masca will speak. No, Masca, Loco, sorry.
Yeah, have I spoken? Bro,
No, because he was downstairs. Don't worry, we'll come back to you now. Because I think after you this is 6 minutes, it's gonna be your turn. So don't worry. Jago, please go ahead. You are muted, Jago.
Thank you, guys. I'm enjoying the conversation, but again, I think we're having it on so many different levels. I thank Olumide for what he just said, because we have to have it. This is a discussion. Nobody's here to preach to anybody. So all this offense that we're taking over a discussion, I find it very poor. It tells me that your ego is above your common sense, which isn't good enough. So I would like to say this. Basically, taking from what I find important, which is Wole's submissions. And I find these things important because, not to say I agree with where Wole is precisely, or I'm where he is. I'm not where he is. But I am at a place where history and spirituality, they have to conjoin to make sense in order for us to improve our faith. Because I don't care who you are or what you claim. We all know that we're suffering the same inner feelings about what this life means to us. So whilst we're holding all these things precious, we are still suffering. You know, our God, for whatever we claim, hasn't cured all of our ills. So let's just put our feet on the ground for a minute. In saying this, I say that the history of who we are needs to be taken into serious and deep consideration. Why are we where we are? Who is hated? Why are we so hated? What's going on here? Then when we look in the Bible and we see that there are these hated people over time, I can't see why we can't see the correlation, to be frank. I can't see why we can't see that direct correlation to the position of Black people across the world. Now, when we look at Ham and Shem and these different lines, we have to try and organize where it is that we sit, because not all of us are Shem, not all of us are Ham. Speaking as a Yoruba person, I will tell you directly, I have followed the Yoruba history into as far back as Nimrod. And we were present. We were present at that time in that arena, and we have history to prove it. I would look to go around again because I have much to say on this issue, but I would respect the time.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I really like the idea that you want us to have a kind of. Don't worry, when he's praising you, you always remember that.
In the Bible. Thank you, sir.
Can I highlight something Jagon has said twice now at least? We need to have a common way of trying to come to an understanding of what we are talking about, because it looks like we are talking past each other and it just leading to arguments. And I think that is quite an important thing. Otherwise, we are not going to learn anything here. And the viewers are just going to hear people spewing stuff, what comes out of their mind, really. Okay. Let's go to X0. I'm coming to you. Don't worry. Loco, thank you for joining us. You've been quite patient, and I'm sure you've got something to add to it. Let me just try to simplify the question. The question is, somebody saying that they raised 50 people, from the dead. I can't believe I'm saying it. Does such a claim not need concrete evidence that people can back up? Please go ahead.
Hello everyone, happy holidays to everybody, and hope you are doing good. Before I say something, right, there's a link I posted on the private chat. Just play it. Just play it for us before I start saying something.
Let's see.
Yeah, just play that link. It's a Facebook post anyway, done by
Yeah, hold on. Let me see whether I can get the audio up.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the audio going, and let's see if I can do this. All right. Special request from Loco. We're playing it now.
The mad way. He was one of the biggest in New York City. But I went to China to make this deal with the mafia over there, the triads and shit. Yeah. And he goes, I'm talking to these dudes. And he goes, I ain't never been afraid of shit. But when I got into their like headquarters, they were so organized. It was scaring the shit out of me. They were so calm and so organized. It was sharp. And the guy, he's talking to the head dude. And he goes, and they're just having a small talk. He goes, you know, the one thing about black people, he says, you guys are, you're the trendsetters. Everybody copy black people. You're so creative. Your music, your style, everybody like black people. We're jealous of you. But the one thing you don't have is unity. Very easy to break you up. And black folks can't even organize. We gonna walk.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I saw that before.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes, so so I could come back to you again now. Think about it like that. Sorry.
Okay. Like 5 minutes ago, I saw the platform was just rowdy, rowdy, talking this and that, arguing for something none of us even have proof about. None of us can even stick our neck or waste our blood for what we have been arguing about. None of us. This thing they brought, it's a game plan. You understand? For disunity. Simple. That was why I just thought of that unity and brought the video. Like, you will never see other races remove religion from their race and see if they don't act as one. Somebody deliberately from nowhere brought something and gave it to you. It's just like me selling a product to you and tell you, oh, this side effect, you have it from description or from the prescription from the beer from behind, and you are seeing the discrepancies there. And I'm telling you, no, just believe you take it. You will never take that drug. Even if I tell you that it will heal you, you will never take the drug. Now, there's a test from somewhere, and they told you, like, this is what the test is all about. You are seeing discrepancies from this test, and yet you still want to die for this test. Okay, we might say, okay, fine, since there are some positive from this test, okay, let's take the positive. The one that we're not sure about, that is not clear, let's leave that one. Because, like, somebody was saying, I think it was Paul, was saying something like, even if you want to live, like, what is the principle of life? First, common sense. Why not just let us just do what is common sense and leave this religion of it? If we will not see if this common sense will take us towards what a religion ought to have been, or the reason for the reason for any religion, so to speak, ought to have been. Let's just do common sense. Let's just do the right thing, and we'll see that yes, what the religion is asking you to do, maybe if it's correct, is exactly what you are supposed to do or what you are doing if you're using common sense.
Sorry, 2 minutes is gone. Yeah, don't worry, it will be back. But I hear your point, and I think you are on the side that you need proof for something like that, isn't it? Am I wrong?
No, the thing, because once we tell you about, like, is telling you is raised 50 people from the dead. Look, forefathers, now simple question. If you're a human being and you know how the type of psychology or psychological would do things, if the guy really has the power and he's having people like TB Joshua or other pastors talking to him many that he's fake, ideally, common sense, don't you think he would have gone to cemetery and just do one instantly, or just do one just to prove everybody wrong?
I'm telling you, sometimes common sense.
No, you don't just human thinking first. Just human. Look at the way we are trying to, like, not be bullied by anybody. Look at the way we are struggling. Like, no, you can't bully me. Yes, I have to talk over this and that. Just look at the way we are even acting here right now. Don't you think if in their own religious case or pastoral case, they are having this maybe Omoto Show versus TB Joshua, or TB Joshua versus Pastor Chris, or other pastors by the Pastor Chris, don't you think by now Pastor Chris would like, let me teach them a lesson that my God is bigger than them, and go to cemetery and just do one just to show them example? It's a human thing to even do. You don't have to think about it.
And anybody
yes,
should
you
be
just
happy
think
for them
maybe
to
you come
provide proof.
and they tell you something, and because you are afraid of you think you are afraid of failing, you understand, or you think if you think this particular way you will offend God, they put that fear behind you to like, if you think this way you will offend God, then you start talking trash. But who told you will offend God? Because they said it. Who told you you offend God? Who said so? Why would you believe that you offend God if you say it this way?
Thank you, Loco. Thank you, Loco. So you can go back around. And I think it's a zero now. A zero. Thank you for your patience. Zero. Except the people at the top, this have been very patient. Let's give them the chance. Zero tone needs to talk.
I want to use my 2 minutes very, very fastidiously. Please, just play my link there. Just play my link on the private chat.
How far as you dropped me, I went to X0. Does it make sense?
I'm sorry. I because zero is the one that seems to be pop. Don't worry. Once he speaks, 2 minutes. It's going to be your turn before long. So let me see the link since everybody's making requests now. And okay. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. All right. This is special request from X0, and let's hear. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly. And yeah. I think the point Loco made, is not to offend anybody, but it's quite a valid point. He shouldn't be offended if somebody is asking for evidence. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me get it on.
He's not getting laughing. Sorry, what is that?
That's a white man's reaction to
what
the miracles.
What is the point of that? What is the point of that?
I knew it's always that.
That's the white man's reaction to the miracles that all of us in my country jubilate about. Hey,
you can say he's an unbeliever now.
No.
Why does miracle happen?
No.
I'm just trying to.
They're mocking stuff. Even the person so-called pastor is mocking, so that's not real.
Yeah, exactly. Most of these miracles are arranged, and it's so appalling that a lot of people don't see it. I'm not going to say you should see what you don't want to see. If you don't want to see it, it's okay by me. But me, I know all these miracles. 100% of them are fake, because you cannot be doing miracle and people are falling and the cameraman is still standing. So people should use
that is, oh my God.
People should use their. And then I wanted to address Mr. Tone and what Ferreira was saying. Ferreira, sorry if you feel offended that I was showing this particular Jesus, but I'm not using it to offend Christians. Actually, it's a white man's picture, and I wanted to ask the question here: does anybody believe that this is our Jesus?
See, come look.
No, please. It's my own question. It's my.
No, hold on. Let me tell you.
See,
let me tell you in case you don't know, right? Nobody, right? Nobody on the right sense is really worshiping this picture you are showing.
Thank you very much.
No, hold on. Listen, no, I'm not telling you that they are not doing it. The only thing what you are complaining about is you have them on church walls.
Yes.
They are there on church walls. That's the problem you are having. You understand? Yes. Nobody on his right sense is really bowing down to worship that picture. Nobody is doing it.
Yes.
Like I said, what is our problem as Africans is this, right? You are afraid. They've blackmailed your emotions. Now you're not afraid that if you don't do it this way, maybe if I don't do it this way, I will go to fire.
You see?
So that is where the blackmail is coming. So your how would I call it? Your conscience is being trapped, is being imprisoned right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And if your conscience is judging you, that is trapped. Imagine you say you're the best judge, your conscience. If you're your best judge, a pastor judge is trapped. You are finished now. You understand? So it's your conscience that is judging you, telling you this, playing mind games with you.
Exactly. That's the mind game I'm trying to free people from. It's not that the belief in Jesus Christ is not a bad thing. But is this particular painting? You are black man.
Even the Catholic Church will not tell you that this one is the real one. Rest for that matter. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but
the Catholic Church will not tell you it's the real one.
I'm just trying to paint because even for a long time, forefather here,
even we were on this panel together, when we were talking about the brainwash of the African, that the African's identity, we don't even know our identity. I don't know if you remember, forefather, we were talking about wigs and everything. If you don't know your identity, you have to dig it out. Otherwise, you are living a fake life, and it doesn't go well for your children's children.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that, because to be fair, your time is up, so that Tone can speak. So I don't want to annoy Tone though, but the question is, there was another question I wanted to add, but this question we're going to deal with it, and I think when everybody speaks, then we close it and we'll ask another question based on some of these type of topics. We deal with that and move on. I think I like what Jagon said about this, so that because now everybody's responding based on this miracle alone, and that is how it should be. The next one is about why some people are not worshiping the picture, but some people are not worshiping based on physical stuff. But the idea that people pray through Jesus, like when they say in the name of Jesus, is that normal way to pray? Like because Muslims don't pray in the name of Allah, Muhammad, or Buddhists don't pray in the name of Buddhism or stuff like that. Is that not still a kind of conduit to God? Because most people say the idols are generally used as conduit to the Almighty. That is how they do those things. But I think that's a different thing we can explore later. Listen, Tone, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Let me just clarify my stand, because everybody seems to think I'm defending Pastor Chris. Okay, I'm not defending any Pastor Chris. All I'm defending is because I see people have taken advantage of this topic to slam and attack miracles, that miracles do not exist, and making general statements like Shola, saying that all Christians are dumb. That is how they will take them out of their medication. That is wrong. Yes, I do know that there are some instances where some people that are gullible, that have that foolishly not taking their medication they should take, and follow some advice. But that's not so. What I'm trying to say is, and that's why I'm upset, do not generalize. Address a certain address a unique situation. Do not just that every pastor is a scam, or let me be opening his mouth here. That Pastor Chris, he says, we have not seen the video. We have not even seen the video. Maybe Pastor Chris did not even say it that way.
I have
Maybe
been
that's not
countless
what
that
he
he
meant.
has
I'm not
done.
trying.
Countless.
Excuse me.
I think Dr. Damages played it. That's why.
No. We saw the video.
He didn't play
Maybe
it.
he was just saying something.
He did not play anything. It was one of those things. I'm not trying to make. I don't go to Pastor Chris's church. I've never met in my life. Okay. Now, Xero, I'm not offended by that white man that you saw me. A lot of people hang it. We've never hung it even in my life. I've never hung it in my house. My parents have never hung it. But the thing is that Jesus, I know that I serve, is not even a flesh. He can even decide to manifest as a Muslim man and speak to a Muslim person. He assumes a form that when he appears to you or communicates to you, he'll be able to relate to you. That is how I understand spirituality. Same thing with angels. The old classic pictures that we see angels are kind of chubby children with bows and all that. Those are not angels. That is all misrepresentation. The way the Bible even describes some angels, when you see them, you think that they're demons. You start binding and losing. They're like monsters. How can you have somebody with a head?
You have to have an image you pray to. That's what I'm saying. When you pray, you have to have an image you imagine.
Yeah, I know, I understand. But what I'm trying to say is, there is religion, because we use this term interchangeably, religion and spirituality. Religion and spirituality are two different things. And Christ said that if you want to serve him, we need to serve him in spirit and in truth. And that was what I was trying to say to my brother, Wally, that listen, it's not there is the letter and there is the spirit. He knows this. I've been a Christian for years. He knows what I'm talking about. But when we follow, the danger is that when we follow the letter killeth, as the Bible says. So most of the time, when we go by the letter of things and all that, without understanding the spirit behind it and a good understanding by the Spirit of God, of course, we might just lose our way. That's all I'm just trying to say. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah. It's your turn.
Okay, my dear brother Tony, remember what 2 Timothy says, that all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect and thoroughly furnished unto all good works. Now, when the Bible says in Revelation chapter 1, verse 14, and describes the image of Christ, why is it that the people who came to us and brought this message of Christianity, why did they paint another image and an image of themselves? Do you get where I'm getting to? Now, for us to accept them to be what we call them today, that they are white, hundreds of millions to billions of people. Oh, I'm having an echo, sorry. I don't know why.
Master, please off your mic. Let's see.
Mute everybody. Mute everybody for this.
Hello. What's that?
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, bottom line, where I'm going to is that those who brought Christianity onto us, we're talking about the missionaries. They were also working with the colonialists. It's not something that we can get.
You know, you have 2 minutes, just so you have to
yes,
be.
Yes. Yeah. But you see, where I'm going to is that an image was presented onto us for a reason, and we are now reading in the scriptures because the Bible was not designed for us. We'll get to it another time, because we need to now get into the area of after the flood. We're talking about Shem, Ham, and Japheth's story, where we were called the accursed of God, and that's the reason why slavery, the curse of slavery, came upon us. I'm very sure you must have heard that before. So my argument is, when I started retracing our history to the past, I found out that there was more that our ancestors represented in the past that you can find on the pages of the Bible. Let me give the floor to another person, because I will just go on. Are you?
Forwarders, you just have to increase this time to like maybe 4 minutes. Please.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know, because then everybody will just start saying they have not finished and they've not finished. Everybody start arguing. So, but I wanted to play the video so as
If
people
it's
understand.
4 is 4 minutes and you time it, that's it. Come on.
We were doing it before now. We were doing it before. The reason why it's coming back to you now is because we shortened the time. Masker, let's just, okay, now that everybody has spoken.
Now I want to go.
KJ, now that everybody has spoken, I think sometimes the people that are having some serious conversation about this subtopic should be allowed to go to and fro, so that personally I want to understand too, and I believe the viewers too may want to get deeper into the subject matter. Let's allow Masker have his 2 minutes, then we open it up a little bit more. You know, KJ, you can say what you want to say, anybody, based on how the conversation is flowing. I'm going to ask it, because we are not going to go on this for forever. We've been doing it since what's his name, Dr. Damages was here, so we need to move on from the specific of this 50 dead. Most people are in agreement that you have to have proof. You can't just say you raised 50 people from the dead and that is okay. Please, Masker, go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. I just find it also, I'll just take an angle that we've not looked at. For me also.
Your audio is gone. It's like the moment you start talking, your audio went.
Tell him to try putting up his video, so we can use only his audio to see if it's going to be steady.
Yeah, you can go only audio and try. Yeah, let's see. We still can't hear you.
What he will do over that? What he will do? Let him sign out, right? If he sign out, then sign in back with his video off. then you bring him in.
Yeah, to come back again. Yeah, he always comes back.
Come back with his video off, then you sign him.
All right. KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. Usually I don't get engaged in this kind of discussions because it doesn't lead to anything. At the end, nobody gets to learn anything. So this is probably my last comment on this. Miracle, as it lies, does not have scientific procedure on how to arrive at it. Pastors that are pastors called of God do not stop people from going to hospital even though they are believing themselves for miracle. In fact, pastors encourage you to go to hospitals while you are believing God for miracle. Anybody who tells that pastors tell people not to go to hospital may be economical with the truth, or that person is not called of God. But that does not mean that because you have medicine, God has now lost the power to heal people or raise the dead because you are a doctor or because there's medicine there. We must have to be able to differentiate these things. Secondly, you see, the way the difference in different branches of Christianity have different belief, and so when somebody comes and tells me that there's a process of canonization, in the first place, I don't believe that you have to die to be a saint, because when the Bible says to the saint of this, to the saint of that, it wasn't referring to people who are dead, but it was referring to people who are living. But that's a different ballgame. Like I said, I have come too far in this journey to come to an open forum and begin to discuss certain things that I know that certain individuals do not have the capacity to understand. And I mean the word capacity, because it has to do with what level that you have gone to be able to understand certain things. As for Pastor Chris Oyakhilome, who claimed, and the video was played, the video was played, he said that these people were in different countries, different countries across the world, that about 50 of them was raised from the dead this year. It's okay. What we should say, if any of us were a member of Christ Embassy, we would have asked them, did he explain? Did the people come forward? There was a video, okay, like they do in some ministries. They tell you to bring your evidence that this was what happened to you before, and now this is where you are. And then bring the bill that says the hospitals are saying, or the labs test you did have shown that you are cancer free. These things are presented this way. Nobody, so let's not come and then just want to be. Look, if there's nothing about Christianity, the whole world, the people will not be going against that same doctrine, that same simple Christian doctrine that we are presenting to the world. If there's nothing wrong, if there's nothing good about it, the so-called government of the world that we so praise, which is the United States, is written after the doctrine of the Judeo-Christian religion. It's taken from there. Almost everything from it is extracted from there. So
no, I disagree, sir. Sorry, I have to interject. I'm sorry.
Now wait, just wait. I didn't talk to you when you are saying whatever.
No, American Constitution is not. No. All fathers, you can also object to it.
Everybody.
Okay, I think there's this theory.
Like you said,
let me say something.
Sorry,
quickly, let me just say something about miracles.
He said it's far gone into this stuff. So when you are
hold on now,
is it my turn?
Is he not hearing me? Is he not hearing me? Look, hold on, please. See, I just wanted to say something about miracles so that at least my own way of looking at it. This miracle thing that we keep thinking that, okay, yeah, it's a miracle. But they also said that if you have an infinite number of monkeys typing, they can also produce a book like that of Shakespeare. So the point, what they are trying to say is that the amount of variations in the world, things could happen, like coincidences occur. It doesn't mean there is any special divine intervention to make it happen. It's just the randomness of life can create miracles. It doesn't necessarily mean the explanation is correct, but the stuff could have happened. It doesn't mean your explanation is associated to this pastor, because if it's associated to that pastor, the pastor will be able to repeat it over and over again. That's why it's not repeatable. Sorry, please go ahead. I think it was Loco that was saying something.
No, what KJ was saying was like he said he doesn't want to be argued because he is far too gone into whatever he's talking about. Like I said, you are far too gone. That means you are trapped inside. You are neck deep inside. You are trapped inside. There's nothing anybody's going to tell you that will make you see reason. It's simple.
Thank you, sir.
You understand? There's nothing anybody will tell you make you see reason. It's simple because, like I said, your emotions and your conscience is trapped, completely trapped. So there's nothing you can do except you start with, oh, okay, let me start. Let me look for facts first. And by the time you start looking for facts, then you are coming back to maybe neutrality or reality to like, okay, why this or why that. So raising the dead, 50 people from the dead. Like I said, look, it's human to have power. And when you have power, they say power corrupts absolutely. You said to have power. There is no way they will push your button as a general overseer or as a pastor from another your contemporary, another pastor like you, dragging you to the mud, falling your hand that you are this, you are that. You as a human being will not be tempted to say, no, let me just tell them that the God I serve is a powerful God. I mean, wouldn't you be proud to express to people the God that you serve by putting them to shame by just this thing you say that is a lie? Let me tell you, let me do it. But you might say, no, no. As a man of God, you shouldn't be pushed by people's word. You should look. You're always looking for excuse to hide under.
Maybe those 50 people
you
are
will not
important.
do what you are expected to do. You say, like I said, common sense is human nature. It's human nature. If you can
Brother Loco, I spent over 4 decades in the church.
Yeah.
I worked with Adeboye when nobody knew him. I'm talking about in the 80s.
Yeah.
There was a man, I'm sure he's still alive, Maurice Cerulo, who came in 1989. And
I think he's dead now. I think he's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, in the US, yeah.
Maybe it's not even too long that he died.
Yeah.
Maurice Cerulo came to Nigeria at that time. At that time, they had benches on sand. I was the assistant technical director. I was the one recording all services. And I remember that day, the brother came and said, oh, the anointing of the Most High, that's how he always talks, is upon me. And I can make people, if you are blind or if you are wearing glasses, people in my church, Christ Chapel, under the auspices of Dr. Tunde Jordan, they were throwing their glasses on the pulpit. You had thousands of glasses thrown on the pulpit. I do not know about the other churches, but I can see about my church. My pastor is wearing his glasses. He's wearing glasses today.
And do
you understand what I'm saying, my brother? There was a sister who had cancer back then. She died of the cancer. Such things I experienced at Idahosa's crusade. I was at his crusade. If you go to old Idahosa's videos, be it at Lagos Island or at Surulere Super Cinema, you will always see my face there. I was a young pastor growing up then. Then I had quit with mechanical engineering. These people destroyed so many lives. Can I tell you the story when Oyedepo came from Kaduna to that was the generation that started this madness. It was actually Idahosa that started this madness. If you have read his books, if you read his
it's true actually.
It's my brother.
I stood on the coffin of my friend, late Tokumbo Olowo. I read his book the whole night. We prayed the whole night thinking that we could raise the dead. We went to Akure. My brother died because I'm an asthmatic also, proof.
Yeah.
And he died of asthma. And it was such a painful loss back then. We went to Akure to go and raise him. I remember when I stood on his coffin and I was commanding him to rise up. He got to a point, a brother tapped me on the shoulder and said, Brother Wale, we prayed for 12 hours. We prayed for 12 hours, nothing happened. My brother, I saw that throughout all these men, Tunde Bakari, Chris Okotie, I was like their boy back in the days. Ansel Madubuko, what's his man name? Bishop Ansel Madubuko. I can, even Chris Oyakhilome that was saying that he received an anointing by faith. He was able to have an American accent. You should go to America and try and go to Those were the kind of nonsenses that these people were preaching back then. So my brother, I'm talking about the 80s now. And we never knew that these guys would get that kind of a foothold. How Oyedepo was able to build universities and everything, he took the model from Oral Roberts.
Yeah,
He
was
took the model from Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts
all
was
of
in
them.
my
That
church.
was the same thing.
I was a church worker. I was in full-time ministry, so I went through all these men. My brother was talking about what do you call it? Documentations. I do not want to argue with my brother because, like you said, we are not supposed to be fighting ourselves. We're supposed to be finding the path onto peace, onto returning back to who we are. If you go, there's a brother, Reinhard Bonke. Reinhard Bonke died of cancer.
Yeah.
I called his institute here in Germany. I called them. I said that man was a supposedly miracle healer. Why didn't his God heal him of cancer? They dropped on me immediately. These guys were all scammers. They will get crutches.
Wale, 1 minute, please.
Yes,
when did you leave Christ Chapel?
I have been saying you are the one. I've been saying you are the one. I know
if you went to Christ Chapel, you know me, and if you know Aslam, you know me.
I was saying I know your face. I was saying I know your face.
Interesting.
Bro, don't you remember my
What a
face?
reunion. Good for you guys.
I think the voice.
You were also working in the church.
The voice. I think maybe because we've discussed this for quite a while, and we know a lot of believers feel like they are being attacked. I think maybe we can move on from that. But there was something. There was something.
Keep quiet. Just keep quiet.
There was something that Masca said when he was describing regarding this topic. He said, "Why is it not just good enough for us to be good? Why do we have to be religious to an extent?" And this leads to this question, and I think somewhere along the line, the Europeans have had this debate in the past. It is called this Etifro dilemma, where they felt that is the pious, let's say the religious, loved by God because they are religious, or is the piousness is the reason why God loves the religious people. So in other words, which one comes first? Is it because let me just read it the way he puts it so I don't give my own interpretation of it. It says, Socrates asks Eteria, is the pious loved by gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? So in other words, is the God we worship is he the one that decides what is good or what is bad? Or is it good on its own, can stand on its own? And that is the point Masca was making, that can good stand on its own without making it religious? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Can good stand on its own without it being religious?
Sorry, please let me ask you one question.
Because that means an atheist is fine.
Let me ask you one question, please, fathers. Or let me ask everybody one intelligent question. How many days did God create the earth?
According to the Bible, 6 days, and then 7th day he rested.
Okay, sorry. If he rested the 7th day, why was the 7th day significant? He rested the 7th day, the 8th day, the 9th day, the 10th day. So why all those other days after 7? Why would they not significant? Why just 7?
It was significant to humankind. That's the significance. The pattern was written.
That is a random question now.
It's very random.
They said something else.
It's not necessarily intelligent. So make your statement. It's better you make your statement.
Can you
hold on. Okay,
let's focus on the topic.
Divination. What's the topic? Divination.
Forefather started on a paradigm. Where you're taking us now, only God knows where you're taking us.
No, hold on now. Then Jack and chill first, right? What I'm just asking is simple, like how sometimes what we just take what doesn't make sense sometimes and tie our neck with it, and we just want to die with it. You understand? Because like what I'm trying to, you just got to me like, okay, if he used it, if God used 6 days to create the earth. So he was working throughout those 6 days. The 7th day he rested, the 8th day he rested, the 9th day he rested. Then what happened after then? So we shall be talking about 6 days, not the 7th day. So like the 7th day came into play, maybe by human because of divination for those who use numerology to control the world, who use like maybe divination and numerology to control the world. You understand? That's how they came with just 7, just to put it there, so that they can do whatever they want to do with it.
Loco.
That seems to be deviating from the question to an
You
extent that I asked.
and you didn't lay your argument down very well at all.
Let me tell you why I'm asking.
You didn't lay your argument well.
I asked the question because, right, there are some things that we just read that it really does not make sense, and we just stick with it, and we just hold it, and we believe it, and we just run with it. That's just the point of.
It's similar to the previous debate we just had. Now it's similar to the previous debate we just had, where we just believe that somebody raised 50 people. So the premise of the question is, because we've seen many places in the Bible where God says, like the case of Noah, he said he saw Noah, he said Noah was good. So is it that the goodness of Noah is why God loved Noah, or God decided that trait is what is good, and is that the reason why we just take that as being good? So because if the goodness is the reason why God loves Noah, then goodness comes first. Don't you see what I'm trying to, what the argument is stating there, that being good is independent, that whatever you believe in.
But the question, forefathers, you will ask yourself, the question you will ask yourself, then what is good? Because if you leave it randomly like that,
exactly.
No, seriously, and I can go back to the same. I don't know whether it's Socrates or but one of these Greek philosophers. He wrote a book. In the book, this issue of integrity, he gave an example. If you have a friend, he came and borrowed a gun from you for 2 weeks. Okay?
Yeah.
And then he went for hunting, and after 2 weeks, you that gave the gun out, you ran mad. The question is, is he supposed to return the gun to you with your madness?
No.
Why not? No.
He's also handing it over to a responsible person. He can't give it to a madman that could shoot him.
Give it to the police.
I think it will be difficult.
Just keep the gun for himself.
If I know, guys, I think it will be difficult to really open up this discussion.
Context matters now.
Yes, open up this discussion on what Masca has said would not be sufficient for what's been asked. What forefather is asking? Let me lay it down again, please, if I may. What forefather is asking?
That goodness should be defined. In my opinion,
Masca, I'm speaking now. Make I just interject.
Sorry, Jagon, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just saying that what forefather is asking is goodness and piety different? How does God choose when he's using human beings to work through? This is quite a deep question he's asking. And
I'm trying to answer him. I set up a background so that I can answer him, so that my answer will make sense.
At least your voice is coming through. We are grateful for that.
Okay, thank you. No, sorry, Olumide. Let me just answer. Let me provide my answer
before you provide your answer, Master, let me ask a question to that question. My own question is, why is, for example, I'm going to choose China and I'm going to choose Japan. Why are they a better society
Good night.
for people to live in?
Yeah.
Than
Thank you for coming in.
John, take care, bro.
Why are they a better society to live in than Nigeria itself, China and Japan?
Okay, another time.
Bros, I think we should let Masca continue. Let's have a discussion,
yeah,
guys.
Olumide I don't know what Olumide's question was. Olumide, are you asking a specific question?
No. Let's go to Masca. Joe, please, let's have a discussion.
Why is China and Japan a better place to live in than Nigeria itself?
How do you know? For
how
who?
is that even related to that?
Considering the fact that we are a more religious society.
But that's not the topic at all.
And you don't know if you're more religious.
Next, prophets. Where's Masker? Masker, continue.
Masker, please continue with your point.
Okay, my answer to you forefathers is that look, you can't talk about good in a vacuum. That's why I think religion is a good thing, because it puts context to what is good, what is bad, what is fair, what is unfair. That's why I said you can't just talk about good in the vacuum, because
the question still remains, Masker. Is it because God decided that trait was good, that's why it is good? Or is it because it was good on its own? Because that is because when the Bible is describing those things, there are various traits God could decide that was good. Like there was a time when he ordered Israelites to go and decimate another people and commit all kinds of crimes. Is it that is good because God instructed it, or is a bad thing?
Can I try and answer this, please?
It's very, very funny.
Yes, it is. I'll quickly try my best to answer this, if I may, platform. When we say, I like what Masker said about context, and it's not always wrapped up in this word religion. I don't myself like the word religion. It means it has its own meaning away from what is spiritual or what is just or what is good in this world. Religion takes on a connotation of a continuous practice, whatever it might be before, and not necessarily on spiritual climbing. So I believe that when you speak about good, you speak about God in terms of what is good is God's. So piety not necessarily belongs to that practice of being godly. Now, when we are outside of godliness, in my estimation, looking and observing the world the way I see it, anything that is working towards God's plan in this earth that me and you are on, in the filth that we are in, and all the mire, if you're working towards God's plan, that is what is good. It's as simple as that. If you're outside of God's plan, it's simple. It's simple, the opposite of good. Now, this is how you know that God would use a good or a bad man to operate his plan. So we really have to be very articulate, I suppose, within the spiritual realms to have deeper understanding of what is good. But on a face term, we are asked to be good to our neighbor because we would like our neighbor to be good to us. So there are many levels of the word good.
You see, that what you described just now just leads to that situation whereby, because your definition is that whatever is working towards God's plan is considered good. And that means it's a little bit arbitrary, because God could decide that killing people is murder is
absolutely good. It is that arbitrary. Yes, because it's not my plan, and I don't even know how I'm necessarily working towards God's plan. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm being used by God, maybe I'm not. But we know down to Barabbas, who was taken away from being crucified at the time, and Jesus was put in his place. Somehow Barabbas was working as murderous and as thievery and as debauched as Barabbas was. He was working in God's plan, not to be killed as he was just deserved.
Jagun, I think you're also not remembering one thing that we discussed earlier today, that the Bible was written by a group of people long ago, and there's nothing in my life that will make me believe that a voice tells me to do something like a killing and I'll do it. It is
my brother.
You see, that's an interesting point you just raised.
No, it's not interesting because wait, I tell you why that's off key. I tell you why that's off key. Okay. It's off key because we're not talking about the Bible right now. We're talking about what is good in terms of God. So the Bible, we're speaking about how we are taking all these connotations. I'm not talking about the Bible.
I'm just trying to relate that in the Bible it was said that God told Moses to kill his son.
Abraham, actually.
To kill his son. And a lot of people take the Bible for surface value. You know, they don't think deep. That's why I said we should not be looking at the Bible just like something we should just repeat immediately. There's no way God will tell a human to kill his child.
Bro, you have no knowledge of no way. You can't tell us what God. You have no vacuum to speak what you just said.
No. Because that's what I'm trying to say. You should interpret it in another way for me to understand it better.
Bro, tell me this. Let me put this to you. I hear you, but let me put this to you, Exero.
Yeah.
You are in your private place. You have your private experiences.
Yes.
In the middle of the night, an angel comes to you, a real life God angel, which you have never seen before. You have no experience of this kind of interaction. He comes before you and you know what's before you is a reality. You dialogue with this reality and he tells you tomorrow, go out and kill a dignitary, a politician, a Prince Charles, whoever. Go out and do that tomorrow. Now, you can't tell me when that thing disappears that you are not going through deep thoughts about what it is you just experienced and what you're going to do about your experience. All this, there's no way that God can. There's no way what? That's just rubbish. No.
I think you have Jago, you have a point, but he has. That is exactly what that dilemma is. Because what Exero is saying is that there has to be a separate good. In a way, what you can understand as good, you can't just an angel can't just order you to do something that technically is bad, and just because it's an angel that is telling you, say, okay, let's go and do it. How do you know it's not a devil? It's a demon.
But understand where I landed. I said that there is no way you would not have a dilemma about what it is you just witnessed and what it is you're going to do. That's where I stopped. And I stopped there for a specific reason, for all of us to bring ourselves into these arenas that we have never witnessed, yet we charge that God won't do this or not do that. Me, I've had experiences, spiritual experiences that many of you may share, that many of you may not share, but they are still spiritual experiences. What I did about them is where maybe I'm being judged by the Father. You understand?
Okay. Does that not lead to the question that since we can't be 100% sure anybody knows the true will of God, and in the true world that we are living in, if you say whatever God defines to be good is good, and somebody says, "Oh, I speak the will of God, and now we should go and murder these people," that means because there is no externalization, a kind of separation of what is good and what is godly, it means that you just go and do it. But if you have a clear definition of what is good, no matter what, if somebody wanted to con you, they can con you. You see what I mean? So that is why that question is important. That to stand on his own than attach goodness to whatever God wants.
Sorry, let me finish my point before I derail. I don't know if you know what you just did. You just made a fantastic point that we should take home today, because it is based on this particular rhetoric, this particular reasoning, that a lot of people are carrying out jihad without thinking that for the self, you are made in the likeness of God. And the image and likeness of God is good. Man, by his very nature, is good. Evil comes when you become either greedy or selfish, or when you want to take more than you deserve. You should be contented. Man, in his very nature. That is why you can easily lend money. You don't need to be a Christian, Muslim, or pagan to lend money or give help or donate to people who are in need. That doesn't need religion. It doesn't. So an angel don't need to appear to me for me to know that it's wrong to kill my brother. So any angel that comes and says I should kill my brother is the bad one. That is how you know. You know when the truth comes, and you know when it is deception. You know. That is why when you do something evil, you know already.
Can I just answer that by saying this?
Can I say something?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I really beg you. It is Mascot. It's probably Mascot's turn to speak, or somebody else.
Shola hasn't said anything for a long time.
I agree. So can I just say this, please? I beg you, Shola. Okay. All I would say in what we've just spoken is because we have to really look outside ourselves as to what is good or bad, which is to say that we have to be humble enough to let ourselves that we don't know this full story. We don't know.
Yes, God
We have
bless you,
no
Jacob.
idea of what
That's for me, that's the fundamental point.
where we have to be humble is that if we came in touch with a spirit that was telling us to do something that was divorced from our feelings, we do have to ascertain what this spirit is. Is it of God or is it of the devil? If it is of God, and that we have, through whatever system we have,
Well, how do you know?
Wait, through whatever system we have, to understand that this, we understand that we are now being spoken to by the Creator. I'm saying to you that if it's the Creator and he's speaking to me, whatever he's telling me to do, I'm going to do it. So
Yeah,
you
but that is a good statement. If you, how do you ascertain the if?
Well, this is a deeper conversation, and we will go really deep if we go there. Let's still balance on this level because we never reach.
Yeah, please.
So what I'm trying
to say something now. Let's allow Shola to say. Yeah, please go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is this: you see, the issue of goodness is kind of subjective per se, because if you bring different religion into this setting, they will define their own goodness, which may kind of contradict the other religion, because one way or the other we belong to different religion, or maybe atheists or something like that. So I'm looking at it that goodness could actually be affected by religion, by culture, geographical locations, and things like that. Because if you're in the West, your goodness, what you think is goodness, could actually be influenced by the societal norms that are within your society. The government system, the law, could actually modify the goodness that you do. Right. So, for example, now, if I'm where I am now, if somebody tells me to go take out a gun and go and kill the prime minister, look, wait a minute. Why would I do that? I mean, I know the consequences of that, so I won't do that. You know what I mean? Or maybe somebody's telling my Bible out there, I should carry a gun and go kill that fellow. I won't do that because I know the consequences. However, that same scenario can happen in another part of the world, and that person can say, I'm going to do that to defend my religion. So the kind of good I'm talking about is subjective to locality, your geographic location, and your belief system. But I think the way to come in is this: until we have the government coming in, or maybe unless we have a generic goodness, which I think might just be a fantasy. Well, this is standardized goodness, but I think that might be a fantasy to say, because you can't actually dictate, tell every location what they define their goodness. That's what I want to say.
That is a very interesting point, actually, and it could lead to a rabbit hole. However, maybe that element of goodness is why societies separated government that's from a religion, whereby they start creating a certain kind of law to maintain what they consider normal, proper behavior that they want to encourage. So, and I think this is a very interesting debate, because the more Zero and yourself just contributed to it, and begin to see the importance of having is codified form of definition of goodness, because it allows everybody to operate with a level of clarity. Because the danger is that what is happening in the world right now is that, like what Zero said, jihadists believe that their God tells them this is how it's supposed to go, and the other people believe that their God tells them this is how it's supposed to go. All of them believe their own God is telling them something different, and hence you see this conflict between all of them. If we had a more universal form of goodness, I'm not sure goodness is cultural. Don't kill your fellow human beings, I think it's almost universal. Don't steal from your fellow human beings, almost universal. There are some goodness, good things that is universal to almost all communities, and that part we have to codify it and say, okay, because it gives us a clarity. When anybody tells you anything outside that, you know how to question it.
Can I add to that?
But
so in speaking to that, and speaking to what you said, that codifying that goodness, that is the very reason why that every society, see, everything we say here or do here Me, I will always relate it to our Nigerian situation, our country situation. That is why, as a country, we have to codify it. The way we codify it is by having our own set of laws, our own set of constitution, so that your religion, regardless of your religious background, Christianity, Muslim, traditional, you are subject to that codified law, that codified goodness that we've set for ourselves generally as a society, so that if anybody breaks it, they are not above it. You understand?
But I think that's what we are doing now, technically. Maybe that's why society has taken this shape that it has taken. I think because this debate happened 2,000 years ago or so. And the reason why these arguments were happening was because they felt that religion was, because the way Jagmo described religion was that whatever God says is good. And which is one of the arguments that they had in that, is the other side of the argument. So that means, but how do you know the will of God then? How do you even know the voice you are hearing is a demon or whether that is from a God? And that could lead to a lot of errors all over the place. So and that's why that discussion is very interesting. And I'm beginning to have a bit more clarity now about that in terms of actually goodness. Maybe it's a good idea for it to stand on its own to an extent. I don't know where the line is, to be fair. I don't have a clue, but I think it's good, because if you are raising children, you can't just say the will of God is what he defined as good. That is confusing for any child. Where is the
No,
God?
I think forefathers, you see what you're missing. You see, look, and in all these discussions, most times we miss it. There's constantly a distinction between concept and practice.
Okay.
You need to start from the concept of God if you really are going to get it right. And you cannot divorce the concept of God or goodness from God. It's a fertile attempt, because what is the concept of God? What is the concept of good? The two are intertwined. More so because, like Jagun said, the truth is that as a human being, the real
Yeah, I wanted to find out what the proper definition of good means, even because
I was enjoying what my Islamic brother was saying. I like the fact that, no matter what concept we're coming from.
Let me define what good means from the way the dictionary put it. It says to be desired or approved of, and that which morally is right, righteousness, benefits, advantages to someone or something. So if something is benefiting us, it can be described as good. But then again, murder can be described as benefiting us. Every arm robber thinks that
you're good. Something that's good to you is bad.
That's a tricky one, though.
It's a tricky discussion, bro.
Can you hear me, forefathers?
Good.
Yes, we are hearing you again.
Okay, so see, this thing, like I said, it's a conceptual discussion we're having, and we need to divorce it from practice. Once we deal with the conceptual discussion, then we can then carry the unified and agreed conceptual agreement into practice. Then you can see what is acceptable from a practice perspective, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. For instance, this goodness you're talking about, there is good for me, and it's quite distinct from the greater good, which has nothing to do with me, but now societal.
Which is what you just read. Yes. Very good.
So it's not something that we just carry like with backhand and think we can treat as a top. At the concept level, what I can tell you is that godliness and goodness, you have to mix them up, because as a human being, you must understand to be humble. Your understanding of the world is limited. You need to subject yourself to a higher being. This is my personal philosophy now. I'm not asking anybody to subscribe to it. But I have come to that understanding that as a person, as a being, as a creature, every day I see things like these discussions now.
I get the point he's making about subjecting yourself to a higher being. The idea is that that higher being gave you the knowledge to be able to discern. Because you subject yourself to a higher being doesn't mean you don't go and get food. You're not going to allow the higher being to get the food for you. So where is the line? Where do you decide that, okay, the higher being, I know I didn't create myself, but at the same time, I can still tell what is good for my society, for me.
The concept of God is an aspirational concept. It's a concept that tells you, okay, today I'm at this level. Every day I want to be better. I want to be more good. That's the whole concept of good, of God, because you cannot. The concept of God says that you want to enter heaven. That's all. That's the long and short of it. You want to be good as
but then you are mixing, you are adding heaven now when there is no concept of God that talks about truly heaven.
Okay, what's your understanding of concept of God? What's the whole concept of God?
The concept of God is whatever is responsible for our existence. And
no, that's what you are. No, that's not the concept.
Let me just explain it. Let me explain it, because the only thing we truly know is that we are here, but we don't know how. And we are going to leave, and we don't know where we are going. The idea that some of us think we do, like you said about God, is a little bit putting ourselves above the Most High. His will, you can't pretend as if you fully understand it. My point is that the idea that we think we know what heaven looks like is just, for me, if I look at it from my point of view, I feel like it's a little bit arrogant, actually. That we are literally, but I believe this world is so mysterious that we have not even figured out this world. We are talking about what comes next, that none of us have been back with evidence of anything. That seems weird to me, but everybody has their own way of looking at the world. But I look at the world as a very, very mysterious, discourteous entity that I'm in. I don't know how I got here, and I'm going to go, and we don't have any choice about it. And the idea that you can just say, the God told me that there's heaven there, so everything I do here now, I'm preparing for the next one.
Forefather.
Who told you that? God didn't tell us that.
Forefather, you see, you are looking at practice. You are mixing practice, because there are some religions that don't believe in dying. They believe in reincarnation. You are never going to die. There's nothing like heaven. So you don't mix practice and concept.
No, it's because you use heaven.
Yes, it's a concept. Heaven is a concept. Let me tell you what
and
heaven
that is what I'm also talking about.
Forefathers, let me tell you, in some religion, what they believe is that you reach, I can't remember the word they put, but you reach a blissful point where the world seems not to exist for you. That's heaven for them. Even we say it in conversation, you are in seventh heaven. Yep. Okay, you are in a point where you are at peace. You are in, let's say, you are at equilibrium. As far as, because for instance, today we are always fighting, we are quarreling, you are looking for more money, you are looking for bigger car, all this. It's like this equilibrium, you are struggling, but you reach a point where finally this is home. This is final resting point. That is a concept. If people can practice it, can interpret it in more ways than one. And go and research. In some religions, there's no death. You reincarnate. So, but they still believe that you reach a higher level. In some religions, the higher level is on paradise. In some religions, the thing is just you naturally reaching a point of peace. Like, I don't know, like all these yoga things. That's the whole idea.
Nirvana. The idea of Nirvana. Very well said, Mascao. Very well said.
Do you think that the religions,
you are missing
I
the
agree with the concept. I don't know why you keep saying I'm missing. I'm going with the thing.
Yeah, because you're calling, when you call God says, it's only relating to some religion. In other religions, God will never talk to you. In some religion, you are your own God.
Yes, but you see, when you use heaven, that's why I use that concept.
But I'm now giving you an example that is a practice. When you say heaven, for some people, it's a physical place. For some people, it's just a psychological place. Like Jargon says, Nirvana. You know,
I think the psychological one may even make more sense because of that is all we have access to. Because actually,
but what I'm saying, forefathers, the point I'm making to you is that the concept is all the same. Forget the practice, but the concept is that today you are in a bad place or not so good place. The whole idea is for you to keep trying to be in a better place by being good, better, best. That's the concept of
in that direction, it is correct, but in another direction, it's not the same. Sorry, I think there's a bit of a feedback. The reason why I say that, let me, okay, yeah, please go ahead.
If you don't pay your tax, is it a sin? Is it a bad thing, or is it you get away with it? You evade tax.
Is it? Are you?
It's bad.
It's bad.
Yes.
Okay. But
For the agreed, if you have an agreement with people, generally, if you break it, generally it should be considered
Now,
bad.
listen. See, when it comes to tax, right? There are things that are man-made. There are things that were created by man, and some group of men, not the generality of the whole people. Some selected few came and said, and they made it law. You understand? So it's not that you committed an offense. You didn't do bad. You only committed an offense.
Okay.
You understand? Because there's a law that is backing what you are doing. They didn't tell you if you pay is good or is bad. The only thing that because you get punished for not paying tax, they want to say, okay, because something bad happened to you, that means you did a bad thing. That's why the punishment.
Loco. This is also your contribution, because the idea behind tax, or the letter or spirit behind tax, is you collectively live together. There is some general benefits as long as you enjoy.
No. Listen.
No. Please listen. Hear him. No. Listen. We've heard you now. Listen to the retort.
I said, right? Tax is man-made. Before the invasion of tax, I think it was Paul during the when they asked Jesus Christ, like, they said we should pay tax, and Jesus Christ replied him like, whose face is on this money? He said, yeah, Caesar. Give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You understand? So it was when they were doing that was how Paul, or so there was no Paul during the time of Paul or whatever, Constantine, whatever.
Look, I think you are making things up.
It's not like making things up. It's that we understand what you said, my brother, Loco.
It's not bad.
Loco. We've understood.
Ideal originally. So
I think tax without tax.
Hold on. Can I just have a quick word?
Without tax, there's no civilization. I think tax is fundamentally a good thing, because with any civilization that wants to survive has to have a form of collecting resources for everybody to the society to benefit. Hence why we are here.
The government can decide to print money and develop.
May I say this? May I quickly come in? May I quickly come in?
What kind of Agbado economy is that? Sorry,
See, fathers, listen. Look, it's easy, right? Look, it's easy. Somebody did
it.
We've been living with it for a long time.
It's your understanding, Loco, and that understanding is wrong. If people collect, like on this platform now, we agree that we will pay a certain amount.
Yes, so it's an offense.
Support the platform. How can you not pay your own tax?
It's bad not to pay tax, so you have to pay tax. I don't understand.
Guys, can I quickly come in?
Is Loco's argument that tax is a bad thing?
Just that.
No. Loco is saying that it's strictly a man-made thing, and from there we go where we go. Can I say this?
It's man-made and it's into law. We have to obey the law.
Yes.
Guys, can I jump in? I've got something to say.
There's good and bad, and you can assign it with. Sorry, there's good and bad, and you can also assign it with good and evil.
I've got something to say that would possibly assist our discussion.
Add something now.
And we agree.
Thank you.
And you broke that law.
Thank you.
You just committed an offense.
This is a Loco. He's a man without laws. My brothers.
It's a lawless Loco.
Loco, not by them. Loco. Not by them.
You guys are on another level.
Let me say this. You see, the question came from Exero about tax. And he asked if paying tax is good. Most people, 3 people came up and said yes. And I was going to butt in and say not necessarily. And then Loco came in and said what he had to say. And I want to put it on a plain level for. Tax is an agreement between communities. That's where it originated from, not government necessarily. So people paid in to central, be it a kingship or a community, we paid in to make our environment pleasant. That's where it comes from. So it comes from, as Mascar underlined, the spirit of paying tax. Here, where we come into a corporate world, where tax is the overarching way of raising capital in any society or for any country. The aspect of the Western world where tax is being paid is that the amount of tax taken by governments is largely the biggest income for a government. And that income is supposed to be spent on the good of the people. But we all know, if we're being honest to ourselves, that that's not what takes place anywhere in the world. What takes place in the world is that our tax monies is being used for all kinds of externals, things that have nothing at all to do with us. Me as an individual, I don't fucking pay tax. You get me? I didn't. The partnership that I have with the government of the land is minuscule, which is to say, I pay for my property, I pay for my house, I pay for my car, I pay for everything that is within my vicinity. Where is the government partnering me? Well, the government is partnering me through the education I've received in this country. The government is partnering me through the transportation, through heating, light, and gas. These are areas that we are being partnered by our governments. And guess what? We are paying for all of those elements in our lives. So when it comes to paying tax, as a self-employed individual, as a businessman myself, I make sure I minimize the tax I pay to the government to the point of real minuscule. Sometimes I've paid no tax at all based on the skill of my accountant. Now, given that, we really have to understand what this tax is. Why are they taking this amount of money with me? I earn there's levels of tax that you can get to in the UK where if I'm earning £100, the government is taking £50 from me. You understand? Half of my wages. So my brother, I have to ask my government, why are you taking 50% of my earnings? I think I deserve more back. You see, every individual really has to know what they're doing in the planet that we're in. This going along just to keep along or to keep the peace, I don't play that game. The game I play is, as a human being, I need to be respected as a human being, as I respect another human being. You understand? And that is my directive from my father. But paying tax will
let me just answer what Mask has said before about the concept of almost all the religions believing in one form of way of life to get to a better one, where they have to
godliness.
To get to godliness. Yes, I think for me, where the difference lies is where they believe to get to godliness is like some of them believe in heading to heaven, and while others believe in enjoying everything here on earth. The ones I subscribe more to the ones that want to make this world and do well in this world itself. Why? Because there is the danger that we are putting a lot of stock in an ethereal or immaterial realm that nobody has been and nobody has come back from to tell us how it is, and then it leads us to do things in this world that make us, because we are planning for the next one that we don't know of. And because of that behavior, like I can read a quote that I think I read this quote before, where it says something about human beings. Let me see that. It says, "Lo," it says, when man invented hell on earth, it says, "Lo, man has so when it says hell was his heaven on earth." Can you imagine? It says human beings saw hell as his heaven on earth, because now
where's that from? Where's that from?
That is from Nietzsche, quoting
Nietzsche,
from
okay.
Zarathustra. He said, okay, let me just read it literally so that I don't jumble it up. It says, when man invented hell, lo, hell was his heaven on earth. He could put up with suffering now by contemplating the eternal punishment of his oppressor in the other world. So you put up with suffering. In other words, the only experience you know of in all existence, you suffer yourself here, anticipating something else there. And this goes back to the other.
Papa, I think you
give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30
Okay.
seconds, please. This goes back to the point I was making before, that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. That one other person said. That the danger is that a lot of people are doing that for something that we don't know. And I'm putting in a conceptual way here, that in theory, that is where my dividing line is. You have to treasure this world that you are into without necessarily giving it away to some other realm. I agree with your premise that to do all of them believe in a kind of transition to godliness, as you put it, but it has to be in a more how do I put it, in a way that it benefits society now as we are here. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, forefathers. You see, you ended up in a good place that you have to benefit the society. Yeah. If you are doing something to benefit the society materially, it in terms of the material benefit to you is almost negligible. And this goes back to where Africans will have a fundamental problem. Because all these are leaders. Do you know the problem? They did not understand this godliness concept you've just explained, where the idea is for you to impact society. But all they are looking for is big car, big bank balance, big houses, very worldly. And that is the problem. Because as long as you are constrained at that level, at that carnal level, and you're not aspiring for the godly level, no matter how you look at it, you're going to bound to be in problem, and it will be hell around you.
Well done.
This is just the bottom line.
Well said.
Because, okay, so let me reverse back and simplify things. The whole idea about good and godliness.
Your audio seems to have gone out. Is it me?
Shit, man. We were hearing him very clearly.
So is it separating good and godliness? Does that mean a good person can go make heaven, cannot make heaven, but a godly person will make heaven? I don't understand.
You see, that is I think we've had
That's
that
the question that we're pondering.
Do you need religion to go to heaven? Yeah, go ahead.
I gave you your 30 seconds, forefather. So let me just make my submission. Okay?
Yeah.
I am just repeating myself, but I'm agreeing with you where you submitted that one should aspire to impact people here in the world. And that is godliness. And that is the whole thing about paradise. If you make life better here, don't you think that even for you, you will enjoy? It will be better place. If all of us gather and make life much, much better, in a compounding sense, this world will be a heaven. That's the whole idea. You don't have to die and go anywhere to enjoy heaven.
Can I quickly follow Masca? Can I quickly follow him?
Yeah, of course.
Masca, well said, my brother. I like that very much. And indeed, I go back to what forefather has now said twice, and I've heard him say it before, which is none of us has ever left this plane, died, and come back and given us evidence of what's in our future or what heaven is. Now, that be a serious level. And I put to you, forefather, is that not the significance of that who called himself the Christ? Because apparently he has done that. So this is a very serious point that we have to try to grapple with in our own individual way.
He didn't come back with evidence. Now that's the final bit.
If he came back from the dead. Wait, let me land. Wait, Joe. If he came back, forefather, from the death, and people around at that time witnessed this, then that is proof enough. Because we all know what death is. We all know what it is to be dead. We all know.
No, not necessarily. Okay, let me give an example. Like when let me just add it. When the Spanish got to, I think it was Spanish or the Columbus, I'm not sure which one. When they got to America and they were able to predict the eclipse, the way the Aztecs or the Incas, whichever one, the way they perceived it as if it was like miracle, like their God must be great and all the rest.
You see,
whatever he told them then, they will believe. You see what I mean?
Tell me this about that story. Wait. Tell me this, forefather. Tell me this about that story. We are talking about the Incas, the Mayas, the Olmecs. These are the people that we're talking about.
Yeah.
These people were sun worshippers. Yes. Do you believe that story, that they don't know what an eclipse is? Because me, I don't believe that story.
No, they know, but the Europeans were able to predict it to the day and the time.
I don't. If they have told us that the Mayan calendar is more accurate than the European calendars. So I don't believe that story. I just don't.
Okay, another example is when they came to Africa.
May I interject, please? Do we know that the Yorubas have a calendar?
I'm aware, of course.
But they did the same thing in Africa when they came to Africa, like in
I think it will interest you to see the Ethiopian calendar even.
Ethiopian calendar. No,
Yeah.
the one I'm talking about is that, like in Congo, the guy brought a gun out, shot somebody, and he killed the person. Then he says, "Shoot me with the gun," knowing fully well that the musket gun doesn't have any bullet in it. And when they tried to shoot him, it didn't work. He made himself look like the gun cannot kill him, but it can kill them. So because they have more, he has more knowledge. They will feed any belief, anything he tells them, they will believe it.
I
And that
understand.
is something we have to be careful about.
Yes, you're right about that.
One other thing I asked, one other question I asked about, because we are interpreting things from the religious and biblical aspect of life now. When did God stop? I know people are going to disagree with me now, saying God still talks to people, but in the Bible it tells us that God talked to Abraham, and he was too frightened by the voice. I think the voice was in thunder and lightning, that he had to hide his face. And there are several other instances where God talked directly to people. And even in the Bible, they said that the angels came down to make children with humans. When did all these things stop? Because all these things, if they still happen today, we would have had proof to most of the things we argue about. That okay, you want to talk to God? Okay, God is here. God is in Mount Zion. God is in Mount. Those things don't happen like they used to.
No, bro. What you're saying, unfortunately, X0, what you're saying tells me that you haven't followed the story to the point where you have understanding.
No, okay.
But wait, because you say that it's not happening today.
Yeah.
It's not altogether true, and it means that you have missed out and misunderstood the whole story of Noah. And if you have missed out and misunderstood, then go back and read it, because you're leaving. Well, why would you put that to us? We understand that we're in.
What I'm trying to say is the concept of the Bible now, as we have discussed to this length since yesterday to today, we found that a lot of people still interpret the Bible on direct basis. That is why, on most of these religious books, that's why some people carry out jihad without understanding that same book that tells them to kill the infidel also tells them to spare the infidel. It depends on how you want to interpret life. I believe that God still talks to us, because otherwise we are spiritual beings. But why do some people still interpret it to mean? That's why you still see the kind of killings you see in Nigeria. Some people are interpreting it directly to mean you must wipe out certain people. You see it happening in Nigeria every day, and you know that these people are misled.
I think some of those stories in the Bible, I don't know. You see, there's a lot of stories out there.
Can I have the floor also, please? I'm begging.
No,
Wait,
give me 30 seconds.
We are here together. There's only 6 of us now. Let's have patience.
Anytime you can say anything in the voice. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So when Eledumare did this similar stuff, where he comes from heaven and the other gods, Shango and all the others that are part of his children, came and meddled with human beings and all the rest. Almost all kind of religions, the Asian ones, have similar kind of tales too. The point is that then the story that they had, I'm not sure what it means. There must be something to it, and the truth is that many of these stories came from Africa in the first place. There must be something to the idea that in the ancient past, distant past, something happened where human beings felt like they were more, enlightened, that there was the period of darkness, then we have this new set of civilization. But I don't have a clue. You see, all we are talking about is conjecture here. Please, the voice, Wale, please go ahead. I'm just.
My dear brother, I know that we have had a talk not too long, maybe last year. It must have been sometimes last year. Something I found out in Germany, and I would like us to have something like this over and over again, that we share our thoughts. Something I found out in Germany, that the German people are very, very underrated in the history of mankind. You see, the people in England, they are from Germany. They are all Germans. They only reschooled themselves in the language of the people who once lived in England, the Moors in England, who spoke what they call.
How about the Nordic Vikings that came to England?
Wait, let him land. I agree with you.
Jago, you're wicked, man. You just get quiet and let him land. Please go ahead.
Because I know where you're going, forefather. I know. Let the guy land.
Now, where I'm going to is, The name England existed only after the Germans got there, because in the name England is a German word. It's Engelland. Engelland in German means land of angels. And what I found out about the Germans here, they in the past, they still do it today in Bayern, but in the past, as I heard from Germans, they used to greet themselves like that. They say Grüß Gott. Grüß Gott means you are like, I'm greeting forefathers and say God greetings, I'm greeting a God. They were greeting themselves as God. And I see that the Bible was designed for them. They were the people that were the fallen angels. When you see the name like Los Angeles is taken out of the word lost angels. Lost angels, that's where it came from, Los Angeles. And you see, there's a lot of word gaming in the German English sphere. In fact, Queen Victoria is from Germany. She comes from about 200 kilometers away from me. Elizabeth is from Germany. Oh, she was still visiting her family here. And even if you go onto the internet and find out about the Windsors, they will tell you that they are people that came from Germany. They had to rescue themselves. You see, there is written history for deception, and there is true history of the German people. I have the history of their migration from Germany to England to Canada.
Forefather, do you want to butt in or shall I?
You can butt in, please. I don't want to.
I just want to say to you, my brother, because you are ensconced in Germany.
Yes, sir.
It will give you a good understanding of the European world from the German aspect. However, when we are talking about Europe, we have to understand that there are many different levels. When we are talking about England and the UK, we have to really, really understand what's going on. In this here UK, it's a hybrid society. As forefather told you, the Vikings came in. This is a highly invaded island. And at the same time as it being highly invaded, it is also highly protected. I must let you know that this England isn't a joke. It's true about the Anglo-Saxons. Anglo and Saxons. Anglo being
talking about the Anglo-Saxons, sir. Go on,
yes,
sir.
Anglo being the German aspect and Saxony being the French aspect of what entered into the UK from what we know as William the Conqueror. He was of this mixed heritage, and he made a railroad of taking over the whole of the UK. In this, he brought up an elite. This elite was elite Europeans of French nobility, English nobility, German nobility, even as deep as Greek and Roman nobility. This place is also a place that has been highly contested by those of the Vikings and the Scandic people. So when you speak about Europe, you have to understand the family context that is Europe. Queen Elizabeth had Russia, France, Germany, all her children were the kings of these large areas. So you have to understand that there is an elite, and this elite, although a lot of it is Germanic, it is not Germanic alone. You understand? There's deep connotations, especially when you're talking about the UK. Therefore, if you understand what's happened in Rome and the Vatican and not the Crusades particularly, there was a group of people that were skilled in this arena. I've forgotten their name momentarily. But all this aspect of the whole of Europe, we have to understand that this homogeneity of Europe is what is actually controlling the world, more so than what we see between the East and the West, America and Russia and China. Europe's control, as forefather always underlines, the European control of this planet is the culture that we are all birthed in. So the separations that you make are articulate, but I think one has to really understand what this Europe is.
All right, gentlemen, I have to say good night. It truly was an honor being among you, and it's a wonderful experience.
Master, did you get my number?
We like to hear your voice, or it's
We wanted to
it's a
talk
shame
about.
we don't see your face at the same time, but Your voice is much needed in these discussions.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll be going now because we wanted to do a topic about what kind of education is good for our people. Because when somebody came here and told me how his wife has got 7 degrees, and I don't know whether any of you saw the video of Showore getting to America, and this young man just came behind him and talked about how he's got multiple degrees too. And then you look at Nigeria, you begin to wonder, are we getting the right kind of education? What kind of knowledge do
all I would say, forefather, I can't stay, but all I would say to that, I will take you back to that concept of godliness. If you go in pursuit of degrees without any idea of how it will make the world a better place, I say it's just a waste of time. It's just an exercise in
vanity.
Vanity indeed. Can one be good and go to heaven, or must one be godly to go to heaven? And is there a difference between good and godliness?
Yes, there's a difference between good is a static concept. Godliness is a developmental concept. It's a concept of humility. You're good today. If you say you're good today, it's a braggadocious attitude. Oh, I'm good. What does that mean?
But
It means that they're doing good things. But
you're
okay,
so something that is good to you, to me, my eyes, my side might be bad. I'm not like it. I mean, bad.
No, it's okay.
You
but all
started
I'm
again now.
saying,
Look what just started now again. You want to start another fight again now?
Always think.
I get what you're
something that is
Loco.
good to you.
Okay, let me just respond to Zero and bid you guys good night. My understanding, my prayer, my hope, my belief is that if at the time of your death, Xero, you actually look back at your life and you really see that you've done very well. You've helped a lot of people. You've impacted so many lives. I think even at that point, before you die, you are already in your own heaven. But I can tell you a lot of people, go and read a lot of books. You will see there are people who have done the research. A lot of people, when they are about to die, all the cars they have, all the money they have, all the things that worldly things that they've acquired, it's no longer important that time. It is the goodness and the godliness in you that will determine. So I am confident that if I know I've done well, I've tried as much as possible every day to be better, not to be proud that, oh, today I'm good. But I try to do much more than I've done yesterday, to be much more better than I was yesterday. I think I will die a happy man. And for me, that in itself is a small heaven, etc.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So good night. We'll take it on next time.
I must say, man, you do ask some interesting question. That was a good question.
Of course, because I'm a very curious person. I'm a very inquisitive person. I like to know.
Okay, now you.
Your mic had said to shut you up now. Baska, your mic has gone again. You should have kept your camera off. The mic has gone again. So
just stay there until you get on again.
I think he has a point though about the goodness. Yeah,
you know why I asked him that question? Because I wanted to know if without religion, one can still be, find himself to the heaven that we talk about. Because everyone seems to attach being good to being religious. And Europe, in fact, myself, I'm being less religious. I'm being a better person actually from being less religious. Because I find that most of the things we think we do out of being godly, it's actually the things you should be doing out of being a human.
Good. That was just out of being good.
Yeah, you don't have to attach it to a religion. Religion does not tell me that my brother.
I tell you, like, do what you want to do. Common sense will tell you, live a good life. Do the right thing. Just do it. You understand? Just because you are doing the right thing, that okay, like maybe something like, oh, hey, hello, brother, God bless. Oh no, let me say God bless you. Oh, are you hungry? Oh, take this money, go and eat yourself. Oh, you fell. Oh, sorry. Oh, please let me help you to stand up. They're like, oh, this guy is a good Christian. Oh, he's a godly person. No, you are just being human.
Exactly.
You are just being human. That's who you are. That's the right way of doing things.
Yeah.
You understand? The idea of religion or whatever is to come and create something else. that we are here to understand, and because we don't understand it, we still don't want to accept that we don't understand it. We want to kill ourselves there that no, we know what we are doing, we know the right here is the right thing to do.
Okay, then, but I think what one of the things Masker said before he left, he said like when some people when they're about to die, they realize that all this stuff it doesn't matter. But if that is the case, what is the point too of being good? What is the usefulness of being good?
No. I think what he's trying to say, if he says it doesn't matter, is the regret is, oh, I should have done this, right? Which is, I should have been human. I should have been more human. You understand? Like all the things I have done, bringing people down, all the hustle and bustles, all the stress I've been through, trying to make money, trying to this and that. I would have just lived a simple life. Why killing myself for having a big mansion? At the end of the day, you sit down and live it. So why not just be contented with just one car and a small house and just live happy? You understand? So I think that's the regrets they have, that they should have been more human, or they would have done more good. They would be more human to other people, more good to other people than how they live their life. That is just their regrets, because they're like, because at that point in time, they are thinking, what if? Because conscience is still playing a big role there. What if I go to here? What if I couldn't make this place? Then the conscience start telling them
but
that.
but the problem still remains though. Like they are worried about all the things they didn't do right. But even if they did all those things right, then they're about to die. Then they just discover that, oh my God, I don't have any clue where I'm going here. I just think I do.
No,
I don't have any clue.
No. Trust me. They're always scared. They have the clue. Sorry. Okay, let me see that they are scared of they might go somewhere that they don't want to go.
Exactly. So the dilemma still remains there, that in a world where you've done all the things you want to do, you may still face the inevitable and still worry about where you are going, like everyone else.
No, let me tell you the truth. If your conscience is not judging you at your deathbed, you'll be happy where you are going to. You will tell yourself, even if you're going to reincarnate, that you don't know that you're going to reincarnate, you'll be patting yourself. Yeah, man, I'm going to heaven. I'm going to heaven.
But does it matter what you think before you go? Because a lot of people don't get the option.
No, that is the question. Because a lot of people say
you are still going to go, and whatever is going to happen is going to happen.
For us, look, it's like pain. It's like pain. I'm giving you the chance to feel pain before you shout, "Hey, it's paining me." You understand? That means I'm touching you. I'm touching you gradually. And I also not give you the chance to experience the pain and just take you off like that, so you won't experience pain. So it's two ways. So it's the time of you going like that, don't have a chance to think. It's like going one hand, while the other hand is like I'm torturing you little by little by little. So that is your time of remorse to like, hey, yeah, I should have done this. Where am I going? Am I going? It's still your conscience that is still
you are this your hey, yeah.
Lokopi.
I don't know whether I had that last word.
I have a question. When you said,
please, may I also have my piece on? I want Jago and forefathers to interject into what I'm going to say. Why aren't we looking at home? We have our oral histories at home. Why aren't we looking? We have we don't even need to go to Asia. We have my mother, her name was Kokumo. Then we have reincarnation in Yoruba land. We have a voluminous history. I'm talking about voluminous history in Yoruba land. Why aren't we looking at our own history and looking at what we have neglected for since we have been born because of these religions that they put on us? Because my parents were Methodists and Christians, I grew up in the Christian life. I went to the Christian church, even though I changed to the charismatic church. But as I grew older, I started removing myself from all this entanglement. Why aren't we researching into our own history? We have oral histories on Nigerian soil, and we are neglecting them because we are being taught the other way. Why aren't we looking at them?
I agree with you on that because I actually think our own ancestral worship doesn't necessarily make you divorce yourself from this world, because there's an element of these Judeo-Christian religion that tend to tell you that this world is for the devil. Then the other one is
Thank you, my brother,
where
man.
you go and that is a bit of a strange one.
Somebody
And
started.
you remember you mentioned something, forefathers. Was it you or Jagun? You mentioned the Mayans being worshippers of the sun. Do we know that Olorun means the worship of the sun?
Yeah, the same thing the Egyptians too. Yeah,
Chukwu means the worship of the sun.
Yeah.
Where? Let me put it to you, my brother Wale.
Yes, sir.
Me, I haven't stopped being Yoruba, and I haven't stopped being Yoruba not just out of my love of who I am, but because of the level of depth within what it is to be Yoruba and the understanding. A lot of people don't understand it, least of all Yorubas themselves. And when I come to this understanding that God is one. Me being Yoruba is kind of insignificant in a way, because I could have easily been born Chinese. And wherever I be born on this planet, if there is anything called heaven, because we know that there is something called death, then I want to enter into the continual life. You understand? So making separation sometimes can be dangerous. So whilst we are studying what is ours, we must understand that we have told ourselves lies, or don't think that there's any purity that we're going to find written by man or mankind. So we have to be careful, because we have been disappointed by religion, and it has been disappointed to all of us. And once we come to a consciousness of understanding that religion is just a word, and we have to understand of what they're asking us to practice. Religion is a practice.
So are you saying, are you in other words saying that since religion is not the way to go, is it a form of, for want of a better word, a scientific approach where you actually study the real world?
I don't take the scientific approach out, but I want us to understand what religion means. And this word has come about, and we use it so frequently, and it doesn't really mean anything as far as we discuss. But the actual meaning is just practice. If I go like this, if I'm doing this for 24 hours, that's my religion, full stop. Maybe it has nothing to do with spirituality at all. Okay. But that's what religion means. That's what it breaks down to.
But religion, hold on, let me ask you though. Religion is, at the essence of it, is it not trying to make sense of the world they live in?
Well, it can be taken as that. But if we go back, the word religion was not used in the way it's used today, is what I'm saying. And the way we use this word, for me, is very wrong and fictitious, and it will lead us down the wrong way. Where I come, it will lead us to places where I believe Wale may be. Because there's no point in exchanging one religion for another. Me personally, I don't call myself a Christian. I never use that word. As I've come to my understanding, I don't use that word Christian for myself. For reasons: one, where the word Christianity comes from, a Greek word, it was used by the Romans to besmirch those who are following Christ. That's where it comes from. And secondly, I don't use it because none of us are Christians. None of us are up to the level of Christ. None of us are going to ever touch the level of Christ. You're never going to reach being Christian. You just won't reach there. So as I come back away from that, I understand myself simply to be a human being with a name, Soji Adamo, Jagun, that's my name. And that's how people should understand me. We don't have to understand anything else apart from my name and what I call myself. Once that is ascertained, we have to make a relationship with the Father. How do we do this? We look around us, we read, we are educated, we are miseducated, and then we have to go through a design of educating ourselves. Thoughts away. So I don't leave my...
Why do you say that nobody can be like Christ? Are you saying that all the other religions, all their prophets, none of them can equal Christ?
You see, when I talk about the other religions of the world, I break it down after this, looking at the world's religions, Buddha, Shintoism, whatever you want to speak about. I break it down to the three Abrahamic religions, because they have connotations right across the whole world. Now, these three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, one thing they all ponder on with different aspects is Christ. The Jews don't believe the Messiah has come. They don't believe in the Jesus that came before. And so they don't believe in him as the Messiah, but they know the Messiah is coming. Then the Christians believe that he has come, he died, he resurrected, and he will come back again. Islam, they believe that he has come, he didn't die, that something happened, but they believe he, not Muhammad, they believe he is the one coming back to judge both the living and the dead. So we now quickly have to break down and ascertain that this Christ of a man has significance and importance in this planet. If we're speaking from the Yoruba aspect, we understand that through our travels, through our leaving of the space that we would call Israel, we traveled the Mecca that people always talk about. It's not Mecca, it's Babylon. We were in Babylon at the time, not Mecca. We traveled through through the Middle East to Yemen, crossed the sea into Ethiopia, went into Merowe in Sudan before coming down through living with the Kanuri. I know this history very well. Living with the Kanuri for a good 200 years before settling from in the western part of Nigeria. And we settled with many. We didn't come only by ourselves. We came with the Ewe, we came with the Ga, we came with so many who are following the Yoruba edict to before Ile-Ife was happened. So all this history has taken place, and I'm very well aware of it. And there are various ways that we came down into the Yoruba land. But the Yoruba pantheon, the pantheon of the Yorubas, needs studying, because what you'll see again is that it's ancient, and the ancient context in which it's in, it mirrors a lot of ancient context in the Middle East, in the time of the Egyptians, the time of the Hebrew, even as far as China and Japan. There are so many mirrors if you are studying. And Neil, I'm happy to.
But from your point of view, which comes first?
In terms of what, sir?
In terms of the mirroring, which one is mirroring what? Like, which one
Oh,
was the
that's
first?
that's a great and deep question. Wale touched on it when he was speaking about the Sumerian scripts and Gilgamesh and such. These things are very, very deep and mysterious. And when it comes to who came first, because the story of the Christ has been told throughout these ages.
That's right, sir.
I will tell you that it is Christ that comes first. I don't care when it happened. I don't care if it was supposed to happen in the time.
Where did it happen?
I don't know. It could have happened in the time before the Romans, by the Romans.
So are you saying that Christ happened in the Middle East, or where did it happen?
I'm saying that there are underlying writings that depict Christ and the mother of Christ in the Sumerian text, which is a good 6,000 years, 8,000 years maybe. It happened in Egypt, which is a good 12,000 years. If you break down these stories, they're basically the story of Christ way before it was supposed to have happened. So we have to wonder, how is the devil playing the game, and how is God playing the game? Because we have to understand.
But you see, sir, I'm going to post something now, and when we connect on the phone, and I can also do the same for forefathers, I'm going to send you some ancient books that contain manuscripts, that fragments of stones that I believe with all my heart that were taken from the Nigerian soil. That's where I was trying to communicate that we did not migrate from Arabia to where we are in Yoruba land, but it's vice versa. Even I've argued with one professor who says the same thing in Germany here. Why?
I won't take anything away from that. I won't, because there's a big misunderstanding that I have, not misunderstanding, a big gap in my understanding that I have as to how we knew to go to that land, because we came to that part of the world from many different variations, and I don't know how we all knew. And not only did we know to go back there, but we carried the language. There were those who were in Spain, kicked out of Spain. When they got to Yoruba land, they were speaking Yoruba with a Spanish accent. You understand?
Yes,
so
sir.
we have to. How do you know that this is where you're supposed to be? I don't know.
Let me tell you what really broke what exposed everything to me, sir. I discovered, I'm not sure whether you've heard this name before, Professor Leo Frobenius.
Frobenius, yes, I know him very well.
Yes. Now, his books were never translated into English. It's only what he said he discovered.
Yes.
But I do have those books. They were written in ancient Romish German, which I can read. In fact, I've been praying that I can give up my job and translate these books. Now, sir, I can tell you without a doubt, Atlantis is at Ile-Ife.
No. Well, it may be. I heard you say that before.
Now, do you know why, sir?
I know what Frobenius. The reason why you say that is because Frobenius did not believe that the Yorubas were the creators of the Yoruba environment and all the artifacts that we had. He didn't believe a black person could do this. That is why Frobenius lent it to the Atlantis. However, Atlantis, the nearest place that we can figure out Atlantis to be is actually in Mauritania.
That's what people say.
They reached that structure.
No.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
That's the English narrative. But I
no,
haven't.
But no, forget narrative for a minute. Forget narrative for a minute. Wait, let me say this. Forget narrative for a minute. You have to look at the geographical and anthropological evidence that is there.
Yes, sir.
The point in just wanting to wear one agbada that says Ile-Ife is all us. No, don't do that one. We have to look at the facts.
Jagun, they do for I think about 2 years ago, one Professor Ogudiro, who's a Nigerian archaeologist based in America. He has been excavating in Yoruba land, and he has made findings, the kind of findings similar to what Frobenius found in his time. People have to understand that Frobenius started excavating, but it was the British High Commissioner in Lagos that stopped them from excavating further. Now, what now makes this story interesting is that Frobenius went as far as Sudan, and they were still having the tales, because Sudan is taken from the word Soyuda, Kingdom of Judah. They were still having the tales of Atlantis in Sudan. I believe with all my heart. I'm not sure if you know Ile-Ife very well. There's a place called Okeora.
One more bear now. One more bear. That
is where Atlantis is, sir. And I'm going to send you an ancient map. You will see the same circular form. And what I intend to do when I go to Nigeria this year, I will be taking drones there to take an aerial picture of the whole place, because the place still